Vanguard of the Revolution. The global idea of the Communist Party. A. James McAdams. To Nancy and to our children and grandchildren. Contents. Preface 9. Note 13. Abbreviations 15:1 Introduction 1. 2:18. 3. A revolutionary party emerges 59. 4. Internationalizing the party idea 102. 5. Creating the Leninist party 141. 6. A different type of party 183. 7. 222. 8. Rediscovering the Leninist idea 268. 9. The charismatic leader and the party 310. 10. The revolution returns 337. 11. The party comes back 380. 12. The party in peril 428. 13. The party vanishes 475. Photo credits 501. Notes 503. Suggested readings 531. Index 543. What is or was the Communist Party? Political scientists and historians have produced a rich and extensive literature on individual parties. Thanks to this scholarship, we have both provocative theories and painstaking analyses covering the evolution and organization of nearly every communist party in the world. These studies range from such behemoths as the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party to much smaller, though no less interesting, parties such as the Albanian Party of Labour and the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party. Yet, there are virtually no comprehensive studies of the Communist Party overall. This is surprising. In the 20th century, the Communist Party was one of the two most influential party institutions in the world. It was the primary challenger to the Liberal Democratic Party. Communist leaders ruled huge parts of the globe and demanded the attention of hundreds of millions of people. In this book, I seek to fill this gap through a systematic examination of this unique institution. I have two goals. The first is to provide an interpretive political history of the party's evolution over long periods and in vastly diverse settings. Despite the similarities in their names and shared beliefs, communist parties in countries like Germany, the United States, North Korea, and Cuba differed in fundamental ways. They also changed over time. My second goal is to offer a cohesive argument about why these parties took so many different forms. I contend that these differences were driven by their leaders' choices about a recurring theme, the relationship between the idea of the Revolutionary Party and the need for an effective party organization. Without compelling ideas, I argue, these parties would have had few followers, and without coherent organizations, they would have fallen apart. In structuring my account, I have deliberately sought to speak to both scholars and general readers. I hope that political scientists and Preface. Preface. Historians who specialize in one part of the world will find my analysis of the global evolution of the Communist Party useful for comparing their cases with those in other regions. Naturally, given the scope of my study, I have not been able to cover the cases of every party or every period in the communist era. Additionally, I hope that general readers will find this study to be a provocative introduction to one of the most significant political institutions of modern times. I have avoided jargon and limited endnotes to primary sources and statistical sources. Rather than providing an exhaustive bibliography, I have prepared a list of suggested English language readings that should help the reader begin to explore my topic. This book is the product of many years of studying, writing, and teaching about world communism. Many people have played a role in its gestation. In the early stages of my career, I was fortunate to encounter and be inspired by many of the foremost thinkers in the field that was then known as comparative communism: Cyril Black, George Breslauer, Stephen Cohen, Gregory Grossman, Andrew Janos, Ken Jowett, Richard Lowenthal, Norman Neymark, Robert Tucker, Richard Ullman, and Dale Vree. In writing this book, I have benefited from the advice, generosity, and encouragement of numerous people. I am indebted to those who read and commented on significant segments of the manuscript: George Breslauer, Lowell Dittmer, Graham Gill, Michelle Hawkes, Victoria Tinborhue, Lionel Jensen, George Liber, Stephen Lovell, Semyon Lyandras, Alex Martin, and Maria Rogacheva. I am also grateful to many others for their advice on individual chapters: Heinrich Bortfeld, Shaojin Chai, Forrest Colburn, John Dayock, Felipe Fernandez Armisto, Robert Fishman, Andy Gould, Ferenc Horcher, Hir Vojkakaz, Elizabeth Kohler, Jeff Kopstein, Tom K. Selman, Willem Melching, Balish Maze, Olivier Morel, Norman Neymark, Slawomir Nausad, David O'Connor, Francesco Pidisio, Richard Rose, Wolfgang Siebel, Roman Sitov, Yvette Sosa Frutos, Echo Beto Vertigia, Lin White, and John Guangsheng Zhao. In addition, I thank the anonymous reviewers of this book for their excellent counsel. Finally, I express my gratitude to my graduate and undergraduate research assistants for their tireless work on my behalf: Joshua Bandick, Michael Bacchino, Omar Coronel Quadros, Ellen Dalby, Juan Albarracin Dirolf, Helen Favorite, April Danfeng, Laura Gamboa Gutierrez, Brian Klein, Stephen Payne, Anna Petrova, Luis Scanani, Gregory Seams, Floris Yao Tang, Thomas White, and Kathy Wadalowski. For more than 2.5 decades, I have been fortunate to be a faculty member at the University of Notre Dame. In this unique intellectual community, I continue to be inspired by both my colleagues and my students, for their love of learning and their faith that scholarly pursuits should never be separated from their human context. For many years, I have been especially lucky to direct the Nanovic Institute for European Studies. Located within the Kia School for Global Affairs, the Nanovic Institute is an extraordinary home for interdisciplinary scholarship and conversation among all fields in the humanities, the arts, and the social sciences. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the Institute's staff members for their support. In particular, I am deeply grateful to Sharon Konopka. Over the past 15 years, Sharon has helped me in countless ways to balance my multiple responsibilities at Notre Dame, and she has been an unflagging source of wisdom and good humor. In addition, I thank Kathy Bruckbauer, who has skillfully dissected my prose and been a much-needed source of insight and encouragement. I am grateful to the Dr. William M. Scholl Foundation, which for many years has played a crucial role in making my scholarship possibly. In 2012 to 2013, the Kulturwissenschaftliches Kolleg in Konstanz, Germany, afforded me an invaluable opportunity to conduct research while overlooking the Rhine River. I have been fortunate to publish this book with Princeton University Press. I am especially grateful to my editor, Eric Crayon, for his confidence, enthusiasm, advice, and patience. Also, I thank Kathleen Siafi, John Donahue, and Hannah Zuckerman for their help in producing this book. Finally, I dedicate this book with love to Nancy, without whose boundless understanding and devotion it would not exist, and to our children and grandchildren. In these politically tumultuous times, when liberal democracy is once again threatened by extremism and intolerance, I hope they will be inspired by public servants who are worthy of their intelligence, open-mindedness, and goodness. In writing a book that covers the histories of scores of parties over more than 1.5 centuries, I have inevitably had to wrestle with word usage. As a rule, I have followed the conventions of a majority of scholars in matters of transliteration and abbreviation. For the transliteration of most Chinese words, I follow the pinyin system. For example, I use Mao Zedong rather than Mao Zedong and Kuomintang rather than Kuomintang. In exceptional cases, I have followed the established practice of using the Waite-Giles system. Thus, I use Chiang Kai-shek instead of Zhang Jieshi and Peking University instead of Beijing University. Russian transliterations can be even more complicated. I have used a hybrid model, one based on the ALA/LOC standard but also incorporating popularly accepted variants. For example, I use Grigory Zinoviev instead of Grigory Zinoviev. Abbreviations can be equally complicated. Some abbreviations, such as the names of political parties, are typically based upon their original language, others are based upon their English translations. Here, too, I have adhered to scholarly conventions. For example, I refer to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as the CPSU, whereas I use PCF in the case of the French Communist Party. The hardest decision I have had to make was whether to use Leninism or Marxism-Leninism to refer to the set of principles identified with the Communist Party after Vladimir Ilyich Lenin's death. In general, I use Leninism because this is how the term was first rendered in formative works, such as in the title of Joseph Stalin's Foundations of Leninism. However, in those cases where this phenomenon is described in a rigidly doctrinal sense or when it arises in the speeches and publications of party leaders, I use Marxism-Leninism. Chapter 1. On March 14, 1990, a majority of the 2,250 members of the Soviet Union's one-year-old parliament, the Congress of People's Deputies, voted to amend Article 6 of their country's constitution. The old article had been neat, compact, and to the point. It specified what had long seemed self-evident and non-negotiable: the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was the leading and guiding force of Soviet society and the nucleus of its political system and of all state organizations and social organizations. Furthermore, the CPSU was armed with Marxist-Leninist doctrine. So equipped, the party's purpose was to impart to the Soviet people a planned and scientifically sound character to their struggle for the victory of communism. In contrast, the delegates to the Congress of People's Deputies saw the CPSU quite differently. Their description of the party in the new version of Article 6 could not have been more ambiguous. They voted to include the CPSU in the document, but only as one of various unspecified political parties, trade unions, public organizations, and mass movements. Unlike in decades past, its representatives would have to seek office in competition with other parties and, as in all political systems governed by the rule of law, they would be subject to the parliament's decisions. Most revealing, the revised article made no reference to the party's leading role. We cannot help looking back with astonishment at the decisiveness and finality of this change. Although two of the Soviet Union's allies, Hungary and Poland, had essentially cast aside the principle of single-party rule 1 year earlier in spring 1989, the significance of these events only became fully apparent when waves of protest and popular disaffection with communist rule resulted in the elimination of similar constitutional clauses in East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Bulgaria. In response, Soviet authorities struggled to prevent the contagion from spilling into their country. At the parliament's preceding session in mid-December 1989, CPSU General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev and his co-leaders tried to keep Article 6 off the agenda. When prominent deputies, like the poet Yevgeny Yevtushenko and the physicist turned human rights activist Andrei Sakharov, demanded that the party be divested of its sacrosanct character and forced to test its reputation at the voting booth, Gorbachev fought back. The Congress had more pressing topics to address, he insisted. We don't need to act in this matter as if it were an emergency, the General Secretary declared. Why all this drama? We must approach the matter of constitutional changes with great responsibility. Nonetheless, this was an emergency, and Gorbachev knew it. His party's existence was in jeopardy. For more than a decade, the CPSU leadership had been painfully aware that many of its rank-and-file members no longer believed their organization was worth defending in its current form. Indeed, only a month earlier, when more than 200,000 protesters took their demands for multi-party elections into the streets of Moscow, one could easily find CPSU members among the marchers. Thus, if not by his words then by his actions, Gorbachev showed on the day after the amendment of Article 6 that he recognized how much the world had changed. He allowed the People's Congress to elect him as the Soviet Union's first and it would transpire last president. When he delivered the CPSU's official report 4 months later at its 28th Congress in July 1990 in this new capacity, his position as General Secretary of the party was no longer the primary source of his authority, and his relationship with his longtime comrades was qualitatively different. 1 year later, following an abortive military coup, Gorbachev resigned from the CPSU leadership and, as president, ordered the abolition of all party posts in the government. For all intents and purposes, both in the Soviet Union and in a majority of countries like it, the party was finished. An idea before an organization. What was the Communist Party? At first glance, the answer to this question seems straightforward. If we go by the doctrinal definition that the Soviets associated with the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, and formulated under Joseph Stalin's rule, a communist party is a revolutionary organization committed to the forcible overthrow of capitalism. Its goal is to replace the rule of the bourgeoisie with a socialist dictatorship of the proletariat, which leads the way toward the attainment of a classless, communist society. Its Leninist or Marxist-Leninist members must be selfless individuals who care only about the common cause and adhere unquestioningly to the party's command. Equipped with the insights of revolutionary figures like Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Lenin, they will bring truth to the proletariat and educate them about their real interests. With the Vanguard's guidance, the working masses will fulfill their historical destiny by rising up and overthrowing their oppressors. Because these workers have no country, a revolution in one part of the world will inevitably be followed in other countries once they have an advanced proletariat. The parties that described themselves in these formal terms left an indelible mark in the 20th century. When Gorbachev came to power in 1985, their members could legitimately count themselves as participants in a global institution. For more than a century, and long before the advent of the phenomena that we associate with globalization today, international currency flows, supranational corporations, the Internet, and social media, the Communist Party could be found everywhere. It reached across continents and into disparate countries, sprawling urban centers and tiny peasant villages, crowded factories, and university discussion circles. Out of the 162 countries in the world in 1985, 24 were ruled by communist parties. This number compares favorably with the 35 countries that were governed by communism's primary global competitor, liberal democracy. At the same time, approximately 38% of the world's population lived under communist regimes. The CPSU's International Department officially recognized 95 ruling and non-ruling communist parties. Overall, if one includes the 107 parties with significant memberships, there were approximately 82 million Communist Party members worldwide. Nevertheless, even someone with a casual acquaintance with the history of world communism will immediately recognize the challenge of sorting out the relationship between these figures and the revolutionary organs that people like Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, and Fidel Castro envisioned. Unless they were imposed by an external force, few communist parties found their way to power as a result of the popular upheavals that the founders of the movement anticipated. In those cases when indigenous parties came to power, such as in China, Yugoslavia, and Vietnam, even fewer were based on the actions of the proletariat. A majority rose in developing countries, and their success was heavily dependent on the engagement of non-working class strata, especially the peasantry. Furthermore, in both imposed and indigenous revolutions, the result was not a dictatorship by the formerly oppressed majority. It was a dictatorship of the party over the whole society. This circumstance presents a puzzle to students of politics and history. How could an institution that made such a huge mark on the world have been significantly different from what its progenitors imagined and still flourish? In this book, I shall argue that we can only resolve this question if we wean ourselves off the notion that the party should only, or, in many cases, even primarily be understood as a formal organization. When we look back on the history of world communism, what stands out in many of the most prominent cases, including the Soviet Union and China, is that there were communists or left-wing radicals who would become affiliated with these movements long before the party acquired standardized rules and regulations. A majority had little or no experience with politics. They were not bound to the doctrinal conception of the Communist Party that I have sketched above. Instead, they were motivated by an evolving body of beliefs about what needed to be done to stage a successful revolution and what should come afterward. In fact, many of the communist parties that I shall consider in this book in Russia, China, Italy, Germany, and others were initially distinguished by their leaders' engagement in open deliberation and debate over their missions and tactics. It is no accident that this fluid understanding of revolutionary leadership had enormous staying power. The idea of the Communist Party's leading role was born, nurtured, tested, and transformed in turbulent times. Between the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, one could find reasons for the wholesale rejection of the status quo everywhere. Establishment institutions failed to prevent human catastrophes that were occurring on a scale the world had never seen: world wars, civil wars, mass demonstrations, peasant uprisings, foreign invasions, and full-scale economic collapse. The youthful idealists, intellectuals, artisans, religious and ethnic minorities, and women's activists who threw themselves into revolutionary activity over these decades had many suitors: anarchists, syndicalists, populists, utopian socialists, terrorists, and fascists. But none could compete with the global appeal of the Communist Party. The idea of the Vanguard simultaneously provided its adherents with three powerful reasons to follow its command: the confidence that they were part of a progressive movement that was destined to succeed, the satisfaction of serving a cause that was superior to themselves, and the pride of being associated with a drama of grand historical proportions. Almost uniquely among modern political parties, the early conception of the Communist Party was based on the conviction of many revolutionaries that their victory was inevitable. In the party's embryonic period, the movement's foremost thinkers, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, outlined a theory of human relations that was tantalizingly simple. In their depiction, the coming revolution was preordained by an unresolvable contradiction between the interests of a minority class that controlled the means of production and a majority of workers whose labor was exploited in the never-ending pursuit of profit. Initially, the proletariat had no choice but to accept this condition. But eventually, the contradictions between these classes would become so unbearable that the working class would be propelled into overthrowing the existing system of production. In fact, Marx and Engels' specific predictions were only realized, if at all, in a few isolated circumstances. Yet, this circumstance did not present communist leaders with an insurmountable dilemma. To the contrary, as I shall show throughout this book, the message they 6. bequeathed about the ineluctable victory of an oppressed majority over an oppressive minority provided future generations of revolutionaries with a lasting resource. The family resemblance of this dichotomy to other, equally profound conflicts between majorities and minorities in their own countries, such as those between peasants and landowners, nationalist liberators and colonial administrations, and patriots and invaders, enabled those who called themselves Marxists to characterize their causes as worthy of support in the fight. 6. Their leaders did not always act on the possibilities afforded by these dichotomies. Still, they were available as lifeboats to carry their movements forward. In addition, the idea of the Communist Party was attractive because it offered a sense of community and belonging in times when human relationships were fractured by social unrest and war. In return for the privilege of being a part of this community, party members were willing to sacrifice their individuality to the collective enterprise of discerning the path to a just society. The annals of communism are replete with evidence of the seriousness with which this holy first communion was taken. 7. Consider the words of Milovan Djilas, one of the preeminent figures in post-World War II Yugoslav politics and an equally influential dissident in later years, when he described the intoxicating impact of this shared agenda. My own fate was of no account compared to the struggle being waged, he related, and our disagreements were of no importance beside the obvious inevitability of the realization of our idea. 8. The corollary to this moral obligation was the undeniable and often horrifying extent to which party members could consciously justify sacrificing their fellow believers in the name of the common cause. 2 decades after Djilas's confession, Julia Mink, the former head of the Polish press agency and vice president of the State Employment Commission, defended this principle when asked about the execution of innocent party members. If you have to choose between the party and an individual, you choose the party, because the party has a general aim, the good of many people, but one person is just one person. 9. Finally, the party members' belief in the inevitability of the revolution and willingness to subordinate their private interests to the good of the whole were based upon the assumption that they would not abuse. 7. Their positions. They had the privilege of leading this movement simply because they, more than others, were equipped to discern the interests of the people. We communists, Joseph Stalin declared in 1926, are people of a special mold. We are made of a special stuff. There is nothing higher than being a member of the party whose founder and leader was Comrade Lenin. At the same time, he admonished, each member was obliged to uphold Lenin's bequest with honor. 10. To be sure, Stalin would vigorously violate this principle in later years. But the idea of the virtuous party would live on. The idea and the organization. The conception of the Communist Party as a revolutionary idea can account for the loyalties of its early members. But it cannot account for how these loyalties were sustained. In the face of this challenge, the greatest weakness of Marx's prophecies and those of other early communists is their foundation on a conception of time that placed the attainment of their dream at an unspecified future date. We can hardly fault 19th-century thinkers for this lack of specificity. Marx and his contemporaries' greatest contribution is the assertion that history marches according to a progressive logic. The fact, however, that the promised land lies in the distant future means that the leaders of parties that come later are particularly dependent on having the right conditions to convince their members that they should press ahead. In times of turmoil, these parties' calls for sacrifice make sense. Their members have nothing to lose but their chains and a world to gain. 11. The difficulties arise when adverse conditions abate. They not only test their leaders' skills in convincing their members that their ideals are worth the price of loyalty, they also force them to make a difficult choice. They can identify new reasons to demand ideological vigilance and a reinvigoration of the class struggle by invoking specters like the class enemy, hidden saboteurs, and imperialist aggressors. Or they can adjust the terms according to which the transition to a new society takes place. These changing circumstances set up an unavoidable conflict between two conceptions of the party, one as an idea and the other as an 8. Organization. Those communists who emphasize the first conception maintain that the process of building socialism and making the eventual transition to communism will remain long and arduous. In their view, even parties that have successfully attained power will need to maintain revolutionary vigilance in the face of continuing threats from domestic and imperialist aggression. During this state of simmering war, a state of military may assures of struggle against the enemies of proletarian power. As Lenin observed in one of his last essays, the party is justified in doing whatever is necessary to defend its achievements. 12. Conversely, those communists who emphasize the organizational features of the party contend that one cannot allow the focus on revolution to preclude the formation of established routines to hold their movement together, including meaningful membership requirements, regular meetings, and consistent standards of decision-making. Moreover, they maintain that if the party is weak and threatened with obsolescence, its leaders may have to accommodate themselves to working with established institutions. Once these parties assume political responsibility, these tasks become even more important. After the devastating consequences of military conflict and social upheaval, leaders who suddenly find themselves in power must provide their followers with tangible signs that the self-imposed hardships of a revolutionary movement have been worth bearing. In these cases, they require the means to bring their broken economies back to good health and to restore an atmosphere of calm and stability. In drawing this distinction between the idea of the Revolutionary Party and the Organizational Party, I do not mean to suggest that these two conceptions are destined to collide. Just as in any political movement, political leaders everywhere, although not always, as we shall see in the case of some revolutionaries, seek to minimize the degree to which their choices between the ideas and the practical demands of governance become mutually exclusive. In the communist world, a political order based solely on the idea of constantly revolutionizing society would explode. One based solely on organization would fail to inspire its followers and grind to a halt. Nonetheless, we can speak about competing tendencies on a spectrum of difficult choices. Historically, some rulers took their party's revolutionary ideals more deeply to heart. 9. In making their decisions, while others favored the stability and predictability afforded by clear rules and identifiable routines. If communist parties were structured like those of their liberal democratic adversaries, these choices would not be particularly consequential. When liberal democratic institutions work effectively, strong legislatures, independent judiciaries, and regular elections impose meaningful constraints on the exercise of power. But in the case of communist parties, the difference is decisive. The primacy that these party regimes assign to centralized decision-making and their insistence upon the disciplined observance of their commands leaves them open to corrosive tendencies that undermine their virtuous pretensions. Unlike parliamentary regimes, the absolute authority of single-party rule seriously limits the extent of personal accountability in the upper echelons of power. Under these circumstances, the party is vulnerable to being kidnapped by leaders who have the political savvy to build effective alliances and the charismatic vision to capture the imagination of a broad following. Indeed, it is a revealing indication of the party's susceptibility to such manipulation that we frequently associate the policies of these regimes with the thoughts, words, and deeds of single persons, a Lenin, a Stalin, a Mao, or a Fidel Castro, and not with their political institutions. In these cases, the idea that decision-making is a collective enterprise evaporates and, in its wake, the leader's preferences take over. One can only marvel at the ease with which dictators monopolized decision-making. Stalin spoke the language of revolution, but he used repressive measures to guarantee that his rigid conception of the term drowned out all others. Manifesting his animosity toward opposing viewpoints, he listened from the corridors of the House of Unions as Soviet prosecutors induced his longtime Bolshevik comrades in arms to make preposterous confessions during the Moscow show trials. He often signed their death warrants. Mao casually made decisions from the comfort of his swimming pool that eviscerated his Central Committee and destroyed the lives of millions of people. Each figure was driven by the narcissistic belief that he alone was capable of solving the problems that confront humanity. The lack of institutional accountability provided them, as well as countless other despotic personalities, with the opportunity to steer the mechanisms of power to their use. 10. These factors also contributed to the all-around deformation of the idea of the virtuous vanguard. One cannot account for the greatest horrors in communist history, Stalin's purges, Mao's great leap forward, and the unfathomable dimensions of Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge's campaigns in the 1970s to purify Cambodian society without recognizing the self-seeking and opportunistic motivations of mid-level party officials and cadres, as well as the secret police organs. Down the road, although in a far less violent way, these corrosive tendencies were evident in times of stability. In the 1970s and 1980s, in contradiction to official pronouncements that communists have no special rights except the right always to be in the forefront where difficulties are the greatest, to quote CPSU chief Leonid Brezhnev in 1967, members frequently took advantage of their official positions to obtain benefits that were unavailable to ordinary citizens. 13. They had access to higher quality consumer products, better apartments, and international travel, even if this privilege was confined to visiting fraternal allies like Mongolia, Angola, and Cuba. Some went further. Exchanging virtue for vice, they built personal fiefdoms, conducted business on the black market, and provided friends and family members with lucrative employment. In the 1990s and 2000s, Chinese and Vietnamese communists took the exploitation of personal privilege to new heights, even while denouncing the practice publicly. In retrospect, one can easily understand why the cynical behavior eventually led to the erosion of popular support for these regimes. Yet significantly, this disillusionment was slow to take noticeable form in most socialist countries. In fact, given the benefits of holding office, party elites tacitly and perhaps even subconsciously colluded to maintain their privileges. In a culture of insiders, only the rare, wayward member chose to question these practices, even behind closed doors. Hence, notwithstanding occasional public expressions of discontent by non-party members, a majority of these regimes had the appearance of relative stability. 11. An idea in motion. Thus far, I have provided reasons for the Communist Party's striking record of resilience and its members' commitment to maintaining its leading role. I have argued that single-party rule was, from the beginning, a compelling political idea. Even before it took organizational form, it garnered the loyalty of hopeful revolutionaries because it seemed to provide the solution to a multitude of different challenges: national liberation, economic modernization, cultural transformation that went beyond the conventional Marxist focus on the class struggle over control of the means of production. Once in power, these parties evolved into viable organizations that, for the most part, proved up to the task of satisfying their members' political and personal desires. In some cases, such as during Stalin's socialist revolution from above, communist parties played crucial roles in transforming backward economies into industrial behemoths, albeit at the cost of unfathomable suffering. When these achievements lost their allure in the later stages of communist rule, they offered their supporters the less than virtuous comforts that come from sticking with the status quo. If one were to stop at this point, as many scholars have done, one could easily leave the impression that the Communist Party's long life was based upon a coherent set of beliefs that gave it broad appeal in one era and then fizzled out when it could no longer satisfy its followers. 14. The shortcoming of this image, as I shall contend throughout this book, is that it does not capture the multiplicity of forms that the party assumed. Over long periods and across diverse regions, the definition of the party's leading role meant different things to different people. At some points, its leaders' interpretations of their responsibilities led to the elaboration of distinctive paths that determined their government's policies for decades. At others, the party's role as a meaningful revolutionary institution was minimal or, as it became after Stalin went to war with his longtime Bolshevik comrades in battle in the 1930s, simply non-existent. In contrast, other scholars have sought to account for the party's longevity by depicting it as an organization that provided its leaders with the flexibility to reflect upon their options and adapt to changing times and circumstances. 15. According to this perspective, party leaders were 12. Continually looking for ways to maximize their organization's attractiveness in diverse settings. Thus, parties that aspired to build followings in advanced industrial economies tailored their messages differently than those that sought to curry the favor of large peasant populations. Because working-class audiences were routinely exposed to the appeals of left-wing parties, such as moderate social democrats, communist agitators pragmatically set aside their prophecies of an imminent revolution and advanced policies that allowed for temporary accommodations with their competitors. In contrast, communist guerrilla fighters took different approaches because their survival depended on gaining the confidence of village communities. Rather than advancing policies that were geared to mobilizing urban workers or skilled professionals, they embraced broad populist appeals to win the hearts and minds of their audiences. There is undeniable truth to both of these approaches. Without some common convictions, it is hard to imagine how the Communist Party would have spread to so many different parts of the world. Likewise, those parties that were unwilling to adapt to their circumstances quickly lost popular support. What these approaches lack, in my view, is an adequate way of accounting for change. The party's long history cannot be accurately described as a simple story of life and death. Nor did it represent a straightforward attempt to discern the right strategies from one stage of development to the next. Rather, in Europe, Asia, and the America, its story is a record of fits and starts, successes and failures, and steps that were neither forward nor backward. These developments cannot be reduced to a historical teleology. In this book, I shall argue that one can only make sense of the Communist Party's different forms by recognizing the decisive impact of the personalities who dominated it. These individuals' victory over other contenders for power and the prevalence of highly centralized institutions endowed them with the means to decide which aspects of the party's complex identity would be dominant. Additionally, they could determine the strategies that would be employed in pursuing its objectives. In short, they became the masters of the party idea. 16. When we consider the party's long-term prospects, these dictators' overwhelming power had both advantageous and detrimental consequences for the character of the communist movement. On the positive 13. side, as we shall see, Lenin's skillful portrayal of the Bolsheviks as a party that could serve the interests of multiple segments of the Russian population was an abiding contribution to the vitality of the international communist movement. Similarly, Mao's mastery of the idiom of peasant rebellion made foreign concepts intelligible and attractive to party members who might otherwise have been unresponsive to them. On the negative side, the concentration of power in the hands of a single person or persons had recurrent tragic consequences. One of the most prominent features of communist rule in the 20th century was the stubborn resistance of dictators like Stalin and Mao to modifying their policies in the face of perilous circumstances. Stalin obliterated his army's general command despite repeated indications of Germany's intention to go to war with the USSR. More broadly, his systematic assault on the old Bolshevik elite deprived the country of its single most credible source of legitimation, save for his own personality cult. As a consequence, when Stalin died, he left his successors with the formidable challenge of rebuilding a viable party institution to defend their authority. Likewise, Mao's desire for total power and his refusal to heed the warnings of his advisers led him to champion the disastrous idea of a never-ending revolution during the Great Leap Forward of the late 1950s. When his deputies sought to promote more responsible policies in the wake of this debacle, Mao renewed his romantic focus on the party's purposes as a pretext to destroy it as a functioning organization. In the case of both despots, there was little those around them could have done to prevent these catastrophes from taking place. Perhaps one can find a grain of solace in one aspect of the Communist Party's hyper-centralized structure. One can imagine scenarios in which other figures could have risen to power. For every Stalin or Mao, there were equally influential personalities who were capable of offering alternate conceptions of party rule. As I shall suggest, it is conceivable that communists like Nikolai Bukharin in the Soviet Union and Liu Shaoqi in China would have instituted more benign forms of dictatorship if they had won the internal power struggle. Yet even if they had managed to get this far, their positions at the apex of decision-making would have had the same, familiar drawback. They, too, had risen in a culture of revolutionary violence. Although one might hope otherwise, they could still have made the wrong choices. 14. The impact of personal despotism presents a nagging question about the party's longevity. Once power is monopolized by a single individual, how is it possible for the organization to adopt new policies when it needs to? One possibility is that a window of opportunity opens when a dictator either dies or is removed from office. In these instances, the record of reform is mixed at best. Whatever a new leader might profess in public, there is no guarantee that he will be any more responsible than his predecessors. As Soviet citizens found after Stalin's death, old dictatorial habits die hard. Although Stalin's successors mercifully broke free from the spiral of terror, Nikita Khrushchev's years in office demonstrated the abiding tendency to vacillate between adherence to stable routines and a return to the demagogic practices of old. In the same way, a dictator's removal from office is an equally unpredictable source of change. Until the 1980s, due to the concentration of power in these regimes, very few leaders lost their positions as a result of internal party struggles. In the exceptional cases when they were replaced, it was almost always the result of the intervention of a single external force, the Soviet Union. However, in these cases as well, new rulers did not necessarily mean new policies. These power holders not only had to want change, they also needed the wherewithal to build coalitions and, if they were fortunate, the support of an outside power, again the Soviet Union. Ironically, many of the most profound changes in the understanding of Communist Party rule have come from circumstances in which the institution's role has been tangential. I have already described one of them. This is the good luck that comes from events that have been generated by political instability or the devastation of war. It is impossible to understand the longevity of the Bolshevik regime, virtually all of the Eastern European regimes that came into being after World War II, and the victory of the Chinese Communists without taking into account the multiple tragedies that enabled them to force their way into power. In many cases, such as Castro's Cuba, one cannot account for these regimes staying power without considering the impact of an external threat. A final impetus to significant change comes from the bad luck of unintended consequences, when these leaders attempt to serve their 15 interests by doing one thing and inadvertently create conditions that erode the chances of achieving their goals. An appreciation of this paradox is crucial for understanding the fortunes of dictatorships everywhere. If new policies can only come from those persons who monopolize power and these rulers will only take steps that they perceive to enhance their authority, it follows that major changes must derive from their misperceptions and mistakes. There is no better example of this unforgiving logic than the outcome of Mikhail Gorbachev's attempt to reform his party. It was no accident that Gorbachev's defense of the CPSU's leading role before the Congress of People's Deputies in spring 1990 was futile. He found himself in this position because he had idealistically attempted over the preceding 5 years to revitalize the reputation of a flagging institution. He never intended to raise doubts about the party's ruling authority. Quite the contrary, he was bent on restoring it. Yet, once he opened the legitimacy of the organ's vanguard functions to debate, he set forces in motion that culminated in the CPSU's loss of all credible reasons for existing. As a result, the entire edifice of communist rule came crashing down. The Life and Death of the Party. This book is a postmortem on the long life and unexpected demise of a global institution. Looking back, there are manifold benefits to knowing how the life story of the Communist Party came out. We can ask pointed questions about the strengths and weaknesses of contending strategies and make informed judgments about leaders' choices in pursuing their ideals. Yet, we must steer clear of the trap of thinking deterministically about the party's history. The meanderings of the idea of the party's vanguard role over countries as diverse as England, Germany, the Soviet Union, China, and Yugoslavia were not predestined. After all, the people who were moved by this concept were living their lives forward. They were making choices about which types of political action had the best chance of realizing their dreams. They were acting on the basis of limited information under uncertain conditions. Despite their membership in a purportedly comradely association and their participation in an international movement, these figures were frequently 16. Caught up in internecine battles over both the minutiae of party doctrine and the role of violence in pursuit of their revolutionary mission. They also had stubborn convictions. Some of their decisions redounded to the party's benefit. Others severely impaired its capacity to function. Even in the worst times, however, both the ideas behind the party and the organization itself proved to be surprisingly resilient, that is, at least until those fateful days in 1989 and 1990 when these leaders' last sources of support vanished. I shall begin this exploration of an institution that ruled significant segments of the globe with the common source of the communist movement, the prophecies of Karl Marx. As we shall see, when this 19th-century rebel contemplated the condition of the working class at the height of the Industrial Revolution, his idea of an inevitable revolution into socialism and communism made the adoption of the model of rudimentary party organization of his era seem unnecessary. As a result, he left the design of his party to later revolutionaries. Over the following decades, this bequest proved to be a priceless opportunity for revolutionaries who came to power by their own devices, people like Lenin, Mao, and Castro. As I shall show, the original idea of the party gave them tremendous flexibility in adapting Marx's view of history to specific conditions in their own countries. Additionally, I shall demonstrate that other revolutionaries were not as lucky. Since a majority of the world's communist parties assumed power under the sway of the Soviet Union, they were forced to adopt conceptions of their mission that had little to do with the challenges they faced on their own soil. Once I have set the stage for the Communist Party's rule, I will show how the party idea degenerated into a tool for personal despotism. As I have already indicated, I do not mean to suggest that all cults of personality are alike. For example, I disagree with scholars who equate Stalin's and Mao's objectives. 17 Although the two despots were responsible for massive atrocities, they had fundamentally different ideas about the institution's proper functions. Nor will I contend that the descent into tyranny on such an unfathomable scale was preordained. 18 Once these personality cults were in place, however, the return to an understanding of party rule that was not based on a single individual's whim presented its advocates with a formidable obstacle. As I shall 17. argue, they met the challenge to a greater, if far from inspiring, extent than many scholars have contended. By the 1970s, the Soviet regime and most of its Eastern European allies adopted a less exacting form of party dictatorship that gave them hope that they could renew their followers' faith in their decisions. In the 1980s, China's leaders pursued an even more aggressive legitimation strategy. Nonetheless, wherever one went in the communist world, the prospects for a reinvigorated conception of party leadership waned. The specific idea of an enlightened vanguard did not last beyond the 20th century, even in purportedly outlying cases like China, Cuba, North Korea, Vietnam, and Laos. With a whimper and not a violent act of defiance, the Communist Party succumbed to its long-festering contradictions when its supporters lost both the will to fight for it and the conviction that it represented a morally defensible vehicle for securing the common good. Chapter 2. Karl Marx's Manifesto of the Communist Party begins with a puzzle so subtle that we barely notice it. He tells us virtually nothing about the Communist Party. In fact, after providing us with a title, Marx does not use the two words together again. Instead, he focuses on the coming of communism, which he treats as an incontrovertible fact. Communism, he declares, is a specter haunting Europe. It is indisputable that this revolutionary spirit exists because every regressive force in Europe has entered into a holy alliance against it, from the Pope to the Tsar, German and French reactionary politicians, and their police spies. Now is the time for communists to repudiate the slanders against them by openly publishing their intentions. 1. How can we explain this seeming omission of the organization that will be at the forefront of an impending revolution? One reason is that the first Communist Party was still in the process of formation at the time of the manifesto's publication on February 21, 1848. The manifesto was commissioned by a rudimentary organization, the League of Communists, which brought together a handful of radical groups to pursue a variety of goals. With only a few hundred loosely affiliated members, the League had held two congresses, one in June 1847 and the next from November to December 1847. Yet it still lacked a formal declaration of principles to address the many differences among its members. Marx's fellow revolutionary, Friedrich Engels, was initially charged with writing the document, but Marx took over the task completely and finally delivered the finished manuscript of the manifesto to the League in early February 1848. An even more revealing explanation for the lack of attention to the party is that Marx seems to have taken it for granted that, whatever one did, the ruling class's exclusion of the working masses from political. 19. Life was coming to an end. The entire document is a testament to the inevitability of the revolution. Thus, Marx tells his reader that the progressive logic of history is already churning forward. The irreconcilable contradictions between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat have reached a breaking point. The only conceivable outcome for humanity is a violent confrontation that will result in the overthrow of the old class structures and their replacement by proletarian rule. In this case, it seems, the communists will be the natural servants of the working class. They do not represent any special interests, Marx informs his reader. They speak for no one separate and apart from the proletariat as a whole. They do not even espouse sectarian principles of their own by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. They are there to accompany the masses to victory. In these respects, Marx's Communist Party is about something much greater than a mere assembly of individuals. It is linked to an idea about revolutionary inevitability. As an expression of the looming specter of communism rather than a mundane organization, the party comes into being as a result of social and economic forces that transcend the interests of any specific person. It offers its members the privilege of riding atop an advancing wave of events. To be included in this community, Marx suggests, one must only decide to be on the right side of history and join the workers who are moving humanity forward. Marx's prediction of a coming conflagration may seem far-fetched today, but it was entirely plausible at the time he was writing. At the end of the 18th century, the French Revolution had already demonstrated that the feudal institutions on which the European political order was based were far more fragile than either their defenders or their opponents assumed. In Great Britain, the appalling living and working conditions generated by the Industrial Revolution made a confrontation between the proletariat and the capitalist ruling class seem increasingly likely. As 1848 began and Marx finished his manuscript, he and the League's other members had good reason to think that their predictions of an imminent conflagration were on the verge of being confirmed. They were filled with anticipation at the outbreak of widespread unrest across Europe, urban riots, peasant uprisings, demands for universal suffrage and democratic representation, and virulent nationalism. In 20 fact, within only a few months, their expectations appeared to be validated, if only for one glorious year, when scores of revolts and uprisings broke out across the continent. In this light, when the springtime of revolutions of 1848 was snuffed out by autocratic governments and no further upsurge of popular revolt was on the horizon, Marx and other radicals were presented with a fundamental question. If it was unlikely that any sustained social upheaval, let alone one that followed Marx's strict prescriptions, would take place immediately, how should one hold the revolutionary movement together? A party based primarily on the confluence of historical forces may have had the advantage of encouraging like-minded insurrectionists to come together. But it could not survive if it failed to give them guidance about what they should do next. Complicating the situation, Marx and his fellow revolutionaries were not alone in making the case for a direct confrontation with the status quo. From Great Britain to France, Prussia, Spain, and the Italian states, myriad socialists, anarchists, labor organizers, and progressive reformers competed with them to win the support of the working class and other disaffected segments of society. For these reasons, Marx and other European radicals had to make hard choices about the potential trade-off between revolutionary activity and political efficacy. Many founded formal organizations, including early political parties, to keep their goals alive. For some, this strategy appeared to bear fruit. Their influence was demonstrated in the first, self-described international working-class organizations, the first and, after Marx's death, second internationals. Moreover, they played significant roles in the formation of socialist mass parties, including the Social Democratic Party of Germany and the British Labour Party. Yet in the view of other left-wing radicals, their party's participation in these organizations led it to make unconscionable compromises on fundamental principles, such as the immediacy of the proletarian revolution and the prohibition on participation in bourgeois elections. By the turn of the 20th century, their worst fears were confirmed. Following the outbreak of World War I, the mass parties of the left swiftly abandoned their commitment to the international proletariat and devoted themselves to defending their respective nations. 21. This is not to say that Marx's conception of a unique association of revolutionaries passed away. To the contrary, I shall contend throughout this book that the political phenomenon that came to be known as Marxism was just taking off. While faith in the possibility of initiating a revolution became increasingly difficult to sustain in Europe, this idea would capture the imagination of radical movements on other continents. To understand this story, we must begin with the intractable political conditions in Marx's time, which made the idea of a unified body of communists appear attractive, necessary, and credible. Gatekeepers of change. At the beginning of the 19th century, European politics was dominated by two questions: what segments of society should take part in political life? And what could one do about those segments of the population that were not considered worthy of inclusion? At the time, the answer to the first question was straightforward. Politics was dominated by upper-class social and economic elites who acted as gatekeepers to the public realm. To defend their interests, they relied upon political parties of a far different order than those we associate with liberal democracy today. Loose alliances of nobles, gentlemen landowners, public officials, and merchants, these groupings, or parties of notables, were based upon informal relationships, family ties, shared educational backgrounds, and business connections. Their electorates were small and largely limited to property holders. Accordingly, they could define the terms of engagement in public life by themselves. Yet, these circumstances were about to change. Despite the appearance that the existing political landscape could be preserved, Europe in the early 1800s was significantly different than it had been a half-century earlier. Above all, the French Revolution had challenged the accepted norms of political engagement. Its instigators' demands for constitutional guarantees of liberty and equality, contempt for aristocratic rule, and in the more extreme cases, pretense to absolute freedom threatened the principles on which the European order was based. Making the situation particularly frightening to these countries' traditional rulers was the revolution's swift degeneration into violence, dictatorship, and war. 22. Moreover, both the events in France and the disruptive consequences of the Industrial Revolution created constituencies for change across all levels of society. Liberal politicians pressed for an expansion of the franchise to increase their influence within their parliaments. Burgeoning business elites pressed for a reduction in state involvement in their activities. Socialist activists, left-wing intellectuals, and utopian thinkers dreamed of ways to organize disaffected populations. Recurrent, though generally unconnected, instances of unrest in the cities and countryside demonstrated that demands for new political, social, and economic relations were present everywhere. Of the three countries that interested Marx the most as potential centers of revolutionary activity, Great Britain, France, and Prussia, the British and French parties responded in significantly different ways to these pressures. With a long-established parliamentary tradition and ascendance over the powers of the monarchy, Britain's primary parties, the Tories and Whigs, generally agreed about how the issue of political inclusion should be handled. Especially in light of the French Revolution's consequences, change should be gradual and strictly limited to the upper strata of society. They differed primarily over policy. Until 1831, Tory governments had held the bounds of popular participation in check. But when the Whigs assumed control of the House of Commons, they passed the Reform Act of 1842, which broadened the franchise by lowering property ownership requirements for voting. This step not only won them additional seats in the House of Commons and added to their growing popularity in major urban centers, it also allowed them to cultivate support among the agglomeration of entrepreneurs, businessmen, and the modernizing gentry who constituted Britain's rising middle class. The Reform Act is equally significant, however, for what the Whigs did not seek to change. By retaining property ownership as a condition for voting, they upheld the consensus with the Tories that not everyone was qualified to participate in the political sphere. This was a bitter disappointment for artisan groups in particular, whose demonstrations had helped to lead the Whigs to victory. But the even more consequential feature of this decision was the axe-pointed exclusion of the masses of unskilled workers whose labors were a crucial element of 23. Their country's good fortune. Over the past century, hundreds of thousands of workers had moved from the countryside into the country's growing urban centers, where they incurred the countless afflictions of migrants everywhere: poor wages, miserable working hours, unsafe factory conditions, and the ever-present threat of joblessness. An indignant 25-year-old Friedrich Engels made the case for addressing their misfortune in a gripping description of an impoverished neighborhood in Manchester: everywhere heaps of debris, refuse, and offal, standing pools for gutters, and a stench which alone would make it impossible for a human being in any degree civilized to live in such a district. 3. Yet rather than responding to these conditions with charity, the Whigs and Tories demanded that the poor work harder to prove their worth to society. Their enactment of the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1842 abrogated traditional forms of government relief and required the indigent to live and work at substandard wages in a centralized system of workhouses. New thinking about the plight of the lower classes came from outside Parliament. Nonetheless, in these cases as well, the primary focus was on gradual reform, not radical change. Among the best-known reformers, Robert Owen, the Welsh philanthropist and early socialist, used the workforce of his own textile mill in New Lanark, Scotland, to undertake experiments in humanizing the modern factory system. He offered higher wages than his competitors, shortened the workday, imposed restrictions on the employment of children, and provided free education and medical services. Owen was joined by a proliferation of altruistic middle-class political associations. These leagues and societies were typically focused on specific causes, such as the creation of a national educational system and the abolition of the slave trade in the colonies. In response to the pressure of labor unrest following the passage of the Poor Law Amendment, Parliament opened the political realm slightly by revising draconian laws against the formation of workers' associations. Owen himself returned to the public stage to form one of England's first trade unions, the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union. Yet, in this case and others, the prospect of transforming society from above was limited by the lack of national organizations to hold such movements together. 24. In this context, the most serious challenge to the status quo came from below. In 1838, a committee composed of skilled workers and middle-class radicals and led by the English labor activist William Lovett published a People's Charter that sought to redress working-class grievances by pressing for electoral reform. The charter demanded universal male suffrage, equal voting districts, the secret ballot, and annual parliamentary elections. The reformers never had a realistic chance of achieving these objectives, but the outpouring of popular support for the movement demonstrated that public discontent was rising. In 1839, Lovett and his supporters presented the House of Commons with a petition signed by more than 1 million people, most of them commoners. When this entreaty was rejected, the government could not prevent the mass meetings, demonstrations, and strikes that ensued, including an armed uprising by Chartist sympathizers in Newport. 3 years later, the Chartists returned with a second petition with more than 3 million signatures. Once again, Parliament rebuffed their demands. For although the energy behind the Chartist movement had largely dissipated by the mid-1840s, its early success was revealing from multiple perspectives. For politicians in the established parties, the momentum behind the protests and the demonstrators' recourse to violence showed that the anger among the lower classes was more intensely felt than they had assumed. For the working-class population and its organizers, Chartism was a moment, albeit a fleeting one, in which it seemed possible to give voice to their views. The open question was whether these manifestations of mass discontent would have more than a passing impact on the disposition of the ruling classes. In contrast to the otherwise gradual efforts to reform the British system, the prospects for political change in France were significantly hampered by the unhealed scars of the Revolution. When the Bourbon monarchy was restored in 1814 and 1815, the parties in the lower house of the National Assembly were weak and disorganized. But they already had one thing in common. They feared a resurgence of the lower classes who had taken their forebears to the guillotine. Although the Jacobin Constitution of 1793 had granted full suffrage to all adult males, the new parties guaranteed that this right would not be observed. 1. 25. Side, which initially dominated the National Assembly, was composed of extreme, right-wing monarchists who were deeply suspicious of representative institutions. The other was composed of liberal constitutionalists who favored modest checks on the power of the monarchy. In 1830, hopes for far-reaching change rose when Charles X and his supporters were pummeled by simultaneous backlashes from above and below. Liberal parliamentarians and their associated clubs and newspapers declared their unwillingness to cooperate any longer with the regime. For 3 days, enraged workers took their grievances over unemployment, exorbitant food prices, and urban poverty into the streets, engaging in open battles with the army. Yet, when the king was replaced by a new monarch from a different line of succession, the liberal constitutionalists showed that they too were unwilling to risk further instability. For the next 18 years, neither the king nor his many different prime ministers were prepared to accede to popular demands for meaningful political and electoral reform. The behavior of these parties' leaders was profoundly demoralizing to the regime's educated critics. With a greater sense of urgency than in Britain, left-wing intellectuals, journalists, and activists took up the cause of thoroughly transforming French society. But unlike in Great Britain, where the suffrage was broader and Parliament was strong enough to initiate moderate reforms, these dissenters lacked institutions of their own to express their grievances and put pressure on officials. Hence, their protests were diffuse and frequently unconnected with the specific conditions of pre-1848 France. Many of these radicals were influenced by the early 19th century socialist Claude-Henri de Saint-Simon, who inspired them to think that they were participants in a movement for social and economic change that dwarfed the feeble decisions of individual politicians. Saint-Simon predicted that the path to a just society would emerge from a long-lasting struggle between antagonistic groups over control of the tools of production. Those who had the upper hand in these battles were responsible for the unequal relationships that defined the period. To an extent, Saint-Simon would have agreed with Robert Owen about the importance of addressing this conflict through progressive initiatives. He advocated deliberate social planning and the amelioration 26. Of poverty through the abolition of unearned wealth. However, unlike Owen, he did not assume that this task could be entrusted to beneficent entrepreneurs and progressive associations. Rather, he argued that it should be carried out by an administrative elite with the technical skills and expertise required to address the needs of every social stratum. In sharp contrast to Saint-Simon's confidence in organizational solutions, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a seminal figure in the history of anarchism, rejected his predecessor's readiness to entrust the fate of the common man to anyone at the top of the social hierarchy. Proudhon maintained that the transformation of social relationships could only be achieved if it moved from the bottom upward. To this end, he advocated a host of institutional innovations, including the establishment of communal banks and the formation of producers' cooperatives to increase workers' control over the products of their labor. In every case, he deemed a return to centralized government unacceptable. Another influential thinker, the philosopher Etienne Cabet, did not consider himself a revolutionary and abhorred the use of violence. But he maintained that social equality would only be achieved by eliminating the institution of private property. As one of the first persons to use the term communism, Cabet envisioned a new form of political organization in which property would be held in common and every human action, from how people lived to how they dressed, would be shaped by the strict application of egalitarian values. To ensure compliance with these standards, Cabet also contended that overt expressions of individuality should be restrained. Uniquely among his peers, he succeeded in attracting tens of thousands of followers to his cause by tapping into the grievances of artisans and skilled laborers who were threatened by industrial growth. 5. Unlike both Proudhon and Cabet, the ultra-leftist Louis Auguste Blanqui espoused a doctrine of outright violence. The conflict between the rich and the poor, the ruling class and the proletariat, Blanqui proclaimed in a famous courtroom defense in 1832, would not be resolved by the wealthy dropping some crumbs from a splendid table. The achievement of a just society presupposed the eradication of the entire ruling elite. Thus, he urged his followers to wage a revolutionary war. 27. Until not a single enemy of the happiness of the people and of freedom is left standing. 6. This endorsement of violence would not have been new to anyone who had experienced the revolution's descent into terror. What gave his approach lasting significance for future generations of radicals, including the founder of Bolshevism, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, was its emphasis on the necessity of having a disciplined, conspiratorial core of revolutionaries to lead the people. In Blanky's view, the working masses would not act on their own. Only an elite group would understand their true interests. For this reason, Blanky emphasized that the coming revolution could not be democratic. It would require a dictatorship until socialism was fully realized. The militant convictions of itinerant radicals Owen, Lovett, Saint Simon, Proudhon, Cabet, Blanky, all of these figures would play major roles in shaping the views of future communists. Yet, many of the most prominent founders of the movement, such as Marx and Engels, operated under considerably less favorable conditions. Most came from cities like Berlin, Cologne, Vienna, and Warsaw, where even the advocates of modest reform had difficulty expressing their views. Parliamentary institutions were weak or simply non-existent in Central Europe. Legislatures composed of nobles and property holders existed under the constitutional monarchies of southern Germany, but there were no equivalents to these representative institutions in the two powers that counted the most for the region's future, Prussia and Austria. In contrast to Britain and France, political parties did not exist at all. To find even the faintest glimmer of autonomous political organizations, one had to turn to rarefied associations, such as the liberal student fraternities or Burschenschaften of Thuringia and Bavaria. Additionally, the opponents of absolutism in Central Europe lacked many of the necessary opportunities to make their views known. As in other parts of Europe, newspapers provided limited forums for political debate, but they were heavily censored and easily shut down. Drinking clubs functioned as venues for discontent, but they were frequented by police spies, members of secret societies and labor agitators. 28. Were routinely jailed or sent into exile. Nonetheless, even if these impediments had not existed, the would-be revolutionaries struggled with the frustration that their messages did not resonate with local populations. Although incidents of social unrest occurred, Germany did not have a revolutionary tradition like France, at least until 1848. Journeymen, craftsmen, and common laborers staged intermittent protests and strikes against poor working conditions, low wages, and high rents. In 1844, a revolt of weavers in Silesia cascaded into violent demonstrations throughout the German states and Austria. Still, these disturbances did not last. Workers chose to keep their mouths shut and their heads down. These conditions had a formative impact on the character of mid-century socialism. They meant that the driving ideas behind the movement were formulated primarily by people on the move, either as exiles or as émigrés, who were more stridently committed to the revolutionary cause than their British and French counterparts. A majority were educated and accustomed to middle-class lifestyles that allowed them to read books and meditate on great philosophical questions. Others were less privileged. They included tradespeople, artisans, and clerks who chafed against the remnants of feudalism. These itinerant radicals were also united by factors that transcended their socio-economic status. The Germans were joined by Poles, Hungarians, and Italians who were determined to assert their national identities. There was also a high representation of persons typically excluded from political life: Jews, ethnic minorities, and women. For these reasons, the experience of emigration hardened the radicals' convictions. When they arrived in cities like Paris in the mid-1840s, they were not only interested in learning from their hosts. They were also determined to inject their own, more militant perspectives into their debates. This process of reciprocal enculturation was a notable shift. Whereas the flow of ideas had generally moved from west to east in the 17th and 18th centuries, This historical current was partly reversed. The émigrés introduced French writers, artists, and budding activists to the thought of Russian revolutionaries, like the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, and literary giants, like the Polish poet Adam Mickiewicz. They also exposed them to ideas with roots in German idealism. In contrast to the libertarian traditions of the French. 29. Enlightenment that exalted individual volition, the German activists thought in terms of large-scale movements and the inevitability of human progress. Furthermore, they were confident about their ability to link the certainty of revolution with concrete political action. When continental Europe ceased to be a hospitable setting, many German émigrés moved to London, where their exposure to the working population's growing assertiveness encouraged them to fashion a less elitist, more democratically minded tradition of open meetings and public debate. Labor agitators rented meeting halls and called for the formation of trade unions. Socialists founded a German workers' educational association, offering lectures to workers on history and political economy, and organized consciousness-raising social events. They also formed a proto-party, the Fraternal Democrats, to bring radicals of different nationalities together. Complementing their international orientation, they used periodicals, newspapers, and propaganda pamphlets to foster communications among clandestine cells and activists in cities as far afield as Geneva, Berlin, and Brussels. Marx and Engels were direct products of this milieu. Constantly on the move in Europe, they were acutely conscious that one could not succeed at revolutionary activity without a cohesive movement. Accordingly, when the two men were forced to leave Paris for Brussels in 1845, they and other émigrés founded the Communist Correspondence Committee with the goal of coordinating the activities of radical groups across Europe. Their collaborators included the Chartists and a London-based secret society known as the League of the Just. The League's working-class members reinforced Marx and Engels' conviction that the urban proletariat was the emerging motor force of history. They were also converted to the idea that the moment was nearing when this class would overthrow its oppressors and replace a system based on the ownership of private property with a classless, communist society. In June 1847, at Marx and Engels' instigation, the association renamed itself the Communist League and embraced the radically democratic and egalitarian themes that would eventually make Marxism popular throughout the world. Although Marx was not present at the Communist League's inaugural Congress on June 2 to 9, 1847, the delegates voted to replace the old 30 association's motto, "All men are brothers," with his slogan, "Proletarians of all countries, unite." At the League's next Congress in November, the delegates adopted a program that defined their aims as the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the rule of the proletariat, the abolition of the old bourgeois society which rests on the antagonism of classes, and the foundation of a new society without classes and without private property. Perhaps most appealing to those who joined the League's ranks and to subsequent generations of Marxists, the program idealistically endorsed a governing structure that was significantly less hierarchical and elitist than other conspiratorial organizations of the time. In a bottom-up fashion, grassroots communes were to elect the bodies above them. Although the League's Central Committee would conduct the organization's business, all legislative powers would be reserved to an annual Congress of Deputies from each of the circles. 7. Simultaneously, Marx and Engels positioned themselves to define the League's other order of business, the formulation of a declaration of principles. With the backing of the League's most radical members, Engels arranged for Marx to compose a comprehensive statement of purpose, a communist manifesto, as Engels called it, about the crisis of capitalism and the impending revolution. Engels provided some thoughts on the topics in a formulaic catechism, Principles of Communism, in which he addressed the impact of the Industrial Revolution on the proletariat and the shortcomings of rival socialist groups. 8. But the final document was exclusively Marx's work. When he delivered the manifesto of the Communist Party to the League on or around February 1, 1848, he clearly aimed to produce more than a declaration of the organization's intentions. He viewed the manifesto as an invitation to all clear-thinking individuals to put themselves on the right side of history. The Manifesto of the Communists. Against this background, one can appreciate why Marx did not feel compelled to devote himself to a detailed description of the Communist Party. While the League was attending to this mundane matter, he focused on justifying the call to revolution. Importantly, he did not write the manifesto for the working class. Even if a worker could read, he or 31. She did not have the time or wherewithal to act as Marx desired. Rather, Marx's audience was composed of other educated rebels who, like himself, needed good reasons for choosing his cause over many others. This was no small matter. In the process of making his case, he laid the groundwork for debates about the organ's functions that would continue for generations. The first thing one notices about the manifesto is how quickly Marx gets down to explaining why, after centuries of waiting, the oppressed masses will finally be freed from their shackles. His answer: history itself had ordained this moment. The record of humanity, Marx explains, is a living record of the struggles between antagonistic classes, free men and slaves, patricians and plebeians, lords and serfs, and guild masters and journeymen. These conflicts are driven by the craving of the class that controls the means of production to acquire new sources of wealth. It satisfies this desire by exploiting the labor of those who do not have these resources. Yet, Marx argues, the ruling class's productive powers are nearing a point at which the ability of the few to satisfy the needs of the many is exhausted. This development will result in a revolutionary upheaval that no amount of human will can resist. The proletariat will revolt against its masters and a new epoch in the class struggle will begin. In this context, Marx presents his reader with an attractive reason for believing that he or she has been called to align with his cause. He glorifies the class to which most of his audience belongs. In its position as the driving force behind the Industrial Revolution, Marx declares, the bourgeoisie has accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has conducted expeditions that put in the shade all former exoduses of nations and crusades. Indeed, Marx contends, no earlier generation had even a presentiment of what nature's subjugation to man, machinery, applications of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground could bring about. 9. Yet, Marx emphasizes to his potential converts, this is also a leap onto the right side of history. No matter how much one appreciates the 32. bourgeoisie's contributions, this class is destined to become its own grave digger. The bourgeoisie cannot survive, Marx maintains, unless it identifies additional sources of profit. Hence, it constantly develops new forms of production and seeks new markets in distant lands. But, Marx adds, this unrestrained pursuit of profit will blind the bourgeoisie to the perverse economic and social implications of its actions. In an absurd contrast with less developed societies, it will foster an epidemic of overproduction or, as the manifesto's author colorfully puts it, of too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. As a result, capitalism will be convulsed with crises that undermine everything its creators have accomplished. In addition, Marx informs his readers that the bourgeoisie's unavoidably self-destructive activity is nowhere more dangerously manifested than in how it treats the class whose labor has accounted for its successes. In crowded factories, workers are organized like soldiers in an army. In these unforgiving conditions, they are not only transformed into the servants of the bourgeois class and the bourgeois state, they are enslaved by the machines they operate. Due to the ruling class's arrogant overconfidence, it fails to see that it is doomed by its avarice. The more openly this despotism proclaims gain to be its end and aim, the more hateful and the more embittering it is. 10. Anticipating his readers' skepticism, Marx adopts the pose of the realist. The working class's transformation into a revolutionary force, he observes, will not be instantaneous. This shift, too, will be governed by the laws of history. At first, disgruntled workers will act impulsively against their oppressors. They will smash their machines and burn down their places of work. However, as their numbers grow and they are brought together in the same halls of labor, these workers will acquire a more mature understanding of what they share in common. Their first step will be to form trade unions to lobby their employers for higher wages, better working conditions, and shorter days. But soon they will cross the line between reform and revolution. For the first time in history, the great majority, constituted as the proletariat, will rise up against its oppressors and eliminate every form of class exploitation. At this point, Marx finally makes his case to his readers about joining the communist movement. Notably, he appeals directly to their 33. Self-interest. The logic of human progress guarantees that when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, a small section of the ruling class will be called to cut itself adrift and join the revolutionary class. In particular, this applies to a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, presumably including Marx himself, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. Importantly, as I have indicated at the beginning of this chapter, Marx assumes that these communists do not represent any special interests. In speaking only for the proletariat, they are presented with a priceless gift, the chance to exemplify moral virtue. Their lives will not be easy, he emphasizes, because they will be falsely accused of opposing fundamental rights and values. But, Marx assures his reader, they will have justice on their side. 11. What Marx does not say about this moral opportunity is also noteworthy. He is conspicuously restrained in addressing the communists' use of violence in carrying out his prescriptions. He borrows from Engels's Principles of Communism in noting that it will be necessary to make despotic inroads on the rights of property and on the conditions of bourgeois production. Then, he matter-of-factly presents a list of unavoidably violent measures: the abolition of property in land, the confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels, and the centralization of credit in the hands of the state as if they were nothing more than items on a laundry list. 12. Perhaps Marx did not wish to tarnish an otherwise romantic conception of revolutionary change. In any case, he is much more deliberate in contending that only those who are willing to become communists have a legitimate chance of supplanting Europe's ruling bourgeois parties. The first victims of his disdain are the middle-class parties that came out of the French Revolution of July 1830 and the English Reform movement. These parties, he contends, foolishly imagine that they can help the proletariat by collaborating with the bourgeoisie and singing lampoons of their new master and whispering in his ears sinister prophecies of coming catastrophe. In reality, they are just as venal as the old ruling class. Despite their highfalutin phrases, they stop to pick up the golden apples dropped from the tree of industry and to barter truth, love, and honor for traffic in wool, beetroot sugar and potato spirits. 13. 34. Other socialist groups are no better. In an attempt to conceal their opposition to the class struggle, those whom Marx labels the German, or true, socialists dress up the emancipatory ideals of the French Revolution with a robe of speculative cobwebs, embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped in the dew of sickly sentiment. They are no different from bourgeois reformers who seek to avert revolution by merely redressing the social grievances of the proletariat. Only a few early socialists, like Saint Simon and Owen, receive praise from the manifesto's author. At a time when the proletarian movement was still in its infancy, Marx affirms, these theorists at least recognized the necessity of questioning the bourgeoisie's actions. 14. For these reasons, it should be clear why Marx did not feel the need to outline the particular features of a communist party. He did not need to. There could be a manifesto of a communist party simply by virtue of the fact that the revolutionaries whom he idealized were devoted to realizing its destiny. And, the number of these followers was sure to grow when they recognized that they would have history and moral virtue on their side. In this spirit, Marx concludes the manifesto with an affirmation of the Communists' desire to work constructively with every progressive group. In France, he notes, they are already allied with other socialist forces against the bourgeoisie. In Switzerland, they support the liberals, and in Poland, the agrarian revolutionaries. In Germany, which Marx regards as having the best chance for revolution, they fight alongside the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way. Naturally, Marx emphasizes, there are limits to which these cooperative efforts can be taken. The communists must never lose sight of their basic principles. The main thing is that they ready the proletariat to begin its struggle against its masters. 15. Revolution rising? The problem with any prediction is that it might eventually be proved false. Yet, revolutionaries do not typically live in the world of eventually. Looking forward, they are convinced that their day of victory is nearing. Naturally, their convictions are reinforced on occasions when society is thrown into turmoil. In times of concord, however, their 35. Position is more difficult. For the most committed among them, the challenge is to find ways of persuading their followers that their sacrifices will continue to be worthwhile. Only 3 weeks after Marx turned in the manifesto, stunning events in Paris gave him and Engels reason to think that their predictions were on the verge of being confirmed. On February 23, 1848, mass protests erupted against the decision by France's Prime Minister, François Guizot, to prohibit a banquet at which middle-class citizens planned to discuss electoral reforms and the expansion of the franchise. The Orleanist king, Louis Philippe, desperately tried to calm the crowds by forcing Guizot's resignation and then abdicated the throne. On February 26, the National Assembly proclaimed the Second French Republic and declared its support for universal suffrage and social justice. But for those who expected that France's government would at last live up to the ideals of the revolution, these measures ended in disappointment. It did not help the new government's credibility that its offices were filled by many of the same politicians who had ruled in the past, and France slid into a new era of polarization. 4 months after the National Assembly's declaration, a confrontation between ordinary laborers and the government over relief for the unemployed led to a full-scale insurrection. Tens of thousands of ordinary Parisians erected barricades throughout the city and fought against National Guard soldiers. Only after thousands of people were killed was the revolt suppressed. For European revolutionaries of all hues and variations, the fall of the Orleanist regime and its violent aftermath were bigger than France. This event was a catalyst for a perfect storm of protest and upheaval that engulfed the entire continent. Over the ensuing months, the constituent elements of the old European order were assaulted by uprisings that were united more by their timing, thanks to newspapers and other means of communication, than by a common cause. Grassroots insurrections broke out in Belgium, Galicia, and Wallachia over economic and social conditions. In Sardinia, Piedmont, the German states, and the Netherlands, liberal reformers staged demonstrations in favor of written constitutions, parliamentary governance, and the right to vote. In other locations, the protests were amplified by an impassioned rejection of the diplomatic system that had governed Europe since Napoleon's defeat in 36. 1815 in Ireland and Hungary, revolutionaries and liberals from all social strata demanded national independence from their imperial overlords. German and Italian radicals battled for national unification. Marx and Engels were fully aware of the significant differences among these protests. Thus, it is noteworthy that, far from acting according to any dogmatic blueprint, they turned their attention from France to their German homeland where they thought they had the greatest chance of influencing events. In late March 1848, they issued a declaration, Demands of the Communist Party in Germany, that spelled out the terms under which millions of Germans could be liberated from their exploiters. However, aside from a few concrete references to socialist themes, such as the creation of a state bank and the nationalization of the means of transportation, this was not the stuff of revolutionary provocation. In fact, their demands would have been met with approval in many bourgeois households. Germany should at once be declared a single and indivisible republic, every citizen should be entitled to vote, and all remaining feudal institutions and obligations should be abolished. 16 Still, Marx and Engels were far from willing to sacrifice their long-term goals for short-term gains. Through a newspaper, the Neue Rheinischen, which Marx started in Cologne, they showed their intention to have it both ways. The publication was filled with invective against established institutions. Its editorials dared the Prussian king to go to war with Russia to liberate the Polish people. Its reporters entertained their readers with biting criticism of budding parties and associations whose leaders were, in their view, insincere or uncommitted to overthrowing the status quo. When the German state's first freely elected parliament met in Frankfurt in May 1848, Engels ridiculed its deputies for their inability to agree about anything but their rules of procedure. They knew, he observed wryly, that when 2 or 3 Germans get together they must have a set of rules, otherwise chair legs will be used to decide matters. 17 Yet, again testifying to its founder's adaptability, the paper's acerbic style was only part of the story. Although all 5 of its editors were members of the Communist League, they conspicuously distanced themselves from advocating solely for working-class interests. The daily proclaimed itself an organ of democracy. It embraced the view that Germany's transition into a modern state would 37. Be completed under the leadership of a vibrant entrepreneurial class and with full democratic representation. As 1848 came to a close, however, Marx and Engels found it increasingly difficult to maintain a balance between their perspectives. For revolutionaries across Europe, the following year was a time of disappointment and disillusionment. In particular, the events in France did not become a beacon for revolution but instead a harbinger of reaction and restoration. In December 1848, left-leaning radicals were appalled when the country's newly enfranchised citizens chose to elect Napoleon Bonaparte's nephew, Louis Napoleon, as its first president. 2 years later, a popular referendum in support of his policies would give him the pretext to stage a coup d'état against the Republic and later declare himself Napoleon III. Everywhere one looked, there was reason for despondency. Workers' uprisings were crushed in Berlin and Vienna. The Frankfurt Assembly imploded under the weight of factional differences. Across Central and Eastern Europe, Austrian, Prussian, and Russian armies successfully restored absolutist governments and defeated movements for national independence. In this context, when Marx and Engels returned to London in 1849, they faced a simple question with no obvious answer: how could one keep hopes for a revolution alive if those who were to be liberated were either unable or unwilling to stand up to their oppressors? One response, which enjoyed significant support within the Communist League, was to argue that these were merely temporary setbacks. According to this view, it was incumbent upon all communists to prepare for a new wave of popular unrest. The other, less happy response was that these defeats were exactly what they seemed. Because the working masses were not yet ready to accept their historical responsibility, the prudent approach was to avoid precipitous action, keep one's options open, and find ways to hold the revolutionary movement together. In a period of less than a year, Marx and Engels swung from one extreme to the other. This was not a sign of weakness. It was a sign of the times. First, they chose intransigence. In March 1850, they advised the League's Central Committee that there was no point in seeking to reach an accommodation with the representatives of bourgeois democracy. The defenders of the latter would tolerate no serious challenge to 38. Their class supremacy. Therefore, the working people's sole chance of survival was to use both public and conspiratorial means to create a party of the proletariat that would not be seduced for a single moment by the hypocritical phrases of the democratic petty bourgeoisie. 18 By September, however, Marx and Engels had seen enough of their hopes result in failure that they reversed their stand. In an invective-filled diatribe, Marx attacked his Central Committee allies for seeking to move too quickly. They wrongly assumed, Marx maintained, that revolution was a matter of will and that if one did not act immediately, one might as well go back to bed. The conditions were not yet ripe for revolution, he insisted, and the working class needed to be told as much: you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil war to go through in order to alter the situation and to train yourselves for the exercise of political power. 19. This assessment of the future course of history implied that they should seek to form a different kind of association with a more pragmatic approach to its mission. The advent of organization. I have recounted the preceding shifts in Marx and Engels' thinking to show that it was unclear at this time what the global phenomenon later known as Marxism was. The two revolutionaries had produced thousands of pages of analysis about the crises of their times, but they could not have known what was ahead of them. The fact that they did not, and perhaps could not, pin themselves down to a single strategy had a decisive, long-lasting impact on the communist movement. For them and for coming generations of revolutionaries, it meant that their conception of the Communist Party was built around two, potentially contradictory agendas. One was based upon militant confrontation, the other emphasized organizational adaptation. As the prospect of imminent proletarian revolution diminished in the 1850s and 1860s and was replaced by the rise of trade unions in Europe, Marx and Engels had growing reasons to think about their party in organizational terms. Benefiting from both the precedent of Chartism and the right to form labor associations, British reformers made steady progress in mobilizing skilled trades and engineers. Their goals. 39. Were not at all revolutionary or, at this stage, even socialist, let alone communist. Instead, they formed consumers' cooperatives and set up mutual benefits funds for industrial disputes. As their membership grew to the hundreds of thousands, these unions matured into powerful political forces. In contrast to their British cousins, French workers did not enjoy the legal right to combination, but in Napoleon II's empire they gained the right to vote. Accordingly, when the emperor encountered opposition to his policies from middle-class politicians in the 1860s, he turned to the working class as a potential source of support. Even in Prussia, where workers had neither the right to form unions nor the right to vote, one could detect germs of labor activity. After 1858, under the regency of a seemingly moderate monarch, Wilhelm I, liberal politicians created hundreds of workers' educational societies that they hoped would reduce the ordinary laborer's appetite for class conflict. The facilitators of these societies had no intention of extending a political role to the working class. But once the idea of popular association was accepted, it was impossible to prevent the issue from being raised again. In 1863, a socialist agitator and member of the Communist League, Ferdinand Lassalle, took this step by forming a new organization, the General German Workers' Association, which aimed to win universal suffrage by peaceful means. Several years passed before it would become clear that Lassalle's creation represented a serious challenge to Marx and Engels' conception of the proper agenda for the proletariat. For the time being, signs of independent labor activity appeared to put the two revolutionaries in the position of asserting direct control over a burgeoning international movement. On February 28, 1864, labor activists from a variety of countries, England, France, Prussia, Italy, and the United States, met in London to found the International Workingmen's Association, later to be known as the First International. Initially, Marx and Engels' influence was minimal. The idea of forming a common body was a British and French initiative to bring organizers from one country into contact with those from others. Its participants were wildly diverse, and it was not even socialist. Among the 2,000 or so people in attendance, there were Blanquists, Proudhonists, Chartists, Owenites, anarchists, nationalists, and radical Republicans, all looking for a home. 40. Apart from the forces of old regime Europe. But the fact that the members of the organization's newly elected General Council invited Marx to deliver the inaugural address at their first session in October and draft the association's governing statutes had a substantial impact on what the First International was to become. In the inaugural address, Marx laid claim to the position that the working class's immediate priority was to exert political power. Reading the speech today, one is struck by the absence of both the revolutionary proclamations of his manifesto and its confident prophecies. Instead, Marx's message to the International reads like a panegyric to the industrial proletariat of a single country, Great Britain. Although he begins with the observation that the gap between the enormous wealth of the British bourgeoisie and the misery of the working class had shown few signs of narrowing, Marx uses the successes of the country's unions as evidence that organized labor can effectively act in its interests. Workers in France, Germany, and Italy are already learning from Britain's example, Marx notes. Now, they must join hands across national boundaries to serve the mutual good. 20 Correspondingly, Marx's draft of the EWA's general rules provides a provocative glimpse into his increasingly concrete conception of the desirable functions of an international working-class organization. The interests and activities of each of the association's member bodies, he observes, will necessarily be influenced by local conditions and laws. Hence, it is only just that each should have the right to make its own rules and control its appointments. Because participation in the association is based upon a fraternity of ideals, anyone meeting this qualification can presumably enter or leave its ranks at will. Nevertheless, Marx's assumptions also force him to grapple with a dilemma that typifies voluntary associations. To the extent that the IWA lacks a strong central authority, he points out, it will be at risk of degenerating into a debating club. How will the body function effectively, Marx asks rhetorically, if the General Council has to manage the demands of a plethora of disparate organizations in each country? Would it not be a good idea for the Council to prompt its delegates to 41. Use their utmost efforts to unify these disconnected bodies into national organizations? Marx also raises the thornier issue of internal disputes. Here, too, he believes that the leadership should have a hand in resolving such conflicts. However, aside from noting that the actions of its members should be simultaneous and uniform, he does not have anything to add apart from the need to improve communications. 21. The immediate response of both Marx and Engels to these problems was to build temporary coalitions within the IWA. They met with varying degrees of success. For example, they won the ready support of some sections of the organization in making the case against Louis Auguste Blanqui and other proponents of revolutionary conspiracy. British trade union leaders were understandably apprehensive about the appeal of the Blanquists' renunciation of any form of compromise with the bourgeoisie. Marx and Engels faced a more daunting challenge with marshalling opposition to Proudhon's followers. These militants viewed any type of collective or state ownership of property as a violation of human dignity. They enjoyed the support of a majority of the French delegates to the International. Had they been able to build a vigorous coalition, they would have presented a lasting challenge to the unity of the IWA. Nonetheless, they struggled to find a coherent strategy because of their philosophical disposition to downplay the work of formal organizations, including even trade unions. Marx and Engels' most formidable opponents were to be found among radical anarchists, whose ranks swelled as those of the Proudhonists declined. The uncontested leader of the movement was the Russian agitator, Mikhail Bakunin. Bakunin's views may now seem purely quixotic, but anarchism enjoyed a sizable following in many parts of Europe, especially in Spain and the newly created Kingdom of Italy. Additionally, like many Eastern European radicals, such as the founder of Russian socialism, Alexander Herzen, and the nihilist Sergei Nechayev, both of whom I shall consider in Chapter 3, Bakunin's views were shaped by the experience of feudal opposition to the Tsarist autocracy. In many ways, he was cut from the same intellectual cloth as Marx and Engels. He was committed to the class struggle and convinced that the ruling class would be overthrown through an act of mass violence. He, too, believed that the revolution's goal should be to 42. Replace the state with direct rule by the people. The difference between Bakunin and his German contemporaries, which led to some of the fiercest battles of the EWA's short history, was about how to achieve this objective. Whereas Marx and Engels were cautiously prepared to advance the interests of the working class by engaging with bourgeois politicians and envisioned a transitional role for the state in the passage to communism, Bakunin opposed all forms of compromise. For him, revolution was an act of volition exerted by a community of true believers. Only when these revolutionaries had demonstrated their purity of purpose could they act in solidarity with the people. In their efforts to retain control over these varied approaches to labor activism, Marx and Engels were presented with a challenge that appeared to provide Bakunin and other radicals in the voluntarist tradition, like Blanqui, with absolute proof that the masses were already primed to make history on their own. On March 28, 1871, a radical experiment in self-rule, the Paris Commune, seemed to discredit the two communists' judgment about the likelihood of an extended period of bourgeois rule. When the Commune failed, however, Marx not only rebuffed his critics but did so in a way that gave subsequent generations of radicals reason to focus on the second, revolutionary side of his conception of the Communist Party. The Paris Commune was a desperate experiment in popular government. It grew out of Napoleon II's humiliating defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 and the failure of a new conservative republican regime, under the leadership of Adolphe Thiers, to persuade the Parisian population that it would faithfully represent their interests. After a brutal siege by the Prussian army, the city appeared to relieve the experiences of 1789, 1830, and 1848 when it was once again engulfed by spontaneous demonstrations and street protests. When Thiers made the fateful decision to move the National Assembly, its administrative apparatus, and the regular army to Versailles, he unwittingly gave Paris's aggrieved residents the chance to fill a political vacuum with their own ideas and institutions. This drama not only stirred the hopes of the anarchists. In 2 acts, it provided the substance for decades of international debate among left-wing radicals about contending forms of revolutionary governance. 43. The first act will never live up to its mythic reputation. The Paris Commune came into being as a result of direct elections under the supervision of sympathizers in the city's independent popular militia, the National Guard. Blanqui's supporters were the big winners, garnering over 1/4 of the vote and successfully having their hero, who was once again in prison, elected as honorary president of the Commune's governing council under the banner of a red flag. Yet, the body's social base was more diverse than these revolutionaries were willing to acknowledge, ranging from radical journalists and intellectuals to National Guard members, shopkeepers, artisans, ordinary workers, and feminists. As a result, the Commune's agenda was diffuse and few of its decrees were carried out. Had the Commune's leaders had more time, it is possibly that they could have combined demands for workers' cooperatives, the categorical separation of church and state, and women's rights into a coherent revolutionary program. However, on May 21, Thiers launched a full assault on the city and the visionaries were quickly driven to fight for their lives. The second act provided the emotional substance that instilled coming generations with the passion of self-sacrifice. From its first days, the battle to save the Commune was a hopeless enterprise. In the week of the heaviest fighting from May 21 to May 28, 10,000 people lost their lives, most of them Parisians. The carnage that came after the Commune's surrender solidified its lasting, anti-authoritarian mystique. Thiers' forces arrested tens of thousands of the city's residents, some of them combatants but many others innocent citizens, and subjected them to summary trials before military tribunals. Upwards of 30,000 people were executed, and thousands more were sent to prison or deported to island labor camps. 22 Marx and Engels were bystanders in these events. But in one of his most creative acts, Marx transformed the Commune into a simultaneously poetic and apocalyptic narrative that seemed to support every position the Communists had ever advocated. In an address to the General Council of the IWA on May 30, just 2 days after the Commune's defeat, Marx portrayed the Parisian revolt as a testimony to, and elaboration upon, the theses of the manifesto. Under the title The Civil War in France, he consolidated the commune's various participants under 44. A single heading, the proletariat. He informed his audience that, for the first time, Paris had been ruled by a working-class government, one that was born of the struggle between the expropriating class and the producing class. On some future date, the overthrow of the former would result in the complete emancipation of labor. For the time being, as the embodiment of the healthy elements of French society, the Commune deserved recognition as France's true national government. Moreover, it was the champion of the liberation of the working class throughout the world. 23 Had one been present during the Commune's brief existence, and few of the members of the League's General Council were, one could easily have disputed the accuracy of Marx's account. Privately, Marx might have agreed because he regarded the Commune's leaders as insufficiently disciplined. Yet who among his allies would have wanted to dissociate themselves from a story that so clearly served their purposes? In his depiction, the communards had signaled their determination to establish a totally new form of human governance. The people of Paris had proved that they were prepared to govern themselves. Rather than bowing any longer before the norms of state domination, they had insisted that the Commune be a working body, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. The ruling class's reaction had been so brutal, Marx explained, because it feared that the proletariat would expropriate its property. Its representatives' fears were well founded. Although the workers of Paris had no ready-made, utopian formulas for taking this next step, the Commune proved that history was finally moving in their favor. For this reason, Marx emphasized, the Commune would be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. 24 To an extent he could never have anticipated, Marx was right. For more than a half-century after these events, communists of every hue, from Lenin to Rosa Luxemburg, Joseph Stalin, and Mao Zedong, found a way to use their personal interpretations of the Commune's significance to justify their policies. However, Marx was wrong about the present. Based in chaos and arbitrary rule, the Paris Commune was not a harbinger of an ideal social order, let alone a communist one. Still, his failed prediction 45 perfectly illuminates the choice faced by Europe's revolutionaries. On the one hand, they could place their faith in the outbreak of future uprisings, but the prospects of such events happening soon were dim. The French, German, Austrian, and Russian governments responded with renewed repression to the possibility that the collapse of central authority in Paris was not a one-time event. On the other hand, the revolutionaries could act on the assumption that the working masses had temporarily accommodated themselves to rule by their oppressors. By the end of the century, this second interpretation was the overwhelming choice of a majority of Europe's leftist movements. The most significant manifestation of this orientation was the formation of Europe's first mass party, the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany. Notably, as support for the SDAP grew, its members described their organization as Marxist. Paradoxically, this new party eventually did more to hinder Marx's revolutionary goals than to advance them. This eventuality was not evident immediately. When Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebel met with other socialist activists in the Thuringian town of Eisenach on August 8, 1869, to found the SDAP, Marx and Engels did not regard the new organization as a competitor with the transcendent phenomenon they called the Communist Party. They had no love for the term social democracy because it lacked a sense of militancy. Marx rationalized using the term as a dispensable expedient should the movement fail. Nonetheless, they regarded Liebknecht and Bebel as trustworthy exponents of the class struggle who were advancing the proletariat's cause in the most realistic way possibly. Thus, they backed the party's admission to the IWA. The idea of an organized socialist party with a clear sense of purpose made good sense at this historical juncture. In 1867, Prussia's Minister-President Otto von Bismarck embraced the principle of popular representation by incorporating universal male suffrage into the constitution of the North German Confederation. Bismarck's motives were not magnanimous. In his campaign to unify the German nation under Prussian control, he gambled correctly. It would turn out that the democratic process would harness the nationalist sentiments of the average German on the street. Like many other conservatives, he also assumed in this 46 case, incorrectly, that these new citizens would cast their votes for a government that provided them with jobs and social peace. In this light, the Eisenacher Party was compatible with Marx and Engels' pragmatic approach to the politics of the time. In a period when, in their view, opportunities for revolutionary action were limited, workers could still improve their well-being by expressing their demands through the ballot box and taking part in local and state assemblies. By the same token, if the party failed to take advantage of this opportunity, it would risk isolating itself from its natural base. The key criterion for this engagement, as Marx and Engels saw it, was for the party leadership to ensure that the working class's participation did not cause it to lose sight of its fundamentally antagonistic relationship with the bourgeoisie and its duty to overthrow the capitalist system. The difficulty of maintaining this balancing act was concretely expressed in the popularity of Lassalle's ideas within the SDAP. Lassalle was killed in a duel in 1864, but not before introducing an alternative conception of the class struggle that proved to have enormous staying power. Lassalle had insisted that he was as much a revolutionary as Marx and Engels, but unlike his mentors, he had a more positive view about the role of the state in achieving progressive goals. Whereas Marx and Engels viewed the expansion of state power as a temporary measure that would eventually wither away, Lassalle regarded it as a permanent feature of society that was required to serve the needs of all of its members. In an influential speech in 1862, the Working Man's Program, just prior to the formation of the General German Workers' Association, he had argued that the state was only a negative force when it served the interests of private property holders. When it was in the hands of the working class, in contrast, it would become a moral agency, capable of bestowing true freedom upon every member of society. This soaring flight of the human spirit, as Lassalle called it, would not be fully realized overnight. Yet precisely because the state was not going to disappear, workers' interests were best served by using their voting power to humanize its practices. 25 There was no automatic confluence of interests between the Eisenachers and Lassalle's followers, and the personal animosity between its leaders was an unremitting source of tension. However, in the 1870s, 47. Following Bismarck's extension of universal male suffrage to all of Germany, the two groups of necessity combined their forces into a unified front against the imperial regime. In May 1875, they met in Gotha to create the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. The strength of this organization was its much larger size than its predecessor. As an agglomeration of different and political forces, however, its founding program was a hodgepodge of potentially conflicting goals. The signatories committed themselves simultaneously to state socialism, the emancipation of the working class, institutional reform, and the right to free association. Marx and Engels went along with a majority of these objectives and eventually made their peace with the formation of the new party. But they had significant reservations about how these goals were tied together. In particular, Marx was alarmed by the Lassallean imprint on the program's central profession to use every lawful means to bring about a free state and a socialistic society. 26 In his marginal notes on the document, subsequently published by Engels under the title Critique of the Gotha Program, he expressed deep concern that this supposedly free state would be nothing more than the existing Prussian-dominated German state. The working class's aspiration, Marx indicated, could not be to free the government machine to do what it wanted but rather to subordinate the state to society's wishes. One would know that this transition had taken place, he added, in an oft-cited passage, when the bourgeois dictatorship had been replaced by a new form of governance, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Otherwise, there would be nothing to prevent the old regime from continuing to impose its ideas and institutions. 27 Despite the term's global reach over the coming decades, Marx never clarified what he meant by this cryptic reference to a revolutionary dictatorship. he referred to the concept only a handful of times in all of his writings. Nevertheless, two developments shortly transformed the SAPD into a political entity that he and Engels could not have foreseen. The first event was Bismarck's decision to destroy the socialists after concluding that they would never provide him with the support he desired. For 12 years, from 1878, when Bismarck successfully pushed anti-socialist legislation through the Reichstag, until 1890, when 48. The parliament refused to renew the laws, the SAPD ceased to be an effective public force. Although the party was never officially declared illegal and its members could run for office as independents, they were prohibited from holding or attending meetings, socialist publications and fundraising were banned, and the police were given enhanced authority to suppress public dissent. Out of the spotlight, however, the SAPD succeeded in spreading its message and recruiting new members. Organizers ran party activities through secret cells and used trade unions as communications conduits. When these activities proved too dangerous, they shifted their operations to other countries. The party newspaper, Der Sozialdemokrat, was published in Zurich and then smuggled back into Germany through underground networks. These conditions changed the SAPD's agenda, increasing the power of its left wing. There was no longer any point to engaging in arcane debates about whether the needs of the working class could be met by enlisting the state's support. This particular German state would have nothing to do with the Socialist Party. As a result, Bismarck's repression left an indelible mark on the kind of organization the SAPD was to become. As an underground association, the party's leaders could demand the unflinching loyalty and discipline of their members because the party's survival depended on these qualities. Hence, the SAPD acquired an avowedly militant cast. The second development in the SAPD's evolution was its transformation into a democratic, mass organization. Far from weakening the party as Bismarck desired, the anti-socialist laws had the unanticipated consequence of generating sympathy for its cause among German voters and enhancing its reputation as the authentic representative of the working class. Bismarck attempted to counter these sentiments by introducing a comprehensive system of health and disability insurance. Yet most workers viewed these measures for what they were, proof that the SAPD could force the regime to change its policies. As a result, the idea of a vibrant socialist party became a permanent fixture in German politics. When the Reichstag refused to renew the anti-socialist laws in 1890, the socialists were in a stronger position than ever before to campaign for political office. Under a new name, the SPD won nearly 1.5 million votes and, signaling its ascent from illegality, filled 35 out of 397 seats in the Reichstag. 28. 49. Overnight, the SPD became the largest and most powerful socialist party in Europe. Yet the SPD's continued electoral success also presented its leaders with problems that would have been inconceivable during its years of illegality. The more they concentrated on winning seats in parliament and reaching out to broader segments of the electorate, the more their contradictory foundations were exposed. For example, the leaders of Germany's rapidly growing trade unions were naturally inclined to judge the party in terms of its efficacy in exacting concessions from employers on wages and improved work conditions. Conversely, the SPD's true believers abhorred these calculations, fearing that the party would compromise its Marxist soul. On the surface, the case for orthodoxy seemed to win out. In 1891, the SPD adopted a new program in Erfurt affirming its Marxist credentials. Under the stewardship of the Czech German socialist and popularizer of Marx's work, Karl Koschei, the party underscored its founding fathers' basic line on history's ineluctable march towards socialism. Capitalism was the source of the proletariat's immiseration, the class struggle was intensifying, and true justice would be achieved only with the abolition of class rule. Thus, the concluding message at Erfurt was consistent with its founders' views: there could be no lasting accommodation with the bourgeoisie. Just below the surface, however, a reformist wing was making the case for treating participation in bourgeois institutions not as a means to a higher end but as an end in itself. In an influential book, Evolutionary Socialism, Edward Bernstein, a friend of both Engels and Kautsky, took issue with the core of Marx's claims about the inherent instability of capitalism. Living in England, Bernstein was impressed by the fact that British industrialists had not experienced the recurrent crises predicted by his predecessor. Instead, the bourgeoisie had survived, indeed, flourished by using its wealth to buy the loyalty of the lower classes. Additionally, contrary to Marx and Engels's predictions, working-class living standards were improving, not declining. Accordingly, Bernstein concluded that the SPD's best strategy was to secure a position within the capitalist system as the permanent advocate of working-class interests. Over time, as he saw it, class boundaries would be overcome and a just distribution of resources would emerge. 50. For many SPD members, and especially those schooled in the harsh lessons of the anti-socialist laws, Bernstein's prescriptions were sheer heresy. Down the road, this view would congeal into a serious fault line within the party. Still, as the social democratic movement grew, many of the party's rank-and-file members were attracted to a concept of political action that was not based upon an imminent confrontation, let alone a violent conflict with established institutions. From their leaders' perspective, one could still subscribe to the doctrine of the class struggle while pushing the revolutionary horizon further out. One can appreciate the significance of the SPD's emergence as a formidable model of party organization by considering the plight of its socialist counterparts in the countries that first had parties, Great Britain and France. In the former, when a socialist movement finally took hold, it had few of the characteristics of what would soon be called a Marxist party. Not only had England played host to Marx when he produced his most influential work, but as the first European state to experience the full effect of the Industrial Revolution, it had also provided him with the historical template for his arguments about the inherent instability of capitalist production. To be sure, Marx was right about one thing. The English working class did not need outside help to assert its interests. The presence of well-organized, skill-based trade unions in the 1850s and their expansion to include unskilled trades in the ensuing years demonstrated that workers were capable of lobbying on their own behalf for social and economic reforms. The more success these organizations encountered, however, the less compelling was the case for radical change among their members. Unlike in Germany, which lacked the long-established tradition of parliamentary representation, British workers could pursue their interests within the existing political system. Thanks to new suffrage reforms, they shared a sense of common citizenship with the ruling classes and, especially in England, nearly universal agreement about the legitimacy of the country's ruling institutions, Parliament, the Crown, and the Empire. These attitudes did not prevent them from asserting their will. Far from deferring to the wishes of their employers, their leaders used strikes and other forms of industrial action to press for higher wages and express their grievances. Their sense of collective power was enhanced. 51. When both Tories and Liberals, the Whig successors, recognized that they could no longer calmly discount the working man's vote. By the elections of 1885, the Liberal Party was disposed to seek common cause with the larger trade unions on many issues, even agreeing not to campaign against independent Labour candidates for Parliament. Against the backdrop of the success story of trade unionism, Marxist and quasi-Marxist political groupings engaged in self-inflicted torments as they struggled to find points of traction between their ideas and the goals of the labor movement. For example, one association, the Social Democratic Federation, was noteworthy for its almost inexplicable rejection of trade unionism. Under the leadership of the dogmatic Marxist, Henry Mayers Hindman, the Federation espoused the view that meaningful social change was only possible after the collapse of capitalism. Until this point, Hindman argued, accommodation was not only pointless, it would impede the proletariat's recognition of its revolutionary destiny. A different but equally ineffective position was taken by the Socialist League, a breakaway faction of the Federation. The League's identity was shaped by William Morris, a utopian thinker and former liberal, who shared many of the moralistic predispositions of Marx's precursors. As a fervent believer in a revolutionary path to socialism, Morris went further even than Hyndman in opposing any form of parliamentary democracy. Inadvertently, he set the stage for allowing the League's anarchist wing to take over the association by the end of the decade. Notwithstanding their importance in the evolution of Marxism in Britain, both the Federation and the League were never more than small sects, composed of little more than 1,000 members. The closest any organization came to the formation of a self-sustaining socialist party was the Independent Labour Party. Shaped by Keir Hardie, a Scottish miner, dynamic Labour organiser, and Member of Parliament, the ILP was created in 1893 as a response to the Liberals' efforts to co-opt the working class vote. In its early years, it was a melange of the discontented radical Marxists, Christian socialists, Scottish nationalists, and a heterogeneous intellectual club, the Fabians. Unlike its predecessors, the ILP's overriding goal was to bring the panoply of left-wing groups under a common roof. However, it accomplished the 52 opposite. Its members' identification with different trade unions and divisions over collectivist approaches to controlling the economy had the unintended consequence of making a truly independent path to socialist unity impossible. In this light, it was logical that if a viable party could not be imposed from on high to lead the working class, it would have to come out of the bowels of the labor movement itself. 29 In 1899, representatives of the Omnibus Trades Union Congress voted to create the Labour Representation Committee, which then changed its name to the Labour Party in 1906. On the surface, the new party appeared to be a unified body. All of its predecessors were involved in its formation, well represented on its executive board, and among its candidates for public office. But true to form, they proved to be their own worst enemies. The Socialist Federation and the ILP lost no time in coming to blows. In less than 2 years, the former had seceded from the organization. The beneficiaries of these developments were the trade unions. For both good and bad, as far as the socialist movement was concerned, they became one of the most influential political forces in England on the eve of World War I. For the Labour Party, the good was that the TUC brought millions of skilled and unskilled workers from every sector of society to the polls. Either in concert with the Liberals or on their own initiative, Labour politicians capitalized on this success by passing progressive legislation on education, national insurance, and eventually women's suffrage. The undesirable consequence for Labour was that the TUC was an inconsistent supporter of the party's priorities. Its diverse and frequently antagonistic members, clothiers, miners, and yard workers, were all inclined to regard the party as their private agent. From a democratic perspective, this was a healthy arrangement because Labour was forced to be a more representative organ than its conservative and liberal rivals. However, the party's complex base was also the source of negative consequences. Even when Labour tried to profile itself as an independent working-class party before World War I, its leaders could not commit themselves to an exclusively socialist, let alone Marxist, program. Labour's weaknesses in comparison with the German SPD may have disappointed many Marxists, but it was nowhere near the dismal 53. Confusing lot of the socialists in France. At first blush, one would have thought that they were in an advantageous position. Thanks to the abiding spirit of the revolution, leftist politicians were more comfortable in expressing their militant views in France than elsewhere. Moreover, there was much to complain about because French democracy failed to provide both elites and ordinary citizens with the stability for which they yearned. Only a few years after the carnage of the Paris Commune, moderate parliamentarians pushed for the promulgation of a new constitution that bestowed upon France's Third Republic the image of a popular government. Yet, the divisions that had permeated French society since the revolution could not be wished away. In particular, liberal politicians were ineffective in countering the anti-democratic sentiments of a constantly shifting alliance of business owners, the church, the army, and landowners. Despite the fact that these divisions were ripe for exploitation, French socialists proved incapable of offering workable alternatives. In numerous cases, they were their own worst enemies. The country's first socialist party, the Federation of the Socialist Workers of France, was formed in 1879. Colloquially known as the Possibilists because of the temperate leadership style of its leader, Paul Brousse, the party was ambivalent about Marxism. On the other side of the political spectrum, a leftist faction led by Jules Guesde broke away from the Possibilists in 1880 to form the French Workers' Party. Guesde considered himself a true Marxist. In contrast to those socialists who had reconciled themselves to capitalism's relative stability, he was a rigid determinist who believed that a violent revolution was imminent and defined his party's priorities accordingly. Compounding these difficulties, the socialist parties and their respective factions had to compete for the heart of the French worker with anti-party movements. Unlike in Britain and Germany, anarchism continued to be a powerful force. The leaders of the sizable anarcho-syndicalist General Confederation of Labor were instinctively distrustful of any form of state rule and forbade its members from engaging in partisan politics. Preaching the language of direct action, they encouraged workers to force concessions from employers through boycotts and sabotage. The ultimate expression of their attitudes was the revolutionary. 54. Concept of the general strike, the moment at which the working class would supposedly break the back of the capitalist system by laying down its tools, taking command of the factories, and reorganizing production according to direct citizen participation and union control. In the monarchists' view, the legacies of 1789, 1830, 1848, and 1871 testified to this possibility. Some anarchists went even further, calling for propaganda by the deed, bombings, and assassinations, to inspire the population to violent action. The great misfortune of France's first truly viable, mass socialist party, the French section of the Workers' International, which was founded in 1905, was to inherit these deep conflicts. The party's subsequent difficulties were not due to a lack of inspiration. Its popular leader, Jean Jaurès, infused the SFIO's programs with the manifold symbols of the French Revolution, its moralistic fervor, rebellious distaste for political authority, and transcendent vision of republican democracy. Yet the hopes that Jaurès raised quickly turned into disappointment. For some observers, Jaurès was too open to compromise, for others, he was too willing to collaborate with the government. In the eyes of ordinary French citizens, he failed because he could not control the dynamic forces that the party unleashed. The SFIO was unable to rein in waves upon waves of strikes and protests that swept across the country from 1905 to 1914. This did not prevent a majority of Jaurès's compatriots from mourning his passing when he was assassinated by a French nationalist on July 31, 1914, only 3 days after the outbreak of World War I. It did mean that the issue of a unified socialist party in France was primed for contentious debate when the conflagration came to an end. The international and the national parties. Looking backward from this catastrophe, one is struck by how much the revolutionary landscape of Europe had changed in the 66 years since the publication of the Communist Manifesto. In this relatively short period, the abstract idea of a communist party had converged with the rise of electorally driven socialist and social democratic parties to take concrete form. In the 1840s, established parties had been based. 55. Upon cultures of limited representation. Their members simultaneously looked down on the man on the street and feared the revolutionaries who could lure him or her into action. By the new century, however, strains of Marxist thinking, from its progenitors' advocacy of social and economic transformation to their confident predictions about the progressive course of history, could be found in the programs of diverse left-wing parties everywhere. Nonetheless, the appearance of success brings one back to the potential contradiction in the transition from a period primarily characterized by the exchange of revolutionary ideas to one that is increasingly defined in terms of organizational effectiveness. In Marx and Engels' best of all possible worlds, as we have seen, it was unimportant to define the Communist Party in terms of a neat organizational structure. Marx in particular envisioned a party that would come together fluidly thanks to a shared vision. Its members would pledge their allegiance to truly revolutionary principles because their understanding of history proved to them that no other action was defensible. In return for their sacrifices, history would repay them by allowing them to assist in the birth of a new type of society. The problem with this perspective is that history is rarely so obliging. As the outcome of the revolutions of 1848 demonstrated, the workers of Germany, Britain, France, and other European countries did not have enough grievances in common to constitute a unified proletariat. Some staged factory protests and strikes, but they were not prepared to undertake the risks of revolutionary confrontation. Others engaged in acts of rebellion, but they were motivated less by economic conditions than by republican values and demands for national independence. Contrary to Marx and Engels's predictions, a majority of workers were unwilling to commit themselves permanently to a victory that was still far down the road. Furthermore, as working and living conditions improved and the effectiveness of trade unions grew, they became convinced that their needs could be met within the established order. In these respects, the formation of the IWA in 1864 was a sensible attempt to give credence to both Marx and Engels's ideas and those of many other leftist thinkers. It provided a common roof under which orthodox Marxists, Lassalleans, Proudhonists, radical anarchists, and 56 British trade unionists could coalesce. For a brief time, this international experiment benefited from both a surge in labor protest and the fact that it was the only significant membership option for the European left. But the organization's dissolution after 12 years of creeping obsolescence testified to the difficulties of holding a movement together if the ideas that undergirded it became more diffuse. Little concrete progress could be made among people who were separated by fundamental differences. In the end, the IWA expired under the weight of two events. 1. The failure of the Paris Commune undermined its members' confidence that the benefits would outweigh the risk of putting one's life on the line. The other, Bakunin's expulsion from the body at Marx's instigation in 1872, caused a lasting rift between socialists and anarchists across the continent, especially in southern Europe. In contrast, the so-called Second International, which was founded in Paris in 1889, had the attributes of a modern political organization. Whereas its predecessor was open to most self-professed representatives of the toiling masses, membership in the new international was restricted solely to the National Socialist parties, including the SPD, the French Socialists, and the British Labour Party, as well as to their affiliated labour organizations. The anarchists were prohibited. On these narrow foundations, the Second International's leaders painted a picture of socialist solidarity that was certain to please the orthodox revolutionary. Under the weighty influence of the German Social Democrats, they portrayed the organization as the voice of the proletariat of all countries. Its national parties used its meetings to expound the tenets of the ideology they now identified as Marxism, the primacy of the class struggle as the motor force of history, state control of the means of production, and opposition to the enemies of the international working class, including nationalism, great power chauvinism, and imperialism. Thanks to the SFIO's influence, the Second International also provided the vehicle for the propagation of the romantic iconography that communist regimes would adopt throughout the 20th century. Through an exhaustive combination of red banners, slogans, songs, manifestos, and parades, agitators or comrades as they now called themselves gave birth to a mass political culture that Marx and 57 Engels could only have dreamed about in the 1840s. This exuberant spirit was embodied in the adoption of the Internationale as the official anthem of the proletariat. In glorification of the damned of the earth and the prisoners of hunger, the voices of communists around the world exalted the worldwide cause of human liberation. Maintaining the purity of these ideas, however, was clearly a more problematic enterprise than ever before. As a result of the Second International's desire to attract representative parties and unions from every nation, the organization adopted a highly decentralized structure. Unlike its disjointed predecessor, it did not form a central governing organ until 1900. This body, the International Socialist Bureau, was subordinated to the interests of the National Party organizations that created it. It could make high-minded proclamations, but its representatives' hands were tied when the national parties failed to act on them. This contradiction was epitomized in the ISB's relationship with the German SPD. No party espoused the International's principles with greater exuberance than the Social Democrats. But in practice, the electoral calculations of the SPD's leaders continued to fuel its transformation from the party of Marx into the party of Edward Bernstein. The larger its mass base grew, the more they attempted to capitalize on the opportunity to work within the existing political order. Instead of confronting the state, they sought concessions on issues ranging from social security and education to taxation and foreign trade. In 1914, a global tragedy fully exposed the disjunction between the International's revolutionary principles and the SPD's political calculations. As war clouds descended upon Europe in the early 1910s, the ISB initially reiterated Marx's proposition that the workers of each country should rally around their class identity and combat the predatory designs of the bourgeoisie. At the Basel Congress in 1912, the organization's representatives declared that no worker should be asked to take up arms against another, and they obligated their members to campaign for an immediate cessation of hostilities should war break out. It was thus with shock and horror that many socialists received the news that the SPD's parliamentary faction had voted on August 4, 1914 with a single abstention by the left-wing socialist Karl Liebknecht to support war. 58. Credits. The ISB immediately condemned the decision. But in the following weeks, the International's French, Belgian, and British members demonstrated that they had a different view, declaring themselves at war with their German partners. At this juncture, it became clear that the international character of the working class movement was a mirage. The major socialist parties in Europe felt more beholden to the defense of their nation than to any abstract conception of class solidarity. This turn of events was devastating for those believers who still held out hope that the European proletariat would coalesce into a single movement. Yet for the Socialist Party's most radical members, it also marked a beginning. From one country to another, they had struggled to make their voices heard in their respective national parties. Now, their leaders' betrayal of the International's founding principles gave them reason to take responsibility for returning their movement to its original values. In considering their choices, these revolutionaries were understandably inclined to look for examples of parties that were pursuing more radical paths. One of these, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, had emerged in a setting that orthodox Marxists considered not yet ripe for a socialist revolution. Even the RSDLP's leaders agreed with this judgment. Nevertheless, given that European socialist parties were making little progress on their own, it was at least conceivable that an alternative model of party organization could offer lessons about reinvigorating the ideals that Marx outlined in the Communist Manifesto. Chapter 3. A revolutionary party emerges. In March 1902, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin provided part of the answer to the question that had become obscured since the publication of the Communist Manifesto: what is the Communist Party? In his enormously influential tract, What is to be Done, the father of the Bolshevik Revolution presented his supporters with a compelling picture of how they might achieve their objectives. To bring revolutionary consciousness to a slumbering proletariat, they would need an elite organization. This body's operations would be centralized and directed by disciplined professionals just like them, who were devoted to building a just society. Schooled in what Lenin colorfully called the art of combat and ideologically sophisticated, these Marxist heroes would be poised to do battle with anyone who dared to stand in the way of the liberation of the masses. One Lenin's provocative ideas made sense to many readers. At this juncture, he was seeking to enlist the support of Russia's small and divided population of revolutionaries. In particular, the modestly sized Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, to which he belonged, was attempting to find its footing in conditions that were less suited for Marxist precepts than the party that inspired it, the Social Democratic Party of Germany. In Germany and elsewhere in Europe, the idea of confronting the unjust relationship between rulers and ruled was already gaining traction in major urban centers. In contrast, RusSIA's small working-class population was much less prepared to confront its oppressors, let alone attack the autocracy's institutions. Thus, many of Lenin's readers would have been attracted to the idea that a disciplined group of communist conspirators with a clear sense of its mission could push the exploited class into acting on its best interests. 60. In this light, scholars frequently treat what is to be done as a blueprint for what the Communist Party was to become within a decade after its leader's ascent to power, uniform in its programs, tightly organized, and dictatorial. Notably, this desire to characterize the party in readily understandable terms was first evinced by Soviet theorists in the years after the Bolshevik Revolution and categorized as the doctrine of Marxism-Leninism. Yet, these features were not what Lenin had in mind in 1902. Unlike his European counterparts who were already building organizations with the capacity to mobilize vast numbers of their country's citizens and shape their government's policies, Lenin and his fellow radicals were grappling with the challenge of applying their ideas to the overthrow of the established order. In this respect, the Lenin of what is to be done was not as far removed as one might think from the Marx of the Communist Manifesto. Like Marx, Lenin was convinced that a proletarian revolution was in the offing, even in his less developed setting. As an agitator who had Marx's intellectual foundations to stand upon, he believed that he was called to identify the best strategies to use in the coming upheaval, even if his ideas were at variance with his predecessor's predictions. An equally important reason for not interpreting Lenin's work out of context is that the conditions in which the RSDLP, or more precisely his Bolshevik faction, was acting were not yet conducive to success. Between 1905 and 1917, RusSIA experienced three major social and political conflagrations. But in all of them, the Bolsheviks were only one of many and insurrectionary groups. In the crowning event, the October Revolution of 1917, they would not have come to power or, quite possibly, had the capability to distinguish themselves from their rivals had not all major forms of political authority collapsed around them. Against this background, it is important to appreciate that when Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders spoke of their party in the early 1900s, they still viewed it primarily in revolutionary terms and only secondarily appreciated the benefits of greater organization. As revolutionaries, they viewed their mission in terms of working together to ensure that the proletariat followed through on its historically appointed task. Thus, there was considerably more room for debate among 61. them about the party's purposes than is commonly assumed. The organizational structures would eventually come. But this would be a slow process, reflecting an abiding tension between the idea of the party's function in the revolution and the organs that were required for effective governance thereafter. The roots of revolution. The approach that Lenin and his contemporaries took to revolution was directly shaped by decades of frustration at their predecessors' failure to chip away at RusSIA's autocratic culture. Unlike in Great Britain, for example, where the state allowed its citizens the space for independent self-expression and eventually the emergence of mass organizations, there was very little room for political protest in RusSIA. On those rare occasions when overt challenges arose, the autocracy responded immediately with repression. In December 1825, the Tsar and his supporters crushed a revolt by army officers who demanded a constitution and the end to serfdom. Likewise, in 1830, the Russian army quelled a violent uprising in Russian Poland, abolishing its constitution and imposing new restrictions on the territory's autonomy. For related reasons, Russian dissidents lacked the opportunities for self-expression available to their French counterparts. Although the Tsars had long welcomed representatives of the French Enlightenment into their court, the horrific consequences of the revolution of 1789 made them determined to prevent any would-be critics from acquiring the means to make their views known. Accordingly, when the window for political change finally opened in Russia, it was because the Tsar and his court wanted it to happen. After the country's humiliating defeat in the Crimean War in 1856, a new Tsar, Alexander II, introduced sweeping reforms to unify the diverse segments of Russian society and increase popular participation in public life. Acting on an already existing consensus among his advisors, he approved the Emancipation Act of February 19, 1861, which abolished the tragic institution of serfdom. In 1864, he permitted the establishment of local assemblies in which elected delegates from the landed nobility and, to a lesser extent, townspeople and rural residents could 62. Deliberate over matters like road building, schools, and medical care. In these and other great reforms, Alexander II intended to lay the foundations for the modernization of Russia's backward economy and to recoup the autocracy's diminished authority. But he inadvertently spurred oppositional forces into action. The benefits of the end to serfdom were quickly perceived to be outweighed by its negative effects. Although former serfs were granted the right to own the commodity they coveted the most, land they soon found themselves laden with new burdens. They were required to make redemption payments to the state at high rates of interest and to remain on their land holdings for years before they could move elsewhere. Similarly, Alexander II's failure to grant the local assemblies significant power alienated their educated participants. In the 1860s and 1870s, these and other disappointments congealed into a broad and distinctively Russian movement known as populism. Unlike many middle-class intellectuals in countries like Britain and France, the populists shared a romantic belief in the innate goodness of the common man. They were deeply influenced by the thinking of the founder of Russian socialism, Alexander Herzen, a friend of Marx and Engels and a well-known figure in the circles of the First International. Herzen argued that Russia's privileged upper classes had a moral obligation to improve the lives of the peasantry. He was personally tormented by the executions of the so-called Decembrist rebels of 1825, which he saw as unequivocal proof that the autocracy could not be trusted to meet this challenge. As an alternative, he looked to the well-heeled children of the nobility to assume the responsibility that had been neglected by their parents. In his view, they were obliged not only to educate the masses but also to learn from them. In particular, Herzen and his populist followers were enamored with a peculiarly Russian form of land tenure, the village commune, which they regarded as a potential foundation for a just society. For many, the commune bore a resemblance to the early socialist vision of a classless society because property was held in common and distributed to individual households on the basis of need. They had little concern for how this ideal was to be applied to Russia in its entirety. Its primary attraction was that it served their egalitarian impulses. Indeed. 63. Late in life, even Marx was intrigued by the possibility that this institution could provide a starting point for the transition into socialism. Unlike these early populists, the political activists who came after them were radicalized by the unfulfilled expectations of Alexander II's reforms. Their disillusionment convinced them that meaningful change was only possible if they were willing to invest their lives fully in bringing it about. In fact, many of them concluded that the regime's inherently repressive nature could only be overcome by meeting force with force. These radicals found a hero in the writer Nikolai Chernyshevsky, whose novel, What is to be Done, inspired them to think about political action as a moral imperative in which they would play a leading role. In this novel, written in a prison cell in St. Petersburg's Peter and Paul Fortress, Chernyshevsky gave life to the argument that Russia could only be changed by a revolutionary elite that was committed to transforming the country from an uncivilized backwater into a modern state. He portrayed his protagonists as new people who thought for themselves, cast aside their parents' superstitions and outmoded beliefs, and treated each other as equals. In a climate of distrust and suspicion, educated young men and women immediately identified with Chernyshevsky's heroes. As potentially new people, They saw themselves as liberators endowed with both the prophetic insight and the temperament to free the masses from their physical and psychological chains. In 1874, in an extraordinary demonstration of youthful exuberance, more than 2,000 populists, most of them students, traveled to villages throughout Europe and Russia with this objective in mind. Dressed as peasants and professing enthusiasm for the customs of the countryside, they extolled the virtues of socialism and rebellion against the autocracy. This going to the people movement, as it became known, was a fiasco. Far from attempting to learn from the peasants, as Herzen had urged, the populists lectured them about putatively enlightened ways of thinking and urged them to abandon the sentimental attachments of traditional society. More often than not, village leaders received their visitors with suspicion, if not outright hostility. 64. Although this foray into mass mobilization was a failure, populism's shift from an amorphous idea to a palpable social movement led by the children of petty nobles, professionals, and priests confused and frightened Alexander II and his court. The Tsar reacted to these affronts to his magnanimity with more repression, jailing activists, and staging public trials to reinforce his authority. As these measures escalated, populist leaders faced a difficult choice. Should they continue to campaign for justice in full view, trusting that they would eventually awaken the sympathies of those they were trying to help? Or should they learn from defeat, organize their forces secretly, and launch the revolution on their own terms? In the late 1860s and early 1870s, two left-wing populists, Peter Tikhachev and Sergei Nechayev, took the lead in advocating the latter conspiratorial approach. In many ways like Louis Auguste Blanqui in France, Tikhachev and Nechayev were convinced that the movement's weakness lay in a misguided faith in the masses' understanding of their true needs. In their view, the peasantry had the collective power to better its condition, but no progress would be made until this inert segment of Russian society was told what it had to do. For both radicals, this meant that the populists needed to learn to lead. Tikhachev concentrated on the organizational challenge of fomenting revolution. More of a theorist than his peers and better acquainted with Western radical traditions, including Marx and Engels' available writings, Tikhachev was among the first activists to take on the task of showing why Russia was suited to have a revolution of its own. In a contentious exchange with Engels, he argued that his country's weak bourgeoisie and negligible proletariat made it altogether exceptional. Accordingly, Russia's radicals required a special revolutionary program that would, in Tikhachev's succinct characterization, differ as much from that of a country like Germany as German conditions differed from those in Russia. In this light, he observed, Russia was fortunate in having an educated class of men and women who understood that revolutionary action could no longer be postponed. To live up to their calling, he added, they needed centralization, severe discipline, speed, decision, and unity in action. Only in this way could they surmount the doubts and divisions that had previously kept other radicals from achieving their goals. 3. 65. For his part, Nechayev was the quintessential conspiratorial revolutionary, someone noted for his ruthless opposition to compromise. His revolutionary catechism, which may have been co-authored by the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, was published in 1869 and took the principle of self-sacrifice further than anyone before him. Nechayev described the true revolutionary as a doomed man. This man would have no personal interests, no emotional attachments, not even a name. He would be totally consumed by his cause and, therefore, prepared to perish himself and to destroy with his own hands everything that hinders the revolution's realization. For Nechayev struggled over how his sacrificial hero should be reconciled with his contemporaries' desire to build a broader movement. Should this individual act on his own or should he link arms with his like-minded peers? Nechayev's solution was that his model revolutionary would seek the guidance of comrades who shared his convictions. Together, they would agree upon a common plan. But after this point, the doomed man would rely solely on his instincts. In the fulfillment of a series of destructive actions, Nechayev wrote, Each must act himself and seek the counsel and help of comrades only when it is essential for success. 5. I have singled out these currents of radical thought because of their centrality to RusSIA's first revolutionary associations and thereby to Lenin's thinking down the road. One clandestine group, Land and Liberty, which was formed in 1876, took the first steps in coordinating the activities of secret cells in RusSIA and abroad. Land and Liberty retained the early populists' fascination with the inchoate wisdom of the masses and their faith in the revolutionary potential of the countryside. Yet on one issue in particular the use of violence its members were deeply divided. Although they agreed that nothing short of the forcible overthrow of the regime was necessary, they differed on when such measures should be taken. One faction, led by Georgy Plekhanov, widely recognized as the father of Russian Marxism, and the Jewish anarchist and later Menshevik, Pavel Axelrod, maintained that the movement should primarily use violent means to defend itself against the regime's efforts to suppress its activities. The other, larger faction treated violence as a good in itself. Its supporters contended that the only way to gain the advantage over their adversaries was to attack them head-on. 66. Land and Liberty's split over this issue in 1879 resulted in the formation of two new associations with quite different objectives. 1. A short-lived group of moderates known as Black Repartition and briefly led by Plekhanov, was committed to the redistribution of property. The other, the People's Will, was an avowedly terrorist organization. In a mere 2 years, it left an indelible mark on Russian history. People's Will was almost entirely at the mercy of the ambitions of its radical members. Formally, they echoed standard populist themes. They paid lip service to the familiar rhetoric about the nobility of the people. They promised to hand over land and factories to the masses, to guarantee freedom of conscience, speech, and association, and to create a society in which the need for state domination would eventually disappear. But in practice, they advanced these lofty goals almost entirely through destructive means. This contradiction could not have been more starkly illustrated than in their most dramatic act. For over a year, a handful of adherents focused on a single goal: to kill the Tsar. They achieved their objective on March 1, 1881, when a bomb thrown by one of their members mortally wounded Alexander II. Yet instead of precipitating waves of mass protest as they anticipated, the assassination left the populist movement as a whole with a devastating legacy. At the time of his death, the Tsar had been seriously contemplating new political reforms. The accession of his son, Alexander III, to the throne, however, led to political retrenchment and a horrific backlash. Scores of the movement's members and sympathizers were executed, including Alexander Ulyanov, the brother of Lenin. Many more were sent to penal colonies in Siberia. Just as consequential, the Russian public reacted to the assassination with revulsion. Social democracy comes to RusSIA. A basic law of politics is that times of despair for some people can be turned into times of opportunity for others. The key to understanding the advent of a Russian version of a Marxist party is that it grew out of the disorganized, divided, and feudal tradition that had begun with populism. Technically, this was not supposed to happen. Marx and 67. Engels were writing about countries in the industrialized West that, in their estimation, had already moved into the later stages of capitalism and were on the verge of a revolutionary upheaval by the proletariat. In comparison, according to this interpretation, RusSIA had barely passed beyond the bounds of early modern feudalism. Nevertheless, for the many left-wing activists who were looking for alternative models of political engagement, the social democratic movement provided some answers to their country's plight. For one thing, the conditions in the Russian Empire were more favorable for radicalism than is sometimes appreciated. Although RusSIA was less developed than its Western neighbors, some sectors of its economy were undergoing significant growth by the 1880s and 1890s, thanks to selective government investments and trade tariffs, the influx of foreign capital, and a massive increase in the size of the population. Simultaneously, there was a sizable gap at the end of the 19th century between this wealth and the welfare of the average laborer. Although there were only about 2 million workers in the empire out of a total population of around 128 million that was primarily composed of peasants, their openness to radicalization was substantial. 6 heavily concentrated in major cities like St. Petersburg and Moscow, and non-Russian regions like Poland and the Baltics, their daily existence was akin to the dark circumstances that Engels encountered in Manchester: abject living conditions and poor employment prospects. Also, like in Britain in the 1840s, these desperate conditions were exacerbated by a mass migration of peasants from the countryside. Thanks to these conditions, radical socialists could offer their audiences something that the proponents of populism could not: a robust and apparently all-encompassing social theory that was relevant to the construction of an industrialized society. Whereas populist leaders based their appeals on the basic goodness of the common man and woman, Marxism, or scientific socialism as its proponents called it, seemed to provide a systematic way of connecting the certainty of Marx and Engels's predictions with the effects of Russia's industrialization. Despite the fact that many of these laborers were recent arrivals from the countryside, socialist agitators could creatively take advantage of the family resemblance between oppressed urban workers in the West. 68. And the Russian peasantry to deem the latter their proletariat. Even leftists who were skeptical about the universal applicability of Marxist theory could readily see the advantages of an Orgianist social democratic movement over a fanatical group like People's Will. The terrorists had tarnished the reputation of Russian socialism by reducing the idea of revolution to acts of will. In contrast, the Social Democrats were attractive because of their determination to link theory with practice. In the eyes of their supporters, they understood what was required to facilitate Russia's transition, first to capitalism and later to socialism. Finally, Russia's socialists benefited from the fact that Western social democratic parties were already proving that they could put their beliefs into action. They were enthralled by the success of the German SPD. In particular, they admired the SPD's organizational discipline and its members' fierce commitment to their beliefs during years of oppression and conspiratorial action. Although the Russian socialists, too, were relegated to underground activity, they were not in a position to emulate the German example. The first quasi-Marxist associations in the empire were isolated, poorly organized, and lacking in direction. These included the South Russian Federation of Workers and 2 Polish groups, one called Proletariat and the other a Jewish labor association, later to be known as the Bund. Only in 1883 did Plekhanov, Axelrod, and 3 other prominent socialists found the emancipation of labor group that would evolve into Russia's first social democratic party. At first glance, emancipation of labor's goals appeared to be anything but revolutionary. The group's initial objective was to spread the gospel of Marxism by distributing pamphlets and books to potential supporters. Nonetheless, as Plekhanov demonstrated by publishing the first Russian translation of the Communist Manifesto, its members were in a propitious position to advocate for their cause. With few rivals, they became the first guardians of Marxist orthodoxy in Russia. They could determine what constituted legitimate interpretations of Marx and Engels's works, which texts were worth publishing, and which should be rejected. In short, they stood to win the battle of ideas before a fully formed party came into being. 69. No figure was more important than Plekhanov, a former populist, for establishing the baseline against which the coming debates about social democratic leadership were to be waged. In an essay written in exile in Geneva in 1885, Our Differences, he made the case for a Russian version of Marxism seem fresh and exciting. According to Plekhanov, the populists had mistakenly assumed that the march to socialism and communism could be driven by the peasantry. In fact, he argued, in tune with Marx before him, the best rural society had to offer was some type of petit bourgeois ownership of land. In contrast, Plekhanov emphasized that it would not be necessary to lower one's aspirations if one acted on the as yet untapped yearnings of the proletariat. In this case, one could count on the working class to be resolutely opposed to capitalism. At the time, anyone reading Plekhanov's essay would have recognized the complexity of this position. If the revolution was to be made by Russian workers and not by the peasantry, then capitalist production relations would need to develop more fully before the apocalyptic battle between the proletariat and its oppressors could take place. Plekhanov accepted this principle but also provided some good news for those who were anxiously awaiting the revolution. The proletariat's day of reckoning with its enemies was not as distant as it seemed. In response to his critics, among whom he included everyone from Bakunin and Tikachev to Russian Jacobins, Blanky, and People's Will, Plekhanov emphasized that Marx and Engels' conception of an international class struggle was as applicable to Russia as to any other country. Thanks to the fact that capitalism was already in crisis in the West, its presence in Russia would fade before it has time to blossom completely. 7. Drawing upon this argument, Plekhanov's major contribution was to translate a Russian idea of Marxism into the advocacy of a Russian Social Democratic Party. This party's function, as he described it, would not be like that of the German Social Democrats since there was little chance of meaningful elections in Russia. Its task would be to bring consciousness to the working class by taking the scattered efforts of the workers in individual factories and workshops and giving them a class character. One could not know exactly when the time for action would arise. But, he underscored, the party would do well to learn from 70. The populists' mistakes. Goodwill was no substitute for good organization. Accordingly, a Russian Social Democratic Party would be charged with uniting its members into a single, formidable, disciplined force. 8. Naturally, other Russian Marxists had different ideas about how and to what ends such an organization should be used to mobilize the proletariat. One group, known in socialist circles as the economists, sought to shift the locus of debate back to the economic foundations of Marxist theory. The economists did not dispute the value of having a leading party, but in their view, it was sufficient to concentrate their immediate steps on improving the lives of workers and providing fair pay and decent working conditions. Furthermore, although the economists believed that an eventual revolution against capitalism was necessary, they differed with Plekhanov on the necessity of violence. They contended that if progress could be made on these material goals, the need for a forceful confrontation with capitalism's defenders would diminish. On the same issue, another socialist group, known as the legal Marxists, was even more disposed to accommodate itself to the emerging order. In their view, socialists should welcome the advent of capitalism. Had not Marx himself characterized the bourgeoisie as a revolutionary class? According to Peter Struve, the group's best-known adherent, the lesson from the growth of democratic institutions in the West was that wherever the bourgeoisie was found, its representatives would support both economic reforms and political freedom. Accordingly, the legal Marxists joined many Western reform socialists, including Edward Bernstein, in contending that a gradual transition to socialism was preferable to fruitless upheaval. For the time being, the prospects for Russian socialism were so poor that none of these voices prevailed. But their consensus that the revolutionary focus should be shifted decisively toward the working class resulted in one major development. On March 13 to 15, 1898, 9 representatives of 3 social democratic groups, the Bund, a Ukrainian socialist newspaper, Rabochi Delo, and the Radical League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class from St. Petersburg, met in secret in Minsk to found the RSDLP. The outcome of this meeting, the first congress of the organization that would evolve into one of the 71 dominant political parties of modern times, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, was initially negligible. In a manifesto written by Struve, each of the participants at this tiny gathering found some cause to endorse. The problem for the attendees, as well as for other sympathetic socialists living in exile, was that the program offered no coherent plan of action on which they could all agree. Most of the Congress's delegates were arrested by the Tsarist police shortly after the meeting concluded. Still, Several socialists who could not be present stepped in to prepare the new party for its next Congress. One was the 28-year-old Lenin, who had been banished to Siberia for his involvement in one of many strikes in St. Petersburg at the end of the century. Lenin Ascendant. Lenin's early association with the RSDLP gives his eventual command over the party an air of inevitability. In retrospect, it is tempting to imagine a straight line running from his authorship of What Is to Be Done? In 1901 to 1902 to the formation of the party's Bolshevik faction in 1903, the October Revolution in 1917, and from there to the militarization of the organization during the Russian Civil War. Yet this characterization, later transmogrified into the rigid doctrine of Marxism-Leninism, is totally misleading. Certain features of the party's structure would remain constant over these years due to Lenin's larger-than-life personality and his efforts to seal his control over the organization. Nonetheless, his conception of the party, like Marx's, should be viewed as an evolving project. It was subject to both the contending visions of other revolutionaries and his own ambivalence about the revolution's direction. Like Plekhanov, Lenin was intent upon resolving the divisions within the social democratic movement. He was convinced that the RSDLP would only survive by closing its ranks to any involvement with the reformist currents, such as those embodied by the economists, legal Marxists, and other putatively revisionist streams. Furthermore, as the new century began, he and Plekhanov were not alone among the Social Democrats in facing an additional obstacle: the emergence 72 of non-Marxist revolutionary parties. In particular, the many diverse sentiments that typified early populism were on the rise. In 1902, the formation of an explicitly populist party, the Socialist Revolutionaries, presented the RSDLP with a formidable rival. Unlike their predecessors, the SRS were well organized. They quickly attracted a large following with a simple formula. In opposition to the Marxists, they professed a willingness to lead both the peasantry and the working class directly into socialism. In response to these pretensions, Lenin took the lead in founding a party journal to make the case for social democratic orthodoxy. It was no coincidence that the first issue of the publication Iskra appeared in 1901, in the same month as the Decembrist uprising 76 years earlier. Under the masthead "A Spark Will Kindle a Flame," Iskra's editors offered a dynamic interpretation of Russia's prospects. Lenin adorned its front page with an editorial underscoring Plekhanov's views about the primacy of fundamental political change. He maintained that it was time to organize the proletariat and overthrow the autocracy. As they watched their readership grow, the journal's publishers initiated an aggressive campaign for a second RSDLP Congress to address the outstanding issues involving the party's identity. The fact that Lenin began writing What Is to Be Done? In anticipation of this meeting is a reason for both the historical importance of the document and the challenge of interpreting his message correctly. It is important because the Congress provided him with his first chance to make a statement about how the work of the RSDLP should be understood by its members. At the same time, the pamphlet is challenging because Lenin's views were still developing. In contrast to the document's reputation, Lenin's goal was not to leave a blueprint for the organization. This would have been too much to expect when even the party's survival was uncertain. Furthermore, he recognized that too much was in flux to make definitive statements about what the party should do. Rather, we must read What Is to Be Done? As a contribution to the continuing debate, begun by radicals like Herzen, Tikhakov, and Plekhanov, over how to promote revolutionary change when political power was exclusively reserved to an untouchable monarch and the 73. Vast majority of the population misidentified the sources of its discontent. The title of Lenin's book is no accident. Like many young idealists of his generation, Lenin came from a well-off, educated family and was infatuated with the image of Chernyshevsky's new people who devoted themselves to communing with the masses. Thus, in considering his version of What Is to Be Done, one must keep in mind that Lenin was appealing to a readership that was drawn to the idea of bringing truth, in this case, Marxism, to the unwashed people below them. This is a decisive moment, Lenin advises his reader in the tract, because RusSIA's Social Democrats are faced with the decision about the kind of party they will build. The correct decision, he declares, will allow the party to overturn RusSIA. The wrong choice will lead it into despair. 9. What is to be done to avoid the mistakes of RusSIA's early revolutionaries? Lenin provides us with two answers. One is about how the party's members should organize themselves, the other is about how they should act. Both of these answers must be interpreted with care. I opened this chapter with the all too familiar first response. To be successful, the RSDLP must be composed of individuals who commit themselves to full-time revolutionary activity. A conspiratorial party, Lenin underscores, must be solid. It must be built around talented leaders who are, as he puts it, schooled by long experience and working in perfect harmony. In short, they must be primed for battle. From a comparative perspective, Lenin's emphases are significant. Despite their Marxist roots, the prominent Western European socialist parties had been reluctant to characterize their obligations in such elitist terms. Even the German SPD, which had been driven underground during the first years of its existence and insisted on its members' adherence to party discipline, was far more inclusive and democratic. Nonetheless, Lenin's depiction of the Communists' role was not new to Russian radicalism, despite the reverence with which it was later regarded. Based upon the differences among the radical movements in the 19th century, all of the Russian Social Democrats agreed that some form of centralized leadership was essential to keep their cadres' attention focused on the tasks at hand. Much more than any of 74. Its Western counterparts, the party's survival was dependent upon secrecy. Lenin's second response was about how the party should act. In a famous passage, which bears the distinctive imprint of Plekhanov's thinking, Lenin directly addresses the major ambiguity about the role of a Marxist party in fomenting revolution. We have said, Lenin states, that there could not have been social democratic consciousness among the workers. It would have to be brought to them from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness, i.e., the conviction that it is necessary to combine in unions, fight the employers, and strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation. 10. There is a problem, however, with focusing only on this section of what is to be done. Because Lenin makes other, equally provocative observations about the meaning of revolutionary activity. In turn, these remarks lead to additional ambiguities about his understanding of the party's function. Despite the book's title, Lenin actually concentrates on what is not to be done. On almost every page, he brings his ire to bear on a panoply of socialist groups, including the economists, legal Marxists, and Bernsteinian revisionists, whom he blames for engaging in a slavish cringing before spontaneity. 11. The mistake of all of these groups, he asserts, is that they have convinced themselves that the workers will of their own volition rise up against their oppressors. As a consequence, while waiting for this spontaneous upsurge to occur, they seek only to improve the class's economic standing. What makes Lenin's analysis potentially misleading is that he uses the word spontaneous in different ways. At times, the problem seems to be the workers' lack of spontaneity. This deficiency obliges the party's members to bring them consciousness from outside. Yet Lenin qualifies the point, noting that there is spontaneity and spontaneity. In his view, the strikes of the 1890s in St. Petersburg and other cities indicate that the working class was capable of acting on its own. This is evidence, Lenin advises, of consciousness in an embryonic form. To ensure their well-being, the workers wisely sought to extract concessions from their employers, including their right to form autonomous associations. These actions demonstrate, Lenin contends, that it is not 75. The party's function to create consciousness out of nothingness. This stance would be inconsistent with Marxism's emphasis on the economic foundations of the class struggle. Instead, the party's role is to stir up what is already there, to enable the workers to see that there is an irreconcilable antagonism between their interests and those who exploit them. This idea, he stresses, is social democratic consciousness. 12. Lest this point seem like a novel contribution, let us recall that in the Communist Manifesto Marx invoked the idea of proletarian consciousness in his cryptic admonition that the task of the communists is to point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat. 13. Marx assumed that a party of communists would recognize this responsibility and therefore act on it. In this respect, Lenin is simply reiterating a point that was already recognized by others. However, he introduces a qualification that is specific to his Russian context. Instead of merely affirming the elite's contributions, he questions their abilities. Whatever limitations the masses may have had in confronting their oppressors over the preceding half-century, Lenin asserts, the radical intelligent SIA's failings were much greater. The social democrats of his age, he continues, are still lacking in their own consciousness. All around them, people are expressing discontent: workers, students, and peasants. Only one group has lagged behind, the revolutionaries themselves. Why? Lenin asks. Because they have failed to establish a constant and continuous organization capable of leading the whole movement. 14. I have deliberately placed this part of Lenin's analysis in its historical context because it helps to distinguish his position from the fractures that would soon divide the Russian Social Democrats at their Second Congress in August 1903. 15. When the delegates assembled in Brussels and London, they were for the most part not divided over the arguments in what is to be done, including the primacy of the working class and the importance of party unity. To the contrary, Iskra's editors used the pamphlet to frame the Congress's agenda and assembled party-like Iskra committees in cities throughout Russia to propagate Lenin's views. After acrimonious and abstruse interfactional debates over a draft program, Lenin, Plekhanov, and their respective allies agreed on a document that affirmed the party's role in elevating 76. The consciousness of the working class. More emphatically than Marx and Engels, they underscored the necessity of using force to counter the assaults of the capitalist class. When the few recognizable economists at the Congress complained that this type of organization would end up dominating the proletariat, they were derided by the other delegates. Similarly, the representatives from the Bund were swiftly outvoted when they insisted on preserving an autonomous status within the party. The more serious division arose over a seemingly trivial exchange between Lenin and his partner in the St. Petersburg League, Julius Martov, over the definition of Article I of the party's draft constitution. Lenin argued that membership should be limited to those who were actively involved in one of the party's organizations. Martov offered different language, suggesting that membership could be slightly expanded to include those who operated under the supervision of a party organ. This was a fine distinction indeed. But when it was combined with Lenin's desire to have the whole party behind him, the disagreement became insurmountable. As far as Lenin was concerned, anyone acting outside the party's organs was less than a full-time revolutionary and therefore could not be relied upon to submit to its dictates. As a result, when the Congress voted in favor of Martov's language, Lenin responded with indignation. In a flurry of Byzantine maneuvers, he temporarily increased his supporters' representation in the party's three governing bodies, the Party Council, the Central Committee, and Iskra. And he met with some luck. Thanks to the defection of the Bund delegates and the expulsion of the economists, he had the votes to win this particular skirmish. Suddenly in the majority, he and his supporters adopted the name by which they would subsequently be known, Bolsheviks. They dubbed their opponents Mensheviks who, for inexplicable reasons, adopted this far less advantageous name as their own. Not one to miss an opportunity to rub salt in an adversary's wounds, Lenin blamed the entire split on his former allies. In a polemic entitled "One Step Forward, Two Steps Backward," he declared that the party had been divided all along into a revolutionary wing and an opportunist wing. Now it was 77. Time for the true supporters of social democracy to close ranks against the self-satisfied exaltation of the retrograde circle spirit and the tinsel and fuss of intellectualist anarchism. 16 Lenin's new opponents, now joined by Plekhanov, who was appalled by his collaborators' behavior, fought back. They accused Lenin of putting his own views ahead of the cause of party unity. They also criticized the assumptions of what is to be done. Lenin's tactics, they contended, were a direct consequence of a narrow conception of party leadership. The dynamic, leftist revolutionary, Leon Trotsky, who was also attending the Congress, castigated Lenin's tactics, sarcastically comparing him to the infamous despot of the French Revolution, Maximilien Robespierre. The danger in Comrade Lenin's thinking, he declared, was that he confused organizational questions with immediate political tasks and thereby put the party's wishes ahead of the historical mission of the proletariat. In this way, Trotsky contended in an oft-cited observation, Lenin's party organization would substitute itself for the party, the Central Committee would substitute itself for the party organization, and finally, the dictator Trotsky presumably meant Lenin would substitute himself for the Central Committee. 17 No doubt, Lenin's critics were motivated as much as he was by personal ambition. Despite their attacks, they had agreed to participate in the Congress, knowing that it would be organized largely according to Lenin's principles. It would have been hard to imagine anyone, and certainly not the equally opportunistic Trotsky, who would have been uninterested in asserting his will over the meeting. Yet this confrontation was a turning point. Although it did not resolve every ambiguity, it created a more conspicuous line of demarcation between opposing conceptions of the party. The revolutionary idea in practice. Looking back at the period between the Second Congress and the outbreak of World War I, one is struck by the extent to which Lenin balanced his desire for control against his recognition of the need for flexibility. At first glance, it might seem as though a person who had advocated a centralized version of party organization would have been 78. Unabashedly dogmatic. However, in a context in which loyalties to one faction over another were constantly shifting, Lenin cultivated the profile of a sage figure who could see the big picture from on high. In his view, the Revolutionary Party required both strong leadership and the agility to grasp the historical moment. Lenin's emphasis on the first factor was manifested in full form through his organizational maneuvering in April 1905. Disregarding the party's statutes, he took the liberty of convening a Bolshevik-dominated Third Congress of the RSDLP in London. At the beginning of the meeting, he was constrained by the determination of a majority of the delegates to maintain a semblance of party cohesion. Nonetheless, his management of the Congress's proceedings was a tour de force. Enthralled to their leader, the participants obligingly voted to replace Martov's definition of party membership in their statutes with Lenin's more restrictive version. They also agreed to abolish the party council and to elect a central committee. At the same time, Lenin's conception of the party's agenda was born out of a creative interpretation of the first revolutionary upheaval of 20th-century Europe. In 1905, the Tsarist autocracy was suffering from a massive loss of credibility as a result of its defeats in a war with Japan. With the government's resources drained and segments of its armed forces dispersed in the Far East, its opponents were emboldened to risk organizing demonstrations against the regime. The cities were engulfed by strikes, and peasants engaged in bloody confrontations with landlords. After a dramatic mutiny of sailors in the Black Sea Fleet in June, Tsar Nicholas II chose the course of conciliation. He promised guarantees on civil liberty and agreed to form a quasi-representative parliament in which legislative power would be shared between a purportedly democratically elected lower house, or State Duma, and an upper house dominated by the nobility. Nonetheless, amid the crumbling social order, he could not prevent further protest. In St. Petersburg, demonstrations precipitated the emergence of self-governing strike committees, or Soviets, which claimed to speak directly for the workers. These bodies quickly spread to Moscow and other cities. These developments could have been a serious setback for Lenin. Like most social democrats, his commitment to Marxism's progressive 79 conception of history did not allow him, at least not at this point, to argue that working-class unrest in Russia could supersede Marx and Engels's assumptions about the shift of the international class struggle from west to east. Like many Bolsheviks, he also distrusted the spontaneous character of this unrest. Initially, he and his associates viewed the St. Petersburg Soviet, in which Trotsky had conspicuously inserted himself as a participant, with the ambivalent feelings of a neglected parent. By the time the Bolsheviks finally endorsed the committees, specifically urging the leaders of the Moscow Soviet to call for a general strike, the government had reasserted its authority, crushing the labor councils across Russia and splitting the revolutionary movement by promising political reforms. As a result, the Social Democrats once again broke ranks over how to interpret these events. To many socialists, the Mensheviks' response seemed the most sensible. Plekhanov, Martov, and Axelrod retreated to Marxist orthodoxy. The year's upheavals, they contended, were the growth pains of a movement that would be long in gestation. Initially, the proletariat would have to put up with an extended period of bourgeois rule. During these years, the Social Democrats' primary responsibility was to work with the bourgeoisie to mitigate the extreme expressions of Tsarist rule. Lenin agreed that the party would have to adapt to these less than desirable conditions. But in a step that would redound to his advantage 12 years later, he stressed that his quarrel with the Menshevik leaders was not so much over the need to wait for the proletariat to mature as the meaning of the word proletariat. Even in his earliest writings, Lenin had fudged on the term. For him, the concept of the working class was a big tent. It included not only industrial workers but anyone who worked with his or her hands, including segments of the peasantry. In a country where most of the population lived on the land, this approach made sense. Moreover, in 1905, the countryside was filled with revolutionary fervor. Immediately after the Third Congress, Lenin capitalized on this circumstance by arguing that these signs of class consciousness would eventually lead to the establishment of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. This union would be a democratic dictatorship, he explained, in 80. An indication that he did not foresee a quick transition to socialism, because it would have the support of a bourgeois class that had finally been forced to listen to the will of the people. This combination of forces was the best way to ensure the decisive victory over Tsarism. 18. In making this point, I do not mean to suggest that Lenin's Bolsheviks or, for that matter, the Mensheviks, perceived themselves to be natural allies of the peasantry. This was the ideological territory of the socialist revolutionaries. Moreover, the Social Democrats' long-standing distrust of the traditions of the peasantry was unabated. They viewed the peasants' demands for land as secondary to the construction of a workers' state. Rather, I mean to call attention to the extent to which the Marxist image of a struggle between the powerful minority and the impoverished majority could be translated to class relations in Russia. In April 1906, the land issue provided the occasion for an arcane but revealing debate between the two social democratic factions. At the RSDLP's Fourth Congress, the Mensheviks' victory seemed likely since they had a slight majority of delegates. Their preferred solution was to take the land away from its owners and give it to local governments who would decide how it would be utilized. Lenin's solution was simpler and precedent-setting, as would become apparent during the October Revolution 11 years later. The land would be nationalized under a revolutionary government that would, in turn, delegate its administration to peasant committees. Of the two, the Mensheviks' position would have been less confrontational, but Lenin's approach appealed to many peasants because he was offering the shorter path to getting what they wanted. On other questions, however, Lenin showed that he was willing to alienate the left-wing members of his faction when it served his understanding of the party's interests. In April 1906, after Nicholas II followed through on his promise to create a limited legislative assembly, the formation of the Duma put the entire RSDLP in an uncomfortable position. Up to this point, the Social Democrats had consistently opposed participation in bourgeois elections, arguing that their involvement would help to legitimize the autocracy and strengthen the hands of the oppressors of the proletariat. In contrast, the Tsar's decision, 81, to move forward was less of a problem for the Mensheviks. Their acceptance of a conventional Marxist conception of history allowed them to rationalize political engagement during a long period of bourgeois rule. In their view, parliamentary participation was necessary to ensure that proletarian interests were defended. In fact, many Mensheviks concluded that participation was essential given the emergence of rival parties on the right that would seek to confuse the working masses to garner their support. In October 1905, middle-class critics of the autocracy had come together to form a party of their own, the Constitutional Democrats, or Cadets. One of their prime targets was the recruitment of working-class voters. 1 year later, a breakaway faction from the Socialist Revolutionaries, the Trudoviks, came into being with the goal of representing both workers and peasants. Compared with the Mensheviks, the Bolsheviks' position was much more complicated. In the competition for control of the RSDLP, they had consistently portrayed their Menshevik rivals as undisciplined and ready to compromise with the bourgeoisie on fundamental questions. This hyperbole had its purposes. For many members, especially those risking their lives in underground agitation, their faction's appeal lay precisely in its rejection of compromise. Accordingly, when the Mensheviks voted at the RSDLP's Fourth Congress to take part in the Duma elections, the Bolsheviks called for a boycott. But not Lenin. Only a few days after siding with his associates, he shifted to the Menshevik position, contending that the RSDLP's presence in the assembly would provide its deputies with an opportunity to expose the body as a sham. Predictably, many Bolsheviks were shaken by their leader's about-face from the faction's established position. Lenin's critics need not have worried. In the vote on April 27, 1906, only Menshevik candidates were elected to the State Duma, and Nicholas II dissolved the assembly 10 weeks after its opening. Less than 1 year later, when the Tsar again decided to permit elections to a new Duma, Lenin swung back to a position that was in tune with his faction's uncompromising attitudes. At the RSDLP's Fifth Congress in May 1907, he condemned the Mensheviks for supposedly using the Second Duma to cozy up to the moderate parties. If there were to be any collaboration with non-Marxist parties, Lenin stressed, this could 82. Take place only with honest representatives of the people. Among these ranks, he included the SRS and the Trudoviks. For the time being, the Tsarist government did the Social Democrats the favor of postponing a new row between the factions by dissolving the Duma again and imposing greater limitations on future assemblies. From this point forward, there was little chance of patching up the divisions among the Social Democrats on the issue of intra-party cooperation. Nevertheless, the gyrations in Lenin's position understandably raised questions about his priorities. Would it be better for the Bolsheviks to seek a minimal accommodation with the Mensheviks in the hope of acquiring broader influence over the social democratic movement? Or should one bide one's time while awaiting the coming unrest by refusing to compromise the faction's radical identity? As I shall show in later chapters, variations on the functions of a revolutionary party would be raised repeatedly during the era of global communism. In this case, Lenin turned against the left-wing Social Democrats first. Misrepresenting his critics' actions, he accused them of committing multiple offenses and falsifying Marxist theory. By 1909, he had successfully rid the faction of most of his adversaries. On the right, the Mensheviks proved to be an easier target. We can appreciate the depths to which the two factions' relations had fallen by the fact that both sides had lost interest in the debates that originally divided them. Their primary battles in the remaining years before World War I were over the oldest issues of politics, money and power. Unquestionably, the Bolsheviks showed the greater zeal. With Lenin's tacit approval, Bolshevik gangs staged expropriations, robbing banks, post offices, and trains to compensate for their lack of dues-paying members. Through intimidation, blackmail, and deceit, Their agents diverted funds to their coffers that would otherwise have gone to the RSDLP as a whole. In January 1912, the Bolsheviks took the steps that sealed the division of the RSDLP. In a sparsely attended conference in Prague, from which they excluded nearly everyone to the right of their faction, Lenin and his supporters effectively formed their own party. They elected a new central committee, established a central bureau to coordinate underground work in Rus SIA, and declared their refusal to deal with 83. Any social democratic representatives in the State Duma who had not been approved by their executive. Hoping that these measures could be rolled back, Menshevik leaders, including Plekhanov, appealed for the intervention of the Socialist Second International. In a meeting in Brussels on July 16 to 17, 1914, at which the two factions were present, the International's governing body pressed the Bolsheviks to take part in yet another congress on the subject of party unification. Lenin and the Bolsheviks refused to oblige. A week and a half later, the outbreak of the Great War raised the prospect that cooperation between the factions could be revived in the face of a shared danger. On this occasion, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks jointly affirmed the primacy of the International Proletarian Struggle. Unlike their socialist brethren in the West who responded affirmatively to the call for national defense, this was at least Marxist consistency. But of course, the terms of their agreement were open to interpretation. How one intended to speak for the interests of the proletariat was a different matter entirely. Hardening the lines. Rus SIA's engagement in World War I was a godsend for both of the social democratic factions. Indeed, given their relatively small numbers and marginal political status, it is conceivable that they, and especially the Bolsheviks, would have withered into obscurity had this European calamity not occurred. Instead, Nicholas II and his advisors created the desperate conditions that provided untold numbers of Russians, imperial minorities, and marginal groups with an incentive to consider their revolutionary options. Over the 3 years of Rus SIA's involvement in the conflict, the empire suffered millions of casualties. More than 2 million soldiers died on the battlefield, and over 1.5 million civilians were killed as a result of the fighting and related causes. The empire lost substantial portions of its wealthiest and most populous western territories, including Poland. Vast numbers of people were permanently displaced by the fighting and fled eastward in search of new homes and employment. Those who remained behind suffered under staggering inflation and the collapse of internal markets. 84. Initially, these circumstances had a salutary effect on relations among the Social Democrats who were able to escape the Tsarist police or were living in exile in the West. Unlike the Cadets and other moderate parties who supported the war effort, many of the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks were like the Western and Central European socialists of the 1840s. They had lived abroad for years and were generally unburdened by direct association with the politicians in the Russian capital. Under the flag of Swiss neutrality, their leaders did what their peers were less capable of doing on their home soil. They congregated in meeting halls in Geneva, Bern, and Zurich to echo their opposition to the war and engage in complex theoretical debates about strategy. This was an imperialist conflict, they maintained, that was wholly at odds with the interests of the toiling masses of all countries. If one wanted to serve Rus SIA's real interests, they told anyone who would listen, one only had to subscribe to the international message of Marxism. But what were Rus SIA's real interests and how should one pursue them? On these questions, and in no small part due to Lenin's influence, the divisions between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks became sharper. Of the two, the Mensheviks appeared best positioned to garner support for their views about ending the conflict. They were in the majority in the émigré community and, like many European socialists who had slowly come to see their mistake in supporting the war, they espoused a negotiated peace. It would do the working class no good, Plekhanov and others stressed, if it were to inherit a country that was carved up and humiliated by its enemies. A settlement that allowed Rus SIA to regain its lost territories and diverted Germany's attention to the Western Front would provide for peace with honor. More importantly, it would be certain to accelerate the end to Tsarist rule. The advantage of this position was that the Mensheviks did not have to ask their supporters to make the unpleasant choice between the party's revolutionary goals and fidelity to their homeland. They could have both. For Lenin, in contrast, this position was apostasy. Once again, he shocked even his closest associates, proclaiming that it would be better for Russia to lose the war than for its representatives to soil themselves by making deals with the imperialists. Compromise was unacceptable. 85. The only defensible strategy, Lenin insisted at an anti-war conference in Zimmerwald, Switzerland, in 1915, was for the party to forego the focus on a just peace and confront the imperial regime head-on. Lenin was slow to win converts to this stand. For our purposes, however, his first achievement was in defining the Bolsheviks' views on the functions of a communist party. He moved them into the position to claim possession of the strand within Marxism that emphasized the primacy of revolution over tactical collaboration with the bourgeoisie. In 1916, he published a slim volume, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, which made the emphatic case that only the Bolsheviks were on the right side of history. Lenin's premise in Imperialism was that the evolution of capitalism presented Russia's socialists with both a historical opportunity and a special responsibility. The inherent contradictions in capitalism's productive forces had led to the formation of powerful industrial and financial monopolies that were increasingly in search of overseas markets. Far from alleviating these contradictions, Lenin insisted, the pursuit of profit in the pre-capitalist world was fostering even more extreme forms of exploitation. Under these circumstances, radical parties such as his own were in a position to hasten the revolt against capitalism. Even in Russia, which had not yet undergone the full transition to capitalism, Lenin concluded, imperialism's victims could be induced to rise up against their oppressors. Lenin's corollary to this argument, which he directed against various socialists, especially the Marxist theorist Karl Kautsky, was that the Social Democrats had simultaneously acquired an obligation. The bourgeoisie, he maintained, had prevented a revolution in the West by using its riches to pacify the working class. Now that the struggle for profits had entered an acute phase in the war, the leaders of industry in countries like Germany and Britain could no longer afford this strategy. As a result, their relations with their own laboring classes were increasingly susceptible to disturbances in any part of the world. For this reason, Lenin argued, Russian socialists were obliged to make capitalism's plight worse. Correspondingly, he accused those socialists who sought to ease these burdens, and especially those who would agree to a sordid peace with the imperialist powers, of violating this historical responsibility. 1986. Neither Lenin nor his many critics could have foreseen the advent of the tumultuous events that would press them into deciding whether the split within their party would become permanent. In January 1917, Lenin confessed to a socialist youth group in Zurich that we old-timers, as he put it, would not live to see the decisive battles of the revolution. Only a month later, in late February, massive street demonstrations and the outbreak of a general strike led to the complete collapse of authority in Petrograd and the reappearance of the rudimentary form of grassroots governance, the Revolutionary Soviet, which had last been seen in 1905. 1 week later, on March 2, the State Duma formed a provisional government and Nicholas II abdicated. The leaders of the new government announced that they would take the Tsar's place until free, democratic elections could be held for a constituent assembly that would form a government and draft a constitution. As embroiled in these developments as any other political group, the Social Democrats found themselves in a situation where their divisions over the war merged with the question of with whom they wished to ally themselves. Suddenly, Petrograd had two governments, one the provisional government and the other the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, as the local organ became known. The Mensheviks tried to have it both ways. On the one hand, they linked arms with an array of political groups and parties: cadets, liberals, monarchists, Trudoviks, and SRS in supporting the provisional government. This was not a bad gamble. The new government presented itself as both a Western-style democratic regime and a defender of the crowds of Petrograd. It guaranteed basic rights and abolished class and hereditary distinctions while simultaneously declaring a blanket amnesty for political prisoners, replacing regular police organs with local militias, and assuring soldiers who had participated in the uprising that they would not be sent back to the front. On the other hand, the Mensheviks joined the SRS in seeking to take advantage of the chaotic conditions in the Petrograd Soviet. The faction's left wing had already been active within workers' groups in the city and, hence, they comfortably joined the SRS in forming an executive committee to represent the Soviet in negotiations with the provisional government. 87. Lenin's response was predictably defiant. Declaring that the Mensheviks could not legitimately avoid choosing between the two organs of government, he upped the ante in the interfactional battle over who was entitled to represent the working class. In back-to-back addresses, later known as the April Theses, he stupefied his listeners, Mensheviks and Bolsheviks alike, with the intensity of his convictions. One could have anticipated his first thesis. He condemned all plans to end the war that were not based upon a complete break with capitalism and the proletariat's acquisition of political power. Lenin's second thesis represented a profound departure from the conventional wisdom about the applicability of Marxism to Russia. He flatly rejected the proposition, which he had previously expressed on multiple occasions, that Russia would enter a period of extended bourgeois domination. In his characterization, the existence of two types of government standing side by side indicated that the first phase of the revolution was already passing. The provisional government, Lenin noted sarcastically, had transformed Russia into the freest of all of the belligerent countries in the world by taking advantage of the masses' naive trust in its intentions. Henceforth, it would be necessary after only 1 month of supposedly bourgeois rule, to reject all cooperation with this regime and, Lenin added, with its petit bourgeois supporters among the Mensheviks and the SRS. The only acceptable step at this stage was for the Bolsheviks to throw their full support to the only truly revolutionary government, the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. We can easily appreciate the confusion and skepticism with which many of Lenin's supporters received this message, not least because he had been abroad and presumably could not fully understand the conditions they were facing. Suddenly, Lenin was telling them that Russia's long-anticipated bourgeois revolution was already coming to a close. All of the predictable doubts arose. Had there been enough time for a robust form of capitalism to develop in the cities? Had the transformation of the agrarian economy even begun? Predictably, Lenin intended to show that he was one step beyond these familiar debates. In his eyes, the question was no longer how the proletariat could be led to rise up. Rather, it was how the party should prepare the proletariat for taking power. 88. This is a key point in the development of Lenin's thinking. For the first time since the publication of What Is to Be Done? In 1902, we find him returning to a more concrete conception of revolutionary leadership. Many of Lenin's remarks in the April Theses are reminiscent of the didactic tenor of that document. Some workers will be slow to embrace socialism fully, he advises in his declaration, because they have been misled. They may suffer from an unreasoning trust in the capitalist government's claims about the war. For this reason, Lenin contends, the party's representatives must explain their error to them and, he adds, do so with particular thoroughness, persistence, and patience. Similarly, because the masses have little experience with politics, they cannot be expected to recognize that the Mensheviks and other socialist members of the Soviet are actually willing collaborators with the provisional government. Again, the Bolsheviks' duty is to help the workers understand the betrayal of these purportedly socialist parties. 21. In an equally significant move, Lenin takes his demands one step further by broaching the issue of nomenclature. In the 9th of the 10 April Theses, he informs his supporters that the RSDLP's name must be changed. 3 days later, when the two addresses appeared in the party newspaper Pravda, those readers who had not already intuited Lenin's aspirations could learn something interesting from a footnote to the article. This organ would be called the Communist Party. What could be more sensible, Lenin inquired rhetorically, than to adopt this title when social democratic politicians throughout the world have betrayed socialism and deserted to the bourgeoisie? 22 Lenin's appropriation of the Communist Manifesto's title marks a striking break in his relations with the Mensheviks. To get a full picture of his intentions, however, it is crucial to recognize that he seems to have been primarily concerned about the Bolsheviki or of his own branch of the RSDLP. On the day of Lenin's return to Petrograd, the Bolshevik leadership had concluded a party conference at which it adopted a platform that was almost completely at odds with his demands. Two senior Bolsheviks, Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashvili and Lev Kamina, successfully persuaded their colleagues to support a variety of moderate policies, including a more flexible position on the war, cooperation with the provisional government, and acceptance of the 89 possibility of unification with the Mensheviks. Making this situation more noteworthy still, it was not at all clear that Lenin could overcome these views. The editorial board of Pravda promptly disavowed his arguments, and 13 of the 15 members of the party committee in Petrograd voted to reject his theses. Kamina took the lead in denouncing Comrade Lenin for what he insisted was a demand for an immediate socialist revolution. In addition, he accused Lenin of seeking to form a new party. Such an organ, he declared, would transform the RSDLP into a group of communist propagandists. 23 Kamina was stretching the truth. Lenin's references to the party's tutelary role show that he believed the masses were not ready for the leap into socialism. Furthermore, he was not advocating the formation of a new party, only a name change. But, as in politics everywhere, nomenclature matters. In returning to Marx and Engels' conception of a single communist movement, Lenin was seeking to persuade his audience that the entire party could be unified if only its members would accept his unifying vision. In a draft platform for the RSDLP's upcoming party conference, Lenin explained that his proposed name change was simply a chance to reaffirm the principles of the Communist Manifesto. The words social democratic, he noted, had not only been used to fool the people and lead them in the wrong direction. They were also unscientific. True communists aspired to achieve much more than the social ownership of the means of production. Our party looks further ahead, he emphasized. Socialism must inevitably evolve gradually into communism. For similar reasons, he insisted that the words social democracy conveyed the wrong idea about the character of the revolutionary state. True Marxists understood that their goal was not a parliamentary republic. Their goal was to create a state like the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Soviets of Workers' Deputies of 1905 and 1917. 24 Thanks to his prestige within the faction and his political skills, Lenin converted many of his critics, Stalin among them, into allies. By the conclusion of the RSDLP conference at the end of April, a majority of the meeting's delegates voted in favor of nearly every resolution that he introduced. They agreed to a prohibition on participation in the provisional government, the nationalization of bourgeois land holdings. 90. And the necessity of establishing Bolshevik control of Rus SIA Soviets. Lenin was unable to secure the body's support for a motion to withdraw from the Second International, though this step too would be taken in due time. Lenin's success in moving the Social Democrats in a more militant direction helped to spur an unprecedented period of growth for the Bolsheviks. Before the February Revolution of 1917, the faction had no more than 23,000 members, and these were scattered around Rus SIA and abroad. By the end of April, this number had risen threefold to nearly 80,000, and by August, it approached 200,000. Initially, the Bolsheviks' representation in the Soviets was smaller than that of the Mensheviks or the SRS. What they lacked in quantity, they made up for in an active presence in the central cities of Petrograd and Moscow and among sailors in the Baltic Fleet. In these locations, they were much better organized than the larger parties, and because they were in the opposition on most issues, they were not as divided as their rivals. The more unbearable the war became for the Russian population, the more the Bolsheviks' clout in the Soviets grew. The state in the revolution. Given the spirit of the April theses and Lenin's proposal to rename the party, one might think that he would have been eager to clarify what he meant by Communist Party as his Bolsheviks took increasingly aggressive steps to confront the provisional government. In fact, he had the opportunity to do so in his greatest theoretical work, State and Revolution, which he completed in September 1917. Writing in Finland, where he had fled after an abortive revolt by soldiers and workers led the provisional government to institute repressive measures against its opponents, Lenin looked down the post-revolutionary road and asked himself what one could learn from Marxism about coming to power and leading the whole people to socialism. 25 Yet, in a sign that he still regarded the Communist Party as a group of like-minded comrades, and not as a clearly definable organization, he made only a few passing references to the subject. Instead, he reserved the primary responsibility for building socialism to the state. 91. The crux of Lenin's argument in State and Revolution is that the overthrow of the bourgeoisie is not a sufficient condition for rising above capitalist exploitation. It is only the beginning of a process by which one form of state power, a capitalist dictatorship, is exchanged for another, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The abolition of the bourgeois state, Lenin explains, does not mean that its former defenders will simply go away. They will fight to protect their class position. Hence, this transition will inevitably take the form of a period of an unprecedentedly violent class struggle in unprecedentedly acute forms. 26 Predictably, Lenin uses this point to make a sweeping indictment of every moderate form of Marxism. One of the greatest delusions of these sham socialists, Lenin contends, is their conviction that they can simply replace the class struggle with the dream of class harmony. This attitude merely extends the political life of the bourgeoisie. The only way to ensure the transition to a higher stage of socialism is to crush and smash all manifestations of bourgeois power. This, Lenin suggests, was the hard lesson the proletariat had to learn during the Paris Commune. How else can exploitation be overcome if the class that is the source of all social contradictions is not destroyed? 27 For the prospective members of a communist party, there is much that is advantageous in assigning these violent functions to the state. As long as the state sullies itself with the nasty business of exercising power, the party can take the higher road of discerning the course of history and inspiring society to follow its vision. In this case, as one of those communists, Lenin offers his readers wonderful news. After defending the necessary actions of the proletarian state, he paints a picture of life after the attainment of socialism that is richer and more detailed than any description of this phase of development in Marx and Engels's works. The creation of a workers' democracy in the place of these vestiges of bourgeois rule, Lenin maintains, will enable the majority to govern itself directly. As the state's functions shift away from fighting the capitalist class, officials will gradually turn their attention to serving the needs of society. This transition, he notes, would have occurred in the Paris Commune if only it had survived. In fact, Lenin lightheartedly compares this new system of governance to the 92. Presumably efficient, non-exploitive operations of the postal service. We shall have a splendidly equipped mechanism, he writes, freed from the parasite, a mechanism which can very well be set going by the united workers themselves, who will hire technicians, foremen, and accountants, and pay them all, as indeed all state officials in general, workmen's wages. 28 On this basis, Lenin offers his supporters the ultimate payoff. The unifying objective of all communists, he argues, is to create the conditions under which state power of any kind will no longer be necessary. Logically, when the exploitation of one class by another no longer takes place, the state will wither away. Under complete communism, as Lenin calls it, even democracy will no longer be necessary. The long-standing justification for the domination of one human being over another will vanish and, with it, all of the current conventions of political activity. How will this post-political era be feasible? Here, Lenin provides a cryptic but provocative response: habit. With the final victory over the last vestiges of capitalism and bourgeois institutions, he suggests, people will acquire the habit of acting in ways that serve the common good. Lenin admits that there will still be abuses. We are not utopians, he states. But, he adds, undoubtedly seeking to win over skeptics, these errors will be confined to the mistakes of single persons and not social classes. Even this eventuality is not a cause for worry. Civilized people will step in to resolve these problems, just as they would intervene to put a stop to a scuffle or to prevent a woman from being insulted. 29. The withering of the state, the end to political domination, the conclusion of the class struggle. How could the downtrodden worker living in this turbulent time not find something appealing in these ideas? However, Lenin's reticence about the Communist Party's functions is likely to leave the close reader of State and Revolution with uncertainty. Presumably, there will be communists, like himself, in this higher form of society, although Lenin is not clear about this issue. More importantly, will the party wither away just like the state? Because Lenin does not regard the party as a conventional organization but only an expression of the will of the working class, one is left to 93. Wonder whether even this unique association will be necessary when habit takes the place of revolution. The Bolshevik opportunity. As I shall show in Chapter 8, the Soviet Union's future leaders would come close to answering this question only once under the populist leadership of Nikita Khrushchev. Nevertheless, they would leave no doubt about their conviction that a fully formed Bolshevik party was present to witness the revolutionary events of October 1917 and to prod the proletariat forward along its predestined path. Up to the breakup of the USSR in 1991, every Soviet schoolchild could recite the fable of the events that transpired just less than 2 months after Lenin offered his theoretical glimpse into the future. On October 25, 1917, sailors on the cruiser Aurora fired the opening salvos that called the soldiers of the Petrograd garrison to overthrow the provisional government. Arm in arm with militant factory workers, they marched on the ruling seat at the Winter Palace, the Tsar's occasional residence. There, they engaged in pitched battles until the building's last defenders had fallen. Emboldened by their success, the Petrograd Soviet proclaimed a new government. Over the ensuing days, weeks, and months, the Russian Empire's cities, towns, and villages were set afire with revolts. Soon all power came to rest firmly in the hands of the people. Crucially, none of these achievements would have been possible without Lenin's resolute direction and the backing of a disciplined corps of Bolshevik cadres. All founding myths are based upon exaggerations, half-truths, and fabrications. In their use of these devices, the official chroniclers of the October Revolution have had few masters. The heroic depiction of the Bolsheviks' actions endowed their successor, the CPSU, with an aura of legitimacy that would last for decades. The real ITY was much different. The Aurora fired only one shell, and it was a blank. Few of the garrison soldiers took part in the day's fighting, and many were non-committal. The fighting at the Winter Palace was sporadic at best, and there was little bloodshed. When a detachment of Bolshevik Red Guards finally broke into the building, they found that its protectors, 94, had fled, leaving behind a huddle of frightened servants to fend for themselves. As a French commentator observed, the government was overthrown before it could say ouch. Many of Petrograd's 2.3 million residents had already fled the city. Of those who remained behind, few were even aware of what had happened. Under these conditions, the Bolsheviks became the beneficiaries of circumstances they could never have created and were unsure how to handle. Due to the continuing losses from the war, the collapse of the economy, and the radicalization of the Soviets, the provisional government was in free fall when Lenin was hiding in Finland. Continuing defeats at the hands of German troops and mass desertions crippled the army. The Soviets' power and their leaders' will to defy the government were escalating, and the countryside was pockmarked with peasant revolts. Adding to the disorder, RusSIA's new leaders displayed an uncanny talent for bringing misfortune upon themselves. The mass demonstrations in July led to the collapse of one governing coalition and the creation of an ill-fated government under the moderate socialist revolutionary Alexander Kerensky. In the belief that he was personally called to save RusSIA, the new prime minister alienated key actors across the political spectrum. If we put ourselves into the shoes of the onlooking Bolsheviks, we can imagine their sense of raw anticipation at these events. For years, they had struggled to be heard. Suddenly, the mistakes and misfortunes of their adversaries raised the prospect that they could maneuver their way into power. Much less evident, however, was how and when they should make their move. Lenin demanded that they take immediate action. In mid-September, while still in hiding, he urged the handful of people who constituted the Bolshevik leadership to use the political confusion to foment an armed insurrection in Petrograd and Moscow. However, despite their mutual excitement, his fellow revolutionaries did not share his sense of urgency and, at Stalin's suggestion, called for more discussion. Only after his return to Petrograd in early October was Lenin able to defend his case. Because the provisional government had set the date for the elections to the Constituent Assembly for mid-November, he insisted that the revolutionary moment would be lost if the Bolsheviks failed to act immediately. Kamina and Grigory. 95. Zinoviev, a close associate of Lenin in Zurich, opposed him, arguing that the Bolsheviks had become sufficiently popular to influence the assembly. Yet the tipping point for those who wanted to support Lenin in Principle was provided by his longtime antagonist, Trotsky, who had recently joined the Bolsheviks. In his position as chairman of the Petrograd Soviet and its military arm, the Military Revolutionary Committee, he affirmed that a successful uprising was possible. I am highlighting the contingent nature of these events because they provide insight into two distinct issues: how the Bolsheviks thought they could act when they found political power suddenly dropped into their laps, and how they reacted when they discovered that the October Revolution was not yet theirs to control. On the one hand, Lenin was quick to issue decrees. The most prominent, the Decree on Peace, expressed his government's intent to enter into peace negotiations without preconditions with the belligerent European states. The Decree on Land ordered the confiscation without compensation of the properties of large landowners, the state, and the churches, and their transfer to village communities for their distribution to the peasantry. Then, in early December, Lenin invited the Congress of Soviets to form a Council of People's Commissars, or Sovnarkom, to administer the different branches of government. It was no accident that these new organs were not called ministries. Unlike the latter, which were readily associated with bourgeois rule, the commissariats were meant to be direct extensions of the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat and its representatives in the Soviets. More importantly, they allowed the Bolsheviks to establish control over these autonomous bodies and their grassroots followers. On the other hand, Lenin and the Bolsheviks encountered violent resistance at every turn. Representatives of the old regime, constitutional democrats, officials, trade unions, and other revolutionary parties rejected their authority. Within 7 months, these tensions and countrywide opposition to the Bolsheviks' policies spiraled into a bloody civil war that lasted until fall 1920 in European RusSIA. Compounding their difficulties, Lenin and his associates found that the support they expected from the masses of workers and peasants was 96. Either slow in coming or, in the case of the latter, easily transformed into hostility. It is crucial to appreciate this disjunction between the Bolsheviks' hopes and their determination to hold on to power because it was, and would remain, a formative experience. For everyone involved, it confirmed that force and violence would become integral parts of the new regime's identity. Ironically, at a historical juncture that later generations of communists would regard as the October Revolution's finest hour, the Bolsheviks were fighting for their survival. Yet this was also an opportunity for grand mythology. In Lenin's depiction, this battle was not an indication of weakness. To the contrary, it justified everything he had argued about the necessity of dictatorship in state and revolution. The state would not disappear simply because the proletariat had come to power. It would be needed for as long as elements of the former exploiting class were still around. Accordingly, in January 1918, Lenin informed the delegates of the Congress of Soviets that their battle was only beginning. They should not expect socialism to be delivered on a silver platter. Not a single issue pertaining to the class struggle, he stressed, could be settled without a confrontation with the representatives of the old order. 31 Lenin was equally intent on cementing the government's grip on the population as a whole. After the coup, he systematically weeded out manifestations of dissent. He ordered the expulsion of Menshevik and socialist revolutionary officials who were still to be found on the membership lists of the local Soviets. He also showed no compunction in drawing upon the coercive resources of the government's new security organ, the Cheka, to drive his adversaries into submission. These measures were merely a preface to the body's ascent into an omnipresent instrument of persecution and state terror during the Civil War. Given Russia's worsening conditions, it is difficult to separate the Bolsheviks' revolutionary motivations from their efforts to establish order. In spring 1918, spreading food shortages in the cities and industrial areas forced the new regime to face up to the long-standing contradictions in its message to the peasantry. After a few months of conciliatory signals, the Sovnarkom sent Red Army detachments to the villages to requisition purported grain surpluses. It justified its use of 97. Force not merely in terms of economic necessity but as an instance of class warfare against putatively bourgeois capitalist, upper-class peasants, or kulaks. These measures devastated the economy. 1 decade later, as we shall see in Chapter 5, Joseph Stalin would repeat this campaign in dramatic and unspeakably tragic proportions. For the time being, the assault on the countryside marked the first stage of a period of war communism, when the government extended its reach into every sector of the economy. At this juncture, not surprisingly given the circumstances, we find Lenin making his most explicit demands for the use of state violence. In a secret telegram in August 1918, he ordered officials to destroy the kulaks. All of their grain should be confiscated, Lenin declared, and the wealthiest among them should be hanged without hesitation. These measures should be carried out in such a fashion, he emphasized, that for hundreds of kilometers around, people would see, tremble, know and shout, "They are strangling and will strangle to death the bloodsucker kulaks." 32. The comradely family. At this point, it is essential to appreciate the difference between how the Bolsheviks understood the exercise of state power and how they viewed their party. The function of the Sovnarkom was straightforward. In line with state and revolution, it was a tool for exercising dictatorship. In contrast, the identity of the party was much more fluid during these years. Just as they had done before the October Revolution, Lenin and his colleagues continued to view the party as Marx and Engels had seen it. It was an association of enlightened individuals operating beyond the bounds of conventional political activity. As communists, they were charged with discerning the course of history and inspiring others to follow their lead. The ambiguity was how this association of like-minded revolutionaries could operate effectively without the clearly defined organizational rules that were taken for granted in established political institutions. This was no mean question. Despite the fact that party leaders demanded that their rank-and-file members exercise discipline and obedience to 98. Central Committee dictates, the upper echelons of the Bolshevik hierarchy initially retained the debating club features that had typified the party during its years of illegality and exile. No one seriously questioned Lenin's status as a first among equals. Nevertheless, his associates still firmly believed that revolutionary decision-making was a collective enterprise. They were comfortable disagreeing with Lenin on nearly every issue and expected that their views would be taken seriously. Kamina, Zinoviev, Trotsky, and many others regularly questioned their leader's judgment. To be sure, there was no change in Lenin's domineering personality. He frequently expressed his consternation at his colleagues' supposed impertinence. Whether he wanted to or not, however, he put up with expression of these differences. At times, he publicly made a point of insisting that his critics be allowed to retain leading positions in the organization. This culture of intra-party debate could not have been borne out in any more conspicuous way than in the circumstances leading up to the humiliating Treaty of Brest-Litovsk that the young regime reached with Germany on March 3, 1918. From the beginning, Lenin's approach was purely pragmatic. With vast numbers of desertions from Russia's armies and the likelihood of civil war looming on the horizon, he stressed that his government had no realistic alternative to laying down its arms. Russia needed a breathing space, he argued, to stabilize its economy and to build a broader base of support for socialism. Yet in a continuing demonstration of the limits of his power, Lenin was unable to find unanimous IMAO support for his position. The party's so-called left communist faction maintained that the survival of the revolution was precisely the reason to keep fighting, either through direct military action or underground guerrilla operations. In the view of the faction's leader, Nikolai Bukharin, whose writings had played a major role in shaping Lenin's analysis of the consequences of imperialism, the Russian proletariat had a special responsibility. Until its brethren in Germany and other advanced capitalist states were ready to launch the ultimate assault on the bourgeoisie, its function was to keep the fire of revolution alight. Only after threatening to resign did Lenin get his way. Even then, when the issue came to a vote, the motion was carried only because 99. 4 of the Central Committee's members, including Trotsky, who had negotiated the treaty, agreed to abstain. At the Bolsheviks' extraordinary 7th Congress, which took place only a few days later on March 6 to 8, 1918, Lenin could not contain his displeasure with those who had disagreed with him. Singling out Bukharin by name, he sarcastically observed that the readiness of the party's members to assemble under one roof was evidence that the majority was 90% in agreement with him. Still, he added, the party was a comradely family. In such company, there was no reason for its members to hide their opinions. Now that the party had made up its collective mind, however, it was necessary to grit one's teeth and rally behind its decision. 33 Amid these tensions, Lenin must have been pleased with one development that came out of the party congress. After months of discussion, he finally secured his colleagues' agreement to change the party's name. It would henceforth be the Russian Communist Party, in recognition of its roots. Under this banner, there could no longer be any doubt about which socialists were the authentic heirs to the tradition of Russian Marxism. What did this claim mean in practice? On this matter, Lenin and others provided hints that the party needed to clarify its relationship with state institutions, especially the Sovnarkom. For purely practical purposes, if the party were to be more than a simple source of inspiration for the masses, it needed to have clearer lines of command and be open to professional expertise in making its decisions. At the RCP's 8th Congress in March 1919, the Central Committee created 2 organs to streamline its activities. 1. A 7-member Political Bureau, or Politburo, was designed to handle urgent policy questions that needed to be resolved before a full Central Committee session could be convened. Such a body had been set up in 1917, but never met. The other, an Organizational Bureau, or Orgburo, was charged with managing personnel. These bodies were to work with the Central Committee's administrative office, the Secretariat, in coordinating their decisions and making appointments. There was nothing unusual about these developments. Yet in the context of the Bolsheviks' sudden ascent to power, they provided those 100 who emphasized the party's revolutionary identity with cause for concern. The more regimented and predictable the party's activities became, the more likely it was that future leaders would raise questions about the kind of organization they needed to undertake the construction of socialism. In particular, these questions would be about the necessity of the dynamic qualities, the idealism, spontaneity, and comradely collegiality that many Bolsheviks regarded as typical of their early years. For RusSIA's new leaders, this uncertainty underscored how important it was that they not find themselves alone in the world. Fortunately, from their perspective, Marxism affirmed that their experience was only a part of an unpredictable but infinitely more powerful, historical movement, the worldwide proletarian revolution. Lenin and his fellow radicals believed that they stood at the beginning of a universal conflagration that would eventually surpass their achievements. In fact, given the unexpected train of developments that had led the Bolsheviks to victory before their more advanced European counterparts, they were convinced that their survival depended upon an imminent cascade of revolutionary upheavals in the capitalist countries that were meant to have them first. Earlier, when Lenin addressed the state of the class struggle in Germany in his Political report at the RCP 7th Congress on March 7, 1918, his concern was palpable. If the German Revolution does not come, he insisted, we are doomed. 34 In Chapter 4, we shall see that his hopes were tested in January 1919, when the Communist Party of Germany suffered a devastating defeat. Only 2 months later, however, on March 21, Lenin rebounded when a fledgling Hungarian Soviet Republic was established in Hungary. The advent of this workers' government, he affirmed in his concluding address at his party's 8th Congress, showed that a European revolution was finally taking off. The fact that this event had come to pass, Lenin added, in a more cultured country than his own, made it even more promising, proving that the proletariat was not merely driven by the peculiar conditions prevailing in RusSIA. 35 The major uncertainty, or so it seemed at the moment Lenin was speaking, was how the Bolsheviks should proceed until the entire European 101 proletariat threw off its chains. The success of Hungary's small working-class population could only be a beginning. One had to assume that its heroic example would soon be emulated by the working masses of neighboring countries. This would prove to be a big assumption indeed. Chapter 4. On March 2, 1919, Lenin and the Bolsheviks' romantic dreams of a fraternity of equally militant communist parties seemed to be fulfilled. 52 representatives of an assortment of left-wing parties, labor associations, and émigré groups gathered in the cramped quarters of the old Court of Justice in the Kremlin to found the Third Communist International, or Comintern. Lenin began the meeting with a solemn tribute to the founders of the Communist Party of Germany, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, who had been killed 2 months earlier by a right-wing paramilitary group linked to Germany's social democratic regime. Their deaths, he proclaimed, showed that civil war was already a fact in Europe. It would soon spread to other countries, even to Great Britain. One Trotsky appeared in military garb, pronouncing the Congress to be proof that the mole of history did not excavate poorly beneath the Kremlin walls. 2 At a moment when the worst pyromaniacs in history were picking through the debris and smoking ruins of war, he declared, it was time to unify the efforts of all genuine revolutionary parties and to generalize the experience of the proletariat throughout the world. 3 At the Congress's concluding session on March 6, Lenin announced that victory on a world scale was assured. The Bolsheviks would no longer be the only party to lead a workers' state, the founding of an international Soviet republic is on the way. For never before would Lenin's words have made so much sense to those revolutionaries outside RusSIA who were wondering where their countries stood alongside the Bolshevik Revolution in the Marxist scheme of history. From Germany to France, Britain, and the remains of Austria-Hungary, the same conditions existed that had propelled the Bolsheviks into power. In Austria-Hungary alone, roughly 3.5 million soldiers and 3.7 million civilians perished. There was a deficit of over 103 million births. 5 The survivors of this bloodletting incurred massive material losses and were left with deep psychological traumas. Yet in the eyes of the left-wing socialists and self-declared communists who suffered along with them, this was a time of opportunity. The gutting of the imperial institutions and traditional ways of thinking that fueled the tragedy of war simultaneously raised the intoxicating prospect that the unfulfilled dreams of a proletarian revolution were finally realizable. Overnight, The outbreak of labor strikes, mass protests, and violent uprisings throughout Europe gave them reason to believe that Marx and Engels' prophecies were coming to pass. How striking it is, then, that only a year after the Comintern's founding, not a single one of a plethora of the new communist parties was close to exercising state power. Most had either been driven underground or were so weakened by political repression, internal divisions, and poor election results that it was unclear whether they would ever have a significant influence on their societies, let alone stir their populations into overthrowing their governments. In an indication of the extent of their failure and the significance of the Bolsheviks' success in holding on to power, they were suddenly forced to look for leadership to revolutionaries whom they had long expected to follow their example. This historical reversal set the stage for the transformation of the Comintern into an all-powerful organization with a global reach. When the Comintern held its second Congress between July 19 and August 7, 1920, in Petrograd and Moscow, its Russian hosts treated their European members as well as revolutionaries from states like China and the United States as secondary players who had much to learn from their example. Lining them up like so many privates in a proletarian army, Lenin, and the chair of the Comintern's executive committee, Grigory Zinoviev, demanded that they adhere to an international model of party leadership that mimicked the Bolsheviks' idealized, if historically inaccurate, image of the movement that had brought them to power. In effect, this was to be an empire of both ideas and organizations. Among 21 conditions for affiliation, each of the communist parties was expected to be organized in the most centralized way possibly and governed by iron discipline. It would undertake a complete and absolute 104 rupture with reformism. It would purge its ranks of petit bourgeois elements that worm their way into it, and finally, it would change its name to the Communist Party to set itself apart from the Social Democratic and Socialist parties that had betrayed the working class. 6. Not every Comintern party accepted this international organizational imperative immediately. The head of the KPD, Paul Levi, initially balked over the inclusion of an ultra-leftist party of German communists. The left wing of the French section of the Workers' International, led by Ludovic Oscar Frossard and Marcel Caquin, butted heads with Zinoviev over whether they should be required to expel their party's moderate socialists. But in a sign that the Soviets were not alone in thinking that the Comintern's members should adhere to a uniform structure and set of goals, other European delegates, such as the virulently dogmatic Hungarian communist leader Bela Kun, rushed to defend the organization's stipulations. After the Soviets indicated that there was no room for opposition, the Congress's participants resoundingly adopted the 21 conditions on August 6, 1920. At the end of these battles, there was little left of the notion that European communists were entitled to come up with their own ideas about party leadership. Ironically, at a time when the Bolsheviks were still trying to work out the correct balance between their revolutionary ideals and the need to form a stable government, they were demanding that their counterparts accept rigid rules that were, in many cases, unsuited to their specific conditions. What happened to make the European communists fall into line so quickly and definitively? In this chapter, I shall argue that the same factors that made the Bolshevik Revolution possibly in Russia above all, the catastrophe of World War I had the opposite effect in Europe. In different ways, as I shall show in the key cases of Germany, Hungary, Great Britain, and France, communist leaders sought to present their ideas about the path to socialism as uniquely suited to move Europe forward. But for equally different reasons, each ended up accepting the Comintern's directives. The KPD advocated a mass-based conception of revolutionary action that contrasted sharply with Lenin's advocacy of a conspiratorial vanguard. However, the credibility of this idea was undermined by failed uprisings against the Social Democratic 105 governments of the Weimar Republic. Hungary's communist leaders attempted to transform their society according to a radically voluntarist conception of party rule during the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic. However, their extremist approach perished when their country was overrun by foreign troops and its population turned against them. Well before the British Communist Party was even formed, the party's founders were overshadowed by the post-war popularity of the reform-minded Labour Party. Due to factional infighting, only Moscow's intervention was enough to keep them from self-destruction. Finally, France's communists seemed to have the greatest chance of establishing an independent identity. Nonetheless, this prospect failed to materialize when the pro-Comintern forces within the party's ranks consolidated their power. In a strange twist of fate, only in distant Mongolia did a putatively revolutionary party succeed in coming to power. But this party, the Mongolian People's Party, ascended in a different kind of war, and at the time it was neither communist nor a member of the Comintern. Interestingly, its success was a harbinger of an imposed type of party rule that would become prevalent in Eastern Europe after World War II. For the moment, however, both it and the Comintern parties shared one thing in common. They were dominated by the only party in the world with the credibility to claim that its idea of leadership should be the model for the entire communist movement. The quest for a German alternative. If any group of European communists should have been predestined to represent the alternative to the Bolsheviks' understanding of party rule, it was the founders of the KPD. Nowhere on the continent did the devastation wreaked by World War seem more propitious for fulfilling the dream of Marxist revolution. Well before the war's end, cities across the country were engulfed in strikes as over 500,000 factory workers took their protests against the war into the streets. Among the most vocal demonstrators were the revolutionary shop stewards from the metal industries who, following the example of Soviet Russia, set up self-governing councils to contest the regime's monopoly on political. 106. Power. By fall 1918, Germany's population faced a nationwide crisis of central authority. In early November, sailors in the northern naval base in Kiel revolted against the Naval High Command's decision to send them on a suicide mission to maintain the illusion that Germany could still win the war. After establishing an autonomous governing council, the mutineers called for military garrisons in other coastal cities to follow suit. Simultaneously, Kurt Eisner, a socialist politician in the southern German state of Bavaria, rallied disaffected soldiers to force the abdication of King Ludwig III. Taking the revolt one step further, on November 7, Eisner proclaimed Bavaria to be Germany's first Soviet republic. Within 2 days, this turmoil culminated in a decisive event: the German Emperor Wilhelm II abdicated his throne. The left-wing socialists who took part in these confrontations with the imperial regime were filled with a profound sense of vindication. Militants like Karl Liebknecht, the sole Reichstag deputy to have refused to vote for war credits in August 1914, were exhilarated by the prospect that Germany was at last experiencing its revolutionary moment. From their standpoint, this event confirmed that they had been right all along to oppose the transformation of the Social Democratic Party into a reformist organization. In their self-portrayal, they alone had recognized the faulty assumptions behind Edward Bernstein's claims about the abatement of the class struggle. These mistakes, they contended, had led the party to focus exclusively on electoral politics and the extraction of marginal concessions on wages and working conditions from employers. In the process, both the party and its trade union partners had allowed themselves to be taken over by petty bureaucrats who had no appreciation for the actual needs of the proletariat, and hence no interest in pursuing real justice. These leftists also treated the war's outcome as a validation of their position. The primary target, for many, was the ideological godfather of German social democracy, Karl Koschei, whom they accused of failing to follow through on Marx's teachings. In the radicals' view, Koschei had begun with the correct premise. In accord with the principles of the Erfurt program of 1891, of which he was the primary author, Koschei had correctly emphasized that there could be no long-term accommodation with the capitalist class. Yet, they maintained, his actions showed. 107. That he could not be counted upon to defend this basic principle. Instead of leading the proletariat toward a confrontation with the ruling classes, he and his sympathizers had bent over backward to appease the Social Democrats' reformist wing. This stance proved that they had lost sight of the goal of overthrowing the capitalist system. Notably, the SPD's left wing did not confine its attacks on the reformists' support for the war to the conflict alone. For them, this disastrous decision was merely the bitter culmination of a record of repeated betrayals of the interests of the working class. In their estimation, this shameful behavior was starkly illustrated by the party leadership's decision to show its solidarity by suspending hostilities with Germany's bourgeois parties for the duration of the war. This treachery was made even worse, the radicals contended, by the high price the SPD's leaders paid to secure a seat at the government's table. They abused the norm of party discipline by forbidding their members from publicly disagreeing with these policies. The left-wing Social Democrats had a powerful spokesperson in Rosa Luxemburg, whose views on the party's responsibilities contrasted sharply with Bernstein's revisionism, Koszkai's reformist Marxism, and Lenin's elitism. Born in Russian Poland, educated in Switzerland, a Jew and a woman in a dissident culture dominated by men, Luxemburg was the living embodiment of the international character of the communist movement. In her life as an activist and innovative contributor to Marxist theory, she was the equal of Lenin in rallying supporters to her side. Like the Bolshevik leader, Luxemburg had been active in the underground, had suffered arrest and imprisonment, and as a co-founder of the Polish and Lithuanian Social Democratic Party, had proven her skill as a political organizer. The most significant aspect of Luxemburg's appeal to the SPD's militants was her identification with an anti-elitist conception of the party's role that borrowed on the democratic traditions of early socialism. Most likely, had Luxemburg lived to attend the Comintern's Second Congress in 1920, Lenin's followers would have found her to be a formidable opponent of the 21 Conditions. Luxemburg's most influential work, The Mass Strike, The Political Party, and the Trade Unions, provides a particularly instructive 108. Contrast with the conspiratorial orientation of Lenin's Vanguard Party in What Is to Be Done? Notably, Luxemburg was provoked to write the book by the central event in the Bolsheviks' early history, St. Petersburg's Bloody Sunday Massacre of January 22, 1905. Like her peers throughout the Russian Empire, she was appalled by the Tsar's callous brutality toward his people. At the same time, she was enthralled by the spontaneous character of the popular uprising and its escalation into an assault on the foundations of the autocracy. After years of waiting for the revolution to occur, she and scores of other insurrectionists were convinced that they were seeing their dreams come to fruition. This period was, as Luxemburg later described it, the happiest of my life. 7. When reading The Mass Strike, The Political Party, and the Trade Unions today, one is immediately struck by its similarity in tone and content to Marx's idea of revolutionary change in the Communist Manifesto. Just like her forebear, Luxemburg does not focus on the Communist Party, even though she too includes the word party in her title. Instead of talking about an organization, she directs her readers' attention to the people who will actually make the charge against capitalism and asserts that their assault on the established order is inevitable. She calls this revolution the mass strike. This strike, Luxemburg maintains, is not a specific form of industrial action. Nor is it a single, cataclysmic event. Rather, the mass strike is the culmination of multiple, historically contingent actions by proletarian groups in years past. In the case of the St. Petersburg uprising, she tells the reader, the foundations for these actions were laid by multiple events over the preceding decades: strikes by weavers and spinners in 1896, violent protests by socialist agitators in 1897, and the refusal of tram operators and sailors to negotiate with government officials in Odessa in 1904. In the absence of these precedents, Luxemburg explains, the revolution of 1905 might not have occurred, or certainly would not have taken the form that it did. These points give us insight into Luxemburg's well-known disagreements with her contemporary, Lenin, over the communists' revolutionary role. In the mass strike, she maintains that the key to understanding the working class struggle lies in the appreciation of the 109. Role of indeterminacy. Human will cannot dictate the coalescence of disparate events into full-scale revolution, she emphasizes. The overthrow of the oppressor class is not artificially made, not decided at random, not propagated. Rather, she points out, it is an historical phenomenon which, at a given moment, results from social conditions with historical inevitability. 8. As I have suggested in Chapter 3, one must be cautious in characterizing Lenin's views on this topic. The author of What is to be Done? Would have agreed with the assumptions behind this position. He, too, was convinced that the proletariat required specific social and economic circumstances to take control of the class struggle. A revolution could not be made on volition alone. But there is a markedly different accent to Luxemburg's interpretation that, in my view, accounts for both her acrimonious exchanges with Lenin and her distinctive message to the German Social Democrats. Whereas Lenin argues that a cohort of revolutionary professionals is needed to push the working class from without, Luxemburg's understanding of the party's purposes is more nuanced. A disciplined party, she agrees, is necessary to inspire the masses and guide them toward their goals. It will provide cues for the fight, offer tactical advice, and contribute to a feeling of security, self-confidence, and a desire for struggle. 9. Nevertheless, she stresses, in an emphatic contrast with Lenin, the party is worthless without the masses. As she concisely puts it, the organization does not supply the troops for the struggle, but the struggle, in an ever-growing degree, supplies the recruits for the organization. 10. On this basis, one can understand why the mass strike would have special meaning for the German communists who were waiting for their day of glory to arrive. The Russian Revolution of 1905, she argues in the book, confirms Marx and Engels' characterization of revolutionary change as a complex and unpredictable process in which the confrontation between antagonistic classes assumes different forms in different times. The broad stage of the mass strike would not have been set without the two great upheavals in the centuries before it, the reckless radicalism of the French Revolution and then, as she describes the event, Germany's smothered revolution of 1848. For this reason, she advises, Germany's clear-thinking social democrats can take comfort. 110. In the recognition that the conflagration in St. Petersburg is not as remote to their country's fate as it might seem. To assume otherwise, she asserts, would be typical of the bureaucrats of the German labor movement rummage in their office drawers for information as to their strength and maturity. Conversely, committed revolutionaries understand that they are part of an international proletarian movement. These events are integral to their own experience. They are a chapter of their own social and political history. 11. In making these points, Luxemburg emphasizes that one cannot be sure when Germany's revolution will occur. The contradictions of capitalist development, she points out, do not proceed in a beautiful straight line but in a lightning-like zigzag. Nonetheless, Luxemburg assumes that this truth will be reassuring to those social democrats who fear that the reputation of Germany's workers is being overtaken by Russia's smaller, less sophisticated proletariat. Even if her country's workers should follow a slower course than their neighbors, she assures the reader, they are guaranteed an honored place in history. Marxism teaches that countries in the most advanced stages of development will be the first to complete the revolution from capitalism into socialism. According to this line of reasoning, Luxemburg argues that because the bourgeoisie has been in power in Germany for much longer than in Russia, it will be the first to experience the full furor of the oppressed masses. Logically, the German working class will then be first in line to implement the full extent of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The only uncertainty, Luxemburg adds, is whether her party's leaders will have enough insight to take full advantage of these events. If not, the workers will leave them behind. 12. In light of her convictions, Luxemburg was outraged when the SPD's leaders failed to live up to her expectations in 1914. Following her imprisonment in 1916 for organizing protests against the war, she composed a blistering attack on the party in a lengthy essay, The Crisis in the German Social Democracy. Writing under the pseudonym Junius, Luxemburg condemned the SPD's centrist politicians for pronouncing a death sentence on the Socialists' Second International. In her stinging assessment, there was no longer any point in seeking to reconcile the warring constituencies of 111. The German left, since Europe's largest party, had sacrificed the class struggle to the twin evils of militarism and imperialism. If only the Social Democrats had used their party's moral prestige to rally the socialists of other nations, she lamented, peace sentiments would have spread like wildfire and the popular demand for peace in all countries would have hastened the end of the slaughter. 13. To the extent that Luxemburg found any grounds for hope about the future of European socialism, it was not in the prospect of an early peace. Rather, as she explained, it would be found in tragedy. The blood and smoke of the battlefields would disprove the falsehoods on which the war was based. 14. From a political standpoint, this analysis proved to be startlingly correct. The longer the war lasted, the more it exacerbated the multiple fissures within the SPD. The outcome of these tensions testified to the aptness of Luxemburg's convictions about the indeterminate character of history. Despite their best efforts, neither she nor any of the radical Social Democrats could foresee, let alone control, the zigzagging course of events that led to the creation of Germany's first Communist Party. 1 year earlier, in 1915, the veiled hand of history had appeared to call the left to action. Luxemburg, Liebknecht, and other militants fired the first shots in the internal battle within the SPD by organizing a dissenting faction, the International Group, in opposition to the party's continued support for the war effort. Originally, the activists did not intend for their small group to have the features of an organized party. After all, such an association would have been antithetical to Luxemburg's idea of charging the masses with the leadership of the revolution. By 1916, however, the group could not avoid assuming some of the features of this role. Under a new name, Spartacus League, in honor of the leader of the heroic, though unsuccessful, slave revolt against Rome, its adherents were holding regular meetings, distributing leaflets, and inciting protests against the war. In spring 1917, the radicals' fortunes took another turn when they were confronted with a formidable rival. On April 6 to 9, pacifist politicians from the SPD's left-center wing walked out on their party to form a new association, the Independent Social Democratic Party. Initially, the USPD's founders had not wanted to take this step. They 112 preferred to change SPD policy from the inside. But their hands were forced when the SPD's executive body expelled their Reichstag deputies for sponsoring an anti-war conference. At their first Congress in Gotha, the same city where the Lassalleans and the Eisenachers brought the socialist movement together in 1875, the Independents won immediate support from the war's opponents and attracted members from an array of political camps. In a demonstration that all ideological gyrations were possible, even Koski and Bernstein joined the protest to demonstrate their love for peace. This shift to the left forced the Spartacists to commit to a single course of action. One of their options, as they saw it, was to increase their numbers by joining the USPD. However, this step would have meant associating themselves with people who were unprepared to commit themselves fully to the necessity of revolution. Their alternate option was to take the purest path and resist affiliation. But this step would have had an even more adverse consequence. It would have marginalized their voice on the major issue, the war, on which they shared the most in common with the protesters in the streets. For the time being, the Spartacists attempted to have it both ways. They joined the Independents but insisted that they be allowed to assert their own views within the party's ranks. In fall 1918, the unpredictable march of events again confounded the Spartacists' plans. In the wake of the sailors' revolt in Kiel in October 1918 and the renewed outbreak of nationwide strikes and demonstrations, the Independents recalculated their options. In view of Germany's imminent defeat in the war and the likelihood of a new form of government coming into being, the SPD's leaders faced what they presumed was an easy choice between two images of the German future. In one case, social peace would be re-established under a strong central authority, in the other, it would be obliterated through revolutionary violence. Incredibly, this perception took vivid form on a single day. On November 9, the Kaiser abdicated and Germany was proclaimed a republic not once but twice, at noon as the German Republic by the co-chair of the SPD's parliamentary group, Philipp Scheidemann, and in the afternoon as the Free Socialist Republic by Liebknecht. Even before these developments, it had become clear. 113. To most politicians that the weight of public opinion was leaning in the first direction. Thus, 3 of the USPD's leaders switched sides and agreed to take part in a provisional government, the 6-member Council of People's Deputies, under the leadership of the SPD's chairman Friedrich Ebert. They were followed by other independents, who in turn were joined by representatives of the most powerful workers' and soldiers' councils. In line with these developments, the new government promptly agreed to an armistice with the Entente powers and made plans to hold elections for a National Constituent Assembly on January 19, 1919. Regardless of their leaders' desires, the SPD's success created conditions that forced the Spartacists to commit themselves unequivocally to revolutionary action. Under the magical spell of the Bolsheviks' ascent to power only a year earlier, the supporters of this position remained confident that a German revolution was coming. The militant council leaders, such as the shop stewards, were fiercely distrustful of the moderate politicians. They demanded immediate support for their cause. They were joined by legions of demobilized soldiers who felt betrayed by the former government and were desperate to identify political forces that would help them make new lives for themselves. Paradoxically, the greatest pressure on the Spartacists was unintentionally generated by Ebert. Mistakenly interpreting these expressions of discontent for something they were not signs of an imminent social explosion on the scale of Russia's October Revolution, Germany's provisional leader went on the offensive to protect the republic against its enemies. In so doing, he reinforced the Spartacists' convictions that their faction was firmly on the correct side of history. Ebert's decision to go to war with his adversaries was triggered by the occupation of the imperial palace by several hundred disgruntled sailors on December 23, 1918. Far from espousing a radical political program, let alone throwing in their lot with the radical left, the sailors merely demanded that the government pay their back wages and provide them with jobs. But on the following day, Ebert made the fateful decision to call in regular troops to storm the palace. Although the number of casualties was not high, the use of force against the veterans marked the point at which an essentially peaceful standoff over 114 competing visions of the ideal German future was transformed into a violent confrontation. 15 These events marked a fundamental transition from Luxemburg's idea of a revolutionary party to a party that pursued this goal through more orgianized means. On the one hand, Ebert's Bloody Christmas, as Liebknecht called the assault, confirmed what Marxists had maintained about the bourgeoisie since the 19th century. No matter what its representatives called themselves, the ruling class would never voluntarily relinquish power. On the other hand, Spartacist leaders, including Liebknecht, found in these developments the rationale to convince their followers that the formation of a separate party had become necessary for the movement's survival. Initially, Luxemburg had reservations about the decision, fearing that its elitist implications would rob the party of Marxist authenticity. Nonetheless, she allowed herself to be persuaded that the risks of political organization were preferable to the threat of oblivion. At the party's founding Congress in Berlin on December 31, she emphasized that the organization should never lose sight of its responsibility to the working masses. It should represent true Marxism as opposed to the ersatz Marxism of the SPD. 16 On January 1, 1919, the new party was officially proclaimed the KPD. In what proved to be an enduring feature in the story of German communism, the Congress demonstrated that one could not just wish away the divisions within the party elite. On the question of what steps the KPD should take first to assert its interests, Luxemburg again took the minority position, arguing for restraint. The working class, she insisted, was not yet primed for revolution. On this ground, she shocked many of her listeners by suggesting that its representatives participate in the upcoming parliamentary elections. As surprising as Luxemburg's accommodating gesture may have been, it was consistent with her past emphasis on the importance of proletarian maturity. Once again, however, she was outvoted in the KPD's Executive Council, which demanded instead a frontal assault on the Ebert government. Capitalizing on a failed attempt by the regime to replace Berlin's radical USPD police chief, Liebknecht called on January 6 for a general strike and formed a revolutionary council, which he claimed to be the sole, legitimate. 115. Government of the German people. Even he must have been surprised by the success of this appeal. On the following day, over 500,000 workers filled the streets, shutting down the city. Yet, these numbers were misleading. This massive demonstration of popular opposition against the regime's policies was not an endorsement of the tiny KPD. Communists constituted only a small percentage of the protesters. Most of the strikers were unaffiliated council members, soldiers, and ordinary laborers who simply seized the moment to express their distress. What mattered most for the KPD, however, was that the government's reaction to the crisis justified the party's call for greater militancy. Perceiving the KPD's actions to be a putsch attempt, Ebert again responded with force, allowing troops from the paramilitary Freikorps to hunt down the communists. The ensuing confrontations between the two branches of the German socialist movement were replete with violence, but no development was comparable in its long-term significance than two particular deaths in mid-January. On January 15, just 4 days before voters went to the polls to elect the National Assembly of the Weimar Republic, Luxemburg and Liebknecht were kidnapped and murdered by the Freikorps troops. With these blows, the two revolutionaries were elevated into the hallowed temple of martyrdom and became permanent reminders to their followers of the SPD's perfidy. Thus, every subsequent battle between the Ebert regime and the communists over the following spring, including the killing of more than 1,000 protesters in Berlin in March and the brutal suppression of a newly established and equally violent Bavarian Soviet Republic in May, was a further confirmation that the SPD and the KPD could never be reconciled. In view of Luxemburg's opposition to the Spartacist uprising, it is understandable that the KPD's more circumspect leaders subsequently wondered whether their party had made a fundamental error. Would not the party's interests have been better served by participating in the national elections? As they saw it, this was not a question of renouncing the recourse to violent means to achieve the communists' long-term goals. Luxemburg had never hesitated to defend the use of violence as long as the circumstances justified it. In her eyes, the issue was whether the KPD's ability to take advantage of popular discontent would not 116 have been greater if it had allowed itself more time to develop an effective organization and a broader social base. The sobering consequences of the KPD's premature call for revolution and the revulsion of much of the German left at its violent tactics led to the party's transformation into an organization that was, for a time, significantly different from what the militant communists desired. For 10 months after the January uprising, the KPD's members were forced to conduct their business in hiding. When they resurfaced in the late fall under the direction of Paul Levi, one of Rosa Luxemburg's collaborators, they denuded the KPD of much of its outwardly confrontational character and embraced cooperation. In Levi's view, the greatest danger facing the party was represented by the all-or-nothing thinking that would lead to its permanent isolation from German society, and especially the left. The remedy to this disorder, as Levi saw it, was to compete openly for the loyalties of the people. This strategy entailed both taking part in elections and engaging aggressively in trade union agitation, a realm that had previously been monopolized by moderate socialists. Levi had his way, and the KPD flourished as a result of the social democratic government's growing trials. Under his direction, the party took on many of the attributes of an electorally oriented mass party and could claim over 375,000 members. In June 1920, it won 4 seats in the first elections to the Weimar Reichstag. In December, the KPD merged with the left wing of the USPD to become the junior partner in the second largest parliamentary party. At first blush, one might anticipate that this transformation in the KPD's public posture would have put it at odds with the Comintern's stringent demands of its member parties. However, Lenin and his co-leaders were not at all repelled by the idea that fraternal parties should seek to subvert the bourgeoisie by working within its institutions. At minimum, this strategy provided Moscow with an opportunity to foment internal discord among its Western foes. Given this focus, it would be fanciful to think that the Communists could have recaptured Luxemburg's dream of a workers' party that received its primary impetus from below. The KPD had already branded itself with the damning reputation of elitism, having presumed that it could dictate to the masses when it was time for them to act. 117. Still, as we shall see, the memory of the past hung over the KPD like a heavy weight. It could not escape its tortured history with the party that held the reins of power. No matter how great their attunement to Levi's pragmatic instincts, many of the KPD's most prominent personalities were incapable of shaking their hatred for the Social Democrats. As a consequence, they remained open to the possibility that their party's focus would change once again. For the time being, this was not a serious concern. As long as Levi's strategies served Moscow's interests, most of the KPD's militant members were content to live with their party exactly as he desired. The Hungarian Communists come to power. In Hungary, too, the tragic consequences of World War I led to the formation of a communist party, but this time in a country where such an organization might have easily been relegated to insignificance. With little fanfare, a group of communist exiles and former prisoners of war, most of whom had recently returned from Moscow, met with the left-wing faction of the Social Democratic Party of Hungary on November 24, 1918, to create the unified Hungarian Communist Party. Oddly, this party had already been founded on Russian soil a few weeks earlier. This second founding was an emphatic statement. Under the direction of the Moscow-trained propagandist Bela Kun, the Communists' union with their SDP allies was meant to prepare them for the daunting task of fomenting revolution under the desperate conditions created by the fall of the Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy. In many respects, the HCP was born of the same miserable circumstances that would lead only a few weeks later to the founding of the KPD in Germany. As in Germany, Hungary's human losses were staggering. Of the 3.2 million ethnic Hungarians who fought on the side of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, as many as 531,000 were killed, 500,000 were seriously injured, and 833,000 were imprisoned. 17 When the survivors returned to their homeland after the signing of the ceasefire with the Entente powers in November 1918, they converged on its few cities in search of work and food. Thanks to the agitation of radical 118 socialists and syndicalists, wildcat strikes and protests shut down entire sectors of the economy. Yet in other respects, conditions in Hungary were uniquely debilitating. More than in Germany, the war's outcome exacerbated a spectrum of already existing social and class tensions. Pre-war Hungary was distinguished by socio-economic cleavages and cultural antagonisms that made it more like Russia than its Central or Western European neighbors. At the turn of the century, 2/3 of the population was engaged in agricultural production, where a handful of conservative noble families owned most of the tillable land. 18 Some peasants were locked into a state of semi-servitude that was actually expanding at the same time that the remaining features of serfdom were waning in Russia. As a result, when these simple farmers returned home after fighting for the monarchy, they were driven by a sense of entitlement to the commodity that had previously been denied to them land. When they did not receive what they wanted, their embitterment left them open to recruitment by extremist parties on both the left and the right. In addition, the war's outcome sharpened the divide between town and countryside and created fertile ground for demagoguery and the advocacy of simplistic solutions to Hungary's plight. While the nobility and its sympathizers in the state bureaucracy and the army were swayed by the appeal of hypernationalism and xenophobia, middle-class intellectuals and a growing segment of the urban working class were moved by the promise of social and economic radicalism. Finally, the appeal of extremism was fueled by Hungary's enormous territorial losses after the war. The victors allowed the Romanian government to annex sizable portions of the country's territory and merged Hungarian lands with neighboring regions to craft entirely new states, including the Republic of Czechoslovakia and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. By the signing of the Treaty of Trianon in 1920, Hungary had lost more than two-thirds of its pre-war territory and three-fifths of its population, including over 3 million ethnic Hungarians. In the process, the country was deprived of a substantial portion of its industrial capacity. 19 These tumultuous conditions put Hungary's moderate post-war rulers in an impossible position. Formed in October 1918, under a 119 democratically minded aristocrat, Mihaly Károlyi, the fledgling National Council of the Hungarian People's Republic hastened to express its good intentions. It declared an immediate end to military hostilities and promised major economic reforms, including a sweeping overhaul of the electoral system, administrative reorganization, and the redistribution of land. Nonetheless, the coalition of middle-of-the-road parties that constituted the new government was not the equal of Friedrich Ebert's socialist government in Berlin. With the exception of the Hungarian SDP, which had a clear program and sophisticated organizational structure, the coalition's members showed that they were more adept at engaging in abstract disputes than building effective institutions. They issued hundreds of decrees but were unable to implement them. The inability of Károlyi and other moderate politicians to master Hungary's divisions was a boon to the communists, and especially Kun. A small-time, leftist journalist, Kun had found his calling in Russian POW camps, where he came into contact with left-leaning radicals from across Europe who shared his exuberance over the Bolshevik victory and confidence that capitalism was in its last days. In a manner that would become common practice in the Comintern, Kun's captors took note of his sympathies and sent him to Petrograd to work in the propaganda division of their party's international department. In this position, he established a reputation for his zealous convictions and was included in the formation of Hungary's first communist organization, the Hungarian group of the Russian Communist Party. Without these experiences, Kun would probably have fallen into oblivion. With them, he was able to tap into the militant idealism of countless other converts to Bolshevism. It was no matter that these returnees were unequipped to provide the remedies that had eluded Károlyi's government. Kun's primary objective in forming the unified HCP was to sustain their followers' faith in the immediacy of the revolution and their readiness to use any means to force it through. Kun's fledgling HCP was much smaller and less disciplined than the Social Democratic members of the National Council, but it had one major advantage over its rivals. As long as the SDP was associated in the public mind with the government's ineptitude, Kun and his comrades could portray the HCP as the only left-wing party that was seriously 120 committed to redressing the population's grievances. In taking advantage of this discontent, Kun benefited from a critical blunder by the Károlyi regime. Fearing Kun's growing popularity in the streets, it ordered his arrest and imprisonment. Kun might have remained in confinement were it not for the resignation of Károlyi and his ministers in March 1919 after the French head of the Entente Commission in Budapest demanded that the government relinquish more of its territory. Now sanctified by these events, Kun was released from prison, and the improbable became real ity. Claiming that it was time for the SDP to prove its revolutionary credentials, he muscled through the formation of a unified party of communists and social democrats on March 21, 1919, to govern the country. Under a new name, the Socialist Party of Hungary, the former opponents joined in proclaiming the world's second revolutionary socialist state, the Hungarian Soviet Republic, or commune as its founders called it. In tune with the iron law of the class struggle, the Social Democrats pledged to combat the bandits of counter-revolution and the brigands of plunder and to create a new social order by nationalizing major industrial corporations, confiscating landed property, and instituting the dictatorship of the proletariat. 20 From this unlikely beginning to the new party's uncelebrated end, the communist leaders of the Socialist Party of Hungary gave voice to the triumphant bravado that is commonly found among people with little experience in real-world politics. They justified the unification of the left and the founding of the new Hungarian Soviet Republic by appealing to Marxist clichés. According to Kuhn, the two currents of international socialism had merged with no other purpose than to serve the proletariat. We have achieved what we have achieved, Kuhn boasted, namely that we have become practical models for the proletariat of Central Europe. 21 His deputy commissar for education, the renowned philosopher György Lukács, went into greater detail. It was undeniable, Lukács conceded, that the Russian proletariat had taken the first step towards socialism. Yet this achievement had degenerated into an ongoing, fratricidal civil war. In contrast, the unification of the Hungarian left proved that the representatives of the advanced working class could set aside their differences. In this way, Lukács concluded. 121. The Socialist Party of Hungary showed that the bourgeois concept of the political party was no longer needed. The proletariat had moved beyond it. The parties have ceased to exist, he affirmed, now there is a unified proletariat. 22 Later, he proclaimed that even the Communist Party would eventually pass away. 23 Looking back on the Hungarian Soviet Republic's short 133 days of existence, one could easily fault the moderate Social Democrats for assuming that they could conduct business as usual with revolutionaries whom many of them despised. Yet, in the face of the Communists' control over the protests in the capital and the even more disturbing growth of nationalist parties on the right, they had few choices. For a brief period, they countered Kuhn's scarcely concealed efforts to dominate the regime. But they were no match for his demagoguery and his skill in exploiting their internal divisions. By early summer, the Communists exercised full control over the government and were implementing policies that eroded, rather than enhanced, its faint claims to legitimacy. Some of these measures verged on the bizarre. Lukács set up an audaciously named National Council for the Products of the Mind, which focused on cultural re-education. He ordered the closing of bookstores and their replacement with flying book stands to distribute communist literature in public places. He paid hand-picked writers to write sympathetic tributes to the regime and opened proletarian theaters to raise the consciousness of the working class. Other policies had disastrous consequences. The Soviet Republic followed through on a promise to confiscate the property of large landholders. But instead of turning over this land to the peasantry, as long promised, it created lasting enemies in the countryside by declaring its intention to form large-scale collective farms. Above all, this period should be remembered for the Communists' unabashed endorsement of violence. The more the Social Democrats took issue with these policies, the more ferociously Kuhn and his co-leaders fought back. To an extent that even Lenin questioned, they showed no mercy in dealing with anyone who dared to challenge their policies. In a party communiqué, the regime declared its intention to drown the bourgeois counter-revolution in blood. 24 It dispatched teams of armed thugs, known as Lenin's Boys, to terrorize its critics. It conducted show trials and executed hundreds of purported counter-revolutionaries. 122. Of the high-ranking officials involved in these measures, Matyas Rákosi, the commander of the Soviet Republic's domestic militia, would later play a central role in post-World War II Hungary's transformation into a Soviet satellite. The most acute analysis of Hungary's descent into anarchy came from outside the country. Looking on from Germany, Paul Levi denounced Kuhn and other HCP extremists for following a misconceived path. Their fatal error, Levi maintained, was to conflate two different historical stages, the fall of the bourgeoisie and the victory of the proletariat. In Levi's view, one could legitimately argue that the bourgeoisie, as he colorfully put it, had kicked the bucket. However, Levi emphasized, it was much too early to speak about victory. In this case, the experience of Germany's communists was instructive. At the cost of considerable pain, they had learned that the dictatorship of the proletariat would not come into being merely because the party wanted it. Rather, Levi advised, the proletariat could only establish its supremacy if it fully understood its interests. To reach this level of self-understanding, it would need to acquire the intellectual maturity, the determination, and the insight to recognize that salvation lies in its dictatorship alone. This point had not yet been reached. 25 When the Hungarian Soviet Republic finally dissolved on August 1, it was significant that the regime was brought down by nationalist misadventures, not the wishes of the proletariat. Rhetorically, Kahn sought to define the Socialist Party's strategy in dealing with the hostile powers surrounding his country in much the same way as Lenin. He counted upon the proletariat's victory elsewhere in Europe. Pronouncing himself secure in the knowledge and conviction that the world revolution is here, is coming, he declared that detachments of the proletariat from other countries, whose historical calling is to make their own revolution, just as we had to make ours, would soon come to Hungary's defense. 26 But in practice, Kahn defiantly muddied the waters of Marxist orthodoxy by moving in a direction that both the Bolsheviks and the German Communists had resisted. He increasingly treated the party as an agent of national rather than class interests. Shortly after the establishment of the Soviet Republic, Kahn sought to take advantage of popular 123 outrage over the loss of Hungarian territory by invading the newly created state of Czechoslovakia. For a brief period, the offensive paid off. By early June, Hungarian troops had taken control of most of Slovakia and set up a new socialist state, the Slovak Soviet Republic. At the end of the month, however, the army was forced to retreat. A month later, Kahn attempted to exploit his population's nationalist sentiments one final time, declaring war on Romania. When Romanian units easily routed their attackers and marched toward Budapest, there was nothing to hold the Soviet Republic together. Few Hungarians were willing to shed any more blood or tears to defend this tortured experiment. As in the case of Lenin's support for an unconditional peace settlement with the Central Powers a year earlier, it would be difficult to make the argument that Kahn's use of the party's leading role as a tool for defending Hungarian territory had much to do with the organization's Marxist foundations. However, it says a lot about the elasticity of the language of Marxism that Kahn used it to account for the demise of what he thought to be the first step toward the inevitable leap into socialism. After announcing his resignation, Kahn explained that the failure of the Soviet Republic confirmed the unpredictable course of the class struggle. The proletariat, he explained, as if it were an expression of history and not a concrete class, had left itself in the lurch by not defending the Soviet Republic. This was not its fault, Kahn allowed. Its fate simply testified to the sad circumstance that it was not yet possible to convert capitalism, that dirty, ugly capitalism, into anything but the dirty, ugly system we have in this country. 27 In fact, confirming that the prospects for Hungarian socialism had evaporated, the Soviet Republic was followed by an ugly period. It was replaced by an ultranationalist, right-wing government led by a former admiral in the Austro-Hungarian Navy, Miklós Horthy, which promptly unleashed a reign of white terror against officials from both the Karolyi and Kahn governments, communists and socialists, intellectuals, ethnic minorities, and Jews. The communists did not forget these events. When they returned to power 25 years later under the rule of Kahn's deputy, Rákosi, they responded in kind to every hint of opposition to their policies. 124. The plight of the British communists. In contrast to the leaders of the communist parties in Germany and Hungary, the left-wing socialists who founded the British Communist Party in 1920 barely had the opportunity to establish an independent identity. At the end of the war, they faced the daunting challenge of organizing themselves in an environment in which the case for radicalism was undercut by national victory. Britain, too, had incurred enormous losses in the conflict. Among the 2.5 million casualties overall, 750,000 British citizens perished. 28. The population suffered the privations of any sustained military confrontation, including significant economic dislocations, painful inflation, and widespread food shortages. Nonetheless, while these losses created the space for leftist politicians to prove themselves, the absence of recrimination and the bitterness of defeat meant that Britain's would-be communists were at a loss to compete with the message of the moderate socialists. The Labour Party benefited the most from the war's favourable outcome. After years of being a minor player in British politics, its leaders were encouraged by the fact that the attitude of the British electorate toward the left had changed over the course of the conflict. In 1914, the average man or woman on the street had anticipated a limited engagement in a Europe that would be heavy in heroism and short in duration. Well before the end of the fighting, however, the same population was demoralized by the conflict's immense cost. In this atmosphere, citizens distanced themselves from the liberal and conservative parties that had drawn the country into the conflict. Adding to the possibilities for labor, these parties had been forced to adopt state-centered economic policies, including price controls and direct involvement in private industry, which they had previously decried as socialist. Hence, the more the average voter grew accustomed to greater state involvement in the economy, the less threatening the prospect of a left-wing government appeared. Under these propitious circumstances, Labour's leaders took a step that would not only redound to their good fortune for years but also significantly weaken the prospects of the party's radical left wing. They publicly committed themselves to socialism. Labour's first constitution. 125. Of 1918 endorsed measures for a national minimum in social services, full employment, higher taxes, and democracy in the workplace. In fact, the party came just short of endorsing the nationalization of industry. Although the Constitution did not use this incendiary term, the infamous Clause 4 of the document, which was written by the Fabian Society's Sidney and Beatrice Webb, advocated the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange and called for the best attainable system of popular administration and control of each industry or service. 29. Had Britain's radical left only been faced with Labour's successes, the challenge of making even a small mark on post-war politics would have been significant. But its even greater problem was that it was fractured into a multiplicity of small parties, factions, militant groups, and labor associations. Logically, the far left's best choice of action was to bring these competing bodies under a common roof. To this end, a growing number of its representatives called for the most ambitious option, the formation of a unified communist party. In weighing the merits of this step, however, the leaders of each constituency were compelled to ask themselves the classic question about any form of cooperation: would alignment increase their respective chances of meeting their objectives, or was it better to go their separate ways in the interest of preserving fundamental principles? As the largest of Britain's three best-known radical socialist parties, the 5,000-member British Socialist Party was the most likely candidate to have its interests met through unification. Formed in 1911 by disenchanted members of the Social Democratic Federation and the Independent Labour Party, the BSP began as a loose collection of breakaway factions and labour agitators who were bound together by the simple conviction that the working class should be led by a genuinely Marxist party. As a result of two developments, these elements slowly congealed into a more substantial entity. The first was the departure of a handful of the nationalist politicians from the party leadership in 1916, including Henry Mayers Hindman. Their absence gave the BSP the opportunity to define itself as a radical alternative to Labour by adopting an explicitly anti-war platform. The second was the Bolshevik Revolution. Given the absence of the domestic turmoil in Germany, 126, and Hungary, it would have been fanciful to imagine that the radical left would be animated by the same call to emulate the Russian example that propelled its continental counterparts into action. Instead, the BSP's leaders treated the Bolshevik victory as a call to moral responsibility. Despite their modest size, they vowed to keep the idea of an eventual revolution alive until the British working class was ready to act on its true interests. In attempting to live up to this responsibility, the BSP's leaders defined their party as the natural unifier of the left. In their view, the interests of the proletariat, both in Britain and abroad, would only be served if all elements of sectarianism were removed from the movement. Thus, in much the same manner as Paul Levi, they argued that left-wing parties of all types should not be allowed to reduce themselves to narrowly focused interest associations or, worse still, to obscure cults. To create a just world, it was essential to work within it. In the final decades of the 19th century, even Marx and Engels had grudgingly acquiesced to the participation of socialist parties in elections. But the BSP showed just how flexible it was willing to be by taking this way of thinking one step further. In 1916, it allowed its members to stand as Labour Party candidates in the general elections. From the beginning, the relationship between the two socialist parties was fraught with tension, which became increasingly pronounced as a result of Labour's continued defense of the war and open hostility to the Bolsheviks. Nonetheless, the BSP's openness to this level of collaboration showed that even an avowedly Marxist party could find pragmatic grounds for moderation. Britain's second-largest Marxist party, the militant Socialist Labour Party, initially seemed a much less likely supporter of unification. Based in the grim industrial centres of Glasgow and Edinburgh and boasting less than 100 members, the SLP was heavily influenced by the American Marxist Daniel de Leon, who advocated direct industrial action and the organization of workers in workshops and factories. For this reason, the SLP's leaders primarily viewed their party as a vehicle for raising the level of consciousness of the proletariat. Although they insisted on strict party discipline to maintain a consistent message, they were opposed to all forms of centralized leadership. 127. Thus, in 1918, the party ran candidates in the general elections who unabashedly espoused turning over the means of production to the working class and replacing Parliament with a Congress of People's Councils. Just the same, the supporters of unification found a grain of hope in the SLP's willingness to participate in elections, even though its objective was to subvert the existing order. This suggested that there was a chance its leaders would consider the possibility of working with the BSP. Such a meeting of minds was practically inconceivable for the even smaller Workers' Socialist Federation. As an organization, the WSF can barely be distinguished from the personality of its founder, Sylvia Pankhurst. Pankhurst had grown up in a left-wing household as one of the daughters of the leader of the British suffragette movement, Emmeline Pankhurst. But she was more radical than both her mother, with whom she publicly broke ties over the latter's support for the war, and the suffragettes, who were uncomfortable with political agitation among working-class women. Initially, Pankhurst established her reputation as a grassroots organizer, setting up a network of service centres in London's East End to provide indigent women with access to health clinics and nurseries. The creation of the WSF encouraged her to go far beyond these measures. In a 7-point program, the Federation advocated policies: the dismantling of the armed forces, the abolition of the capitalist system, and the creation of a National Assembly of Workers' Councils that would have made even alignment with the SLP difficult. In this light, one can see why the founding of the Comintern would have been attractive in different ways to each of the above parties. When the Executive Committee of the Communist International demanded that they unify their forces into a single communist party and set up a unity committee to realize this objective, the leaders of each organization naturally looked to the ECCI to champion their respective strategies. This was no small matter. It showed that in the absence of the definitive social and economic conditions to justify one approach over another, the determination of which party was best suited to speak for the interests of the working class was left up to Moscow. The resolution of this uncertainty came down to the Comintern's deliberations over the BSP's affiliation with the Labour Party. Not 128. Surprisingly, as the leader of the smallest party with the most to lose, Pankhurst hastened to lobby the Bolsheviks' founder for support. At first, she appeared to win this battle for influence when Lenin expressed concern that labor might swallow up its smaller partner. However, he soon changed his mind. After several members of the SLP left their party to join the BSP, the prospect of a stable party with the power to unite the left became a realistic possibility. In response, Pankhurst took a remarkable step. She formed her own communist party, the Communist Party. It turned out that she had good reason for fearing that the course of events was moving against her. When her rivals asked Lenin to take a position on their decision, he notified them on July 8, 1920, that he saw no problem with their adhesion to the Labour Party, provided that it allowed for free and independent communist activity. 30 I am recounting these inter-party skirmishes to illustrate how the Comintern was more than an instrument of domination. It also became an agency for addressing the extraordinarily complex divisions within the radical left. Pankhurst's opposition was only the first hurdle along this path. When the Unity Convention finale took place on July 31 to August 1, 1920, the BSP controlled more than half of the delegates. But when they voted to found the BCP, the new party nearly found erred on its first decision. On the question of affiliation with the Labour Party, its executive council was opposed by an array of guild socialists, shop steward committees, Welsh socialists, and other independent groups with radically different views about what kind of party should represent their interests. Hence, the resolution for affiliation barely passed with only a margin of 100 votes to 85. This less than heartening beginning to the BCP is instructive. It showed that this slim victory would not have been achieved without Lenin's intervention. Just prior to the convention, Lenin published a fiery polemic, Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, in which he railed against those communists who, in his view, had allowed dogmatic thinking to cloud their good judgment. The matter of cooperation with bourgeois parties, Lenin stressed, had nothing to do with forgiving the social traitors who had sold their souls to capitalism. Referring to Labour's first cabinet member, Arthur Henderson, he 129. Riley advised the communists to support such politicians in the same way as the rope supports a hanged man. 31 The main thing, Lenin underscored, was to do whatever was realistically possible to advance the cause of the proletariat. In this way, the working class's true representatives would be on hand to take power when the appointed day of revolution arrived. Lenin's case was helped by an unanticipated development that had nothing to do with his maneuvering. After the Unity Convention, the BCP matter-of-factly asked the Labour Party's National Executive Committee to allow communist candidates to retain their membership in their own party. A positive response seemed to be a foregone conclusion. To the communists' surprise, the committee summarily rejected the application. With good reason, it argued that Labour could not have people speaking on its behalf who were fundamentally opposed to its constitutional principles. This decision would eventually marginalize the communists even further, but it had a temporarily salutary effect. It removed the divisive issue of Labour affiliation from the table. On January 29, 1921, representatives of the BCP, Pankhurst's party, and sundry other groups gathered in Leeds for a second Unity Convention. This time, they made a show of patching up their differences and established a truly unified organization. In a revealing choice of words that captured these unusual developments, Arthur McManus, the BCP's first chairperson, aptly summed up the news: "The communist parties are dead. Long live the Communist Party." 32 At the same time, the prospect that these communists would ever be strong enough to assert their independence from Moscow died as well. The unification of the French left. If one could count the unification of the socialist left as a sufficient criterion to establish an independent identity, the French communists would be worthy of commendation. Unlike their counterparts in Germany, Hungary, and Great Britain, France's left-wing socialists actually achieved this goal. On December 25 to 30, 1920, 285 delegates of the French section of the Workers' International assembled in Tours to address the questions of whether and under what circumstances 130. Their party should join the Comintern. The Congress provided the setting for one of the most remarkable debates in the history of French socialism. On the concluding day of the meeting, these self-appointed representatives of the working class arrived at their decision in a truly democratic fashion. They voted on it by a margin of 3,208 to 1,022 votes, with each delegate receiving a number of ballots in proportion to the party members they represented. The Congress accepted the 21 conditions of Comintern membership and founded a new party, the French section of the Communist International. Outside France, socialists, communists, and other left-wing radicals must have been amazed that one of the most divisive issues in the international workers' movement could be resolved with such apparent ease by voting oui or non. The French penchant for replacing individual self-expression with centralized control had seemingly won the day. In addition, the Comintern's new members treated their good fortune in a way that undoubtedly pleased the organization's leaders in Moscow. In October 1921, the radical faction within the SFIC dutifully renamed itself the French Communist Party. In what would turn out to be an abiding predilection, its representatives made a point of looking to Russ-SIA's example, and not to some homegrown version of communist identity, in choosing their priorities. Nevertheless, appearances were deceiving. The SFIO's choice for the Comintern and its governing principles was as much about the socialists' weaknesses as their strengths. On the one hand, the spirit of the time seemed to provide ample grounds for confidence. France's left-wing socialists benefited from a resurgence of the radical caste of working-class protest that had prevailed in the years before World War I. In 1914, many Frenchmen had gone to the trenches with as much, if not more, ardor as combatants elsewhere, determined to recapture the glory the country had lost to Germany in 1871. By 1917, however, the combined impact of France's enormous losses on the battlefield, 10% of the working population was killed, and the misery of the populace made it seem as though the violent class conflict of the 1880s had returned with greater force than ever. Workers seized control of armaments factories, miners left their fields, soldiers were on the brink of mutiny, and entire municipalities were taken over by demonstrators. 2. 131. Be sure, similar unrest could be found elsewhere in Europe, especially in Germany and Hungary. However, in the eyes of the French worker, there was a crucial difference. France had been the victim of aggression, not its instigator. Hence, those persons who had lost the most during the war felt that their government had not compensated them for their sacrifices. Additionally, the SFIO's militant left appeared to be ideally positioned to take advantage of the working class's disillusionment with their government's wartime policies. The moderate socialists' willingness to participate with the establishment parties in the Union Sacrée, or Sacred Union, had damaged their reputation by forcing them to defend military engagement. Compounding this difficulty, they had underestimated popular enthusiasm for the Bolsheviks among workers and intellectuals and, in 1918, had even gone along with the coalition's support of the White forces in the Russian Civil War. Under these circumstances, a vocal minority of SFIO members argued that the leadership had lost touch with its base. It campaigned to end the party's collaboration with the government and engineered a broad shift to the left at the party's National Congress in October 1918. Ludovic Oscar Froissart, a Marxist pacifist and master tactician, was elected General Secretary, and Marcel Caquin, a self-described common man, was chosen to be the editor of the party's powerful newspaper, El Humanite. Under their influence, the reorientation of the party's profile quickly paid off, and its membership climbed beyond its pre-war levels. On the other hand, the SFIO proved to be no more capable of managing its internal divisions than in the past. At the center of the political spectrum, the party's recognized spokesperson, Leon Blum, an acolyte of Jean Jaurès, openly expressed doubts about whether the French proletariat had anything to learn from its Russian peers and warned his colleagues about the dangers of neglecting France's democratic traditions. In his view, it was a fatal mistake for the party to accept a compulsory discipline that proceeds from the top down or to allow itself to become some kind of vast secret society. 33 In contrast, on the far left, enthusiasts of the Bolsheviks, such as the Unionist Fernand Lauriat, demanded that the party prove itself worthy of its vanguard role and take immediate steps to spur the masses to action. 132. A related problem for the SFIO was that it lacked direct means of communication with the working class. Despite the party's revolutionary rhetoric and its leaders' confidence that the march of events was on their side, even its most radical members had few ties with the working masses. With only a few exceptions, such as Froissart, who came from an artisan family, most had bourgeois backgrounds and were more comfortable arguing about Marxist theory than dealing with the plight of the average worker. Ideally, the latter function should have been fulfilled by the General Confederation of Labor. Like the party, it too profited from a sizable influx of new members toward the end of the war. However, the CGT was much weaker than its British and German equivalents. Its reputation for political moderation and its willingness to negotiate with employers made it suspect in the minds of militant trade unionists. Furthermore, the dispositions of the Confederation's radical fringe were as deeply influenced by France's strong syndicalist traditions as they were by Marxism. Given the CGT's federal structure, these factors prevented its executive council from acting without the explicit support of the major unions. In fact, even the description of the CGT as a national organization must be qualified. Most of France's workforce was not unionized at all. Hence, workers were subject to easy manipulation by other associations and political parties. In 1919, these weaknesses were exposed when both the SFIO's and the CGT's momentum during the previous year stalled. In France's first post-war election in November, a coalition of conservatives, middle-off-road liberals, and Catholic politicians, known as the National Bloc, took advantage of the popular desire for stability by portraying the vote as a referendum on the applicability of Bolshevism to French conditions. They were swept into office, winning over half the popular vote and more than two-thirds of the seats in the National Assembly. In response, a divided SFIO effectively deprived itself of the chance to influence the new government by ruling out any form of cooperation with non-socialist parties. Compounding these setbacks, a renewed wave of great strikes raised further doubts about the left's effectiveness. On May 1, 1919, the CGT made a bid to bolster its bargaining power by calling for national work stoppages. Over the ensuing months, nearly 750,000 workers walked out. 133. On their jobs. Nevertheless, the Confederation lost control of the protests when they splintered into hundreds of contending groups and employers used the divisions to buy off their workers with minor concessions. 1 year later, the CGT again asserted its authority over the labor movement and a staggering 1.3 million workers went on strike. With railway workers in the lead, the organizers expected that these protests would spread throughout French society. Yet, the government successfully shut the campaign down. It arrested the CGT's leaders and stood by employers when they dismissed more than 20,000 of the union's members from their jobs. With tepid public support, the Confederation was forced to call off further strike action. These defeats shed light on why the socialists' debates over Comintern membership were about something more substantial than formal affiliation or mere nomenclature. They were about defining the SFIO's identity from a position of weakness. In the end, it was not the heavy hand of history that led the party to move in one direction rather than another, but instead the influence of specific personalities. In mid-June 1919, Froissart and Kakin traveled to Moscow to take part in the Comintern's Second Congress. Upon their arrival, they voiced all of the socialists' ambivalent feelings about membership in the organization. Yet, they quickly found that their hosts were not interested in compromise. In contrast to their handling of the other European parties, which had virtually no bargaining power. Lenin and Zinoviev subjected their guests to an unnerving combination of criticism and cajoling. They agreed that Froissart and Kakin's task was not easy, but stressed that there were no halfway positions on the road to communism. One was either fully committed to proletarian unity or not at all. It cannot have hurt that everywhere the two French socialist radicals were taken, they were impressed with the Bolsheviks' dedication to building a new society. Upon their return to France, they had made up their minds to support the Comintern's wishes at the upcoming Party Congress. From its opening session on December 25, 1920, onward, the Tours Congress was a raucous affair as rival factions battled over their party's destiny. It was clear to the delegates that the SFIO needed to reach an unequivocal decision about its commitments. But they also recognized that the choice for the Comintern would result in a split within the 134 party. Kakin took the lead in making the case for membership regardless of its internal consequences. The Bolsheviks, he argued, had the interests of the international proletariat at heart and were eager to learn from every party's experiences. In fact, the spirit and traditions of the French Revolution were among their greatest inspirations. Accordingly, it made good sense that Russia's great nation should now become the revolutionary example from which other parties could learn. He and Froissart, he emphasized, had seen extraordinary accomplishments during their travels around Russia. It was true, Kakin conceded, that the Bolsheviks had made these achievements by imposing a dictatorship on their people and violently suppressing their enemies. Nonetheless, he stressed, such measures were unavoidable in an epoch of barbarism. For the same reason, it was time for the SFIO to recognize that a specific type of political party was needed to wage battle with its opponents. This party would be thoroughly organized, totally centralized, and vigorously led. 34 In response to Kakin's defense of the Bolshevik model, Blum tried to convince the Congress delegates that the democratic values of French socialism would be impaired by Comintern membership. The organization's 21 conditions, Blum maintained, were evidence that Moscow was seeking to impose a conception of communist rule upon other parties that had little to do with the founding ideals of Marxism. In impassioned terms, he warned of the potentially undesirable consequences of Lenin's approach to political power. Lenin's idea of the party, he contended, was nothing less than Blanquism in its most extreme form. It would stifle freedom of thought, eviscerate democratic procedures, and permanently divide socialists and communists. Moreover, it would allow a committee of unknown personages in a distant city to decide the fate of the French party. 35 Blum ended his address with a famous admission, indicating his recognition that the vote at the Congress would go against him. In view of the SFIO's impending split, he announced that he intended to stay behind with those who were needed to guard the old house. 36 In this way his response to the party's weaknesses was to take what one could of its good features and let the bad drift away. Why were a majority of the SFIO's members prepared to break with his conception of socialist? 135. Principles and make their home under the aegis of a party that would be dominated by the Comintern? No doubt, many were caught up in the thrill of the moment. The defeat by the National Bloc in 1919 had not yet convinced them that the prospects of revolution had diminished. Quite the contrary, the government's heavy-handed treatment of the labor movement reinforced their conviction that a mass rebellion against bourgeois rule was all the more likely, even if the event itself was not at the moment around the corner. Nonetheless, even after the Congress delegates voted overwhelmingly in favor of the Comintern, the case that Froissart and Kakin made for membership was hardly as self-evident as they made it seem. To achieve their desired outcome and avoid alienating party members who were still ambivalent about the decision, they refused to let themselves be pinned down on the meaning of adherence to the Comintern's conditions. They simply declared that the body's expectations would be interpreted according to French circumstances. In fact, both Froissart and Kakin hoped that the Comintern Executive Committee would respectfully observe the party's special interests. Nevertheless, after the SFIC finally adopted the full name of the French Communist Party in 1921, It quickly became clear that the proper definition of these interests would be determined in Moscow, not Paris. A party of a different kind. In contrast to the sinuous paths that European socialists followed to Comintern membership, it says a lot about the international organization that it found its greatest source of unadulterated support among the assorted groups of revolutionary fighters and insurgent forces of the less developed, non-industrialized world. 1/4 of the voting and non-voting delegates at the Comintern's founding Congress in 1919 were from the distant territories of the old Russian Empire as well as the states and regions on the periphery of the young Soviet Republic. These revolutionary groups were also heavily represented at the Comintern's Second Congress. Although few of them represented communist parties and even fewer could claim to speak in any meaningful way for proletarian interests, their weakness in comparison with the advanced 136 socialist parties in Europe had a noteworthy consequence. It made them even more receptive to the idea that the Bolshevik Revolution was their best hope for the future. Whether they came from Japan, China, Persia, or India, they found a host of ways to translate the Bolsheviks' victory into terms that made sense in their struggles against traditional despotism and colonial rule. For the Comintern's leaders, and especially those in Moscow, this outpouring of enthusiasm from the East could only be regarded positively. In their interactions with these followers, they encountered little of the ideological baggage that they associated with the European communists. There were few debates over the historical significance of the Bolsheviks' ascent to power or contending views about the desirable form of communist leadership. These groups were simply happy to have found a common home. In addition to enhancing the Comintern's prestige, these relationships were also strategically significant for Soviet Russia. In 1920, the Bolsheviks were still fighting a civil war on several fronts. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that surrounding powers, like China, Japan, and Great Britain, would at some point test their will and ability to defend their achievements. In these respects, the Marxist idea of a global proletarian revolution could be readily translated into a broader imperative to serve the Kremlin's passing needs. For these reasons, the Comintern Executive Committee was intent upon supporting its new allies, both financially and militarily. Notably, it pursued this objective in a much more flexible and less ideologically demanding manner than in the case of the European communists. In September 1920, less than 2 months after the Second World Congress, the Comintern convened the Congress of the Toilers of the East in Baku. In this forum, its representatives instructed the 1,891 delegates, most of whom could hardly be classified as communists, that they were equal partners moving along the path to a worldwide revolution. Conveniently putting aside his own catastrophic failure and lack of connection with their world, Bellakun shared with them the words they wanted to hear. He informed his listeners that they would play a central role in overthrowing the forces of feudalism and foreign imperialism. No one should tell them, Kun stressed, that they were any less equipped to accomplish this task than their Western peers, while the latter were charged 137 with leading the proletariat to power. The peoples of the East, as he portrayed them, were obliged to lead the poorest peasantry. There was no longer any excuse for waiting, this would only prolong the misery of their oppressed populations. The ability to rule, Kun underscored, like the ability to use a weapon, demands that you make a start and get some practice in. He who never handles a rifle will never learn to shoot. 37 Kun's rallying cry was nowhere more appropriate than in the case of the relatively unknown MPP. In March 1921, it accomplished a feat that no other Soviet-backed party would accomplish for a quarter century. It presided over the founding of a people's government, soon to be called the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Government. This development was significant for 2 reasons. The first is that the MPP could scarcely be called a communist party. Although the founders were inspired by the Bolshevik victory in a general way as a triumph of the masses over the forces of repression, they had little more than a hazy acquaintance with the issues and controversies that animated the Russian and European debates over Marxism and socialism. The tiny group of nobles, court officials, common laborers, and even a Buddhist Lama who came together in a clandestine meeting in the outer Mongolian capital, Urga, on June 15, 1920, had a simple goal in common. They were dedicated to liberating their nomadic country from Chinese occupation. Otherwise, they shared only an inchoate understanding of the meaning of revolutionary change, and even this was based on an uneasy blend of traditional and semi-modern values. In the party's loyalty oath, the ELE meant with the closest resemblance to Marxism obliged its members to let people live free from suffering, neither oppressing nor being oppressed. Another clause, however, did the opposite. In a quite unrevolutionary way, it obliged party cadres to defend a theocratic monarchy, to purge cruel enemies who are hostile to the faith and the nation, to restore lost authority, loyally to protect and encourage state and church, to protect our nationality. 38. The second noteworthy feature of the MPP's success is that, in the beginning, it was almost entirely self-initiated. Although these rebels had fleeting contacts with Soviet agents in the Far East and traveling Comintern officials, the Bolsheviks were preoccupied with the civil war and reluctant to take any steps that might add a conflict with 138. China to their burdens. As a result, the fledgling MPP found itself in the unusual position of initiating contacts with Moscow. Not long after the party's founding, its leaders dispatched a secret delegation to Irkutsk to seek financial and military assistance. While awaiting a response from the Bolshevik authorities, two of the party's future leaders, Damdani Isukbader and Korlugin Choibalsan, took advantage of the opportunity to receive military training from their hosts and learn more about their revolutionary goals. Yet, the Mongols' entreaties had little effect. Thus, it could not be more revealing about Moscow's ambiguous goals outside Europe that it took a military threat to convince the Kremlin to look eastward. In February 1921, a White Army general, Baron Roman von Ungern-Sternberg, and a motley army of White Russians, Cossacks, Tatars, and Japanese soldiers drove the Chinese forces out of Urga and set up a government with the expressed aim of defending Mongolia against the communist threat. This development instantaneously raised the MPP's stature in the Bolsheviks' eyes. With Moscow's backing, the Mongolian Party convened its first Congress in the Russian city of Kyakhta on March 1–3, 1921, and promptly founded the Provisional People's Government. Using this body's appeal for protection as a pretext for intervention, the Red Army marched into Mongolian territory and crushed Ungern-Sternberg's forces in August. If ideological considerations played a role in these military measures, the Kremlin did not express them. True to the accommodating spirit of Kun's remarks at the Congress of the Peoples of the East, Moscow demonstrated that it had little interest in forcing the new government to adopt the organizational model that it demanded of the European parties. Accordingly, even with Comintern agents taking part in the MPP Congress, the party's official program was a hodgepodge. It dutifully paid tribute to the valor of the international proletariat, made obscure references to an imminent transition from feudalism to capitalism, and advised its members to act on a variety of issues, including the management of religious affairs in accordance with the spirit of our times, the experience of the peoples of the world, and in conformity with the character of future changes in world events. 39. Indeed, even after the MPP solidified its control by establishing the People's Revolutionary Government and christening itself the Mongolian Peoples. 139. Revolutionary Party, Moscow gave it a free hand in defining its priorities. In a telling contrast with Europe's communist parties, the Mongolian Party would have preferred even greater integration within the Comintern. When a delegation of its leaders visited Moscow in November 1921, it was granted the opportunity to meet with Lenin and ask the Bolshevik leader whether the MPRP would soon have the privilege of calling itself a communist party. Lenin's answer was unequivocal. "I should not recommend it," he advised, "because one party cannot be transformed into another." In Lenin's estimation, the essential task of a communist party was to be a party of the proletariat. The Mongols were clearly not ready for this step. The revolutionaries, he solemnly advised, will have to put in a good deal of work in developing state, economic and cultural activities before the herdsmen elements become a proletarian mass, which may eventually help to transform the People's Revolutionary Party into a communist party. For the time being, Lenin concluded, a mere change of signboards is harmful and dangerous. 40 At this juncture, no judgment about a party's identity could have been more revealing. Moscow did not love the Mongolian communists for the militant ideas they could bring to the global revolution. It simply wanted an obedient organization that would loyally serve Soviet Russia's national security interests. It was no coincidence that when the MPRP was finally admitted to the Comintern in 1924, the Executive Committee was in no hurry to impose the 21 conditions of membership. In accord with Lenin's earlier judgment, the international organization's new member was not even asked to change its name. Demonstrating the MPRP's function was to serve a cause other than its own, when Sukh-Bader's successor as head of state, the chair of the Central Committee Solyan Danzin, expressed reservations over a Soviet-Mongolian friendship treaty at the party's Third Congress, he was summarily executed. In retrospect, both these experiences and those of the MPRP's European counterparts allow for a provocative point about the Bolsheviks. In both regions, Moscow's determination to use the Comintern as an instrument to underscore the primacy of the Soviet experience meant that their leaders had less and less control over their party's identities. 140. In the latter case, their early claims to a distinctive route to socialism led the Bolsheviks to induce them to adhere to a unified model of communist rule. In the former case, this model was denied to them despite their wish to be full participants in a historically defined movement. Certainly, the Bolsheviks showed that they knew a lot about telling other parties what to do. But it is significant that they were much slower to reach agreement in the early 1920s about the meaning of communist leadership within their own country. Although it was not fully apparent, they were about to engage in a decade of acrimonious disputes that would eventually prove profoundly more destructive than those that beset their allies. Chapter 5. Creating the Leninist Party. In August 1924, the Bolsheviks finally gave a name to their conception of the Communist Party, Leninism. Joseph Stalin, a cobbler's son, one-time bandit, political commissar, and newly designated General Secretary of the Russian Communist Party, deserves much of the credit for promoting the concept. Certainly, he rushed to make it his own. In early April of that year, less than 3 months after Lenin passed away on January 21, Stalin delivered a series of lectures on the topic at the Sverdlov Communist University. These statements subsequently became the definitive text of the new doctrine under the title Foundations of Leninism. In contrast to his predecessor's tendency to modify the language of party leadership according to changing conditions, Stalin's message was a model of precision. The Leninist Party, he instructed his listeners, had exactly 6 characteristics. It was the vanguard of the working class, an Orgiana's detachment of the working class, the highest form of class organization of the proletariat, the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the embodiment of its unity of will, and the enemy of all forms of opportunism. By definition, wherever one found these elements, one had a Leninist party. The timing of Stalin's lectures was no coincidence. With the passing of the party's founder, he and the other SNIR Bolsheviks needed to tell their citizens what came next. As they showed by placing Lenin's embalmed corpse in a temporary structure next to the Kremlin wall, later to be replaced by a full-blown mausoleum, and broadcasting his immortality, their objective was to give a tangible form to the idea that both the substance and the spirit of the October Revolution would be carried forward. Hence, the naming of their party's functions was essential. The right formula, 142, would justify its decisions, put the stamp of authority on its policies, unify its rank and file members, and galvanize mass support. If only a change in nomenclature could be a recipe for success. But life is more complicated than this. Stalin was wrestling with the same problem that we have encountered in the case of the less powerful European communist parties. He and the other Bolsheviks had to figure out how to define their party's responsibilities in a time when its mission was no longer shaped by the guns of military conflict. Even before the end of the Russian Civil War, the leaders of the new Bolshevik regime were faced with daily decisions over which type of party they preferred to emphasize, a revolutionary party or a ruling party. There was no easy answer to this dilemma. On the one hand, the first type of party was best suited to maintain their early ideals and emphasize their continued commitment to the class struggle against what they regarded as a transitional, capitalist order. But after 7 years of fighting, this was a potentially costly strategy. No matter how intensely its leaders wanted to change the world, the fragile regime could not afford to ignore its population's hopes to return to some semblance of social and economic normalcy. On the other hand, the development of a ruling party had the advantage of stabilizing expectations and promoting greater identification with the regime's policies. But here, too, there was a potential drawback. A party that focused primarily on meeting immediate demands would quickly lose the momentum required for following through on the revolutionary transformation of society. For many, this risk was particularly great if the revolution failed to spread to other countries and there was no force to maintain its original ideals. Lenin's successors would have undoubtedly been delighted to act on each of these conceptions of leadership with equal fervor. Yet, as I shall suggest in this chapter, the powerful personalities who were involved in making this choice were not easily persuaded that a neat balance could be found between these poles. For much of the 1920s, a group of so-called right Bolsheviks led by Nikolai Bukharin and Joseph Stalin, and largely supported by Lenin before his death, had the upper hand in this battle. They pressed for a party with the capacity to lead Soviet Russia out of the turmoil of war and international strife. The other 143 group, composed of left-wing Bolsheviks including Leon Trotsky, Lev Kamina, and Grigory Zinoviev, favored a militant party that was attentive to the social and economic roots of the revolution and determined to drive the country toward the eventual realization of socialism. By the late 1920s, the left opposition was soundly defeated. But this was a Pyrrhic victory for the advocates of sobriety, especially Bukharin. Once one set of rivals was eliminated, a suddenly uncompromising Stalin turned on his former allies and transformed the party into a rigid organization that was expected to carry out an orchestrated revolution from above. Under other circumstances, Stalin's revolution should have been a milestone for those figures who called themselves communists. As the party's general secretary, Stalin drew upon the principle of party dictatorship to lead the Soviet Union into a period of unprecedented growth, establishing the USSR as a modern industrial state and a global power. In November 1936, he made the ultimate pronouncement, declaring at the extraordinary 8th Congress of Soviets that his country had achieved the first phase of communism. Socialism. The Congress sanctified the statement, as well as its leader, in a new constitution that proclaimed the USSR a socialist state. Nonetheless, as I shall demonstrate, the dictatorial structure of the same party organization that formally allowed Stalin to take credit for these feats also put him in the position to destroy it. In the second half of the 1930s, his determination to eliminate anyone who dared to question his frequently disastrous policies led him to declare war on the party. His primary target was the founders of the party. By his death in 1953, the party apparatus was not only reduced to a secondary status under a centralized state, more importantly, the more fluid understanding of its mission that had existed in Lenin's time was dead. The uncertainty of victory. The Bolsheviks initially had no plans to govern. This fact is hardly surprising. Before their ascent to power, their focus was on tearing down institutions. In their view, the path toward socialism could be cut simply by eliminating the bodies that stood in their way. The first 144 institution to go was the provisional government. However, they quickly realized that their survival depended on their ability to replace old institutions with new ones. In the face of this challenge, it was easy for them to maintain, as they continually insisted, that this function would be fulfilled by their party. Yet, the principle of party rule could not feed returning war veterans, house refugees, restart damaged industries, and restore domestic trade. Lenin admitted as much in an exchange with Trotsky. "You know," he said immediately after the Bolsheviks shut down a newly elected Constituent Assembly in January 1918, "from persecution and a life underground, to come back so suddenly into power. Es schwindelt." 3. In the confused conditions of the late 1910s, Soviet Russia required practical solutions to complex problems. In this context, one is struck by how little convincing Lenin and the other Bolsheviks required to look primarily to their newly formed state organs to address these challenges. They made the Council of People's Commissars, or Sovnarkom, the central instrument of governance. Although this body had all of the trappings of a revolutionary government, such as its division into commissariats rather than ministries, its officials were quickly consumed by the business of restoring order to their society. In this spirit, Lenin brought his considerable charisma and single-mindedness to the task of leadership and rallied the commissars to attend to their assignments. The Bolsheviks did not stop here. At a time when the civil war was spreading and they were aggressively taking control of the commanding heights of the economy, they could easily have rejected any form of accommodation with representatives of the class enemy. But as Lenin admitted, serious revolutionaries could not afford the luxury of pretending that they could solve all of their country's problems on their own. If the Bolsheviks' dreams were to survive during a period when Russia was a fortress besieged by world capital, the regime required the skills and talents of everyone who was not resolutely opposed to their goals. This meant, in Lenin's assessment, that the party was obliged to combat the pseudo-radical but actually ignorant and conceited opinion that the working people are capable of overcoming capitalism and the bourgeois social system without. 145. Learning from bourgeois specialists. As distasteful as the step was, one needed to make use of their services and work side by side with them. For no concession could have been more painful than the decision to form a majority of the commissariats by grafting them onto the pre-existing ministries. In the first year after the October Revolution, 80% of the officials in 8 of the 14 commissariats were holdovers from the Tsarist and provisional governments. During the Civil War, the thorniest issue involved the Sovnarkom's inclusion of former military officers and experts. In the first 3 months of 1918 alone, and with Lenin's blessing, the People's Commissariat for War and Naval Affairs incorporated over a third of the commanders from the old General Staff and comparable numbers of specialists into the Red Army. 5. As both creator and commander of the Revolutionary Army, even Trotsky showed that he had the capacity for occasional bouts of flexibility by supporting the policy. This stand made him a convenient target for his Politburo adversaries, such as Stalin, as well as the so-called military opposition, which accused him of compromising the Bolsheviks' militant ideals. In view of these difficult choices, one might be tempted to see the pragmatic focus on the Sovnarkom as a sign of a fundamental ideological shift, the ascendancy of state power over the party's authority. But this conclusion would cloud a major question: what was the Communist Party at this juncture? In many ways, it was no more than the sum of the loose collection of Bolsheviks who filled its SENI ranks. To an extent that resembled Marx's assumptions 70 years earlier, these revolutionaries' first inclination was not to think of their party as an organization governed by hard and fast rules. In their eyes, they were the party. As the makers of the revolution, they naturally believed that they were charged by history to exercise the role of the vanguard. For this reason, they regarded the Sovnarkom as one of many official organs that reflected their collective will. In this circumstance, Lenin's position was complicated. Although he insisted on his right to dictate party priorities, he seems to have recognized that the regime could not afford a rift among the Bolsheviks. Thus, he allowed fellow communists in the Sovnarkom, such as 146. Felix Dzerzhinsky, Stalin, and especially Trotsky, considerable room to maneuver within their respective spheres of responsibility. For a short period, this precarious balancing act appears to have functioned effectively. Although the Sovnarkom's meetings were the site of rancorous debates, bitter adversaries were nonetheless able to reach crucial decisions. On some occasions, Lenin, too, was forced to bargain to get what he wanted. Yet, the Bolsheviks had an additional building project. No matter how important they perceived themselves to be as individuals, the party could not exercise its appointed role without a structure to oversee the Sovnarkom. The party was so far from living up to Stalin's formulaic conception of a Leninist institution that its central command was essentially run by two persons during its first year of operations. One was Lenin himself, who did not even hold a formal party title. Although Lenin sought to keep abreast of the organization's activities, he was also chair of the Sovnarkom and the de facto head of several other bodies. The other, more important figure was Yakov Sverdlov, the secretary of the Central Committee, who ran the party apparatus. With the help of only a few assistants, Sverdlov supervised all personnel appointments, arranged the committee's meetings, and took responsibility for the flow of information among its offices. Trotsky aptly described both Sverdlov's skill and the organization's potential weakness. All the threads of practical connections were gathered in his hands. 6 After Sverdlov's death on March 16, 1919, Lenin succinctly captured the gravity of the event: "He's gone. He's gone. He's gone." 7 The task of mastering this concatenation of diverse posts and stubborn personalities could not have been easy. Because channels of communication across the party were still being formed, key personalities in one part of the country had no idea about the actions of their peers elsewhere. In addition, Sverdlov's authority was routinely tested by other communists. In the non-Russian territories of the former empire, such as the Baltics, Belarus SIA, and Ukraine, native elites set up separate communist parties of their own to assert their regional and ethnic interests. Local agitators and factory cells frequently resisted his efforts to 147 rein in their activities. Compounding these difficulties, Sverdlov himself had divided loyalties. As head of the Central Executive Committee of the Congress of Soviets, the state agency that theoretically paralleled the Central Committee, he was not bound to either organ in making his decisions. Against this backdrop, it is a telling sign of the Bolsheviks' reluctance to pin themselves down that it took them until their 8th Congress in March 1919, which began 2 days after Sverdlov's death, to reach a consensus about the party's central organs. At this point, they formed 3 functionally distinct bodies under the command of the Central Committee. The first was a new, 5-member Politburo that was charged with addressing major questions and making decisions that could not wait until the next Central Committee meeting. The second, a large organizational bureau, was tasked with making SENIR appointments and delegating personnel assignments. The third body, initially assumed to be the least important, was the party secretariat. Its assignment was to run the Central Committee departments and make lower-level appointments. 8 It would take some time before these organs were strong enough to manage the different spheres of party activity. Additionally, the leading Bolsheviks were still stubbornly committed to their respective conceptions of the regime's priorities. However, the party's gradual stabilization as a ruling institution did not result in it becoming a more representative organization. Stalin would make vividly clear that the person in charge of the party apparatus was best positioned to define what it meant for a Leninist organization to exercise its leading role. Nonetheless, before this point would be clear for everyone to see, it was necessary to begin with the battle over ideas. The idea of the right to rule. On a day-to-day basis, the party's new offices and clearer lines of command strengthened its operations. But for a majority of the most prominent Bolsheviks, the party's identity was still only minimally defined in terms of its organizational attributes. This circumstance meant that its responsibilities in representing the proletariat remained open to 148. Dispute. One view was that the party had won its leading role simply by virtue of the fact that it was in power. In July 1919, Lenin underscored this qualification. Yes, he told a Congress of Educators, it is a dictatorship of one party. This is what we stand for, and we shall not shift from that position because it is the party that has won. The position of Vanguard. 9A different view was that the party was a direct expression of the popular insurrection that had precipitated the revolution, most notably the People's Soviets. Logically, if one chose the first interpretation, the regime could decide the party's policies of its own accord. However, if one emphasized the second interpretation, the party organization was obliged to take account of the demands of the grassroots forces that had made the revolution possible. The tension between these positions was borne out by the protests of left-wing Bolsheviks. Many regarded the party's consolidation as a sign of the leadership's creeping alienation from its rank-and-file members and its working-class constituencies. Worse still, some saw it as the harbinger of a corrosive drift toward over-centralization and dictatorship. One group, the workers' opposition, which was led by the Commissar for Labor, Alexander Shlyapnikov, contended that the rights of factory workers had been eroded by the party's excessive recruitment of non-communist specialists, and demanded that it correct this abuse of power by providing greater autonomy to trade unions. Another opposition group, the Democratic Centralists, demanded that local party organs be allowed to choose their own representatives on the basis of open debate, rather than commands from on high. The expression of these contrary views did not occur in a vacuum. As the chaos of the Civil War receded, the left Bolsheviks found a receptive audience among broad segments of the Russian population and non-Russian nationalities who had yet to be persuaded that the Bolsheviks were interested in addressing their needs. Between 7 and 8 million people perished over the course of the conflict, more than half of them civilians. 10 In this context, as the regime took more concrete form, the survivors understandably pressed their new government to reverse the draconian measures that had been undertaken during the conflict. To provide resources for the war effort, the Bolsheviks had eliminated all semblance of the rule of law, allowing for the arbitrary arrest of anyone. 149. Deemed to be the enemy. They had nationalized major industries and plundered farms and villages to address food shortages in the cities. By 1921, the Volga and Ural mountain regions were caught in the grip of the worst famine in a century, a tragedy that alone claimed over 5 million lives. Amid frequent uprisings in the countryside, work stoppages in major industries, and other forms of mass protest, the left Bolsheviks could easily make the case that the regime had dangerously lost touch with its citizens. Nowhere were their arguments more vividly demonstrated than in an explosion of anti-government demonstrations in Petrograd. Beginning on February 23, 1921, just 2 weeks before the opening of the party's 10th Congress on March 8, labor protests gave the Bolsheviks reason to fear that the revolution was starting all over again. Workers shut down factories and demanded that the regime provide them with both food and the freedom to govern themselves. When word of these demonstrations spread to the nearby Kronstadt naval garrison, the crew of the battleship Petropavlovsk took what was, for the Bolsheviks, an unthinkable step. The mutineers cobbled together a far-reaching list of demands that included the right to free assembly, new elections to the Soviets, and the abolition of the political sections of the military. But their act of defiance was not to last. On March 21, when the insurgents formed a provisional revolutionary committee to represent their views, Trotsky ordered the Red Army to crush the rebellion. After 2 weeks of bloody combat, the garrison surrendered. The Bolshevik leadership lost no time in blaming this upheaval on provocateurs and the machinations of agents of foreign imperialism. However, Lenin and the rest of the party's inner circle clearly knew the truth. They had, as yet, failed to convince the working class that the party was acting on their behalf. Furthermore, they must have been aware of the perversity of their resort to brute force. In Kronstadt in particular, where the party had almost no representation, they had turned their weapons on the same sailors who rallied around their cause in 1917. The rebels were not trying to overturn the revolution. They were appealing to its original principles. As a result, the regime was forced to decide which steps it would take to restore its authority. 150. At the 10th Congress, which had been deliberately postponed until the day of the Kronstadt attack, Lenin provided an unequivocal response to this challenge. He committed himself to the proposition that the party should first make sure that its own house was in order before dealing with the discontent outside its walls. In keeping with his wishes, the Congress adopted 2 resolutions on party unity. The first resolution explicitly banned all forms of factionalism within the party's ranks and ordered the dissolution of any groups with independent platforms. In a particularly controversial section, which Lenin asked to be temporarily withheld from publication, the resolution authorized the Central Committee to expel violators from their positions and, in cases it deemed extreme, to remove them from the party. In any organization, the threat of exclusion is disquieting. But, as we have seen, membership in the Bolshevik Party was not like belonging to a book club or a debating team. Given the party faithfuls' intense devotion, expulsion could be psychologically devastating. The second resolution was more specific. It condemned the workers' opposition and, to a lesser extent, the democratic centralists for purportedly propagating anarchist and syndicalist deviations. Strictly speaking, the ideas behind the Congress's measures were not new. None of the Bolshevik leaders seriously contested the sanctity of party unity. However, Lenin's identification of the party's shortcomings as a contributing factor to the country's ills was as close as he would ever come to describing what a properly functioning communist party should look like once it held power. To this end, he informed the Congress that the Bolsheviks were entering new territory. In the past, he maintained, the party could readily identify the class enemy. Yet, the events in Petrograd and Kronstadt demonstrated that its foes had developed more devious ways of waging their attacks. Rather than exposing themselves to full view, as they had done during the Civil War, they were disguising themselves as communists and even as the most left-wing communists, solely for the purpose of weakening and destroying the bulwark of the proletarian revolution in Russia. Due to this new form of battle, Lenin stressed, the party needed to take forceful steps to regulate the boundaries of disagreement among its members. If it failed to do this, he explained, its enemies would work their way into factional 151 groupings, exploit their cleavages, and then use these footholds to advance their counter-revolutionary objectives. 11. Looking ahead to the 1930s, we know that Stalin would take advantage of Lenin's call for vigilance to justify a reign of terror against his party and the broader Soviet population. However, it would be hard to prove that Lenin intended to go as far as Stalin. In my view, his primary goal was to provide the regime with a much-needed opportunity to step back from its internal quarrels. 2 months after the 10th Congress, on August 28, 1921, Lenin candidly stated in an article in Pravda that the proletariat needed a respite to recuperate from the strains it had incurred on the road to political and military victory. Its next challenge, he suggested, would be on the economic front. It was called to build large-scale industry and electrify a country that had only recently broken through the bonds of feudalism and was still held back by a peasant-based economy. In the face of these weighty challenges, the party needed to reconcile itself to the fact that progress towards socialism would be slower than expected. Citing the positive outcome of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty that had generated so much conflict in the party, Lenin advised the regime to approach its task dispassionately, cautiously, and prudently. 12. Lenin's call for sobriety made sense, especially in view of the fact that the expected proletarian revolution in Europe had stalled. However, I believe it is equally important to underscore what he did not say. He did not assert that the party's commitment to revolution had changed. To the contrary, to ensure that the proletariat's forward march proceeded without interruption, he insisted that its vanguard wage battle against anyone who would hinder its advance. This imperative meant constantly being watchful for the intrigues of an enemy that, in Lenin's estimation, was still far stronger than we are. 13. Accordingly, When Lenin and other leaders, such as Bukharin, turned to the business of governance, they pursued two potentially contradictory strategies simultaneously. On the one hand, they committed themselves squarely to an economic recovery program, the new economic policy. On the other hand, they counterbalanced this strategy with a campaign to create a national party organization that could effectively defend their founding ideals. 152. A sober policy, an ascendant party organization. The thinking behind the NEP could not have been more straightforward. Its proponents' goal was to initiate a retreat from the most extreme economic policies of war communism. Up to the 10th Party Congress, the Bolsheviks had been wedded to the principle that growth should begin in the cities and human and material resources should be concentrated on heavy industry. Accordingly, the regime accorded little more than secondary significance to the development of the countryside. It treated peasant farmers as no more than providers of foodstuffs and raw materials, and otherwise left them to fend for themselves in desperate conditions. However, as the Bolsheviks discovered to their horror in catastrophes like the Volga famine, one could not ignore the realities of a peasant-based economy. If one deprived the peasantry of the incentive to produce surplus goods, it would simply produce for personal consumption. And if the state took away these goods, it would starve. Furthermore, the regime's extractive policies confirmed the peasantry's long-held conviction that the Bolsheviks would never have their interests at heart. Accordingly, one of the regime's first steps in implementing the NEP was to address the imbalance between town and countryside by revising tax policies, allowing peasants to sell goods on semi-open markets, and reducing the mandatory delivery of grain and livestock to the cities. In the same way, while the regime jealously guarded its monopoly of the commanding heights of large industries, the railways, banks, and foreign trade, it returned small enterprises and shops to private hands. It also encouraged entrepreneurs and merchants to produce and sell goods for their personal enrichment. Under these more relaxed policies, production in numerous sectors of the economy gradually returned to pre-war levels, markets expanded, and the currency was stabilized. These policies did not sit well with those Bolsheviks who expected the party to emphasize its revolutionary side. From its upper echelons down to its lower-level cadres, many members were repulsed by the idea that their leaders, including Lenin himself, would accept even a temporary accommodation with an apparently bourgeois economic system. They had grave reservations about the appeal to the peasantries. 153. Pecuniary motivations. In their view, only the better-off peasants, the so-called kulaks, would benefit from the NEP, while poorer peasants would be left to struggle as they had in the past. Moreover, they were convinced that the NEP would undermine socialism's egalitarian values. Many saw their fears confirmed in the emergence of a class of capitalist profiteers, or N-eatmen, who reaped enormous profits by selling scarce goods in open markets. As we shall see, these concerns would soon provide the fuel for fierce battles within the Politburo about the regime's priorities. Notwithstanding these conflicts, the critics were wrong in arguing that the NEP's architects had lost sight of the party's importance. To the contrary, figures like Bukharin were determined to ensure that the Communist Party would play the leading role in meeting the demand for economic growth. To this end, they turned their attention to the task of building the robust organization that Stalin would soon glorify as the cornerstone of Leninism. It may have surprised some party members that the momentum of this campaign would swing toward the Central Committee Secretariat. This body was easily the least scintillating of the leadership organs because of its occupation with the nitty-gritty aspects of party management. Nonetheless, as the demands on party officials escalated, the need grew to exercise these competences more efficiently. With only 8 full and candidate members in 1921, the Politburo was too small to attend to this business. It was overwhelmed by the immense responsibility that the Bolsheviks' desire for centralized control imposed upon it. Likewise, the ongoing battles within the 40-member Central Committee made it a cumbersome forum for dealing with minutiae. 14. As a result, the Secretariat as well as the Orgburo became the administrative crossroads at which multiple dimensions of the party's expansion were addressed. These functions ranged from the entire appointment process and the extension of control over local party organizations to the collection of records, the distribution of propaganda, and the preparation of meetings. Once again, the SNIR Bolsheviks' tentativeness showed through. They took until 1922 to create a formal position within the Secretariat, the General Secretaryship, to coordinate the body's functions and 154. Orgianisitsborgianing staff. It was probably for this reason that Lenin himself chose Stalin, a man who had a reputation for being a skilled manager and a voice of moderation, to assume the post. Under Stalin's leadership, the Secretariat quickly emerged from the shadows. As the sole figure to have a position in all four of the party's decision-making bodies, the Politburo, Central Committee, Orgburo, and Secretariat, Stalin was well placed to make sweeping appointments and to take control of party business at every level of its administrative apparatus. In one of his first victories, he successfully asserted the Secretariat's power over the Central Control Commission, taking advantage of the latter body's responsibility to discipline purportedly wayward members who were judged guilty of corruption and the abuse of power. In 1923, complementing the increased attention to the Secretariat, the Politburo established a class of administrative officials, the nomenklatura, which would eventually extend the party's reach into every sphere of Soviet society. Under this system, the Central Committee empowered party committees to review the performance of its representatives and to make appointments or recommend dismissals at every level of the hierarchy. Initially, the leadership focused on party personnel, but it soon expanded this review process to include the entire Sovnarkom apparatus. Predictably, state officials rebelled against what they regarded as the party's unwarranted intrusion in their affairs. But once put into effect, the idea of the party's entitlement to scrutinize the performance of state organizations went a long way toward settling unresolved questions about its authority. One issue involved the Central Committee's right to make appointments in a top-down fashion rather than having to wait for local agencies to act. Another was about the need to counterbalance the reliance upon technical expertise with ideological oversight. Not every battle was quickly or definitively resolved. Party officials encountered their most intense opposition in seeking to exercise control over the armed forces and the security organs. Military commanders objected to the idea that party organs, and particularly local party officials, would question their expertise. The security organs were even more defiant. Given the monopoly on the domestic use of force held by 155. The People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, it was natural that party officials would want to subject its activities to direct supervision. Yet, this issue was never fully resolved. Due to a consensus within the leadership that even party representatives should be subject to external review, the ministry maintained a significant and, it would later turn out under Stalin's control, ultimately horrific degree of autonomy. As the party's apparatus of control was extended, the nomenklatura system proved to be much more than a set of rules. To have one's name associated with a post that was deemed of central importance to the party, of which there were 5,562 positions in 1923, was quite like what Lenin had to offer his followers in the first decades of the century. 15. This was the satisfaction of belonging to an elite club. Under the party's aegis, one held a privileged role in the construction of a new society. Stalin increasingly used this idea to co-opt Sovnarkom officials by offering them privileged positions in the party. Accordingly, his personal power over the state apparatus, and especially the security police, grew. Finally, the regime took deliberate steps to affirm the party's Marxist credentials by changing its membership qualifications. To offset the appointment of skilled professionals under the NEP, as well as the frequent purges of unqualified or supposedly disloyal members, it undertook a mammoth recruitment campaign to increase the representation of workers and peasants in the party's ranks. Coming just after Lenin's death, this drive, the Lenin enrollment, represented a notable return to the mythology of the proletarian roots of the revolution. Stalin dedicated his foundations of Leninism to the campaign and declared that the hundreds of thousands of names that were added to the party's rolls were evidence of the intangible moral threads which connect the party with the non-party masses. 16 As General Secretary, he had reason to be pleased. During this drive alone, the party more than doubled its size and many of its new members became his clients and devotees. 17 As in many instances of Bolshevik mythology, not all aspects of the Lenin enrollment were quite what they seemed. To meet its enrollment targets, the party was forced to lower its standards and accept recruits with little formal education. Many of its new cadres had no 156 exposure to Marxist ideology. Moreover, this was hardly the proletariat Marx and Engels had envisioned. Although some of the recruits could claim to have begun their working lives in factories and shipyards, most were already holding positions in the state bureaucracy. In comparison, the party's efforts to recruit new members from the countryside were conspicuously unsuccessful. Yet, as always, the appearance of success was more important than the facts on the ground. If anyone questioned the Bolsheviks' commitment to their founding principles, they could argue that these measures were proof that they were committed to incorporating all social strata into their ranks. Ideally, these efforts should have been enough to bring the party elite together. Nonetheless, it was far from self-evident how this meeting of minds among the party's most prominent members was to occur. The leadership divides. From a rational standpoint, it was in the Bolsheviks' collective interest that the myriad personalities who comprised their inner circle would subordinate their particular passions and commitments to the cause of party unity. Nonetheless, as I have emphasized in the cases of other communist parties, a willingness to compromise is not a common characteristic of revolutionaries. Despite the leadership's attentiveness to its rank-and-file membership, this focus had little effect on the arena of decision-making where change was required the most. Until the last years of the 1920s, the key posts in the Politburo and the Central Committee, as well as the commissariats, were held by the same individuals who had joined the movement in the months and years before October 1917. In contrast to the majority of the party's new members, who were young and primarily focused on the demands of building a new political and social order, these old Bolsheviks could justify their continuing grip on the reins of power by hearkening back to conspiratorial activities against the Tsarist autocracy and struggles in exile. Their claims to be authentic representatives of the revolution made each of them determined to ensure that their views were taken into account. It also meant that their desire to work together on a common cause was constantly tested. 157. On May 25, 1922, a single event confirmed the fragility of this party consensus. Lenin suffered, but did not succumb to, the first of several strokes that would eventually claim his life. Had he died immediately, it is conceivable that the event would have thrown the regime into turmoil because of the tensions within its upper echelon. With the loss of his larger-than-life presence, there would have been little to hold his colleagues' fragile egos and combative instincts in check. Instead, over a period of 1.5 years during which he intermittently penned articles and interjected his voice into internal debates, Lenin provided them with an interlude for staking out their respective positions and preparing for battle. The immediate cause for discord was the NEP. In 1923, 2 years after Lenin gave his blessing to the policy, the NEP was threatened by an unanticipated consequence of its success. The regime's decision to allow peasants to share in the profits of their labor was a boon to agricultural production. Yet rather than promoting a healthy balance of trade between town and countryside, as its planners had envisioned, it generated a price crisis, which Trotsky colorfully likened to the diverging blades of a scissors. Contrary to expectations, the recovery of the industrial sectors of the economy proved to be much slower than in agriculture. As a result, peasant farmers were put in the invidious position of having to sell their grain surpluses while the prices for manufactured goods soared. Finding themselves unable to purchase consumer products to improve their lives and too poor to live off their sales, many peasants retreated into subsistence farming and hoarded their grain. The regime temporarily resolved this crisis within a year by cutting the staffs of inefficient industries and regulating prices. Nonetheless, this setback provided the NEP's critics with ammunition for spreading doubts about the policy's consistency with Bolshevik principles. On October 26, 1923, 46 party notables signed a letter to the Politburo that excoriated the leadership for supporting the NEP. The critics pointed to the scissors crisis as proof that the policy was leading the Soviet Union toward catastrophe. They also attributed the failure to the party's degeneration into an apparatus of specialists and functionaries. These bureaucrats, they argued, were defacing party traditions by deliberately walling themselves off from the masses. 158. The outbreak of renewed incidents of industrial unrest at this time, including wildcat strikes in Moscow and Petrograd, added to the Politburo's troubles. Although the NEP supporters initially dismissed the protests as evidence of factionalist tendencies, Zinoviev and Stalin worked out a compromise. In a resolution passed at a joint meeting of the Politburo and the Central Control Commission, the two sides agreed to continue the NEP while also acknowledging that the regime could have done a better job explaining to its rank and file why the policy was not a capitulation to capitalism. The recognition of these mistakes, the resolution affirmed, had nothing to do with calling into question the party's competence. It merely demonstrated that its leaders needed to be more open to the views of all of its members. The sole constraint upon the NEP was that there could be no toleration of factional groups that threatened the dictatorship of the proletariat. 18 Before the 10th Party Congress, this statement would have been little more than a recapitulation of the standard argument about the principle of democratic centralism. Party members were entitled to express their personal views in formulating policy, but once a decision was made, they were obliged to support it. Nonetheless, in the wake of the promulgation of the ban on factions, the persisting debate over the NEP's revolutionary credentials suggested that one could interpret the idea of party discipline in a much more restrictive way. Regardless of Lenin's original intentions, once the party's leaders decided that there was such an entity as a faction and that its existence contradicted the norm of party leadership, they could argue that they were no longer bound to consider this group's views. Indeed, one could even maintain that it was a violation of the principle of party unity to do so. Trotsky took the lead in calling attention to the destructive impact of this way of thinking on the original idea of a party bhavi. In an open letter to the party that appeared in Pravda on December 8 and 10, 1923, he demanded that the Politburo adopt a new course to return the organization to its revolutionary foundations. To this end, he summoned the classic defense of the party member's right to voice his or her opinions in a community of equals. Beginning with an attack on the mushrooming size of Stalin's Central Committee staff, he berated his colleagues for using the need of centralized administration as an 159 excuse for stifling individual initiative. 19 This practice, Trotsky underscored, had sapped the party's spirit. Conversely, the way to overcome the problem was to return to the idea that each member could contribute to the collective good. A party is a party, Trotsky emphasized. We can make stringent demands upon those who want to enter and stay in it, but once they are members, they participate most actively by that fact, in all the work of the party. The party member was not only owed this privilege. This freedom, Trotsky added, was essential to overcome the country's domestic and international trials, including the failures of the NEP and the retardation of the world revolution. 20 Trotsky sought to curry support for his views by offering an all too familiar but no less alluring picture of the benefits of his conception of party membership. To advance the revolution, he stated, one required a special type of person. A Bolshevik is not only a disciplined man, he explained. He is a man who in each case and on each question forges a firm opinion of his own and defends it completely and independently. Naturally, Trotsky emphasized that this individual would abhor any step that could lead to the erosion of party unity. To keep the revolutionary spirit alive, it was essential to raise questions about a majority view a second, a third, and a 10th time, if need be to keep the party vibrant and alive. This was not the first time Trotsky had accused his comrades of being insufficiently open to criticism. But, given the potentially incendiary character of these remarks, he might have chosen to keep any further attacks within the confines of the Politburo. This was not to be. Trotsky publicly insisted that the first step in his new course should be to purge the party's upper ranks of mummified bureaucrats who brandished the thunderbolts of penalties against their critics. Adding fuel to the fire, he recommended that these representatives of the old guard should be systematically replaced by younger communists. They would have fresh perspectives to keep the revolutionary flame alight. 21 Trotsky's attack was a remarkable display of confidence coming from an individual who was increasingly on the margins of the Politburo. But the Politburo refused to be cowed. In a 5-part article that appeared in Pravda between December 28, 1923 and January 4, 1924, and was undoubtedly authored by Bukharin, the paper's editorial board. 160. Maintained that Trotsky was in fact guilty of the sin of factionalism. His aim, the article asserted, was to devise a full-blown, platform-shaped political statement to take advantage of the naivete and lack of experience of its younger members. Thus, to ensure a truly democratic spirit within the party, it was self-evident that the most advanced members of the organization should take charge of its activities. At the current moment, there could be no doubt about who was best suited to lead. The old Bolshevik Guard, the article advised, is the most precious capital of our party, and that is why this old guard must lead the young generation. 22 Pravda's statement was a sign that open debate about the party's purposes was still possible. One communist was appealing to traditional party values in making the case for a younger leadership. The other was making the case for the old Bolshevik leadership by defending new policies. Despite the actors' choice of audiences, their debate made sense in terms of the contending, but equally understandable, justifications of party rule in the early 1920s. Still, there is little solace to be found in being true to history. It would not take long before both positions were replaced by an entirely new approach to the party. Stalin arrives. This altercation and many other clashes within the Politburo were held in check as long as Lenin was alive. His passing in 1924 changed everything. The loss of the cohesive force that held the contending egos and passions in check unleashed a struggle that could not be contained by the invocation of abstract principles. Each of Lenin's successors faced the possibility that a gain for a comrade in battle could result in a loss of both personal prestige and the power to influence the country's course. The first act in this drama was all about Trotsky. Recognizing that he was losing his battle but unwilling to concede defeat, he initially sought to allay his colleagues' apprehensions by assuring them of his intention to abide by the collective will. At the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, he insisted, in an oft-quoted speech, that he would 161. Not oppose the party's decisions because the party in the last analysis is always right. He added, we can only be right with and through the party, for history has not created other ways for the realization of what is right. 23 Trotsky must have had an ideal conception of the party in mind, since he soon showed that he had no intention of jettisoning his understanding of the revolution. In November, he indicated that he was unwilling to wait for his rivals to come to their senses. Under the pretext of writing a new history of the October Revolution, he advised his readers in an essay on the lessons of October that the regime's greatest error had been to assume that its work was done once it was in power. The opposite was true. The lesson that Trotsky derived from the events of October 1917 was that the party should constantly strive to prove its worth to the proletariat. Otherwise, it would be no better than the former ruling class. Lest his colleagues have any doubt that his message was directed at them, Trotsky turned to the example of Germany's failed revolution. He likened the Communist Party of Germany's weaknesses to the Bolsheviki or of those Bolsheviks, an unmistakable reference to Zinoviev, Kamina, and Stalin, who had either doubted Lenin's call for action in 1917 or opposed it outright. Compounding the impact of the barb, Trotsky added that one could expect to see further manifestations of this irresolute, skeptical, conciliationist, capitulatory, in short, Menshevik bhavi or in the future. 24 These attacks provided the context within which the normally left-leaning Zinoviev and Kamina and the centrist Stalin shed their ideological differences and came together to oppose a common foe. They excoriated Trotsky for distorting party history and accused him of formulating a new doctrine, Trotskyism. In Kamina's depiction, Trotsky was guilty of nothing less than aspiring to improve Leninism. Even if he did not intend to divide the party, Kamina continued, his criticisms would allow petit bourgeois elements to impede its work and undermine its authority. 25 In like fashion, Stalin condemned Trotsky for casting doubt on the party's monolithic character. 26 Against this powerful alliance of convenience, Trotsky was helpless. On December 17, 1924, his detractors condemned him for threatening to debolshevize the party and forced him to relinquish his remaining post in the 162 Sovnarkom. The penalty could have been worse. As events were to show a decade later, even the hint that someone was seeking to advance an alternative to the official doctrine of Leninism, a definition that Stalin happened to have devised, would have fatal consequences. Although Trotsky retained his influential seat on the Politburo, his political defeat marked a critical juncture. In the shadow of the ban on factions, it demonstrated that not even the most distinguished Bolsheviks were immune to punishment. The second act in the Bolshevik crisis of the 1920s proved to be a confirmation of Lenin's reasoning at the 10th Party Congress. A divided party could not live up to its mission. The effect of Trotsky's defeat was almost predictable. Without a mutual foe to bind them together, there was less to prevent Zinoviev and Kamina, on the one hand, and Stalin and his ally, Bukharin, on the other, from voicing their long-standing differences and going to battle. As ever, the rivals paid tribute to the principle that party unity was a fundamental good, but each side was determined to ensure that it would be in the position to decide the preferred form of this united stand. By 1925, Stalin was a formidable adversary. Drawing upon the Secretariat's powers of appointment and the resources of the Central Control Commission, he had successfully built an enormous, clientelist network. Tens of thousands of party members were able to rise to higher positions thanks to his beneficence, and they remained comfortably dependent upon his patronage. Stalin also demonstrated his skill in whittling away at his rivals' positions. In particular, he went after Zinoviev, removing one of the latter's key supporters in his stronghold in Leningrad and inserting himself into the routine business of the Comintern, of which Zinoviev was president. Yet Zinoviev struck back. He mobilized the Leningrad party apparatus against its distant general secretary by appealing to the city's traditional disdain for the quality of leadership in Moscow. After all, Leningrad was the sacred home of the revolution. This infighting soon evolved into a storm of political hyperbole in which no form of accommodation was possible. The left Bolsheviks sought control of the ideological heights. They maintained that their adversaries had abandoned Marxism and showed themselves to be 163 incapable of understanding events in terms of class analysis. The party's support for the NEP was proof that it was no longer in sync with the needs of the working class or the international proletariat. Far from being a Leninist organization, they stressed, like Trotsky before them, that it was degenerating into a purely bureaucratic institution. In response, the Politburo majority countered that its opponents were defaming the achievements of the revolution. In its portrayal, the leftists' criticisms of the NEP showed that they had no confidence in the power of the proletariat and were no longer prepared to abide by Leninist norms of discipline. Bukharin accused his rivals of dallying with the dangerous idea of two parties. 27 By the party's 14th Congress on December 18 to 31, 1925, these battles over both power and policy converged in a form that neither side professed to desire: the inclusion of both majority and minority reports to the Central Committee. It also led to the erosion of the left's power. The minority platform, which called attention to the deficiencies of the NEP and made the case for greater state investment in the socialized sectors of the economy, was easily outvoted by the majority. Then, Stalin hastened to cripple his opponents. With the assistance of his deputy, Vyacheslav Molotov, he took a mere 3 weeks to wrest control of the Leningrad Party organization from Zinoviev. Showing that Trotsky's demotion was only a prelude of things to come, he arranged for Kamina to lose his posts in the Sovnarkom and the Moscow Soviet. By fall 1927, the left's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Revolution from above. Stalin's victory amounted to much more than his successful consolidation of power. It allowed him to make the case for a radical approach to the party's role that broke with those of his rivals. Whereas Trotsky was prepared to subject the party's decisions to criticism in every way in order to maintain the purity of its revolutionary credentials, and Bukharin advocated an accommodating style of leadership in order to prevent the revolution from spinning out of control, Stalin combined elements of both positions into an entirely new approach. Balancing Trotsky's convictions about an ongoing revolutionary struggle against 164. The purported enemies of socialism. With Bukharin's focus on the dangers of instability, Stalin embraced the idea of using the party to impose a revolution strictly from above. One can detect the early signs of Stalin's novel synthesis in a concept that he first articulated in 1924, socialism in one country. He began with the premise that Russia could no longer afford to wait for a successful proletarian uprising in the West. To survive the continuing threats from its enemies at home and abroad, he emphasized that it was necessary for the party to push ahead in laying the foundations of socialism on its own soil. This was a simple argument that Stalin liberally borrowed from his peers, including Bukharin. But it was based on an intriguing blend of both the old and the new. The old was the recognition of the exceptional character of the Russian Revolution. Like Lenin before him, Stalin was merely restating the implications of this fact. By virtue of coming first in the Marxist progression of history, the Bolsheviks had incurred a holy obligation to keep the spark of revolution alive. The final victory of socialism, Stalin emphasized, would still require the combined triumphs of multiple communist parties. Yet, there was a new element in his argument that was not present in Lenin's thinking. In his depiction, the vast Soviet country, as he put it, was already by its very existence, revolutionizing the whole world. Indeed, Stalin emphasized, the Bolshevik experience had become the precondition for this revolution, one from which the more industrialized world had much to learn. 28. This was a bold statement. Still, as we have seen in Chapter 4, it had a basis in fact. The Western communists had failed to sell themselves to their dubious populations. The last European uprising of note took place in 1923, when hundreds of thousands of factory workers and miners shut down the industrial Ruhr Valley region. In response, the Comintern issued an urgent call for a national insurrection. Yet, when the KPD rushed into action, its luck was no better than it had been in 1919 and 1921. It failed to muster the support it needed from the masses on the street to sustain the rebellion. In fact, the Bolsheviks were already acting on the idea that their country's revolution would remain unique for some time. In a signal that they were settling in for the long haul, the Congress of Soviets 165 formally adopted the Constitution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, on January 13, 1924, creating a new federal state composed of Russia, Belarus, Transcaucasia, and Ukraine. The birth of this new entity, the Soviet Union, was denoted by all of the conventions of a fully functioning state: the power to conclude treaties, to establish a uniform monetary system, and to approve budgets. The deeper and more far-reaching implications of the doctrine of socialism in one country were forced into the open by the march of events. Between 1926 and 1928, a confluence of domestic and international developments precipitated a final split within the party leadership. In winter 1927, the fragile consensus over the NEP collapsed when a grain procurement crisis erupted over a shortage of deliveries to the cities. The regime swiftly introduced emergency measures to coerce peasants to increase their grain transfers. Of greater consequence, however, was Stalin's decision to use this crisis to turn against his ally, Bukharin. After an impromptu inspection tour of Siberia in which he threatened local officials with reprisals if they failed to intensify their pressure on the peasantry, Stalin declared that the country had entered a more arduous phase of the class struggle. It was necessary to combat the criminal actions of the wealthy peasants, the kulaks, who were bent upon restoring capitalism in the countryside. For many in the party elite, Stalin's call for renewed militancy seemed to be justified by a number of other developments, some real, others imagined. In 1928, the Joint State Political Directorate, or Security Police, claimed to discover a counter-revolutionary plot by anti-communist engineers in the Shukti mines of the Donets Basin. Stalin quickly pronounced the alleged conspiracy to be proof of an insufficiently vigilant party. Simultaneously, the leadership was wrestling with growing fears of encirclement by hostile capitalist powers. In 1926, Poland's government fell to a military coup led by an anti-Russian general, Józef Pilsudski. In 1927, China's nationalist leader, Chiang Kai-shek, massacred tens of thousands of communists in Shanghai. By the summer, this sense of national vulnerability culminated in a war scare, when officials convinced themselves that Great Britain was planning a military offensive against the USSR. In a speech before party activists in April 1928, Stalin announced that the precarious equilibrium between 166. The two worlds, the two antipodes, the world of the Soviets and the world of capitalism was on the verge of exploding. 29. In this tense atmosphere, the Bolshevik leadership came to a breach. When the party notables debated the NEP's future, they showed that it was possible to espouse radically different, and even opposed, conceptions of socialism in one country. Stalin was on one side. Underscoring the supposed lessons of the grain crisis, he argued that the government should strike back against the kulaks and speculators who had brought hunger to the people. Rather than continuing to make concessions to the peasantry, the party of the working class needed to renew its militant focus, build collective and state farms, and give priority to industrial production. 30. Taking the opposite side, Bukharin pleaded for caution lest the peasants turn their backs on the cities. The sensible approach, he argued, was to rescind the emergency measures and acknowledge that the conversion of the economic and social structures into socialism would be long in duration. 31. Behind the scenes, the power of conviction had already given way to the struggle for survival. On the day before the plenum ended, Bukharin arranged for a clandestine meeting with Kamina at which he proposed, incredibly in light of past animosities, that they work with Zinoviev to remove Stalin from the Politburo. If they failed to unite their forces, Bukharin emphasized, Stalin would surely return the country to war, communism and disaster. 32. This meeting was illuminating because it demonstrated that the comradely bonds of Bolshevik culture were still strong enough that bitter adversaries could trust each other to forge an alliance against a formidable opponent. The meeting was also the last occasion for two prominent participants in the October Revolution to act without significant constraints. In the unusual fraternity in which the most SNIR party members lived, the Politburo briefly reinstated Kamenetz and Zinoviev's party membership, and Bukharin brought his opposition to the regime's impending shift of direction into the open. Although he did not address Stalin by name, he used Trotsky's name instead. Bukharin accused his foe of ignoring the complex balance between agricultural and industrial production and claimed that his policies would lead to a super-centralization of the economy. 33. This warning failed. On February 9 to 10, 1929, the Politburo 167 invented a new threat to party unity, the Bukharin faction. On November 17, the majority removed Bukharin from his post. Unlike Bukharin, Stalin had no reservations about calling his opponent by name. His defense of the Politburo's decision went beyond listing his adversary's sins to justifying a confrontational posture that would color the party's identity for the next quarter of a century. He accused Bukharin of misrepresenting the revolution. His adversary had made the fundamental error, Stalin declared in April 1929, of assuming that capitalism, whether it be found in the cities or the countryside, could grow peacefully into socialism. The harsh reality, Stalin insisted, was that the closer one came to realizing socialism, the more the exploiting classes would fight back. This desperate fight for survival was what the wrecking activities of the bourgeois intellectuals in the Shakti affair were all about. This was why the kulaks were capable of committing any crime to protect their property. What, Stalin inquired, should the party do to subdue these dying classes? Here, Stalin invoked the fiery images of class war. A truly revolutionary party was called to inspire the working class and the exploited masses to increase their fighting capacity and develop their mobilized preparedness for the fight against capitalist elements in town and countryside, for the fight against the resisting class enemies. 34 This strident rhetoric was reminiscent of the party's militant culture under war communism. Nevertheless, it was not a simple return to the recent past. Whereas war communism was fueled by a combination of desperation and missionary passion, Stalin and a growing number of Politburo members were inspired by the belief that socialism could be constructed from above. The initial expression of this idea had been presented during the unveiling of the USSR's first five-year plan in May 1927. The plan's goals were incomplete and fuzzy on details, but demonstrably aggressive and grandiose. Its architects promised to spur industrial growth by introducing new technologies and machinery and by concentrating resources on heavy industrial sectors, such as coal mining and steel production. Not surprisingly, they began by promptly demolishing the defining institutions of the NEP, shutting down private trade and small-scale manufacturing, and reining in independent entrepreneurs. Yet the plan went beyond a straightforward focus on 168. Accelerating the transition to socialism. As the regime showed by undertaking enormous construction projects, such as the building of the steel fabricating behemoth, the city of Magnitogorsk, and the Chelyabinsk tractor factory, Stalin and his colleagues were intent upon making a vivid point to their adversaries, both at home and abroad. If the Soviet Union's citizens showed the will and dedication, a centrally planned, socialist economy was a credible alternative to any system the bourgeoisie had to offer. To serve this purpose, Stalin took advantage of the hundreds of thousands of new party members to whom the Secretariat had given its stamp of approval in the 1920s. In his first revolutionary act, he made them his army and declared war on the peasantry. In November 1929, the regime followed through on his ambition to reorganize the economy of the countryside and supply grain and other edible goods to the cities by forcing the kulaks to give up their private land holdings and enter large-scale state and collective farms. Given the absence of significant party representation in rural areas, party officials, Komsomol members, and shock workers descended upon these regions like the Russian populists in the 1860s and 1870s, intending to convince peasants that it was in their interest to pool their land and machinery into large farms. Everywhere they met fierce opposition. Well-off and poor peasants alike fought to retain their property and preserve the structures of communal governance. Far from being as easily managed as their zealous instigators had assumed, these confrontations between town and countryside were so destructive to the landed economy that even Stalin was persuaded in 1930, albeit for a brief period, to relax the campaign. Nonetheless, collectivization, like the industrialization drive, was about something more fundamental than bringing a new economic program to the peasantry. The deployment of cadres to the countryside was about the education of a revolutionary vanguard in its duties. In the person of the kulak, Stalin and his confederates found a symbol of the pre-revolutionary order that could be painted in as reprehensible a fashion as Marx and Engels had done with the urban capitalist. Conveniently, this black and white portrayal had a way of proving itself. When peasants resisted the efforts to expropriate their land, the regime 169 described their actions as proof that the class struggle between an oppressive minority and the oppressed majority was as real as ever. True to his ideological ambitions and his desire for personal gain, Stalin argued that the conflict was actually getting worse. Thus, it was not only important to deprive individual kulaks of their property, it was essential, as Stalin chillingly told his followers, to liquidate the kulaks as a class. 35 This manufactured version of the class struggle provided the occasion for the emergence of a phenomenon not seen since Lenin's passing. This was the idea that one person, Stalin, and the party were inseparable. On December 21, 1929, Stalin's colleagues organized a nationwide celebration of his 50th birthday. They lauded him as Lenin's rightful successor and the guarantor of their party's sacred course. Although Lenin had consistently resisted such encomia, his successor was happy to oblige. In a bizarre tribute, he intimated that the party was his mother. All of his accomplishments, Stalin stressed, were due to the party which bore me and reared me in its own likeness. He would continue to sacrifice everything, he promised, for the cause of world communism, all my strength, all my ability, and if need be, all my blood, drop by drop. 36 This was not the first time these words had been uttered. Since 1924, Stalin had made sure that such high praise was a routine feature in Lenin's hagiography. In this case, the telling difference was that Stalin was still alive. The complete victory of Leninism. If one were to take Stalin's public pronouncements at face value, the launching of the revolution from above should have been an occasion for satisfaction for the party faithful. Their organization had evolved from an assortment of independently minded individuals working their way toward the creation of a coherent organization in the early 1920s to a point at the turn of the 1930s at which the contests over its priorities had seemingly been resolved. In fact, on January 28, 1934, 4 years and a month after the first of many birthday celebrations, Stalin informed the delegates to the 17th Party Congress, the so-called Congress of Victors, that their dreams had come true. Under the flag of the complete victory of Leninism, their 170 policy of accelerated industrialization had triumphed. Collectivization had succeeded. A majority of the counter-revolutionary groups had been smashed. Everyone sees, Stalin boasted, that the line of the party has triumphed. Who, he inquired, could doubt that it was possible to build socialism in one country? 37 The Congress of Soviets' declaration of the achievement of socialism in 1936 formally put this question to rest. Provocatively, most of the victors who were allowed to enjoy the privilege of basking in Stalin's proclamation of glory were old Bolsheviks. Over 80% of the delegates to the Congress had become members of the party before 1921. Many of them had been active before 1917 and could remember the factional debates within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Moreover, in a seeming testimony to comradely collegiality, Stalin invited his SE rivals, including Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Bukharin, to pay tribute to their generation's accomplishments. After showing sufficient contrition for their sins, they joined the General Secretary in affirming the USSR's advance towards socialism. However, to claim at this juncture that the party was victorious was sheer braggadocio. Although the regime could take satisfaction in the belching smokestacks of new factories and a creeping improvement in agricultural production, the Soviet Union was only beginning to sort out the myriad problems that it had created for itself. In the cities, the abandonment of the NEP meant that the entire system for providing goods and services had to be rebuilt. Following the elimination of private trade and production, urban dwellers faced renewed conditions of scarcity, shortages of basic commodities, food rationing, and depreciating wages. A mass influx of peasants in the wake of collectivization made the situation worse. In a mere 4 years, the city's populations grew by 38%. In a manner that would haunt Soviet policymakers until their country's dissolution more than a half-century later, the regime's obsession with centralization and gigantic industrial projects gave birth to an economy that was suffused with inefficiencies, shortages, and failed promises. These trials paled in comparison with the destruction of ordinary life in the countryside. After Stalin reintroduced collectivization in full. 171. Force, wide swaths of the USSR were devastated by famine. In Ukraine, the largest grain-producing territory in the USSR, this tragedy unfolded in two stages. In the first, the worst excesses of the original collectivization drive were exceeded. Officials imposed impossible procurement quotas on farmers and implemented draconian punishments for underperformance. Just as before, peasants fought back. But this time, Stalin's response was different. He moved from war to annihilation. The horrific consequences of this second stage were not the result of excessive zeal or miscalculation. Ignoring explicit warnings from his deputies that further action would lead to famine, Stalin declared the peasantry guilty of anti-Soviet crimes and wrecking and stripped the countryside of the most elementary means of subsistence. With no way to escape the resulting catastrophe, peasants were reduced to eating bark and rotting carcasses. Thousands of villages disappeared. From 1932 to 1933, up to 4.5 million people died from starvation and disease, more than 15% of Ukraine's population. 38. There is a final reason why the old Bolsheviks should have tempered their enthusiasm. Stalin had already begun to redefine the party's role in a way that significantly modified the original Marxist understanding of revolution. In a passionate speech before a meeting of industrial man AGERS in 1931, he announced that the party's responsibility was not limited to overthrowing the bourgeoisie. It was obliged to overcome centuries of Russian backwardness. This was not the first time, Stalin argued, that the Russian people had suffered at the hands of stronger powers. Long before the proletariat's subjugation to capitalist exploitation, its predecessors had been beaten by legions of enemies: Mongol Khans, Turkish Beys, and Japanese barons. As a result, in Stalin's reasoning, the party had a duty to the working class of the world to ensure that the socialist fatherland, as he called it, would no longer be dragged down by its weaknesses. We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries, Stalin advised. We must make good this distance in 10 years, or, he added, we shall go under. 39. It seems not to have bothered Stalin that previous generations of communists had consistently maintained that the proletariat had no fatherland. Yet, it mattered a great deal for his understanding of the kind of party that was required to serve this purpose. One could assume from 172. Stalin's words that its members would be filled with passion and show Bolshevik tempo in acting on their assignments. However, Stalin's endorsement of this catch-up mentality had direct implications for the long-standing debate over the party's revolutionary identity. To close the gap between the Soviet Union's low level of development and the capitalist world, one could no longer assume that virtuous intentions would be the key to transforming the economy. Alongside the scientists and engineers who were already contributing to this effort, Stalin emphasized, it was essential that the party's cadres become masters of science and technical expertise. 40. In other words, their primary task was to serve the same catch-up functions of the state. Stalin's admonitions were borne out in a marked shift away from the egalitarian precepts that had guided the party's preceding recruitment drives. This correction went quickly. In 1932 to 1933, the Central Committee launched an extensive internal purge. Its goal was to remove not only careerists and political undesirables from its membership but also many of the uneducated and unskilled cadres who had been welcomed as members during the first euphoric years of industrialization. With growing frequency, party leaders emphasized the importance of recruiting members with the expertise to get things done. Good communists, it was clear, should be as intimately acquainted with the production process as they were with their party's ideals. Finally, in 1936, in his report to the extraordinary Eighth Congress of Soviets on the new Soviet Constitution, Stalin endorsed this pragmatic mindset by inventing a new social stratum, the working intelligent SIA, which now joined the working and peasant classes in building a classless society. 41. When future Soviet Union leaders, such as Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev, looked back at this early period of Stalin's rule, they took pains to distinguish between their predecessor's achievements and what came later, the Great Terror. For example, when Khrushchev used his famous secret speech at the 20th Party Congress in February 1956 to expose Stalin's crimes, he emphasized that great things had been accomplished under Stalin's leadership. Above all, Khrushchev emphasized that one should never forget that the full potential of socialism had been realized. Beyond calling attention to the regime's marquee achievements such as the construction of new cities and vast 173 increases in industrial production, he and subsequent leaders credited Stalin with proving that socialism could improve the lives of ordinary citizens. By the end of the 1930s, most of the Soviet population could read and write, schools and technical institutes could be found in the most distant reaches of the USSR, and women were guaranteed equal educational opportunities. Socialism not only eliminated unemployment. It meant that the regime addressed issues directly affecting workers' lives. Privately, Stalin's successors may have recognized the risk in viewing the party's primary task in terms of building a modern society. To the extent that its members were judged according to this standard, one could legitimately inquire how their work was any different from that of the state officials who did not happen to belong to this fraternity. It would take decades before the full implications of this transition would play themselves out. But for the moment, the shift raised a question that would haunt the Soviet Union until Stalin's death. If the party somehow failed to realize its appointed tasks, who was to be held responsible? Stalin attacks the party. In retrospect, the period associated with Stalin's Great Terror was all about blame. Between 1934 and 1938, every stratum of Soviet society was swept up in a whirlwind of mutual recrimination and character assassination. People who worked in the realm of ideas, members of the working intelligent SIA whom Stalin had just canonized, engineers, technicians, and journalists suddenly found themselves singled out as wreckers, saboteurs, and counter-revolutionaries. They were joined in these dubious categories by foreign communists living in exile in the USSR and non-Russian nationalities, such as Ukrainians, Georgians, and Armenians. As the ferocity of these campaigns spread, they inevitably reached into the lives of ordinary citizens who were far removed from positions of authority and fell into no discernible classification. In 1937 to 1938, according to Soviet-era archives, the NKVD arrested a staggering 1.5 million people for an assortment of purported crimes and convicted 85% of them. More than half of those arrested were 174 shot. Over the same period, the number of people residing in labor camps or housed in prisons doubled, from 1 million to 2 million. 42 few Soviet citizens went through this period without in some way being scarred by these events. Yet Stalin's focus on eliminating any person or group who threatened to interfere with his quest for total domination was at the center of the Great Terror. For this reason, it is no accident that Stalin and his collaborators devoted their energy to attacking the last remnants of meaningful dissent, the old Bolsheviks. Stalin justified his actions by appealing to his own theory. If it was true, he reasoned, that the class struggle became more intense as one moved closer to socialism, it was logical to think that the most dangerous enemies would be found in the ranks of the party. In support of this position, Stalin reached back to the ban on factions to create a new offense against the revolution. Because these enemies represented threats to the Soviet Union's existence, one should no longer judge their behavior according to the standard of party unity. Rather, their actions should be classified as crimes against the state. In acting on this reasoning, Stalin and his confederates methodically went about building a lattice of culpability from one opponent to the next. When M.N. Ryutin, a former district party secretary from Moscow, was arrested in fall 1932 for organizing a petition to remove Stalin from office, the security police promptly rounded up everyone with even the slightest ties to him. Merely for having copies of the document, Zinoviev and Kamenev were once again expelled from the party. In December 1934, the justification was provided for a wider attack on Stalin's rivals when Sergei Kirov, the popular chief of the Leningrad Party organization, was assassinated. Designating Kirov's murder a political crime, Stalin directed the NKVD to expose the activities of a purported Leningrad center. Laying the foundations for the coming Great Terror and the construction of a vast archipelago of internment and labor camps, thousands of people were arrested, many of them party members. Simultaneously, Stalin raised the political stakes by arresting Zinoviev and Kamenev for allegedly associating with the persons behind the crime. To the extent that this move was a test of the extent of Stalin's control, it was a mixed success. In a tortuous example, 175. Of Bolshevik reasoning, Zinoviev confessed that he might have unintentionally bolstered the hopes of anti-party elements. Yet, he denied any personal involvement in the crime. Kamenev refused to admit to anything. For the time being, Stalin had to be content with the sentencing of the two figures to lengthy prison terms. 2 years later, Stalin moved decisively against his adversaries. In an indication that he had finally consolidated his grip on the party leadership, he orchestrated 3 public show trials between 1936 and 1938 that confirmed that the time of the old Bolsheviks was over. The first trial, in August 1936, focused on Zinoviev and Kamenev. The second, in January 1937, concentrated on industrial managers and diplomats who were accused of being Trotskyists. The centerpiece of the third trial, in March 1938, was Bukharin. Without exception, the charges against the defendants were preposterous. These long-serving party members were accused of engineering Kirov's assassination, organizing criminal cells, and spying for British, French, and German intelligence agencies. Not surprisingly, they were also charged with plotting to kill both Lenin and Stalin himself. Incredibly, most of the accused obligingly confessed to their crimes, impassively reading carefully crafted scripts before hundreds of spectators, many of them foreign journalists, in Moscow's House of Unions. In tandem with these proceedings, the regime conducted a secret trial of senior military officers in June 1937. Following their convictions for espionage, their executions were announced to the press. While these trials were underway, Stalin's deputies devoted the same deliberate attention to waging war on party members at all levels of the nomenklatura. In the case of Central Committee members, they drew on quasi-legal procedures in assessing evidence against their accused comrades. They followed ostensibly strict rules of protocol in issuing arrest orders, and they pretended to deliberate carefully over the sentences they meted out to the guilty. This care for detail was no accident. The trial's organizers used their decisions to fabricate a public record of specific crimes that they could then use to justify further prosecutions. When guilt was successfully ascribed to someone at the top of the party hierarchy, everyone below them became a potential target for investigation. 176. At the time, there was no way to know how many of the party's members were swept into this maelstrom. Only in 1956 was it revealed that the human losses were worse than anyone imagined. At the party's 20th Congress, Khrushchev cited graphic statistics about the fate of the delegates at the 17th Party Congress, the Congress of Victors. Of the 149 full and candidate members who were elected to the Central Committee in 1934, 98 were arrested and shot for being enemies of the people. Of the 1,966 delegates to the Congress, Khrushchev added, 1,108 were subsequently arrested for counter-revolutionary crimes. 43. In describing the Great Terror in this way, I am consciously emphasizing its specificity. The party's most prominent members did not commit suicide in the 1930s. In effect, they were murdered. When Stalin and figures like his secret police chief, Nikolai Yezhov, issued the orders in their one-sided war against an unarmed enemy, their directions were not carried out by abstract entities. They were carried out by human beings who were fully aware of the consequences of their decisions. Many believed that their party was under threat from within. In their denunciations of rivals, others were motivated by the prospect of personal gain. In countless cases, the Great Terror was driven by the fear that if one member did not go along with pressures to denounce another, he or she would be denounced instead. For Stalin, the destruction of the party elite was a deeply personal affair. In Bukharin's case in particular, Stalin let his longtime comrade in arms and friend swing in the air of uncertainty. At one moment, he assured Bukharin that he would protect him against allegations of being a member of a so-called Zinoviev Kamena at Trotsky bloc. At another, he ordered that Bukharin's case be turned over to the NKVD. Until Bukharin's execution, he allowed his rival to believe falsely that he could somehow negotiate the terms of a confession that would save his reputation and the good name of his family. As in many of the prominent cases before him, Bukharin's sense of discipline shone through. He emphasized that he did not want to put his own needs ahead of those of the movement. "I know all too well," he wrote, "that great plans, great ideas, and great interests take precedence over everything." 44 To the misfortune of the party and the country he led, Stalin was no longer focused on the great ideas of 1917. 177. In a confirmation that the Great Terror was instituted and sustained by individuals extending down to the lower reaches of the Soviet Union's Communist Party hierarchy and was not an inevitable outgrowth of Leninism, Stalin and his small circle showed that they were equally capable of reining in the instruments of violence that made the purges possible. In fall 1938, as the threat of an expansionist Germany hovered ominously over the USSR, the Politburo pointedly criticized the NKVD for excesses in carrying out arrests, it faulted the organs for disregarding proper judicial procedures, and it ordered the state procurator to exercise greater supervision of police operations. In an especially telling measure, it removed Yezhov from his post, replacing him with another Stalin confidant, Lavrenti Beria, who pretended to be less directly connected with the purges. By spring 1939, the leadership tentatively broached the possibility of re-examining some NKVD convictions. To be sure, none of the Soviet regime's powers was abridged in getting to this point. And there would be no rehabilitations. As if to make this point, the NKVD executed Yezhov on the appropriately far-fetched charge that its former chief had conspired to assassinate Stalin. Nonetheless, the reversal of the mayhem of the preceding years demonstrated an important point about the ability of those with a monopoly on power to control their destiny. It showed that what Stalin's government did with one hand, it could take back with the other. In this light, one cannot help wondering how the Soviet Union would have been differently shaped if another Bolshevik leader had become Lenin's eventual successor. A Bukharin, for example, might not have been a saint. But based upon his advocacy of the NEP, it seems unlikely that he would have turned his country's path to socialism into a bloodbath. Still, Stalin's success in controlling the party was not a political version of the apostolic succession. He wrested his position from others' hands through a combination of political skill and a ruthless determination to gain power at any cost. In this respect, the odds were stacked heavily against Stalin's opponents by a political system that provided no means for constraining a man who had willfully abandoned all scruples. 178. What remained? By the end of the 1930s, the Soviet Communist Party as it had existed under Lenin's tutelage was dead. A majority of the old Bolsheviks who had given the party its spark in its founding years were gone. With their passing, the collective memories of exhaustive debates over priorities, strategies, and long-term goals had perished as well. Soviet politics was no longer about the contest over ideas, it was about state power. This development was heavy with irony since the same Congress of Soviets that proclaimed the USSR to be a socialist state in 1936 had also, for the first time, recognized the party as the leading force in all public and state organizations. 45 But this was also a tragedy. The party that Lenin had led was already being replaced by a new generation of less reflective but more disciplined cadres. These apparatchiki owed their positions to Stalin and took their patron's pronouncements as gospel truth. The times of fighting to achieve socialism were over. The time for shaping the new socialist order had begun. Still, responsibility for the party's demise was as specific as it was in the case of individuals. Stalin's coup de grace was to destroy the party idea with the same determination that he exhibited in killing its leaders. He accomplished this goal by making the concept irrelevant. In his official report to the party's 18th Congress on March 10, 1939, he once again showed some theoretical imagination by endorsing the party's replacement by the state as the leading force in Soviet society. Certain ideological gyrations were necessary to accomplish this task. According to Stalin, Marx had only been speaking in general terms when he predicted that the state would wither away after the attainment of socialism. He assumed that socialism would already be victorious in the advanced industrial world. Yet far from this development having come to pass, Stalin once again reminded his listeners that only the Soviet Union had experienced such glory. Accordingly, it was useful to rethink Lenin's intentions. If the father of the revolution had lived longer, Stalin suggested, he would undoubtedly have written a second volume of State and Revolution in which he would have given the state greater prominence to accord with the experience gained during the existence of Soviet power in our country. As if this speculative exercise 179 were not enough, Stalin dared to take his argument one step further. In a profound break with his Marxist predecessors, he declared that the state would not only play a major role under socialism. It would exist for as long as the USSR's encirclement by capitalist powers continued, even under communism. 2 years later, to clear up any possibly ambiguity about what this argument meant for him personally, Stalin symbolically allowed his disciples to appoint him chairman of the Sovnarkom. Stalin's complementary contribution to the demise of the party idea was to divest the institution of its lived history. In late 1938, the Central Committee cast its imprimatur on a text, The History of the All-Union Communist Party of the Soviet Union, short course, which it described as the party's definitive statement about its history. From the beginning, however, the short course was Stalin's personal project. While party experts composed the book, he pored over every draft, revising chapters and excising paragraphs. The work that emerged was meant to stifle every manifestation of critical thinking about the party's past. In the characterization of the short course, the party's history was defined not by reflective individuals but by stock figures who battled over socialist destiny. One side was noble, the other purely malicious. According to this simple dichotomy, Lenin and his faithful disciple Stalin were models of dedication, clear-sightedness, and Bolshevik discipline who wanted nothing more than to fight for the good of the Soviet citizen. In contrast, their opponents, Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Bukharin, were renegades and revisionists whose only goal was to split the party. 47 Lest anyone doubt Stalin's desires, the Comintern made the short course the standard work by which communists in every part of the world would judge their progress. By the time of Stalin's death, 42,816,000 copies of the book had been printed in 67 different languages. 48 What remained after Stalin's demolition of the idea that his former comrades had any role to play in building the Soviet state? The answer is simple: Stalin. On December 19, 1939, in preparation for the celebrations of the General Secretary's 60th birthday, the Central Committee hailed its leader's greatness by proclaiming that the party and the Soviet people were united as never before under the banner of 180. Lenin and Stalin and ready to continue the struggle for the complete victory of communism. The encomium was just right. As a larger-than-life personality who, in the body's words, was surrounded by the warm love of workers of the Soviet Union and around the world, Stalin had achieved the mythic stature to allow him, like the Bolsheviks' founder, to control the meaning of the October Revolution. 49 The Soviet Union had moved on from building socialism in one country to embracing socialism in one heroic person. In this respect, it is revealing that after Germany launched its invasion of the USSR on June 22, 1941, Stalin responded to the attack by once again daring to reformulate the Marxist conception of history. He inserted the revolution into the context of Russia's centuries-old battle against foreign invaders. In an address to Red Army soldiers on November 7, 1941, the 24th anniversary of the Bolshevik takeover, he called the soldiers to be inspired not only by Lenin but also by the manly images of our great ancestors. Among these heroic defenders of the glorious motherland, he included Alexander Nevsky, the 13th-century Prince of Novgorod, Dmitry Donskoy, the 14th-century Grand Prince of Moscow, and Alexander Suvorov, the 18th-century Generalissimo of the Russian Empire. 50 As the war progressed, Stalin never quite resolved the tension between the invocation of these traditions and the idea that the revolution was based upon a fundamentally different way of looking at history. Yet, his desire for a usable past to conduct the war effort trumped such minor concerns. In late 1942, at the middle of the Battle of Stalingrad, the regime pointedly subordinated the powers of political commissars to military commanders. In 1943, the army adopted titles and traditions from imperial times. A new Soviet anthem was composed to replace the Internationale. Stalin himself assumed the title of Marshal, adorning himself with the tabs and epaulets that his party had once banned. The fact that Stalin was most comfortable fighting a war of national defense, a great patriotic war, would remain a central part of Soviet foreign policy. The end of World War II and the emergence of questions about the political status of the newly liberated states of Eastern 181. Europe provided him with an opportunity to determine how the USSR's interests could be served in a part of the world that had not yet had its appointed revolution. Rhetorically, he paid tribute to the virtues of proletarian internationalism. Yet in practice, as we shall see in Chapter 7, he filled the new governments of these countries with compliant communists and sycophants who could be counted upon to follow his command. More importantly, the end of the war invited Stalin to make a decision about which principle of leadership would govern the Soviet Union in the years to come, one based on the party or another based on the state. He made the unmistakable choice for the latter. Out of the ruins of total war, he instructed his deputies to fashion a system of state administration that was exclusively focused on rebuilding the country. In March 1946, the Sovnarkom was replaced with a council of ministers that was entrusted with the task of managing the economy. In comparison with its predecessor, whose culture was infused with the militant traditions and symbolism of early Bolshevism, the council was a modern organization. It had a streamlined chain of command, a clear division of roles and responsibilities, and set routines. In due course, it was populated by a younger cohort of technocrats and specialists who were equipped to handle complex decisions in profoundly less turbulent times. 51 To the unending aggravation of its administrators, the Council of Ministers was never able to insulate itself from the all too frequent interventions by the Soviet leader and his confederates. But the body's supremacy over the party in Stalin's eyes was never in doubt. Despite his constant references to the party's valiant role during the war and his religious invocations of its leading role, Stalin was disinclined to assign a significant status to an organization that had been the source of internal dissent and opposition to his policies throughout the early years of Bolshevik rule. Until his death in 1953, he showed little interest in the workings of the Politburo and the Central Committee. In fact, he only once saw the need to call a meeting of the full party that had last met during the 18th Congress of 1939. When the organization's representatives came together for the 19th Congress in October 1952, only 5 months before Stalin's passing, their most notable 182 achievement was to adopt the name it would hold until its own demise in 1991, Communist Party of the Soviet Union. One wonders whether this was an afterthought. Given the fact that there was little substance to the idea of communist rule at this point, this change in nomenclature, like Stalin's creation of Leninism in 1924, was certain to raise more questions than answers for the Soviet leaders who came afterward. Chapter 6. A different type of party. In March 1927, a 33-year-old communist agitator, Mao Zedong, presented the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party with a stirring call for revolutionary action. Mao's appeal, the report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, was the culmination of several trips to his home province in 1925 and 1926 to study rebellious peasants' associations. In nearly apocalyptic terms, he described the peasants' drive to speak for themselves as evidence of an imminent tidal wave in human history. In a very short time, Mao declared, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash all the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. One reading the Hunan report today, one is immediately struck by the resemblance between Mao's pronouncement and the prophetic tenor of the Communist Manifesto. In the same spirit with which Marx predicted the rise of a self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority that would overthrow the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms, Mao's mighty storm is to arrive with existential finality. To this impending upsurge, in his words, will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. It will be a revolution without parallel in history. Nevertheless, when one examines the Hunan report more closely, there is also a revealing difference between the way Mao and his forerunner, Marx, assess the issue of the leadership of this upheaval. Marx was so confident about the Communist Party's qualifications to lead the proletariat that he barely addressed the organization's characteristics in the manifesto. In contrast, Mao is practically disdainful of the CCP. In the report, he chides the party's representatives for their timidity in 184. Acting on the imperative that has been laid before them. A revolution is not a dinner party, he lectures, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing embroidery. A revolution is an act of insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. The poorest peasants understand the necessity of using terror to achieve their goals and, he adds, they have never been wrong on the general direction of the revolution. If the party does not join ranks with them immediately and march at their head, he warns, it will be left with two damning options, either to trail behind them or to stand in their way and oppose them. Then, in a taunting tone, Mao challenges his comrades to make the right decision, events will force you to make the choice quickly. 3. Mao's bluntly disparaging assessment of the revolutionary organization that is meant to lead the masses to victory is striking. However, as we shall see in this chapter, he was by no means alone in seeking leaders who would possess the courage to fight for the interests of the Chinese people. Well before Mao presided over the establishment of the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949, China had gone through a different kind of revolution, one that officially began with an uprising of railway workers and a military coup in the city of Fujian on October 10, 1911, and culminated in the founding of the Republic of China on January 1, 1912. At this juncture, Mao was only a single voice among an entire generation of discontented intellectuals, liberal reformers, and radicals who were enthralled by the prospect that their nation would be rescued from the disastrous legacy of the preceding Qing dynasty political breakdown, social upheaval, and foreign exploitation. Accordingly, when the Republic's leaders proved to be unequal to this task and China descended into a renewed period of turmoil, the conclusion that Mao drew from this failure represented only one of many contending perspectives about what should come next. Indeed, in the aftermath of the Republican Revolution, Mao's thinking was still evolving. Nonetheless, by the time he wrote the Hunan Report, he was already laying the foundation for an innovative conception of revolutionary action that would inspire his future followers. His view, which transcended the reliance on conventional political organizations that we have encountered among communist parties in the Soviet Union. 185. And across Europe, was to be based on the power of human will and centered in the countryside. Decades later, Mao would have the opportunity to act on this vision in the PRC. Tragically, many of his decisions would have horrific consequences for millions of people. Yet, there was nothing preordained about this outcome. Although Mao would present the communist victory in 1949 as the inevitable result of the class struggle and the death battle with imperialism, his success in establishing his perspective as the predominant conception of political action was not the result of a logical progression from one stage of history to the next. Like Russia's revolutionaries in the 19th and early 20th centuries, he benefited from the misperceptions and missteps of others, friends and foes alike. In fact, had certain events not occurred, it is conceivable that the ideas embedded within the Hunan Report would never have taken concrete form. To understand both the evolution of Mao's thinking and his circuitous path to power, we must turn to the circumstances more than a century before his travels to Hunan, which convinced legions of Chinese radicals like himself that the creation of a fundamentally different type of political order was necessary and achievable. Setting the stage for the Republican Revolution, the collapse of any state is a traumatic experience. But the devastating fall of China's last dynasty, the Qing, in 1911 was the product of more than a century of traumas. At the height of their rule, the dynasty's Manchu emperors had lorded over an empire that easily matched its European counterparts in size, military might, and imperial grandeur. Under successive rulers, China experienced long periods of growth and material prosperity as well as times of political and social stability that had too often eluded earlier dynasties. Despite being foreigners, an identity they guarded by walling off their affairs from the surrounding society, the Manchus displayed a keen sense for securing the cooperation of their subjects. In their relations with the majority Han Chinese, they tapped into Confucian traditions to portray the emperor as the son of heaven who was devoted to the people's welfare. Additionally, the Qing court was adept at co-opting native elites. 186. It gave them a stake in the imperial order by fostering a privileged class of palace, metropolitan, and provincial officials to administer its affairs. In return, these officials buttressed the court's authority by administering communal works projects, collecting taxes, and guaranteeing public safety. By the turn of the 19th century, however, this complex edifice had begun to break apart. China's long era of prosperity had generated a demographic explosion that undermined social stability. With a population of over 400 million and inadequate food supplies and arable land, officials at all levels of the Qing administrative hierarchy were suddenly overwhelmed by the law of scarcity. In order to make up for shortages in its treasury, the central government pressed regional authorities to raise taxes and transfer resources from the countryside to the cities. Magistrates and village officials were thrust into the impossible position of having to meet these demands while simultaneously contending with the needs of local populations. Their efforts to resolve these problems by currying the favor of diverse power holders, landowners, tax collectors, and militia leaders led to rampant corruption. Importantly, the victims of these circumstances were predominantly among the lowest levels of society. Millions of poor peasants and itinerant laborers faced the daily threat of starvation. In the past, such conditions had frequently led to spontaneous protests and violent uprisings in the countryside. Yet as these strains grew, the Qing court was presented with a new phenomenon, the mass millenarian movement. The first great upheaval, the White Lotus Rebellion of 1796, began as an isolated tax revolt but swiftly expanded into a full-scale assault on the imperial order that spread throughout central China. By the time of its eclipse a decade later, the rebellion had taken the lives of thousands of people. Showing that Mao Zedong was not out of touch with Chinese reality, many more devastating mass uprisings were still to come. The fury of these rebellions was matched by equally debilitating challenges to the Qing emperor's credibility from abroad. Like Russia's Tsars in earlier centuries, the Manchus had cautiously sought to strengthen their empire by selectively opening their borders to Western visitors, merchants, and missionaries. However, Despite their efforts to control these contacts, they were quickly overpowered by the demands 187 of colonial powers for full access to their ports and internal markets. Beginning with humiliating defeats in the Opium Wars of the mid-19th century and Great Britain's imposition of a punitive peace, the court was forced to agree to a succession of ignominious treaties with other European states, such as Russia and Japan, that undermined its subjects' faith in its ability to defend China's interests. Setting the stage for the revolutions to come, the ensuing turmoil in China was far worse than any of the conflagrations experienced by the European autocracies of the 19th century. In the 1850s and 1860s, the imperial system was shaken by a torrent of civil wars. Foremost among these cataclysms was the Taiping Rebellion, possibly the largest and most devastating civil war of all time, which lasted an extraordinary 13 years from 1851 to 1864 and, by conservative estimates, took the lives of 20 million people. Notably, the Taiping revolutionaries were better organized than earlier movements and had a clearly articulated social agenda that gained them support wherever they went. In a foreshadowing of themes that Mao and other Chinese radicals would appropriate in the coming century, they aimed to purify society, put an end to political and moral corruption, and institute an enlightened social order based on regulated markets and the equitable distribution of land. Once again, like Russia's Tsars, the Qing rulers sought to reassert their power through so-called self-strengthening policies. They sent emissaries to Europe and the United States to purchase machinery and military hardware and brought Western technicians to China to train manufacturers. They wooed regional authorities by looking beyond the imperial army for security. In what would later prove to be fateful steps for the empire's internal stability, they allowed provincial governors, nearly half of whom were Han Chinese, to form independent armies and tolerated the creation of gentry-led private militias to defend villages from roving bands of rebels and bandits. Far from satisfying their subjects, however, the Manchus' measures emboldened native elites to press for more extensive reforms. In the wake of China's defeat in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 and the outbreak of the anti-foreigner Boxer Rebellion of 1899, the Qing court responded to these demands with a series of new policies. It replaced 188. The 500-year-old examination system with Western educational practices, routinized tax collection, and condemned traditional practices such as the foot binding of women. None of these reforms had greater political magnitude, however, than the court's agreement to adopt a written constitution and to permit elections to local, provincial, and national assemblies. Although the first assemblies were predictably weak and reflected the views of only a minuscule segment of the population, they and the convening of a national assembly in Beijing in 1910 had a profound impact on the expectations of China's educated strata. They presented them with both a taste of self-government and powerful grounds for indignation when the Qing rulers showed that they had no intention of living up to their promises. The rise and demise of republican governance. The generation of radical activists and intellectuals who would soon participate in their nation's twin revolutions was born of these circumstances. Given the suffocating conditions of Manchu rule, it is not surprising that many of them discovered their calling outside China. Japan, in particular, was an incubator for independent thinking and rebellion. By 1905, more than 8,000 Chinese students were attending Japanese schools and universities, ironically thanks to the Qing regime's self-strengthening policies. In addition to acquiring the skills their country needed in engineering and science, they were exposed to the alluring writings of Enlightenment thinkers and a plethora of beliefs and perspectives that were unknown in their homeland, not only republicanism, but also anarchism, liberalism, socialism, and especially nationalism. Inspired by these ideas, they took advantage of the Meiji government's tolerance of their activities to compose manifestos, publish inflammatory newspapers, and organize study groups and revolutionary cells. No figure better represented the passions of these young radicals than Zhou Rong, a Sichuan student who was infatuated with the French and American revolutions. Zhou's short but influential popular tract, The Revolutionary Army, which he wrote at the age of 18, excoriated the Qing rulers for allowing China to be subjected to the whims of outside powers. Invoking popular racialist ideas and 189. Nationalist fervor, Zhou implored his readers the Han race to wipe out the 5 million barbarian Manchus, wash away the shame of 260 years of cruelty and oppression, and make China clean once again. For once this purifying act was completed, he assured his fellow rebels, it would be possibly to build a Chinese republic in which every individual, male and female, would enjoy the rights of life, liberty, and self-fulfillment. Should any future government violate these rights, Zhou wrote, invoking Western revolutionary themes, the people would be justified in overthrowing it to satisfy their hopes for peace and happiness. 5. The primary figure to whom Zhou and his contemporaries looked for guidance was the Republican revolutionary Sun Yat-sen. Living in exile for nearly 16 years due to his conspiratorial activities, Sun did more to publicize the idea of popular rule than any other person. He also had the organizational aptitude to make this objective seem realizable. On August 20, 1905, he and other revolutionaries met in Tokyo to found a secret association, the Tongmenghui, to lead the Republican movement. Although a majority of the Tongmenghui's members were from South China, this rudimentary party had many of the features of a mass organization. It could credibly claim to speak for all of China because its members also included ethnic minorities, Christian Chinese, exiles, and members of secret societies. Sun himself came from the Hakka minority. One source of the Tongmenghui's broad appeal was Sun's propagation of a specific doctrine, the Three People's Principles, as a roadmap to a future republic. The first principle, nationalism, was the most straightforward. In his eyes, the primary purpose of the Republican movement was to restore the empire's lost glory. To this end, the Tongmenghui was organized around the goal of extricating China from the grip of outsiders. Sun's second principle, people's democracy, was more elusive. Notwithstanding the term's appeal to Sun's Western supporters, neither he nor most of the Tongmenghui's members were prepared to endorse a full-blown democratic system. Writing in 1905, only a few years after Lenin formulated his conception of a vanguard party in What Is to Be Done, he too endorsed the establishment of a tutelary democracy in which the masses would be led by educated elites. 190. With the foresight to progress and apply the most suitable law and norm to our crowd to stand among other countries in the world. 6. Sun's final principle, people's livelihood, was the most ambiguous. At this point, he seems to have wanted only a tax on land speculation to protect the peasantry. Still, by touching upon one of the most sensitive issues of his time, the unequal distribution of property, he planted the germ of an idea of socialism that future radicals could act upon. Furthermore, many of Sun's youthful admirers found his conception of revolution particularly persuasive because of its hard-edged military core. In much the same way that Lenin's conception of the Revolutionary Party appeared well suited to the Russian environment, Sun gave his most radical supporters confidence that his ideals could be brought to fruition in China's conditions. At his direction, in 1907, the Tongmenghui publicly committed itself to a three-stage plan for the period after the revolution that was predicated as much on the use of force as were the ideas of European Marxists. Due to the chaos and disturbance of the time, Sun's first stage was to be a period of military dictatorship. During this phase, which the Tongmenghui confidently predicted would last a mere 3 years, the Manchus and their Chinese collaborators who resisted the revolution would be killed without mercy. In the second stage, following the pacification of the nation, a provisional constitution would allow the Chinese people to elect their own representatives. But, the plan made clear, this transition would take place under military supervision. Political tutelage was necessary because the people still needed time to acquaint themselves with the idea of liberty and equality. Only after this orderly process was completed could the Tongmenghui invest full governmental power in their hands. 7. If ideas alone could make a revolution, the founding of the Chinese Republic on January 1, 1912, would have allowed Sun and his supporters to apply this particular blend of inclusionary and authoritarian principles immediately. Nevertheless, in the same way the Bolsheviks would discover in Russia 6 years later, these revolutionaries did not so much win power as found it placed in their laps. The difference for the Republican revolutionaries is that they were unable to retain power once they had it. The Republican Revolution was largely the product of the Qing court's ineptitude and failure to appreciate the adverse consequences of its policies. Peasants and small landowners protested against inordinate tax burdens, business leaders withdrew their support because of the regime's favoritism toward foreign investors, secret societies fomented local rebellions to protect their trade in drugs and contraband, and urban radicals organized strikes by textile workers and dock workers. Most important, the increasingly powerful Han army commanders and provincial governors chafed at the Manchus' heavy-handed tactics. As a result, when a wave of rebellions spread throughout China, they could no longer defend the regime against those who were determined to overthrow it. The fact that these crises, and not so much Republican dreams, led to the toppling of the dynasty was decisive. It meant that the new republic was built upon an unsteady foundation and that every misstep was likely to discredit it. Still, the extent of the regime's weaknesses was not apparent at first. When Sun was named the country's provisional president, he voluntarily turned over the position to the powerful head of the regional Beiyang army, Yuan Shikai, in a gesture of conciliation. In exchange, Yuan agreed to call elections to the First National Assembly. In the ensuing months, members of the gentry, former Qing officials, businesspersons, and constitutionally minded Democrats formed over a dozen political parties to voice their interests. These included Sun's new nationalist party, the Kuomintang, which won a plurality of the seats in both the upper and lower houses of parliament in early 1913. Nonetheless, the prospects for Republican governance were only as strong as the goodwill of those who were in the position to lead it. Maintaining that the nationalists could not be trusted, Yuan Shikai ordered his troops to attack the armies of military governors sympathetic to the party. He arrested parliamentary deputies and provincial representatives who opposed him. In fall 1913, he completed this assault by forcing the remaining parties to elect him president and ordered the GMD's dissolution. In late 1915, he exchanged power for parity by inducing his rubber-stamp parliament to elect him emperor. It is impossible to know whether a truly republican politician such as Sun could have built the necessary consensus among China's elites to defend the country's experiment with popular government. Yet the possibility of holding China together dissolved when Yuan turned a 192 majority of his supporters against him. In rapid succession, the governors of multiple provinces declared their independence from Beijing. When their seats of power fractured into scores of quarreling warlord satrapies, some huge and others small, some bellicose and others enlightened, it was reasonable to argue, as Mao did, that if China were ever reunified, it would require a very different form of rule. Toward a Chinese Communist Party. Up to this point, I have emphasized the failure of the Republican Revolution and China's descent into dictatorship and warlord rule because these events provided the context in which a conception of revolution based upon Marxist and Leninist thinking could gain political traction. The founding fathers of the People's Republic of China were not ambivalent about their goals. They were convinced that conventional republican institutions, including the diverse parties that participated in them, had proven to be unequal to the task of unifying China and eradicating the belief systems and traditions that had led their nation into misery. The conditions for the communists' emergence were generated by a powerful wave of urban protest in the mid-1910s known as the New Culture Movement. Whereas their predecessors had aspired to change China with the introduction of Western-style representative bodies, the intellectuals, writers, and educators who inspired this movement conceived of their challenge in much broader terms. Echoing Sun Yat-sen's concerns about the immaturity of the Chinese crowd, but generally avoiding the endorsement of specific institutions, They sought to provide their followers with a salve to the Republic's failures by emphasizing the need for even greater social change. In their view, this transformation could only be realized if one swept away the superstitions, bigotry, unquestioning obedience to authority, and militarism of China's past. Notably, they directed their criticisms at every segment of society, including their fellow educated elites. The ideas behind the New Culture movement gained nationwide attention in the pages of an array of newspapers and other publications, including the iconoclastic magazine, New Youth. Founded in 1915 by 193. Chen Duxiu, the soon-to-be-named Dean of the Humanities at Peking University, the magazine was a magnet for legions of young Chinese men and women, including a Hunanese peasant named Mao Zedong. In rebellion against their parents' wisdom, they initially looked to inspirational figures like Zhou and Sun Yat-sen for enlightenment, even though the latter was skeptical of the movement's westernizing focus. In the same spirit as the youthful members of the Russian intelligent SIA who went down to the people in the second half of the 19th century, New Youth inspired its readers with a sense of common purpose and direction. Chen encapsulated New Youth's message when he urged them to bury the old youth whose narrow-mindedness led to conservatism and corruption. He dared them to be different. 8 idealistic students found the chance to act on this command in the classrooms and courtyards of Peking University, ironically a product of the Qing reforms that were meant to reinvigorate the dynasty. Under the inspired leadership of a German-educated philosopher and former Minister of Education, Cai Yuanpi, the university became a seedbed for radicalization. As chancellor, Cai encouraged students to abide by high moral standards and reject the corrupting temptations of their high social stations. As a fierce defender of academic freedom, Cai recruited some of the most dynamic thinkers of the age to the university to give lectures and to join its faculty. They, in turn, convinced their listeners that China was on the verge of a profound cultural transformation. One of these stars, Hu Shi, had studied under John Dewey at Columbia University and was captivated by the notion that cultural change should begin with education. Upon returning to Beijing, he used the pages of New Youth to support the popular vernacular movement in Chinese literature. Hu's campaign won an extraordinary victory when, in 1920, the Ministry of National Education adopted the vernacular as the official written language of elementary school education. Additionally, because the majority of Chinese could not read, Hu and other intellectuals pushed simultaneously for the adoption of a spoken national language based on the Mandarin dialect. This campaign had potentially revolutionary implications. It meant that ordinary people could be unified behind a common cause. 194. Lu Xun, the essayist and novelist, was among the regular visitors to Peking University. Like Hu Shi, Lu Xun campaigned for the Chinese people's liberation from their stifling conventions and implored them to think for themselves. But his vision was angrier. His breakthrough to national attention came in 1918 with the publication of his vernacular essay, My Views on Chastity, in New Youth. In the essay, he directed his furor at the hypocrisies of traditional Confucian scholars who, he argued, were responsible for defending a culture in which men could behave as they pleased while women were degraded. More than a defense of equality between the sexes, the essay was a call to action. We must tear off every mask, Lu Xun declared. We must do away with all the stupidity and tyranny in the world which injures others as well as ourselves. 9. This climate of intellectual ferment provides an essential clue to understanding the initial appeal of Marxism in China. The radicals who first called themselves Marxists were not equipped to engage in rigorous class analysis or to offer sophisticated explanations for their choice of one path to socialism over another. Far from it, few had any but the most rudimentary exposure to the doctrine they claimed to support and little interest in the laws of economic determinism. Until 1918, even the word Marxism was practically unknown in China. The first Chinese version of the Communist Manifesto had not appeared until 1908, and it was poorly translated and misleading. Marxist theories were filtered through translations of broader studies on European radicalism. Serious analysis of core texts only became possible when a Fujianese journalist, Chen Puxian, returned from Japan in 1919 to publish full translations and detailed commentaries on Marx and Engels's works. As a result, Marxism's few adherents subscribed to a hodgepodge of beliefs that they deemed best equipped to respond to their nation's tribulations: anti-imperialism, humanism, guild socialism, and anarchism. On one count, however, these early communists could be distinguished from other expositors of the ideas behind the new culture movement: they were unequivocally committed to violent revolution. The first major defense of a Marxist position was taken by Peking University's chief librarian, Li Dazhao, in the waning months of World 195. War I. In October 1918, Li published a sensational essay in New Youth, The Victory of Bolshevism, which went far beyond Hu Shi's and Lu Xun's hopes that enlightened education alone would be sufficient to loosen the hold of traditional beliefs and practices. Inspired by the success of the Bolshevik Revolution, an event that had received scant attention among educated circles, Li predicted that China, too, would soon be swept up in the crashing waves of revolution. The Bolshevik victory, he argued, was not an isolated national event. It signaled the birth of an international mass movement in which the winds would roar, the clouds would surge, and the mountains and valleys would echo with the sounds of rebellion. In the face of this global, mass movement, he wrote, historical remnants such as emperors, noblemen, warlords, bureaucrats, militarism, capitalism, and all other things that obstruct the advance of this new movement will be crushed by the thunderous force. 10. Given the similarity in style, one can reasonably assume that Mao Zedong, who worked as Li's library assistant, had this apocalyptic narrative in mind when he crafted the Hunan Report 9 years later. To the good fortune of the handful of active communists at this moment, the timing of the publication of The Victory of Bolshevism could not have been more propitious. On May 4, 1919, China was swept into a renewed period of violent protest. Thousands of students assembled on Tiananmen Square to denounce a new blow to the nation's sovereignty. Word had just reached Beijing that the Western delegations to the Versailles Peace Conference had reneged on promises to compensate China for its contribution to the war effort by returning German concessions in Shandong. Instead, they extended these rights to neutral and, in Chinese eyes, culturally inferior Japan. Within days, the Beijing protests spiraled into a nationwide outpouring of patriotic indignation that transcended all social and class boundaries. Significantly, the May 4 movement was only the most public expression of an embittered desire among these rebels for an alternative to conventional republican ideas. Although Yuan Shikai had died in 1916, the sitting government in Beijing was a desperately poor example of a constitutional regime. Operating in the shadow of regional warlords, the political factions and cliques that claimed to be representative. 196. Parties engaged in unending battles over commercial, financial, and military interests. Personal loyalties and political corruption trumped institutional obligations. The most telling indication of the regime's weakness was its inability to contain the May 4 demonstrations. When the government instructed its representatives at Versailles to refuse to sign the peace accord, its opponents blamed the debacle on their supposed lack of honor. Correspondingly, by confirming the protesters' skepticism about the applicability of republican ideas and institutions to Chinese conditions, the government's weakness fueled the attraction of radical approaches to national salvation and social transformation. In this favorable climate, interest in Marx and other European revolutionaries exploded. Chinese translations of Marx's classic works, such as the Critique of the Gotha Programme and the Civil War in France, appeared overnight. They were followed by Lenin's State and Revolution and a host of works by Trotsky, Luxemburg, and Bukharin. As in Japan, students set up study groups and political societies to distill what they could from these texts and fantasize about their future. These events led to Chen Duxio's conversion to Marxism. For years, Chen had held out hope that his nation's cultural transformation could be accomplished through democratic means. But the power of the protests led him, along with a growing number of like-minded intellectuals, to look to the October Revolution for inspiration and guidance. Unlike Li Dazhao, who was transfixed by the prospect of a spontaneous, mass uprising but ambivalent about the use of violent means, Chen was impressed with what he took to be the superior organizational features of a Leninist party. In his view, which was consonant with Sun Yat-sen's skepticism about Western democracy, the Chinese people did not yet have the capacity for active citizenship in a republic. They were, as Chen crassly put it, a partly scattered, partly stupid people possessed of narrow-minded individualism with no public spirit, who are often thieves and traitors and for a long time have been unable to be patriotic. Lenin's conception of a vanguard party represented exactly the approach to bring them around. 11. Interestingly, Chen concentrated on the type of organization needed after the communist victory and not, as in Lenin's case, on the challenge of coming to power. He may have been influenced by the fact that he, 197, could already observe the outlines of such a party in Russia. As the center of gravity of the May 4 movement shifted southward and Chen moved to Shanghai to engage in conspiratorial activities, he found the answer to this challenge. In spring 1920, a two-person Comintern delegation, led by the Secretary of the Department of Far Eastern Affairs, Grigory Vwodinsky, arrived in China to explore the possibility of forming a compliant Chinese Communist Party. The visit, which preceded the convening of the Congress of the Toilers of the East in Baku, was meant to extend the Comintern's reach into the colonial world. With Vwodinsky's guidance, Chen assembled the rough components of a party organization, including a provisional central committee, a youth league, and a monthly magazine to complement the thoroughly radicalized New Youth. Finally, on July 23, 1921, 13 self-proclaimed communists and 2 Comintern advisors met in the back room of a girls' school in Shanghai's French Concession to found the CCP. This first Congress did not have an auspicious beginning. Neither Chen nor Li Dazhao could attend the meeting because of concerns for their safety. Still, Chen was elected the party's general secretary in absentia. The delegates, including the young labor agitator Mao Zedong, could claim to represent a grand total of 53 members nationwide. Their program was a combination of boilerplate and ambiguity. On the one hand, the party's functions were defined in strictly orthodox Marxist terms. It was to be the revolutionary arm of the proletariat. Its goal was to overthrow the capitalist class. And it would be based on the dictatorship of the proletariat. On the other hand, the program had nothing to say about the organization's membership requirements or its authority over its members. 12. After several days of deliberation, the delegates were still unable to reach agreement on strategy. Some insisted that the party concentrate on clandestine agitation among factory workers. Other delegates argued that the CCP should be open to the public and that its members should seek to influence the government by participating in parliamentary elections. As a result, the new party offered outsiders, both communists and non-communists alike, few clues about how Marxism would be applied to conditions quite unlike those confronted by revolutionaries in Europe or Russia. 198. The Communist Party's first phase. As an organization that came into being quickly and from virtually nowhere, there was a certain pathos to the fledgling CCP's existence. According to a participant in the Congress, 3 facts were recognized by all: party members are very few, it is necessary to increase party membership, and the methods of organizing workers and making propaganda have to be improved. 13. Unlike Russia's Social Democrats, whose thinking had been shaped by 2 decades of rancorous debates over tactics and doctrines, China's communists had no historical memory of Marxism to draw upon. At this juncture, they were conspicuously more militant than the Bolsheviks, who were just entering the period of the new economic policy. But at best, their party was a project. They had only a vague sense of how to work with the diverse motivations: labor activism, cultural transformation, anti-imperialism, and patriotism that had brought them together. In this light, it is no wonder that other revolutionaries, including Sun Yat-sen, barely acknowledged the CCP's founding. Intriguingly, it took only 5 years for this tiny organization to become a major force in Chinese politics. Some of the party's successes can be attributed to its leaders' canny recruitment strategies and their cadres' growing comfort with labor organization. But more importantly, the party's rapid growth was due to two highly unusual political opportunities that the communists could not, and probably would not, have created of their own volition. The first grew out of the Soviet leadership's decision that it could most effectively increase its influence in China by supporting both the CCP and Sun's resurgent GMD. The second was the formation of a united front between the CCP and the GMD, in which the latter remarkably agreed to accept a division of labor between the two parties. While the nationalists focused their attention on the unification of China, they allowed the communists, as well as sympathetic left-wing GMD members, to take the lead in the task of spurring social revolution. For the GMD, the first development must have seemed like a stroke of good fortune. Amid the wild optimism of the May 4th movement, Sun Yat-sen had returned to political life to refound the party. 199. It was no accident that he chose October 10, 1919, as the official date for this event and appended the words of China to the party's name. In choosing the month and day of the Wuchang uprising in 1911, he underscored the GMD's responsibility to rebuild the nation. Not surprisingly, Sun put the three people's principles at the center of this project. He then set the tenor for the organization by requiring the party's members to swear an oath of loyalty to him. "To obey me," Sun advised, echoing the all-too-familiar role of the dominant leader in Chinese history, "is to submit to the revolution that I advocate. And if one obeys my revolution," he added, invoking Christ-like imagery, "naturally one should obey me." 14. Just the same, appearances were deceiving. Sun had the ideas, but the GMD still needed to transform itself from a largely overseas organization into a party with a mass following at home. Additionally, although Sun assumed, in the tradition of the Tang Menghui, that he could accomplish his goals by forming a national army, the military arm of the party was sorely deficient in financial and material resources. In fact, only a year and a half after setting up a purportedly representative government in Guangzhou, Sun and the GMD were expelled from China for plotting against the northern warlords. Sun was only able to return in 1923. In this circumstance, a Western observer might have anticipated that the Soviets' desire to accentuate the Comintern's impact would have forced them to choose between two mutually exclusive options. On the one hand, alignment with Sun and the GMD would give the nationalists the best chance of building a functioning national government. On the other hand, the Comintern's insistence on adherence to the Bolshevik model of revolution seemed to require a focus on the CCP. Yet, Moscow adopted a third option. In early 1923, a Comintern agent, Mikhail Borodin, persuaded the two parties to form a united front. Under the terms of the agreement, the GMD gained by co-opting a potential rival into its government. For their part, thanks to the Kremlin's intervention, the Communists were given the option to join the GMD as individuals while retaining their membership in the CCP. This was an unstable marriage of convenience, but it proved to be an additional confirmation of the Comintern's value for the Communists. 200. Initially, Sun was reluctant to allow an outside power to meddle in his party's affairs. Despite his growing sympathy for socialist views on land reform and the role of a strong state, he regarded the CCP with distrust. For their part, Chen Duxiu and his fellow communists were even more anxious about the implications of their association with the GMD. As the leaders of a small party in 1923, the CCP had only 432 members. They risked being swallowed by their partners. 15 at minimum, they were wary of the GMD's appeal to social forces on the right. In their view, the party's close ties to the bourgeoisie and well-off landowners threatened to dilute the CCP's Marxist views. Nonetheless, in a demonstration that Moscow's wishes could not be ignored as well as his appreciation for the power of the national ideal, Chen was among the first to join the nationalists. Initially, the GMD seemed to get the better part of the deal. In return for Sun's acceptance of the United Front, Moscow provided his government with the financial and technical support it needed to recruit soldiers and equip a modern army. Additionally, Soviet advisors played a key role in transforming the GMD into an organization that could easily have qualified as a Leninist party had it shared communist values. At the GMD's first National Congress in January 1924, Sunday proclaimed that China was in such disarray that it would have to accept a nationalist government before it made the transition to a republican one. This situation, he argued, made it necessary to build the state through the party. Accordingly, the delegates, including their communist members, formally endorsed the Soviet-style principle of party supervision at every level of the government's operations. They assigned the GMD the leading role in implementing the Three People's Principles, and in the spirit of democratic centralism, bound its members to strict party discipline. They also obliged those who belonged to affiliated organizations, such as trade unions or provincial assemblies, to adhere to party priorities. Finally, the Congress adopted a Comintern-style set of three great principles: collaboration with the Soviet Union, the CCP, and the working class and the peasantry. 16 Yet, far from being relegated to a second-class position, it was the self-identified Leninist party that benefited the most from this arrangement. This bloc within strategy, as the Comintern termed the CCP's 201 role in the alliance, allowed the communists to step out of the GMD's shadow. Joint affiliation meant that communist agitators could identify potential recruits by emphasizing issues labor activism, the formation of peasant unions that set the CCP apart from the nationalists. The party could also forge alliances with sympathetic, leftist members of the GMD. In May 1924, the CCP leadership adopted a resolution to accomplish precisely this objective by publicizing the differences between the GMD's right and left wings and expressly including the latter in its class-based, anti-imperialist Strugle. 17 In 1925, the Communists gained an unusually favorable platform for expressing their views when Mao Zedong was appointed director of the GMD's Propaganda Bureau. Simultaneously, the alliance with the nationalists forced the CCP's leaders to address their party's weaknesses. Until its Third National Congress in June 1923, the CCP resembled the early Bolsheviks. It was little more than a collection of intellectuals and regional activists, each of whom had his own ideas about the party's priorities and felt no greater obligation than to himself. Under the Comintern's direction, the party adopted a unified chain of command, functionally specific departments, and explicit procedures and regulations. At Chen's urging, the Central Bureau committed itself to collective decision-making to unify its policies. These changes easily meshed with the Leninist focus on conspiratorial action. The Central Executive Committee created cells in factories, schools, and other workplaces to expose its members to concrete social needs and spread propaganda. It also formed bloc organizations to integrate these activities and reinforce cadre loyalties. 18 Nowhere were the benefits of the bloc within strategy more clearly spelled out than in the inclusion of CCP members in the Whampoa Military Academic Army. The Academic Army's purpose was to build a professional officer corps. It was funded by the Soviet Union and supplied with Soviet advisors to instruct cadets in the ways of modern warfare. Under its first commander, Chiang Kai-shek, the Academic Army offered a curriculum that emphasized patriotic duties and obedience to centralized authority. Since the Communists were no less immersed in the militarized and nationalistic culture of the time, they easily adapted to these norms. 202. Furthermore, the CCP had the incredibly good fortune of being able to use the school as a platform for promoting Marxism. Notably, the new deputy head of the Political Department, Zhou Enlai, was an experienced party activist who had converted to communism while in a work-study program in Europe. Although Zhou, too, was committed to national unification, he was typical among the communists for having a subversive understanding of the term unity based upon the overthrow of existing class relations. Under his direction, the CCP established two central organs within the academic AMI, one to expose students to Marxist theory and the other to coordinate clandestine operations. Under the slogan "A good communist is a good member of the Kuomintang nucleus," the CCP added to its influence by placing party workers in nearly every political department of the National Revolutionary Army. 19. The second major benefit of the bloc within strategy was the GMD leadership's acceptance of the division of labor within the United Front. After Sun Yat-sen's death in 1925, Chiang Kai-shek emerged as the principal proponent of his party's military ambitions. Under his command and with the encouragement of the Soviets, Chiang enlisted the support of southern military governors and, in July 1926, launched the northern expedition that Sun had hoped to undertake 3 years earlier. As the nationalist armies marched northward, Chiang and his generals were immediately presented with a choice. During their advance, they could focus on winning the support of the urban working class and disaffected peasants, a stratum that was central to Sun's concept of people's livelihood. Or, since this emphasis risked alienating the industrial interests and large landowners whose financial support and political connections were integral to their campaign, they could turn over the work of cultivating the grassroots to others. They chose the apparently less risky path and allowed the CCP to pursue the latter task. It was far from apparent at the time, but the CCP's approach to this question hinted at a possibly shift in its conception of revolutionary politics. During the late Qing and early Republican periods, the promotion of major change was primarily understood to begin at the top of the social hierarchy. Chiang espoused this position as well. Educated elites concentrated on attacking traditional institutions and seeking 203. To replace them with representative bodies whose enlightened policies would eventually trickle down to the masses. In contrast, there was an alternative route to revolutionary change. This approach would begin at the bottom of the social order and rise upward. The party would still play a leading role in this process, but its success would depend on its cadres' skill in turning mass discontent into action. Nonetheless, the mixed record of the CCP's effort to spur labor unrest in the cities suggested that such a reorientation of party strategy would have been problematic. With scant resources at their disposal, communist agitators formed clubs and schools to educate workers and laid the foundations for trade unions by organizing factory committees. Yet, their ability to sustain these undertakings was constrained by both the difficulty of managing these associations and the hostility of employers and local officials. Although communists played active roles in a spate of labor disturbances throughout this period, including a massive sea workers' strike in Hong Kong in 1922 and a railway workers' strike along the Beijing-Hankow Railroad in 1923, these instances of industrial action were largely one-off events. At least theoretically, one could make the case that militant protest was more likely to be found amid China's overwhelmingly peasant population. By the early 1920s, the breakdown of the traditional governance structures in the countryside that had begun at the turn of the 19th century was complete. During the warlord era, regional officials and the gentry abandoned all pretense of looking after the welfare of peasant communities. Facing the erosion of their means of subsistence, recurrent natural disasters, and the attacks of marauding bandits, peasants were driven by rage and the threat of starvation into spontaneous acts of rebellion. Chen Duxiu and other communist leaders were clearly aware of these incendiary conditions, but they were hesitant to modify the tenets of orthodox Marxism to accommodate them. This is not to say that the CCP ignored the countryside. One agrarian activist, Peng Pai, the secretary of the GMD's peasant department, set up a political training institute and established large-scale peasant associations in Guangdong province in 1922. Still, these bodies were not the revolutionary organs that Mao glorified in the Hunan Report. Rather than addressing the 204 explosive issue of land distribution, they concentrated on everyday complaints over rents, wages, and food prices. Just as with other traumas from China's past, such as the punitive settlements after the Opium War and the war with Japan, A single event was sufficient to transform both the CCP's understanding of its priorities and its prospects for acquiring equal standing with the GMD. On May 30, 1925, British soldiers in Shanghai fired on a peaceful demonstration of students who were protesting the killing of a striking worker in a Japanese textile factory. When several students died, even larger protests broke out in Guangzhou. Within 2 days, an eruption of anti-foreigner unrest swept across multiple regions. Students flooded into Beijing's Tiananmen Square to demand redress for the killings, and southern China was crippled by strikes. This outcry catalyzed the CCP. Emboldened by the possibility of directing a nationwide uprising, the party's leaders hastened to link one form of mass fervor, patriotism, with another, the call for class rebellion. Lending credibility to this charge, the party achieved its first great success in Shanghai in 1925 when the Consolidated Workers' Union led hundreds of thousands of factory workers into the streets to protest the collusion of Chinese capitalists and foreign imperialists. The May 30 upheavals were especially significant for forcing the CCP's leaders to confront a defining question: what kind of party did they wish to have? In October 1925, the Central Executive Committee provided part of the answer. Breaking with the practice of recruiting the majority of the party's members from the upper reaches of society, it loosened its requirements to facilitate the admission of the workers and peasants it claimed to represent. The committee justified the decision by maintaining that it was a mistaken view to insist that candidates for membership be familiar with the intricacies of Marxism or already have extensive revolutionary experience. These matters could be learned. Instead, the committee emphasized, recruits should exhibit class consciousness and loyalty to the revolution. Accordingly, the party should exercise flexibility in selecting its cadres. This decision paid off in a massive increase in the party's size. Whereas the CCP had a mere 994 members in 1925, its ranks swelled to 10,000 1 year later. By April 1927, it could claim over 57,000 members. 205. This strategy also provided the CCP with an incentive to publicly redefine its relationship with the GMD. At the October meeting, the Central Executive Committee essentially changed the conditions of the United Front by adopting a two-track policy toward its partners. One of these tracks, it specified, was to bring sympathetic members of the GMD's left wing close to the majority of the masses. The other was to oppose the rightists and expose slogans and strategies. 1 year later, the Comintern affirmed this two-pronged approach by underscoring the CCP's responsibility to prevent the rightists from turning the GMD into an exclusively bourgeois party. The writer from Hunan. These gyrations in the CCP's conception of its functions provide a valuable opportunity to speculate about Mao's motivations in writing the Hunan Report. In some ways, Mao's examination of the conditions in his home province in 1927 coincided neatly with the CCP's growing appreciation of the need to incorporate ordinary Chinese workers and peasants into its ranks. In this respect, Mao's report was a strategic document designed to amplify the party's appeal. At the same time, however, it was truly distinctive in breaking with the conventional understanding of the party's leading role and focusing on the sources of revolution from below. Born in 1893 into a well-off peasant family in the vicinity of Changsha, Hunan, Mao experienced many of the tumultuous political and intellectual mood swings of the educated strata of his generation. He was initially impressed by the desperate struggles of officials in the late 19th century to reform the monarchy, but converted to Sun Yat-sen's vision of a republican China as the Qing dynasty evaporated. Like many early communists, he was then swept up in the moral righteousness and indignation of the New Culture and May 4 movements. Yet instead of embracing his peers' faith in Western institutions and liberal democratic values, he sought a home in the writings of anarchists like Mikhail Bakunin and Peter Kropotkin. Mao was especially taken by their conviction that educated people should find their way to truth by laboring alongside the common man. After meeting Chen 206. Duxio Enli Dazao at Peking University, he began to call himself a communist. But his conception of Marxism, which he acquired from only a few secondary accounts, was already tinged with the voluntaristic, anti-organizational sentiments that would shape his policies until his death. Revolution, as the young Mao understood it, was not a matter of waiting for the dialectics of historical progress to present a sure opportunity. It was an act of heroic will, driven by the determination to replace corrupt institutions and reactionary traditions with healthy forms of human interaction and the observance of high moral standards. In 1921, Mao was already building a reputation as a political commentator and ran an activist bookstore and newspaper in Changsha. Unlike many leftists, however, he was not merely a man of ideas acting above the fray. Mao was an agitator. Through the All-Hunan Federation of Labor Organizations, which sought to speak for an array of workers' groups, such as carpenters, miners, masons, and railway employees, Mao rallied the union's members to stage work stoppages and factory protests. Most of his efforts did not get very far, some were ruthlessly suppressed. Still, they were early indications of Mao's talent for mobilizing believers to serve higher ideals. In my view, this context is crucial for understanding the stark differences between the Hunan Report and the formulaic, Comintern-style statements of a majority of the CCP's leaders. Every line of the report is the work of an activist who is fervently seeking to engage his party in the plight of the lower classes. Naturally, there is much that is hyperbolic about Mao's prediction that hundreds of millions of peasants would rise like a mighty storm to engulf the nation. Although the movement to form peasant associations had spread throughout large portions of southern China by the mid-1920s, political infighting within the GMD and repression by local authorities had sapped much of its energy by the time Mao returned to Hunan. Hence, on strictly empirical grounds, there was little to support his claims. But, as I have suggested earlier, it was not sheer historical fantasy to imagine a mass uprising that would, in Mao's words, sweep all of the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. The White Lotus, Taiping, and Boxer rebellions were evidence of the overpowering fury of the lower 207 classes. All of these upheavals, and especially the last, which occurred while he was young, were products of the breakdown of central authority in the empire. In fact, in the mid-1920s, a unified China was far from being restored. Adding to the force of Mao's claims, the long duration of these incidents of unrest lent credibility to the proposition that one did not need to wait for social unrest to occur. In the right circumstances, the assault upon central authority could be consciously carried out according to a coherent body of ideas. Why, then, the report provokes its readers to ask, should one be surprised that China's peasantry was primed to turn the world upside down? Finally, Mao's appeal is a foreshadowing of a coming divide within the CCP over the party's identity as both a revolutionary idea and a revolutionary organization. As I have indicated at the opening of this chapter, the report is not directed at the peasantry at all. Mao's target is his fellow party members. Instead of responding to the peasants' courage and heroism with concrete action, these privileged elites, as Mao portrays them, have essentially become bureaucrats. They have joined the GMD, the legal trade unions, and other establishment bodies in fostering an anti-revolutionary culture of officialdom. All without exception have their executive committee members. Mao emphasizes, it is indeed a world of committee men. Mao's fascination with voluntarist approaches to political change during his days at Peking University shows through in this diagnosis. Naturally, he underscores that it is not the party's function to take the place of the masses in overthrowing their oppressors. It is wrong for anybody else to do it for them, he insists. However, he places the burden of responsibility on the party's will to act. Given the imminence of the revolution, the party must reconnect with its mass base. It is time to step forward, Mao explains, to draw the bow and to indicate the motion. 23. The party's turning point. The few CCP members who took the Hunan Report seriously at this time may have wondered whether significant numbers of communists would come around to Mao's more nuanced understanding of the 208 party's leading role. If so, the CCP leadership provided a negative answer. When the party's leaders raised Mao's themes, but not the Hunan Report itself, at its 5th National Congress in late April 1924, they emphasized that their organization was to be regarded as not only a mass party but a Bolshevik party. 24 To retain this identity, they stipulated that the party should concentrate on further centralizing its operations. Most revealing with respect to Mao's analysis, they reaffirmed the central role of the proletariat in the revolution. Although the leadership paid lip service to addressing the sources of inequality in the countryside, the punitive measures it recommended were to be imposed only on the wealthiest landholders. This disjunction between Mao's understanding of the party's purposes and the thinking of the organization's leaders leads one to wonder what form their movement would have taken if they had retained the upper hand. What if the author of the Hunan Report had never succeeded in making his views known, let alone been in the position to impose his idea of revolution on an entire nation? Fortunately for Mao, a tragedy provided him with the unexpected opportunity to make his case. On April 12, 1927, Chiang Kai-shek declared war on the CCP, launching an assault on the communist-led General Labor Union in Shanghai. With the support of local militias and criminal gangs, NRA troops swept through the city, arresting labor leaders, beating agitators, and shooting protesters. Jiang's campaign quickly escalated into a full-scale attack on communists and union organizers in other cities and culminated in the slaughter of thousands of members of peasant associations. Far from provoking this bloodshed, the leaders of the General Labor Union had actually prepared the way for Jiang's troops to enter Shanghai by organizing a citywide strike of 800,000 workers and setting up a new municipal government. But their influence over these forces was enough to convince Chiang that the communists had become too powerful to justify further collaboration. Over the following summer and fall 1927, the CCP's attempts to counter the nationalists' attacks all ended in failure. In August, communist organizers fomented an uprising in Nanchang, hoping to convince GMD leftists to join their side. However, the faction's leaders refused to break ranks with their 209 party. Likewise, when Moscow urged the CCP to instigate revolts against local authorities during the autumn harvest season, the party suffered more ignominious defeats. Finally, in December, an attempt to set up a communal government in Guangzhou, purportedly along the lines of the Paris Commune of 1871, was crushed by local warlords and NRA troops. These events marked the beginning of the Chinese Civil War and an epoch in which Chiang Kai-shek and the GMD dominated national politics. In 1928, the nationalist government proclaimed victory in the Northern Expedition. Once the NRA had taken control of the rich Yangtze River Valley and Shanghai, its troops marched northward to capture Beijing. Chiang made Nanjing the nation's new capital and swiftly set up a quasi-dictatorial government. Although the militarized regional governor's support for the regime was more tenuous than the GMD's leaders let on, the appearance of success gave the party's leaders credibility. Everywhere Jiang's forces went, the GMD acquired new members and thousands of Chinese of all social classes leaped onto the bandwagon of national unity. In contrast, the CCP entered a period of desolation. In only a year, the party lost nearly 20,000 members. Many were killed in the fighting but even more defected in the wake of the party's defeats. This adversity was compounded by the loss of prominent personalities. Some died for their beliefs. Li Dazhao was executed in Beijing. Others fell victim to internal battles within the CCP. Chen Duxiu was made a scapegoat for the party's failures and ostracized. Dismayed by the proletariat's failure to rise up against their new enemies and reduced to fighting an underground battle with Jiang's armies, the CCP's remaining leadership in Shanghai initially turned to an idealized version of Leninism. According to this conception, the party would continue to rely upon the centralized decision-making and discipline required of any clandestine organization. In recognition of the movement's dispersion and perilous state, however, they pledged to respect the decisions of party branches in other cities and rural locations. Yet, the efficacy of this shift was undermined by infighting. Arguing that China was the weak link in a chain of imperialist power, a new General Secretary, Li Lisan, ordered the party's fledgling Red Army to 210. Stage attacks on the cities and promote large-scale urban insurrection. These efforts failed miserably. But instead of leading to a reassessment of the party's position, they opened the way for even greater rigidity. Li was replaced by an equally dogmatic group of young communists who had drifted back to China after studying at Moscow's Sun Yat-sen University. These returned Bolsheviks, as they became known, expanded the party's dictatorial role and instituted Stalinist-style witch hunts to cleanse its ranks of supposedly counter-revolutionary elements. Despite these developments, an assortment of communists who fled to the south after the Shanghai massacre were spurred to think about their party in a different way. In the barren mountains and border regions of Jiangxi and Hunan provinces, they organized small armies and established rural base areas to defend themselves against Chiang Kai-shek's troops. In the course of struggling for survival, they wrestled with a difficult question. Was the CCP primarily a political organization acting in the name of the dictatorship of the proletariat? Or had it become a military organization responsible for mobilizing the people to fight their enemies? Mao was forced to confront this issue earlier than many of his comrades. In October 1927, he and a tiny contingent of Red Army soldiers were driven into the Jinggang Mountains by advancing NRA troops. Mao arrived in his new home with the stubborn convictions of a young communist determined to bring justice to a needy population. He immersed himself in the violent business of taking from the rich and giving to the poor. In a testimony to his lack of political experience, he ordered the indiscriminate confiscation of the land holdings of the few property owners who could be remotely categorized as wealthy, with the result that the local economy was fractured. More importantly, Mao directed his attention toward building what he needed most: a viable army. Far away from the scrutiny of the CCP center, he sought to bring together the motley collection of vagabonds, NRA deserters, mercenaries, and poor peasants who had chosen to follow him. A different commander might have been overwhelmed by this challenge. After all, Mao's soldiers had nothing in common with the disciplined cadets with whom he had previously interacted at the Whampoa Military Academic Amy. In an essay in November 1928, the struggle in the 211 Qingkang Mountains, Mao conceded that his troops lacked the skills and training of the NRA and its warlord allies. But, he argued, they made up for their shortcomings by embodying the power of will in action. In his assessment, they showed in unending marches under sweltering heat and seemingly hopeless guerrilla battles with superior, conventional armies that they were endowed with nobility. Indeed, in Mao's mythological depiction, these simple soldiers embraced a democratic culture. Their disposition to cooperation gave them the confidence to fight with high moral purpose. Supposedly, officers did not beat their underlings. Food was shared equally. According to Mao's flight from real ity, the army supposedly treated even enemy prisoners with respect and solicitude. 25 Mao's characterization of the army as a virtuous agent is especially illuminating because of the contrast it represents with his treatment of the party. His essay on his Jinggang Mountains experience treats the CCP with much of the same condescension that he evinced in the Hunan Report. According to Mao, the party was always welcomed by village communities because it professed strong values and virtuous behavior. Its problem, however, was that it turned out to be full of opportunists. In his description, many comrades lacked the will to fight. Those who found the will resorted to acts of blind insurrection that inevitably led to disaster. Furthermore, party branches were weighed down by the malady of localism. Instead of orienting themselves around the good of the entire movement, their representatives merely cared about the narrow interests of their clans and villages. One could hardly build a militant Marxist party on these foundations, he insisted. 26 On a personal basis, Mao matched this juxtaposition of the image of the noble soldier and the imperfect party organization with a greater inclination than ever to assert his views against the prevailing policy of the Central Party leadership. In a letter to a fellow Red commander, Lin Biao, written on January 5, 1930, shortly after leading his beleaguered troops out of the highlands into the borderlands of Jiangxi and Fujian, Mao sounded a lot like Trotsky in his interpretation of the concept of party discipline. He maintained that one should only feel required to follow the instructions of higher authorities when they were based upon an informed understanding of local conditions. Contending that the 212 Central Executive had grossly underestimated the peasantry's readiness for revolution, he accused his distant comrades of promoting a culture of pessimism. Although they had appropriately emphasized the centrality of the class struggle in the cities, he stressed, they failed to appreciate the opportunities that existed in rural China. In addition, Mao contended that this short-sightedness had led the party center to make major errors in military strategy. It was foolhardy, he lectured, to focus solely on the objective capabilities of the Red Army. Objectively, its numbers were small. But despite this weakness, the army was subjectively strong. Thanks to a deep familiarity with their setting, its guerrilla soldiers could take advantage of the manifold expressions of the class struggle in Chinese society: labor strikes, peasant uprisings, NRA soldiers' mutinies, and student protests to incite the masses to action. Once again, Mao turned to hyperbole to make his case. All China is littered with dry faggots which will soon be aflame, he proclaimed. The saying, "A single spark can start a prairie fire," is an apt description of how the current situation will develop. 27. The Long March mythology. In the coming decades, Mao's depiction of the revolutionary challenge in the countryside would shape the official definition of the CCP's leading role in much the same way as Stalin's very different foundations of Leninism did for the Soviet Union. Still, one must be careful not to exaggerate Mao's initial ability to promote this prairie fire. For one thing, despite his highly developed sense of self-worth, he was not yet a dominant figure within the party. Moreover, his unique interpretation of the application of Leninism to Chinese conditions was still evolving. After arriving in the city of Rujin, he immediately set about transforming a military base into a full-fledged socialist experiment, the Jiangxi Soviet. Demonstrating that he was not totally dismissive of the need for political organization, Mao and his supporters built a functioning government with a local administrative apparatus, courts, schools, and even a postal system. In contrast to his impulsive behavior in the mountains, Mao showed that he had learned something about the delicate balance of a functioning economy. He encouraged cadres 213 to experiment with different models of land reform and to practice bottom-up work styles that took into account the perspectives of the local populace. He also won support by attacking traditional practices, such as arranged marriages. Still, this was not the only face that Mao brought to his new constituency. He had no inhibitions about using violent means. Under the pretext of responding to Chiang Kai-shek's communist extermination campaigns, he joined other communist leaders in conducting brutal purges of purported enemy agents within the party and the army. Mao's control over the Jiangxi Soviet was far from uncontested. He was opposed by local communists who found his agrarian policies too extreme. From their positions in Shanghai, Li Lisan's supporters attacked him for shirking party orthodoxy about the proletariat's leading role. When the returned Bolsheviks took over, they presented Mao with a new obstacle by moving the party headquarters to Jiangxi. To cement their authority, they relieved Mao of his position as Commissar of the Red Army and appointed him to a titular post as head of the Soviet government. It is provocative to think about what would have happened to the CCP if, at this point, Mao had been permanently relegated to the sidelines. Would his nuanced understanding of party leadership have been replaced by a formulaic conception of Stalinist dictatorship? Looking 2 to 3 decades down the road, Would a different leader have undertaken the devastating experiment in forced economic development of the Great Leap Forward, or allowed the war against established institutions of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution? As I have argued in my examination of Stalin's policies in Chapter 5, different leaders can make a difference. Still, this does not necessarily mean that their policies will be any less violent or erratic. Once again, contingent events intervene to give Mao the opportunity to assert himself. In fall 1934, the leaders of the Jiangxi government concluded that they were no longer capable of defending the Soviet from the unremitting attacks of the nationalist armies. In mid-October, 2 Army Corps began a strategic retreat. With no clear idea about where they were going and leaving thousands of wounded soldiers and family members behind, 2 columns of roughly 86,214 soldiers, party officials, and government personnel broke through the NRA blockade and began the arduous journey known as the Long March. Over a period of 12 months, under the command of Lin Biao and Peng Dehui, they climbed mountains, crossed arid grasslands and bogs, and forded rivers while conducting guerrilla warfare against NRA forces. By the time the Red Army commanders decided on their destination, the remote Yan'an Soviet in northern Shaanxi province, an unforgiving combination of battle casualties, starvation, disease, and desertions had cut their numbers to fewer than 6,000 people. At first blush, one might think that these desperate survivors had little to offer their movement. The Long March was not a victory march. It was all about defeat. In Mao's hands, however, the struggle to surmount their misfortunes became the stuff of grand mythology. Along the way, the CCP held a party conference in the city of Zunyi at which Mao scored a major victory over the returned Bolsheviks. He was appointed a full member of the 5-member standing committee and assigned a key role in military planning. Thus, upon his arrival in Yan'an in late 1935, Mao was quick to take advantage of his increased power in the party by laying claim to the idea that both he and his Red soldiers had accomplished a world historical feat. The Long March, he pronounced in an essay in December, was a manifesto, a propaganda force, a seeding machine. It was a manifesto, he stressed, because it showed the world that the Red Army is an army of heroes, while the imperialists and running dogs are impotent. It was a propaganda force because it announced to some 200 million people in 11 provinces that the road of the Red Army is their only road to liberation. And it was a seeding machine because it sowed many seeds which will sprout, leaf, blossom, and bear fruit, and will yield a harvest in the future. 28 Mao's description of the Long March was grossly exaggerated. When the Red soldiers and party members entered villages, this array of heroes was greeted with manifest mistrust. In the eyes of ordinary peasants who had rarely traveled far from home, these urban bearers of the good news about Marxism were a threat to their precarious existence. The soldiers' arrival meant that the village would be caught up in battles with the NRA that had no relevance to the daily struggle of life on the land. Moreover, like the Russian peasantry a half-century earlier who 215 had been repelled by the populist going to the people movement of the 1860s and 1870s, they were easily alienated by the communists' pretensions to educate them and offer foreign remedies for their true bliss. Correspondingly, the communist cadres among these soldiers often had no more than a vague idea of what they were supposed to do. At best, they had only a superficial understanding of Marxism. Giving little thought to the ramifications of their actions, they summarily expropriated landlord property. They labeled local officials as bad elements, regardless of their standing in the community. Worse still, despite the orders of commanders, including Mao, to show respect to the villagers who greeted them, Red Army soldiers were often driven by hunger and despair to steal their hosts' food and property. Where the Long March did have a positive impact was in affording the leadership the opportunity to depict the Marxist cause as far superior to the dictates of a distant GMD government. In addition to offering local populations the promise of social justice, the communists presented themselves as the legitimate representatives of the Chinese nation. In this task, they were helped immeasurably by a critical mistake by Chiang Kai-shek in the face of the looming threat of yet another war with Japan. 4 years earlier, China's age-old enemy had annexed Manchuria and was already staging intermittent attacks on cities as far south as Shanghai. As the possibility of all-out war escalated, Chiang gave priority to the destruction of the Red Army over repelling Japan's advancing troops. This error was a blessing for the Communists. As they moved from one region to the next, officers and party officials could draw upon the broadly interpreted Marxist dichotomy between the wrongdoers and the wronged, the few and the many, to enlist the support of ordinary Chinese who were looking for an easily intelligible way of understanding their plight. In the CCP's characterization, one campaign was against a historical foe, imperialism, this time represented by perfidious Japan. The other was against the class enemy, including NRA forces, rich landlords, and their allied warlords, who had supposedly confirmed their indifference to the cause of national unity. This was not the first time that Chinese radicals had conjured these images. Elements of each argument could be found in the patriotic appeals of the May 4th movement. 216. In response to Comintern pressure, Mao took the high road in 1935, calling for a united front with the GMD to fight Japan. The threat to China, he told his presumably dubious comrades, required the CCP to exercise the same flexibility as the guerrilla armies that had enabled it to survive. At a moment of national peril, he asserted, there was no room for dogmatic behavior or the narrow-minded closed-doorism advocated by communists who were obsessed with the holy writ of Marxism would result in certain defeat. They needed to accept the fact that revolution always follows a tortuous road, and never a straight one. Then, too, Mao added, true communists were open to viewing the class struggle in a more flexible way than they had in the past. Thus, an authentic united front should be composed of all patriotic forces, including even rich peasants, moderate trade unions, and the progressive bourgeoisie. According to Mao, this broader view of revolution would provide the basis for the creation of an eventual People's Republic. 29 Mao's residency in the Yan'an Soviet provided him and other communists living in guerrilla bases with the opportunity to develop new ideas about what it meant to serve the people. By virtue of their isolation from the outside world, red cotters and soldiers had to learn what it meant to live among simple villagers. Accordingly, their leaders instructed them to adopt the same flexible attitudes and readiness for adaptation that they practiced in their battles with the NRA and the Japanese. Under these conditions, and with the same quixotic spirit as the European utopian socialists, like Claude Henry de Saint-Simon and Etienne Cabet, they dreamed that they were forming a new type of human community. In Yan'an in particular, soldiers and party members lived together in caves, grew their own food, and engaged in earnest discussions about Marxist texts and current affairs. No one was more adept at cultivating this heroic mystique than Mao. As the de facto leader of the Soviet, he made a point of conspicuously practicing the doctrine of self-sacrifice. In his cave home, he affected the coarse habits and mannerisms of the simple peasant, he even tended his own vegetable garden. Of course, the line between appearance and real in these measures was obscure. Still, this vision of a culture of sublime asceticism was magnetic. By the end of the 1930s, tens of thousands of youthful 217 idealists had rushed to Yan'an and other Soviets to join the party and fight for their nation. In this light, the CCP's dual commitment to communist revolution and national unification was an incalculable advantage when Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China in July 1937. Up to this point, it was possibly for skeptics of Mao's appeals for a renewed united front to argue that the nationalists and their bourgeois supporters could never be trusted. But at the urging of the Soviet Union, the war compelled the two adversaries to join forces to fight a common enemy. At this juncture, however, in contrast with the mid-1920s, the CCP could count itself as an equal. By 1940, the party had 800,000 members and 500,000 troops under its command, as well as the express support of the Soviet Union. 30 Hence, the preservation of its distinctive identity was not dependent on good fortune. The CCP could defend itself on its own terms. Naturally, Mao assumed that he should play the pivotal role in defining the party's mission toward a sinified Marxism. By the second half of the 1930s, Mao had clearly acquired the power to dictate the CCP's policies. But control of the party organization was far from being his preeminent goal. He was determined to command the realm of ideas. In his secluded residence in Yan'an, which he rarely left for nearly a decade, he set out to make his mark as a Marxist theorist by familiarizing himself with the writings of Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and others from the pantheon of communist history. Some of Mao's works during this period, such as a treatise on dialectical materialism, will not go down as classics in the annals of Marxism. However, he made a lasting contribution by articulating what he called a sinified path to communism. Practical as always, Mao focused on China's specific conditions. There was no such thing, he declared at the CCP's sixth plenum in 1938, as abstract Marxism. What we call concrete Marxism is Marxism that has taken on a national forum, that is, Marxism applied to the concrete struggle in the concrete conditions prevailing in China. The CCP's function, Mao explained almost sentimentally, was to discern the policies most appropriate to his nation's needs and then 218. To express them in a new and vital Chinese style and manner, pleasing to the eye and to the ear of the Chinese common people. 31 One year later, in December 1939, Mao spelled out the defining characteristics of this sinified approach in a chapter in a party textbook, The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. 32 In his clearest statement to date about China's uniqueness, he maintained that the Chinese Revolution would not be a proletarian revolution like that which had taken place in Russia. His country first needed to undergo the capitalist stage of development. Yet, showing just how far Marxism's dichotomous structure could be stretched, he maintained that two interrelated struggles would serve to accelerate China's special path beyond capitalism and into socialism. The first was the struggle against imperialism that had begun in the 19th century. The war with Japan alone, Mao contended, could not account for the rapid coalescence of very different social classes into the united front. Their sense of shared purpose was the product of China's long battle against colonial exploitation, beginning with the Opium Wars and leading to the Taiping Rebellion, the Republican Revolution of 1911, the May 4th Movement, and the Northern Expedition. Mao's second struggle, which reflected the idea of Chinese exceptionalism, was against the feudal landlord class. Unlike in Europe and America, Mao explained, the abolition of this class would not simply lead to the ascendancy of the bourgeoisie. Thanks to the advances of the world proletarian socialist revolution, he informed his readers, China would experience a revolution of a new type, a new democratic revolution, which would unite its supporters around the destruction of imperialism and its reactionary allies. In this way, it seemed, a sinified approach would be consistent with Marxist principles. It would just have a broader reach. The new democratic revolution would lead to a joint dictatorship of several revolutionary classes under the leadership of the proletariat. 33 These were stirring words. Naturally, they begged the question of how the CCP, as the vanguard of the proletariat and presumed leader of this coalition, would hold such a collection of diverse interests together. Mao's answer, enshrined as Mao Zedong thought in a new party constitution in 1945, was to advance an innovative approach to 219. The education of party members based upon the concept of rectification. In the early 1940s, the CCP had faced a dilemma that was all too familiar to its Soviet mentors. As the party expanded, it encountered the enormous challenge of having to educate hundreds of thousands of new members about party priorities and the lessons of 2 decades of seeking to put them into practice. Many knew nothing about Marxism and Leninism, more had joined solely out of nationalist fervor, others were simply opportunists. One way of dealing with these problems was to offer cadres in base camps rudimentary classes on party history and acquaint them with the unique challenges presented by the war with Japan. Naturally, true to the CCP's revolutionary roots, Mao and his associates had an even more comprehensive conception of political education that went far beyond the inculcation of facts. Beginning in 1942, the party required tens of thousands of cadres to engage in public acts of self-criticism. In the presence of their peers, members were forced to bare their breasts about their personal failings. These sins ranged from arrogance and elitism to corruption and self-centeredness. When cadres were judged to have exhibited sincere contrition and a readiness to improve their thoughts and actions, they were absolved of their sins and welcomed back to the fold. Those who failed these tests were expelled. What made Mao's approach stand out is that he did not intend for rectification to end here. In a seminal lecture, Rectify the Party's Style of Work, which he gave at the inauguration of the Central Committee's party school in Yan'an in December 1942, Mao emphasized that good communists had to earn the right to lead the people by educating themselves. With the same forceful language he had used in criticizing the haughty and uninformed behavior of party members in earlier years, Mao observed that there was something not quite right, not quite proper in many comrades' behavior. One impediment to correct thinking was the malady of subjectivism that led them to assume that they could make effective policy on their own volition without having to engage directly in practical work. Another was the more damaging offense of sectarianism when members put their own interests ahead of the whole. This malady not only promoted factionalism within the CCP, it prevented the party at a time of national urgency. 220. From reaching out to diverse segments of Chinese society who were prepared to fight alongside it. Finally, some cadres were guilty of stereotyped party writing, a vehicle for filth, as Mao called it, which led them to treat Leninism as a lifeless dogma rather than a scientific guide to action. This was a manifestation of the broader malady of dogmatism that prevented the party from exercising the flexibility to hold the national struggle together. 34. From today's vantage point, these seem like arcane failings. Yet at a time of war and social struggle, Mao had good reason for wanting to counter the assumption that party cadres should have a ready-made formula for success. As he saw it, the lesson of the Long March and the guerrilla battles for survival was that the party needed to free the minds of any comrades who assumed that their judgment was better than others. 35. In fact, many of the CCP's fresh recruits found Mao's demands that they confront their failings exhilarating. Seeing themselves in their new roles as the revolutionary elect, it made sense that the CCP should have higher expectations of them than a bourgeois party like the GMD. Above all, Mao's radical understanding of correct thinking meant that these cadres' understanding of the party's functions should be based upon a correct relationship with the masses. In an essay written in June 1943, Some Questions Concerning Methods of Leadership, Mao expressed this perspective in a formulation called the mass line. In what may be the most frequently cited paragraph in all of Mao's works, he instructed his followers to take the ideas of the masses and concentrate them, then go to the masses and propagate and explain these ideas until the masses embrace them as their own, hold fast to them and translate them into action, and test the correctness of these ideas in such action. Then once again concentrate ideas from the masses and once again take them to the masses so that the ideas are persevered in and carried through. And so on, over and over again in an endless spiral, with the ideas becoming more correct, more vital, and richer each time. 36. Not every feature of this cinified version of Marxism is novel. The top-down element of the Leninist concept of revolutionary agitation. 221. Suffuses the paragraph. The masses still require guidance from above. They need someone to explain their true interests and show them how they should act. Mao's ideological innovation, however, is that his cadres and the masses must constantly work together to identify the truth. In the same spirit that was embodied in the Hunan Report's break with the intellectuals who had first inspired him to action, both communists and non-communists, Mao's message to the party's members was that they should begin with the nascent ideas of those below them if they wanted to call themselves Marxist. It made sense that Mao would arrive at such a conception of the party's role. In contrast to Lenin and Stalin, who had mainly focused on revolution from on high, he knew something about the masses by virtue of having lived among them. Still, it would take 2 years before the war with Japan was over and an additional 4 years before a renewed civil war concluded with the CCP's defeat of the GMD. When that day arrived in 1949 and the communist supremacy was no longer threatened by total war, China's leaders, and especially Mao himself, would need to discern what it meant to apply a doctrine of Mao Zedong thought to a country that was finally under their control. Chapter 7. On May 15, 1943, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International made a shocking announcement. The Comintern, the organization that had inspired and coordinated the actions of a majority of the world's communist parties for a quarter of a century, would be dissolved. Since 1919, the statement affirmed, the Comintern had played a historic role. Everywhere, it had saved working-class parties from collapse by defending the teachings of Marxism from vulgarization and distortion by opportunistic elements in the working-class movement. It had guided these parties in mobilizing the proletariat to defend the chief bulwark against fascism, the USSR. Nonetheless, the authors of the statement maintained, the Comintern had been outgrown by the growth of this movement and by the complications of its problems in separate countries. For this reason, the reliance upon any sort of international center had become, in the Presidium's word, a drag upon these parties' further development. This was unsettling news for communists around the world. For 24 years, the organization had been the primary communications vehicle, aside from one-on-one meetings, through which Moscow had conveyed its commands. Still, it is unlikely that the seasoned leaders of these parties would have regarded this event as a signal that they could finally move beyond the drag on their development and freely adapt their policies as needed. They had too much experience with the difference between Moscow's words and its actions to take Andrei Zhdanov's pronouncement literally. Thus, when the Soviet Union established a new international center 4 years later in September 1947, its closest allies would not have been surprised or, in most cases, even disappointed. This body, the Communist Information Bureau, or Cominform, had a much narrower focus. Aside from the 223 Russian Communist Party, it was composed of only EU-European parties, 7 from the East and 2 from the West. Furthermore, it was primarily a tool for legitimation and propaganda. In Eastern Europe in particular, its function was to enable its members to justify their control over recalcitrant populations and to ensure that Moscow's pronouncements about the correct road to socialism were affirmed. It would be tempting to characterize these developments as a simple story of Soviet domination. In such a depiction, one could emphasize the deliberate manner in which the Kremlin combined its military and economic might with its virtual monopoly on the rigid doctrine of Marxism-Leninism in order to impose its desires. These factors are unquestionably important. Still, for 2 reasons, I believe that it is misleading to interpret this long period in communist history in such a narrow fashion. First, the records of the Comintern and the Cominform are interesting precisely because the Soviet Union's leaders were constantly trying to sort out what they wanted from the 2 organizations' members. From the 1920s onward, the twin pressures of a rapidly changing international environment and the Soviet transition from Bolshevism to Stalinism compelled Moscow to revise its expectations of its fraternal parties at least 5 different times. In the initial phase, the Soviets behaved like any power that suddenly finds itself in charge of an international movement. They struggled to balance their demands with their recognition of their allies' differing expectations. Then, in the late 1920s, they chose certainty over ambiguity, demanding that the Comintern's members adhere to a single political line based upon confrontation and class struggle. After Adolf Hitler's rise to power in 1933, the Kremlin's tactics changed again, leading it to support considerably more flexible Popular Front alliances with progressive parties, including those allied with the bourgeoisie. Then, for a brief period after 1939, Moscow threw the Comintern's members into confusion by demanding their accommodation to an unthinkable non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany. Finally, Germany's invasion of the USSR in June 1941 and the defeat of the Axis powers 4 years later led to the return of a uniform conception of the EU-European party's purposes under the narrow aegis of the Cominform. 224. Second, and even more central to my argument, the leaders of these parties were not always prepared to define their identities exclusively in terms of Moscow's wishes. Like politicians anywhere, they had their own ideas about how they should discern their roles in their respective settings. Although they felt ideologically bound to the Soviet Union and, thanks to the Comintern's directives and material support, were prepared to make significant sacrifices on its behalf, this did not mean that they were indifferent to their specific situations. The issue, as I shall show, was whether they were in the position to act on them. In some cases, they could. Much like the Chinese Communist Party, the parties that came into being through insurgent warfare against foreign occupation forces and domestic collaborators, such as those in Italy, France, and Yugoslavia, had greater freedom of maneuver. Independently of Moscow's dictates, they were able to convince diverse segments of their populations that the Marxist class struggle and the cause of national liberation were two intertwined expressions of the same cause. In contrast, as I shall demonstrate, those parties that came into being as a result of their leaders' long years in Moscow and their post-war dependence on the support of the Red Army's troops were at a monumental disadvantage. Importantly, their association with the Soviet Union meant that they were deprived of the national narrative. Indeed, they were regarded by their populations as agents of an enemy power. Since most of the Eastern EU-European parties fell into this category, it is no wonder that they welcomed the black and white simplicity of the Cominform. There was a cost to this conformity, however. Their acceptance of a Stalinist, state-centered model of leadership meant that they, like their Soviet overseers, were prepared to sacrifice the motivating idea of Communist Party rule. Given the fact that they had few alternative sources of legitimation than state power, most paid this price, even at the cost of ignoring their national identities. Between revolution and accommodation. The early stages of Moscow's policy toward the Comintern's member parties in the 1920s were as open to dissension and controversy as the RCP's decision to adopt the new economic policy. None of 225. The Bolsheviks questioned the importance of using these parties to pave the way toward a worldwide revolution. The whole point of the Second Congress's 21 conditions of membership was to create the disciplined organizations that could be efficiently steered into supporting this cause. But as with the NEP, Soviet leaders were divided over strategy. On one side of the continuum, leftists, such as Trotsky and the Comintern's president, Grigory Zinoviev, espoused a militant conception of the party's role, arguing that a spirit of combat and confrontation was necessary to keep the spark of revolution alive. On the other side, rightists, such as Nikolai Bukharin and Stalin, were cautiously open to allowing individual parties to adopt accommodating postures when the conditions for upheaval were not yet ripe. Yet, as Zinoviev found when he tried to steer the Comintern through the ebb and swell of EU-European affairs in the early 1920s, the task of identifying which approaches were most appropriate in a given context was not easy. In Weimar Germany, the conditions for a revolutionary upheaval appeared suddenly propitious in 1923. The Republic's Social Democratic coalition government was reeling under the weight of multiple crises. In January, France and Belgium used Berlin's failure to make timely reparations payments as a pretext to occupy Germany's industrial Ruhr Valley. The economy was racked by hyperinflation, and strikes were spreading throughout the country. Hence, when Zinoviev ordered the Communist Party of Germany's co-chair, Heinrich Brandler, to prepare for a nationwide insurrection, Brandler and the party's other leaders were once again forced to ask the question that they had debated in 1919 and 1921. Was the depth of their party's national support at this moment sufficient to guarantee that the working class would respond to the call to overthrow its oppressors? Brandler was unconvinced that the KPD was strong enough to take this risk. But under pressure from Moscow, he made the case for joining Saxony's left Social Democratic governing coalition, arguing that this alliance would allow the communists to launch a general strike. Yet, even this venture proved to be too much, too soon. When the central government sent troops to Dresden to put pressure on the coalition, the Social Democrats refused to support the strike and the KPD had to call it off. 226. Worse than this loss of face, however, were the catastrophic results of the KPD's attempt to take power in the northern city of Hamburg. For 2 days, local communists, including the dock worker and war veteran Ernst Thälmann, engaged in street battles with municipal police and right-wing militias. But Zinoviev's predictions were proven wrong again. The rebels failed to gain the support they anticipated. Instead of coming to the aid of those who claimed to speak for the interests of the proletariat, the city's trade unions and other leftist groups watched from the sidelines as the Reichswehr and the militias crushed the revolt. These uprisings had a poignant dimension. Never one to admit that he was on the wrong side of history, Zinoviev cynically attributed the KPD's defeat to Brandler and arranged for his expulsion from the party leadership. Yet, the debacle was hardly the German communists' fault. If he had not been forced to bow to Zinoviev's dictates from afar and instead pursued a more cautious strategy, he might have been able to hold the Saxon coalition together. In this light, it was a provocative sign of the growing political uncertainty in Europe that Zinoviev soon made an about-face. In reaction to the rise of Benito Mussolini's fascist government in Rome, he instructed the ECCI to adopt a more flexible strategy toward the more heterodox Italian Communist Party. At first glance, Zinoviev's decision might seem surprising since the PCI resembled the KPD in many ways. Like its counterpart, it was born out of the same incendiary combination of high expectations and deep disappointment of the times. In October 1919, the left wing of the Italian Socialist Party seemed poised to lead the Italian proletariat into revolution when 30,000 automobile workers in the Piedmontese city of Turin took control of their factories and set up self-governing workers' councils. In the ensuing months, these protests swelled to include hundreds of thousands of workers in industries in other cities. Yet even though these revolts took place in regions where the concentration of Italy's working class was the greatest, they could not be sustained. The major employers refused to be cowed by the workers' demands and labor leaders were divided over the goals of the protests. As in Germany, this defeat set the stage for the classic socialist debate between the size reformist and radical factions. Was the lesson of 227. These failed uprisings that the party should return to a conventional focus on labor agitation, or should it instead gamble on overthrowing the entire political system? At the Size National Congress in Livorno in January 1921, this dispute led to a bitter conflict over whether the party should adhere to a Comintern directive to expel its right-wing members. When a majority of the delegates, many of whom were no less radical than the Comintern supporters, refused to accede to this condition, the party's left wing broke away to form the PCI. Notwithstanding the PCI's similarities to the KPD, there was a major difference between the two parties. At this point, only Italy was beset by a rising fascist movement. Hence, for purely tactical reasons, Zinoviev concluded that the PCI offered the Comintern a realistic opportunity to exert its influence in Europe. His reasoning was shaped by a bitter conflict over the party's identity between its two most prominent personalities, Antonio Gramsci and Amadeo Bordiga. Gramsci, a labor activist and prolific political theorist, advocated a democratically minded approach to mobilizing the working class that would combine the views of the revolutionary elite with the perspectives of different social and economic segments of the population. In contrast, Bordiga was a purist. He maintained that the proletariat's interests could only be expressed by its vanguard and opposed any form of collaboration outside of the communist fold. Bordiga was well positioned to win this battle because he had the majority of the newly established PCI leadership on his side. Yet, Zinoviev and the ECCI reasoned that Gramsci had a better sense for how communists might respond to the growing rifts in Italian society by building a broad working class following. Hence, they threw their support to Gramsci's conception of the party. When King Victor Emmanuel III invited the fascist leader Benito Mussolini to form a government in 1922, Gramsci repaid the Kremlin's trust by pursuing a strategy during the parliamentary elections that simultaneously appealed for the support of Comintern sympathizers within the PSI and cut across traditional class, regional, and ideological boundaries. From a strictly electoral standpoint, the outcome of the general election of 1924 was not a monumental achievement for the PCI. The party won a modest 3.7% of the national vote and only 19 of the 535 seats in the 228th Chamber of Deputies. 3 Still, Gramsci's flexibility gave the Comintern a legitimate voice in the parliament of a major industrial power. Based upon these events, it is telling that when Zinoviev took the opportunity to make a definitive statement about the Comintern's expectations of its members, he chose ambiguity over clarity. In a dense and frequently contradictory address at the organization's Fifth World Congress in July 1924, Zinoviev showed that he had learned something from the failure of the German Revolution by advising the delegates that the timetable for capitalism's collapse was no longer certain. Despite the inevitability of proletarian revolution, he conceded, the class's day of destiny had been obscured by the bourgeoisie's new policy of concealment. Under the guise of promoting democracy and peace, Zinoviev explained, capitalism's acolytes were building alliances among a diverse and unpredictable array of political forces, ranging from social democrats to reactionary parties. In Mussolini, the capitalists had found a new ally, fascism, which gave them even greater latitude in pursuing their goals. For what were the implications of this period of concealment for the communist movement? Zinoviev preferred 2 approaches. On the one hand, he introduced his listeners to a new concept, Bolshevization. Given the fact that the bourgeoisie was still intent upon unleashing a new era of reactionary policies and imperialist wars, he stressed, every communist party was required to intensify its commitment to Leninist essentials, tight centralization and the elimination of every manifestation of factionalism. Each party should be fused in one mold. Naturally, he added, this focus entailed the adoption of every aspect of Russian Bolshevism that bore international significance. 5 On the other hand, Zinoviev underscored the wisdom of the ECCI's support for the flexible strategy that had worked for the PCI. Singling out Bordiga for criticism, he noted that communist parties did not always need to act in the same way. Since the Comintern's goal was to become, as he put it, not in words, but in deeds, a real worldwide, invincible communist party, it was wise to combine its members' best ideas into a truly collective undertaking. In this case, he drew a distinction between united fronts from above and united fronts from below. The former, as they had been practiced in the years after World War I, were 229. Unacceptable. The Comintern's commitment to revolution precluded participation in parliamentary coalitions with bourgeois parties, including reformist socialist parties. Yet, he added, this constraint did not mean that communists should limit themselves to interacting only with fellow believers. Many of the most fruitful opportunities were to be found by working from below. Indeed, one could judge communist parties by their skill in agitating among the masses, organizing factory cells, and infiltrating trade unions. In these circumstances, cooperation with progressive workers of all political allegiances, including members of social democratic parties, was not only legitimate, it was necessary to free them from the corrupting influence of bourgeois democracy. Provocatively, Zinoviev hinted that this logic could even be extended to discussions between communists and social democratic officials about policies that served the purpose of mass mobilization, but only if Comintern parties retained their absolute independence. 6. A majority of the members of the Soviet Politburo must have agreed with Zinoviev's sentiment. Only 10 months later, the ECCI stressed that it was willing to soften even the concept of Bolshevization. At its fifth plenum in May 1925, the body announced that the world crisis of capitalism was no longer intensifying. In fact, it had slowed down. In this situation, a strict adherence to Bolshevik principles was still required of all parties. However, the ECCI stressed that there was no single formula that could be applied universally to address the plight of the proletariat. Hence, it was essential that each party carefully consider what was required for its specific circumstances. The ECCI even modified its language about the universal applicability of the Russian model. Bolshevization did not mean that the Russian experience should be applied mechanically. Rather, its guiding approach should be to apply the general principles of Leninism. 7. The third period and the end to Soviet ambiguity. How antiquated and dangerous Zinoviev's words must have seemed only 3 years later. Even he agreed. In 1928, in an abrupt departure from its previous policies, the ECCI redefined its expectations of its members. When the Comintern's delegates met for their 6th 230 World Congress on August 29, they were informed that capitalism had entered a new era, the so-called third period. Unlike its assessment of earlier stages of the conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the first marked by the severe defeats of the Western European communists and the second by capitalist stabilization, the ECCI described this phase as one of extreme instability. In view of the growing threat of imperialist wars and intensified class conflict, the Comintern's members could no longer proceed as before. Henceforth, national identities were irrelevant to the victory of socialism. There could be no illusion of collaboration with non-communist parties, especially social democratic parties. Instead, they were to use all of the weapons at their disposal: mass strikes, agitation among the rural poor and the peasantry, and assistance to the anti-colonial struggle to defend the cause of the world proletariat. 8. This period, or the turn as it became known, is worth examining particularly closely because of the relative ease with which a majority of the Comintern's members redefined their missions to comply with the Comintern's about-face. It is not difficult to account for the shift in Soviet policy. In line with the internal battles within the Soviet Politburo, the decisive factor was who was in charge. 2 years earlier, in 1926, Bukharin had achieved a major coup by toppling Zinoviev from his post as Comintern president. As a reward, the ECCI promptly granted to him and, of course, Stalin the authority to decide all urgent questions themselves. 9. In 1928, when Bukharin was seeking to assert his authority, Stalin found the idea of the third period to be ideal fodder for his campaigns against his rivals. This was the circumstance in which, as we have seen in Chapter 5, he justified renewed militancy in the struggle between the two worlds, the two antipodes of socialism and capitalism. 10. In a direct parallel to the case for going to war with the Soviet countryside, he underscored the urgency of rallying behind the USSR as it prepared for war with the class enemy. The more difficult issue is why Stalin and his colleagues were able to secure the cooperation of their fraternal parties. Context played a huge role. As I have shown in Chapter 5, Stalin twisted and turned the events that led to the war scare of the late 1920s: Josip Pilsudski's seizure of power in Poland, the war scare, the massacre of the Chinese. 231. Communists in Shanghai by the Comintern's Kuomintang allies into a confirmation that the irreconcilable contradictions between the two worlds and two antipodes had come to a head. An even more compelling justification of Stalin's position was provided by events in Europe and America that suddenly seemed to confirm Marx's and Lenin's prophecies about the self-destructive nature of capitalism and imperialism. At the end of the 1920s, the supposedly imminent threat to the USSR's security was transformed into an opportunity for new thinking. This time, the Comintern would take the offensive. The Wall Street crash of fall 1929 and the onset of the Great Depression provided Stalin and his Politburo with seemingly indisputable evidence that the conditions for proletarian revolution had dramatically improved. The collapse of international trade, bank failures, monetary chaos, and the explosion in the numbers of the unemployed, all of these developments seemed to confirm that the working class and its true representatives, the communists, would come together as never before. Nevertheless, I believe that these events alone are not sufficient to explain the Comintern members' acceptance of the third period. As I have demonstrated in the case of the CCP, the world's communist parties were hardly identical. Hence, it is important to appreciate that when they were called to abide by the Comintern's dictates, they did so for different reasons. In the case of the KPD in particular, the party's leaders would have probably had a belligerent understanding of their mission regardless of the Soviet Union's wishes. In contrast, less powerful parties, such as the Communist Party of the United States, bowed to Moscow's wishes because they had no other options. However, in the case of at least one party, the PCI, compliance came more slowly and with greater ambiguity. At the end of the 1920s, the German communists needed no convincing about the legitimacy of the turn. They had come to the conclusion well before the Sixth World Congress that meaningful cooperation with the bourgeoisie was impossible. Wherever they looked in their short history, they found betrayal by the Social Democrats who had fought against them, the leaders of reformist trade unions who rejected the inevitability of the revolution, insufficiently class-conscious workers who had repeatedly let them down, and their own rightist comrades. 232. Who had called for restraint. Conversely, they remained transfixed by the achievements of their Soviet counterparts. If one took Stalin at his word, and most of the KPD's members did, the USSR was on the verge of even more exemplary feats. The pervasiveness of this sentiment within the KPD's ranks was facilitated by the outcome of internal struggles in the party's highest echelons. Even earlier than in the Soviet Union, the KPD leadership was nearly homogeneous. Only 2 of the 16 major figures in the 1923-1924 Politburo remained in place in 1929, 11 had been expelled from the party for purported acts of infidelity. Over the same period, more than half of the organization's major functionaries had been either forced out or left of their own accord. In replacing these figures, the KPD followed Stalin's example. It recruited thousands of true believers who had no experience with or patience for the doctrinal quarrels of the past. Only 1/10 of the party's 360,000 members in 1920 were still around in 1927. 11. No figure had a greater influence on the KPD's identity than Ernst Thälmann, who became the party's leader in September 1925 and ruled it with an iron fist until his arrest in March 1933. From the time of his involvement in the ill-fated Hamburg uprising, Thälmann had impressed the Soviets with both his unflinching loyalty and his contempt for social democracy. Accordingly, the ECCI used him as a vehicle to announce one of the most significant ideological formulations of the third period, the doctrine of social fascism. The doctrine held that all social democratic parties, their affiliated trade unions, and other allied organizations were not simply rivals. They were enemies, presenting themselves in a disguised form of fascism that was meant to confuse the working class. Thälmann committed the KPD to exposing these forces as the greatest threat to German democracy. 12. Had the KPD remained a fringe party with a marginal following, its extreme stance would have had little consequence. However, in contrast to the party's repeated failures in the early 1920s, the deepening crisis of Weimar democracy and the rapid rise of National Socialism were electoral boons. In the national elections of 1928, the KPD won an astonishing 10.6% of the popular vote and became the 4th strongest party in the Reichstag. Although the Social Democrats 233 retained the support of organized labor, the KPD's success in tapping into the bitterness of unskilled and unemployed workers gave it a powerful voice in German politics. The significance of the KPD's intransigent radicalism for the tortured history of the Weimar Republic has long been a subject of debate. For the party's adversaries, it was proof of its leaders' inability to see that National Socialism was a much greater threat to Germany than the shortcomings of the Republic. For generations of historians, it has been the subject of counterfactual speculation. Could Hitler's rise to power in January 1933 have been averted if the KPD had moderated its stance and allied itself with the Social Democratic Party? Whatever response one gives to this question, one cannot deny the perversity of the Communists' position. In the early 1930s, the KPD cheered alongside the National Socialists at the Social Democrats' struggle and ultimate failure to maintain viable governing coalitions. They even cooperated with the Nazis in organizing one strike. Only a party as blinded by its militancy and as infatuated with its foreign mentors as the KPD could have assumed that its enemies on the extreme right were less threatening than its competitors on the left. Indeed, it took Hitler's installment as Chancellor on January 30, 1933, for Thälmann to concede that a change of course was necessary. In desperation, he appealed to the SPD for help with a general strike. This was too little, too late. 2 months later the KPD was outlawed, and Thälmann was arrested, imprisoned, and later executed. Unlike the KPD, the PUSA was typical of a majority of the world's communist parties in having a weak hand in its dealings with the Soviet Union. However, its subservient behavior during the Third Period was not simply due to pressure from Moscow. It was the fear of irrelevance. The party's weaknesses were caused by the unique American conditions: the absence of a feudal aristocracy, broad mobility across class divisions that made it difficult for any party to persuade the working class of the need for radical economic change. Furthermore, the American left was suffused with multiple, cross-cutting divisions over priorities that exceeded those of most European parties. In their competition to win popular support, Jewish émigrés from Europe squared off against US-born activists, Europeans from one region against those 234 from another, orthodox Marxists against anarcho-syndicalists, and proponents of reform against revolutionaries. As a result, when the moderate wing of the American Socialist Party sought to increase its electoral appeal credibility by expelling its most radical members in 1919, it was telling that the radicals did not link arms in opposition to their former party. They stubbornly held on to their differences and formed not one but two distinct communist parties. 2 years later, the Comintern ordered the two parties to merge into a unified organization. But even this measure could not hide the tensions that coursed through the party's ranks. The centrists, led by the PUSA's founder, Charles Ruthenberg, and its later national secretary, J. Lovestone, insisted that only united front tactics with other progressive parties and associations would be effective in a country that presented such poor soil for revolution. The radicals, led by the labor activist James Cannon, opposed any accommodation and demanded that the party's members increase their agitation among factory workers and within trade unions. However, on one issue the two factions were not at odds. The Kremlin's frequently heavy-handed interference in the PUSA's affairs grated against their respective efforts to make headway with American voters. When Lovestone became head of the party, he took a bold step. In May 1929, he led a party delegation to Moscow where he challenged the ECCI's authority by publicly contesting the Third Period's premise that his party should ready itself for a proletarian upheaval. This act of defiance marked a precipitous moment in the PUSA's relationship with Moscow. Fresh from his victory over Bukharin, Stalin demonstrated his intention to eliminate even the faintest memories of dissension within the organization's ranks. "Who do you think you are?" he demanded of Lovestone and his other guests. "Trotsky defied me. Where is he? Zinoviev defied me. Where is he? And you? Who are you? Yes, you will go back to America. But when you get there, nobody will know you except your wives." 13 Stalin was right about the extent of his reach. The PUSA Politburo promptly expelled Lovestone. Yet it was not simply the party's subordination to Moscow that drove it deeper into the Soviet fold, to the point in fact at which many of its best-known members engaged in fawning. 235. Defenses of Stalin's purges. At least until Hitler's rise in the 1930s, the party had few claims to distinction aside from its association with Moscow and the international movement. The same could not be said for the Italian communists. In stark contrast to the KPD's uncompromising posture and the PUS's impotence, the underground PCI's path toward the AC septans of the Comintern's dictates was much more circuitous. Gramsci, who had replaced Bordiga as the head of the party in 1924, was arrested and imprisoned. Yet, his absence did not mean that his conception of the interplay between the PCI's vanguard role and the enlightenment of the masses was forgotten. Although Gramsci's successor, Palmiro Togliatti, had more of the canny instincts of the Leninist strategist than his collaborator and a greater appreciation for organizational discipline, he waged the same battle with the party's orthodox wing over the party's strategy and the prospects for revolution. In Togliatti's view, Italy could go one of two ways. One possibility was that the working class would live up to its historical mission by overthrowing Mussolini's fascist dictatorship and moving at once to the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat. The other possibility was that Italy would need a broad people's revolution before it could move on to form a socialist government. 14 Togliatti agreed with his opponents about the desirability of the former scenario. But, in his judgment, the Italian workers' passivity in the face of Mussolini's rise was a sign that they were not yet ready to live up to their destiny. Thus, like Gramsci before him, Togliatti maintained that the revolution was best served when the PCI actively sought the assistance of non-communist forces in uniting the proletariat. Togliatti's position was not only heretical for those communists who brooked no diversion from the Comintern line, it came at a particularly inauspicious moment. In late 1928, the Presidium of the ECCI sent an open letter to the KPD that was clearly meant to apply to all of the Comintern parties. Thalmann's policies, the Presidium emphasized, necessitated disciplinary action against any party member who advocated so-called transitional theories about the road to socialism or conciliatory strategies toward the bourgeoisie. Yet, amazingly, Togliatti was unmoved by this implicit threat. He immediately denounced the 236 use of such organizational measures, as he called them, to resolve internal party disputes. 15 One can only speculate about Togliatti's motives. He may have simply reasoned that the PCI could not ignore its specific circumstances when it was battling for its life. Still, given the ECCI's demands of the KPD, Togliatti's display of independence was an invitation for internal opposition. In early 1929, a group of younger communists declared that he was unfit to lead the party. With a zeal that matched Bordiga's earlier clashes with Gramsci, the radicals accused Togliatti of blurring the differences between the bourgeoisie and the working class and forsaking the revolution. They demanded a renewed commitment to overthrowing the existing system. They were joined by Comintern officials who pressed for Togliatti's transfer from the party leadership. But Togliatti surmounted these attacks. Apparently, Stalin recognized that there was no comparable figure in the PCI with the national credibility to replace his errant comrade. Still, Togliatti did his part to avert a serious conflict. In 1929, he showed that he had not forgotten his Leninist formation when he denounced loyal supporters for purported deviations that he had previously endorsed. Popular fronts in the service of the Soviet Union. In retrospect, it is easy to see why Hitler's rise to power in 1933 would have undercut the logic behind the Third Period doctrine and paved the way for a renewed shift in Comintern policy. While Stalin and the ECCI were forbidding the organization's members from collaborating with non-communist parties, the National Socialists proved to be a far more dangerous adversary. However, ideological convictions are never easily reversed. A revealing testimony to this maxim is how long it took Stalin and the heads of the EU-European parties to recognize the need for a corrective. For example, many communists, like the leaders of the KPD, could not easily forget the wrongs done to them by the class enemies and social fascists. Furthermore, Stalin had his own reasons for hesitation. A revised policy would have diluted the language of class warfare that undergirded his domestic collectivization and industrialization drives. Thus, as late as the 17th Party Congress on 237 January 26, 1934, a full year after Hitler's ascent, Stalin refused to concede that a change of course was necessary. In his official report, he took issue with the notion that the National Socialist success was the manifestation of something new. It was, he suggested, merely the outgrowth of the ongoing economic crisis of capitalism. His government was far from being enthusiastic about the new German regime, but, he emphasized, it would do what was required to avoid provoking a new war. 16 Not all of the Comintern parties were in this comfortable position. In a way that was provocatively similar to the situation in which socialist parties found themselves at the outbreak of World War I, they faced a choice between adhering to a purely revolutionary conception of their mission and defending the nation. In early April 1933, Maurice Thorez and Clement Gottwald, the general secretaries of the French Communist Party and the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, respectively, chose the latter course, explicitly calling for an end to the Third Period policies. Undoubtedly motivated by their country's proximity to Germany, they proposed that the Comintern immediately begin talks with the Socialist Second International about joint action against the fascist threat. As the leaders of Europe's largest and still legal communist parties, both leaders recognized that they would lose the support of their voters if they did not reach out to other anti-fascist parties. Yet, Stalin and the ECCI rebuffed their initiative. True to their Leninist instincts, Thorez and Gottwald backed down. For these reasons, it was fitting that when the Soviet leader and his allies finally moderated their stand, it was because the working class forced them to do so. On February 12, 1934, thousands of French communist and socialist trade union members joined in a general strike against the toppling of their country's centrist government by right-wing extremists. This spontaneous demonstration of solidarity between two normally antagonistic movements was not instigated from above in the PCF's typically mechanical fashion. Instead, it came from below. Thorez was instantly thrown into the quandary of having to decide whether to rein in the unions or accept the idea of repairing his party's fractured relationship with the French section of the Workers' International. He finally decided that there was no alternative. 238. To collaboration. When the SFIO expressed its desire to form a united front with the PCF, Thorez not only accepted the offer but proposed that it even be extended to a common front of liberty and peace with non-socialist, middle-class parties. On October 12, Thorez's speech was published in El Humanite under the headline for which the new policy of cooperation between communists and non-communists would become universally known, for a broad anti-fascist popular front. 17 It cannot have been easy for Thorez to make this shift. This step went far beyond the organization's hesitant endorsement of United Front tactics in the early 1920s. It undoubtedly helped that a preeminent figure in the Comintern, the Bulgarian communist leader Georgy Dimitrov, was working behind the scenes to persuade Stalin that fascism had become a greater threat to peace in Europe than capitalism. Dimitrov enjoyed enormous prestige in Stalin's eyes for successfully defending himself against Nazi accusations that he had taken part in the burning of the Reichstag in 1933. There can be no doubt, however, about the galvanizing effect of Thorez's stand on the PCF. At a time when France was once again beset by a hardening of the lines between the left and the right, he succeeded in transforming the party from the marginal clique that it had become after the Congress of Tours in 1920 into a permanent force in 20th-century French politics. Within 2 years, the PCF's membership grew nearly threefold. In the national elections in spring 1936, its participation in the socialist-led Popular Front resulted in it receiving twice as many votes and 6 times as many seats in parliament as in 1932. Although the party leadership adhered to the orthodox Comintern line and refused to accept cabinet posts in the new government, its support for the ruling coalition allowed it to push aggressively for significant reforms in economic and labor policy. The Res's policies became the model for the Comintern's formal acceptance of the Popular Front policy in 1935. On August 2, at the Seventh World Congress, Dimitrov, the newly appointed Comintern president, formally endorsed the concept. 18 For two reasons, his address marked a fundamental turn in the Soviets' understanding about the role of communist parties. The first change was the shift in strategy. Although Dimitrov began the speech by emphasizing the insurmountable gulf between capitalism and socialism, he argued in unmistakable 239 terms that the fascist danger necessitated cooperation among all parties that opposed it, including the Social Democrats and other socialists. It did the working class no good, Dimitrov stressed, if communists practiced self-satisfied sectarianism or ranted about the leading role of the communists. The working class needed real political parties, parties that could take the form of mass organizations and serve the people. Accordingly, Dimitrov found no problem with the idea, for which the Res and Gottwald had been rebuked 2 years earlier, of united action by the two internationals. The organization's collaboration would make it easier to repulse the fascist onslaught. In fact, Dimitrov was so supportive of the idea of cooperation with social democratic parties that he even held out the possibility of eventual reunification into a single party of the proletariat. Furthermore, albeit more cautiously, Dimitrov endorsed the formation of broader, anti-fascist coalitions that could include non-socialist bourgeois parties. The key criterion was that careful steps be taken to distinguish the true opponents of fascism from its potential supporters. On the surface, Dimitrov's approach, he dubbed it revolutionary realism, would have been welcome news for any communist who was seeking to apply the Marxist message to the specific conditions in which he or she was operating. But the second reason for the significance of Dimitrov's stand had even more far-reaching implications. Just between the lines, Dimitrov seemed to downplay the conventional assumption that the fight against fascism would have to be led by truly revolutionary parties. Fascism's ascent, he noted, was novel in one crucial respect. It was not an ordinary succession of one government to another. Rather, it was a substitution of one state form of class domination of the bourgeoisie, bourgeois democracy, by another form, open terrorist dictatorship. At first glance, Dimitrov's shift in focus from party to state domination may seem slight. However, his characterization was not only, or even primarily, an expression of class interest. It was a form of national self-assertion. Thus, when talking about the rise of right-wing movements, he emphasized their national dimensions. Mussolini marched on Rome, Pilsudski moved into Warsaw, and Hitler descended upon Berlin. In Dimitrov's description, the fascists not only sought the 240 support of bourgeois economic interests, they rummaged through the entire history of every nation to pose as the heirs and continuers of all that was exalted and heroic in its past. In Germany, in particular, he asserted, fascism had become an enemy of humanity on multiple fronts. It was the spearhead of international counter-revolution, the chief instigator of imperialist war, and, in his view as head of a Soviet-led organization, the initiator of a crusade against the Soviet Union. In these respects, the Popular Front policy signified a major shift in the Comintern's identity from being an international organization of the proletariat to an organization in the service of the nation. The logic behind collaboration between communists and their former socialist and non-socialist adversaries was that these agreements were necessary to combat a common foe. But now, the foe had changed. For the moment, the struggle between classes was subordinated to the struggle between different types of states. Dimitrov confirmed the shift in a provocative and previously unthinkable suggestion. Communist parties should go beyond tolerating bourgeois governments. They should actively participate in them. There was, in his estimation, no longer any reason to wait for the victory of the revolution. 19. The interests of the Soviet Union. Dimitrov's observations were far from being rhetorical flourishes to a controversial policy. In the second half of the 1930s, Stalin demonstrated his determination to internationalize what he was already undertaking at home. Paralleling his campaigns to transform the Soviet Union into a mighty industrial power, he candidly defined the cause of the revolution in terms of the promotion of his country's national interests. In every respect, this shift changed the way that communists were expected to think about their party's functions. The unmistakable indication that the struggle between states and not the class struggle had become the driving element in Stalin's thinking was provided by the Soviet Union's engagement in the Spanish Civil War. Even before the war began on July 17, 1936, when an attempted military coup by right-wing military officers against the Second Spanish Republic fractured the country between defenders of the 241 Republic and nationalist rebels, Stalin had grown concerned about the prospect of yet another fascist takeover in Europe. In early 1936, he had instructed the Spanish Communist Party to take part in the formation of a pro-republican Popular Front government. Thus, after the war began, Moscow secretly sent planes, weapons, and food to offset the insurgents' superior military forces. Additionally, in a gesture of proletarian solidarity, the Comintern lived up to its internationalist credentials by sponsoring international brigades of volunteer soldiers to take part in the fighting. Under the banners of revolutionary heroes and events, more than 40,000 earnest young communists and socialists from over 50 countries as diverse as the United States, Germany, Hungary, and Belgium traveled to Spain. There, they joined Abraham Lincoln, Thalmann, Rákosi, and Paris Commune brigades to defend the Republic against the fascist menace. For these idealists, this opportunity to take their beliefs into battle was a confirmation that the invincible hand of history was finally turning their way. 20. Moscow's engagement was good news for the PCE. Although the party's general secretary, José Díaz Ramos, had been an early proponent of collaboration among leftist parties, the PCE was dwarfed by the powerful Spanish Socialist Workers' Party. Furthermore, the Republican coalition included members of the Trotskyist Workers' Party of Marxist Unification and was associated with radical groups like the anarcho-syndicalist National Confederation of Labor. In Barcelona in particular, anarchists had achieved enormous success in stirring revolutionary ferment. With a passionate intensity that seemed to its participants to fulfill the dreams of the Paris Commune, they proclaimed an end to centralized government, set up workers' collectives, confiscated property, and formed independent militias. Nevertheless, it soon turned out that the communists had a noteworthy advantage. When it became clear that the Soviet Union would be the only major power to come to the aid of the Republic, the PCE's popularity soared. Most importantly, its participation in the government allowed it to tap into the national narrative. The party's claims that it was serving the good of the Republic and not just the class struggle allayed many Spaniards' fears about its revolutionary identity. 1 year before the military coup, the PCE had fewer than 13,000 members. In Barcelona, Spain's 242 working-class hub, it could count a mere 1,171. Yet, 2 years later in 1937, it had 249,000 members. 21. With this growth in membership, the PCE acquired the features of a mass party. Its ranks were filled not only with industrial workers but with significant numbers of agricultural laborers, peasant proprietors, and middle-class professionals. For the first time, it could credibly claim to represent broad swaths of Spanish society. Still, the PCE's successes did not make it a moderate party. They merely strengthened its leaders' resolve to ensure that the Republic moved in a direction that served both its objectives and those of its Soviet sponsors. While Moscow pursued its interests by deploying military advisors and People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs agents to serve as political commissars in the international brigades and liquidate purported enemies of the people in rival leftist parties, the PCE concentrated on maximizing its role in the government. Arguing that the left's primary goal should be to serve the Popular Front, the Communists portrayed themselves as defenders of the people against extremism. In particular, they set their sights on the anarchists and other radical groups. Confirming that its democratic professions were questionable, the PCE defiantly resorted to force to get its way. In early May 1937, the party and its affiliated Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia goaded the Republican government into supporting an assault on the anarchists and the POUM in Barcelona. After a week of bloody fighting in which its opponents were eventually defeated, the PCE laid claim to being the preeminent leftist party in Spain. This was a Pyrrhic victory. At first, the PCE seemed to have its day of glory. The ECCI dispatched Palmiro Togliatti to Spain with instructions to work with the party to lay the foundations for a revolutionary democracy. Togliatti immediately recognized, however, that the Popular Front was dissolving. As nationalist troops marched toward the government's remaining strongholds in Madrid, Valencia, and Barcelona, the last semblance of cooperation among the coalition partners broke down. Worse still, the Communists were torn by internal divisions. Under these circumstances, Stalin decided that there was no point in continuing to support either the Popular Front or the PCE. The USSR's disengagement from the conflict in late 1937 may not have 243 caused the Republic's demise. However, by failing to come to the aid of a fraternal party, Stalin showed that he was prepared to make crucial decisions in a way that was scarcely different from the strategic calculations of other European leaders. No decision more graphically confirmed this change than Stalin's attempt 2 years later to extricate the USSR from the looming threat of war with Nazi Germany. When the Soviet and German foreign ministers, Vyacheslav Molotov and Joachim von Ribbentrop, met in Moscow on August 23, 1939, to sign a non-aggression pact, the Soviets' change of course put the Comintern's members in an impossible position. After years of being told that the main threat to socialism was fascism, they were suddenly asked to accommodate themselves to a guarantee of non-belligerence with the enemy. They could either do the unthinkable, which was to stand up to the Soviet Union and risk expulsion from the international fraternity, or they could accept their allies about face with all of the ideological shortcomings it entailed and accept the lifeless rhetoric of proletarian solidarity. In a telling demonstration of the true believer's capacity for rationalization and the communist subordination to Moscow, most of these parties' leaders prostrate themselves at the altar of fidelity. After all, who would dare to deny what had been confirmed once and for all by Stalin's supremely self-interested action? Devotion to the idea of revolution had been replaced by loyalty to a single state. The affirmation of this principle did not mean that every party acceded to Soviet expectations without protest. In the few countries where communists had not been driven underground, some leaders initially attempted to preserve the basic idea of the Popular Front. In every case where Moscow could not get what it wanted one way, it secured its interests by other means. With few exceptions, these parties' attempts to assert their independence were futile. For example, the British Communist Party's General Secretary, Harry Pollitt, put up a heroic but fruitless defense of the proposition that the safeguarding of his country's national security interests was compatible with a policy of friendship with the USSR. When Pollitt supported Britain's entry into the war with Germany after Hitler's invasion of Western Poland on September 1, 1939, however, other less 244 independently minded members of the BCP leadership followed the Kremlin's instructions and removed him from his position. The German-Soviet non-aggression pact was the cause of even greater turmoil within the PCF, which had experienced a surge in membership after the formation of the Popular Front government. When the USSR acted on a secret protocol in the pact and sent the Red Army into eastern Poland, 27% of the PCF's deputies in the National Assembly left their parliamentary group and set up an alternative parliamentary faction. Yet, Maurice Thérèse showed, at considerable cost to his party's reputation, that despite its previous efforts, the PCF intended to remain a different kind of party. He denounced his country's leaders when France entered the war. As a result, the French government ordered the PCF's dissolution and forced its members into hiding. The fate of the PUSA would have been equally disconcerting for the true believer who assumed that a Leninist party could be equally committed to the nation. Like its European counterparts, the PUSA enjoyed an upsurge in popularity in the mid-1930s thanks to both the growing power of trade unions in the United States and its leaders' early warnings about Hitler's bellicose intentions and the rise of fascism in Spain. As a consequence, the pact was an instant source of internal disruption within a party that had never wanted to forswear its American identity. While the party's head, Earl Browder, stretched credulity by characterizing the agreement as a wonderful contribution to peace and a serious blow for German fascism, 22 other communists demanded continued opposition to Hitler. This position did not survive the partition of Poland between Nazi Germany and the USSR. The ECCI ordered Browder to advise his comrades that the times of the Popular Front were over. Operating under these constraints, the PUSA was forced to reconcile itself to the less popular appeal for U.S. neutrality and, as a result, soon found itself back on the margins of American society. Against this background, one can imagine that the Comintern's members were relieved when Stalin once again ordered a change of course after Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941. Instantaneously, the crusade against fascism returned as the Comintern's battle call. The logic of the Popular Front was back as well. All alliances. 245. With freedom-loving peoples were justified in the name of defeating fascism. But the Comintern's members also had to accommodate themselves to a new ideological gyration when Stalin took the position that had earlier been articulated by Dimitrov. The hallowed goal of revolution would be postponed. In a forceful radio address in which he spoke to the Soviet people as the commander of the National Patriotic War, Stalin did not mention the word revolution once. Instead, he invoked Lenin's name to justify a new type of commitment. The chief virtues of the new Soviet man and woman, he declared, should be courage, valor, fearlessness in struggle, readiness to fight together with the people. But this was not the Lenin of what is to be done? Or even Stalin's earlier dogmatic depiction of his predecessor's thinking. This was the language of national self-defense. Listening from abroad, foreign communists must have noticed that Stalin only mentioned the revolutionary institution that they shared in common, the party, a single time. He merely referred to the organization's self-sacrificing support to the Red Army and the Red Navy. 23. Indeed, in light of the Soviet leaders' focus on national rather than party interests, they might have wondered whether it mattered that they represented communist parties at all. Looking down the road, the answer depended on Stalin's conception of the organization's utility as well as the views of the individual communists who were expected to carry out his wishes. From international revolutionaries to national apparatchiki, the Comintern had been preparing since its founding to resolve the tension between its international and national focuses. Beginning in the 1920s, the ECCI had brought thousands of idealistic students from every continent to the Soviet Union with the expressed intent to educate them in the theory and practice of communist leadership and prepare them for future roles in the international movement. In special schools, such as Moscow's International Lenin School and the Communist University of the Toilers of the East, these visitors were exposed to the foundational works of Marxism and Leninism, instructed in the glories of the October Revolution, and taken to factories and farms in 246. Order to engage in lively discussions with hero workers. In the early years, these prospective leaders were caught up in the swirling ideological debates and controversies over the revolution's short and long-term goals, its tempo, and its costs. Following Stalin's ascent, however, everything about this experience changed. In the same way that Stalin and his supporters systematically replaced their country's independently minded old Bolshevik cadres with a new generation of loyal apparatchiki, Comintern officials concentrated on forging their own army of tightly focused cadres who would dutifully replicate the Stalinist model of communist rule. Accordingly, when Stalin subordinated the proletarian revolution to the cause of national security, the development of organizations to effect this goal became a priority. For example, during the early 1940s, Comintern training programs were specifically designed to prepare young communists from the states with which the Soviet Union was at war for the day when they would return to their homelands and set up new governments. In the Comintern school in the Bashkir city of Ufa, students were divided according to the respective countries of origins, received lectures on carefully crafted versions of their national history, and learned to rebut fascist propaganda. Within these closed confines, they engaged in acts of obligatory self-criticism that resembled the practices of China's communists in Yan'an, and they learned to appreciate the self-control and right attitudes of the mature communist. Above all, they were taught to stick unquestioningly to the Soviet line. In the words of a young German communist, Wolfgang Leonhard, who later participated in the administration of the Soviet occupation zone in Germany, everyone was trained to be able to react immediately in a politically correct manner to every question in Soviet politics. We were thus all in the position, in the absence of directives, to be able to adopt the corrective and to propagate it in our own initiatives. 24 In the case of those believers who could not come to the Soviet Union, the Comintern brought the Soviet Union to them. It makes sense that the most prominent vehicle for conveying the good news about communism was Stalin's introductory short course on the history of the RCP. In 1938 and 1939 alone, nearly 700,000 copies of the text, 247, appeared in translation. If a Chinese, Mongolian, Albanian, or Cuban communist wanted an authoritative statement on any major event in the RCP's history, the Bolshevik-Menshevik Struggle, the NEP, collectivization and the liquidation of the remnants of the Bukharin Trotsky gang of spies, wreckers, and traitors to the country, one could read the short course in 62 different languages. 25 By this point the text's circulation far exceeded that of the Communist Manifesto or any of Lenin's works. 26 In addition, one could learn about Moscow's priorities. This testimony to the power of mass propaganda had virtually nothing to say about the Comintern or the specific experiences of its members. This made sense. If one assumed that an official recounting of the Bolshevik record, complete with methodical simplifications and distortions, was all one needed for a reliable catechism, it was logical that other parties' revolutionary experiences had little significance next to the Soviet model. The flip side to the fabrication of this generation of communist devotees was the elimination of anyone deemed a threat to the Soviet Union and Stalin's supremacy. In the same calculated manner with which he eliminated competitors like Zinoviev, Kamina, and Bukharin, Stalin set about cleansing the Comintern's ranks of potential dissenters. In Dimitrov's presence in 1937, he uttered this chilling warning: "All of you there in the Comintern are working in the hands of the enemy." 27 Of course, the definition of a threat was highly elastic. Under Stalin's tutelage, accusations of Trotskyism, sabotage, and deviationist behavior became clichés. The Soviet leader was especially obsessed with ridding the international movement of the foreign communists who were living reminders that he had not been alone at the creation. Left unchecked, such individuals had legitimate claims to representing the font of diverse ideas that inspired the revolution. For this reason, Stalin devoted special attention to the long-lionized communists who were, for his purposes, conveniently congregated in the Comintern's residence in Moscow, the Hotel Lux. In many cases, the arcane ideological debates that had been integral features of the organization's evolution in the 1920s came back to haunt them. Many were tortured because of their inability to keep up with the twists and turns in their leaders' policies. 248. Notably, Bela Kun was among the victims. As the leader of the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919, he had the singular misfortune of presiding over the only other example of a successful communist revolution. No stranger to the art of survival in periods of internal intrigue, Kun had shown little compunction in denouncing fellow communists. Thus, in a stroke of poetic justice in June 1937, he fell victim to his own methods when a fellow party member accused him of sabotaging the Hungarian Commune and, worse still, insulting Stalin. Like Se communists who had begged for his mercy, Khan appealed to his benefactor, Stalin, for exoneration. Never one to let sentiment get in the way of absolute power, the Soviet leader denied the request. Khan was forced to confess to imaginary crimes and later put to death. Stalin also directed his attention toward those Comintern parties that he deemed guilty of exhibiting nationalist tendencies. Among the most tragic cases was the small Communist Party of Poland. As an underground party that had struggled for its life since Pilsudski's coup, the KPP represented no tangible threat to the Soviet Union. Most Poles regarded it with deep suspicion because of its ties with Moscow and the fact that it was mainly composed of national minorities and marginalized groups, including Germans, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews. Hence, in its struggle for survival, the KPP was directly beholden to the Comintern. Nevertheless, despite the KPP's hardships, Stalin barely concealed his animus toward the party. Regarding it with the distrust of centuries of ingrained Russian hostility to the Polish people, he directed the Comintern to take measures against the KPP that far exceeded its importance. Between August 1937 and November 1938, the NKVD arrested every member of the KPP's Politburo and Secretariat, as well as most of the Central Committee. Nearly all of these figures died by execution or perished in prison. Taking these measures even further, Stalin ordered the Comintern to dissolve the party. This was no mere administrative measure. The ECCI set up a special department to eliminate all vestiges of the organization. In the end, 143,810 Poles living in the Soviet Union, communists and non-communists alike, were convicted of espionage or conspiratorial activity and more than 111,000 were executed. 28.